has a strong team culture, competitive pay, 401ks, and benefits like health, dental, and vision. Drivers are guaranteed 40 hours per week, even in the winter months, and are home every night. Start your career today at Gaina Trucking and Excavating. Apply today at GainaTrucking.com.
When your business is ready for its next move, I'm here to help make it happen. I'm Corey Vandeweghe, Commercial Loan Officer at Midwest Bank on 70th and Pioneers Boulevard. Lincoln is full of bold ideas and hardworking business owners, and I'm proud to support the people driving that progress. Whether you're launching something new or investing in growth, I'll work with you to find lending solutions that move your business forward. Swing in anytime. I'd love to hear what you're building. Your community, your bank, Midwest Bank, member FDIC.
Are you ready for a new opportunity? Check out Sandhills Global. Join a dynamic team where your skills are valued and your career can soar. We offer full-time positions with a 4.5-day work week, competitive pay, excellent benefits, and a positive work environment. From IT and marketing to sales and finance, we're looking for talented individuals just like you. Apply today at sandhills.jobs and take the first step towards an exciting future. That's sandhills.jobs. Don't wait, apply now.
College football season is nearly here, and 93.7 The Ticket is on the scene to get things underway. Tune in Tuesday, July 28th to Thursday, July 30th for coverage from Big Ten Football Media Days at the Hilton Chicago as Derek Pearson, Jake Sorensen, Jay Foreman, and Austin Orman interview coaches, players, and broadcasters from around the Big Ten Conference. 93.7 The Ticket's coverage from Big Ten Media Days is sponsored by Warhorse Casino, Sandhills Global, Gary Michael Clothiers, and Ben Bleicher of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate.
Hey Husker Nation, this is Todd Euler, two-time national champion with Window World Lincoln. Are you ready to transform your home? We offer exceptional replacement windows, doors, siding, and roofing that will elevate your home's curb appeal and value. As a nationally known, locally owned business, we treat you like family and work tirelessly to deliver the best for less. Don't wait to give your home the upgrade it deserves. Contact Window World Lincoln today at 464-7313 or check out windowworldlincoln.com. Let's make your home the talk of the neighborhood.
Lincoln is always on the move, and keeping our streets in great shape takes a lot of teamwork. While city crews are hard at work making improvements across town, you've got a couple of easy ways to stay one step ahead. Get updates on the projects that matter most to you by visiting lincoln.ne.gov/textlnk, finding your project and texting the keyword to 91896. You can also download the free Waze app for live route updates and easier navigation. A little planning can make a big difference. Keep moving, Lincoln. We're routing for you.
At Planet Fitness, your pace is as personal as your playlist. That's why right now, you can get up to 3 free months of Apple Music when you join for just $1 down. With best-in-class equipment, free fitness training, and a judgment-free environment, we have everything you need to go your speed. Join Planet Fitness for $1 down and get up to 3 free months of Apple Music. No commitment. Deal ends July 31st. Additional fees and restrictions apply. See Home Club for details.
If one of the things running through your mind as a business owner is the recurring worry of possible cyber attacks, you can let out a sigh of relief. Hamilton Business Technologies has you covered. As the official business IT partner of the Huskers, we offer real-time threat monitoring, advanced security protocols, and more to keep your data safe from harm. We care about the success of Nebraska businesses and communities like yours. Learn how we can help you at hamiltonisbusiness.com.
Constructors is now hiring for all positions with pay starting at 23 and up based on experience. Constructors has immediate job openings for mechanics, bridge builders, operators, and drivers. Start your new career today. Constructors offer great pay, health, dental, and vision, paid time off, paid holidays, and so much more. Join the crew today and be a part of Nebraska's oldest paving company dating back to 1908. For a complete list of openings and to apply online, visit constructorslincoln.com.
Bauer Underground has been serving local contractors and utility contractors all across the state since 1997. When you see the black and white truck, you know the best workers in the business have arrived. Bauer is currently looking for equipment operators, laborers, diesel mechanics, and aerial linemen. Join the brotherhood built upon hard work, authentic people, and a pedigree of success. They're offering top-notch benefits, matching 401k, and a $600 per year clothing allowance. Bauer Underground, a family-friendly company with room for advancement.
You're listening to 93.7 The Ticket's coverage from Big Ten Football Media Days at the Hilton Chicago. Coverage is sponsored by Warhorse Casino, Sandhills Global, Gary Michaels Clothiers, and Ben Bleicher of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate. Live from the Hilton Chicago, 93.7 The Ticket brings you coverage of the 2026 Big Ten Football Media Days. Derek Pearson, Jay Foreman, Jake Sorensen, and Austin Orman bring you exclusive interviews and in-depth conversations while you get ready for the upcoming Big Ten football season. Coverage from Big Ten Media Days is powered by Warhorse Casino, Gary Michaels Clothiers, Sandhills Global, and Ben Bleicher of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate. This is Big Ten Media Days, live from Chicago on 93.7 The Ticket and theticketfm.com.
Yes, it is. Welcome into coverage of Big Ten Football Media Days live from the Hilton Chicago. Austin Orman and Derek Pearson with you today, tomorrow, and Thursday. As always, you can be a part of things, 402-464-5685 on our Sartor Heyman Jewelers text line. We'll run through the list of sponsors here in just a moment. But first and foremost, DP, happy birthday, kind sir.
Oh, my goodness. Is that what today is?
Sources are reporting.
Sources reporting. Yeah, 64. 64 years old day, which is odd to me that when did I became the old guy. Officially the older guy. But yeah, this is a special day and a great place to spend it. Great people to spend it with. And this is the football center of the universe. So
for the next 3 days.
Yeah. So what a great place to be and a great place to celebrate. So we got lots to talk about.
That we do. And you can be a part of the conversation again, 402-464-5685 if you would like. Let's start, DP, just with getting here. What a day yesterday, but we made it. Events conspiring against us, but against all odds, here we are.
Yeah, Chicago weather was not playing along yesterday. We got to the airport 9:30-ish, 10:50 scheduled departure. When did we actually take off? 7:30?
I believe it's 7:30.
7:30-ish. Chicago was not allowing any flights in or out. And there were several stops on the way, several attempts to board, getting on the plane, getting on the tarmac, not being able to get out, getting updated reports along the way. It was nightmarish. But we finally got in late last night. Got a decent night's sleep and some really good coffee and water this morning. So we're here. Now let's get it.
Yes, let's. I'm sure we will be getting either a Chicago dog or Chicago deep dish. Westy wants to know, which is better?
Chicago dog or Chicago deep dish. Now, let me line up here. In a previous life of mine, I was established with a place, or connected to a place that served deep dish, Chicago-style deep dish pizza. Okay. That's a pie.
Yes.
That's a pie, and that's not my thing. It's not my jam. It's just sauce and more sauce and bread and sauce. And if you are okay with that, cool. Do your thing. Chicago hot dogs. Now, again, I'm an East Coast guy. So there's some bias to this. One of the Chicago greats said, it's just mustard and relish. If you put ketchup on your hot dog, you should be banned from the city of Chicago. I fall firmly in line with that.
Okay.
Urlacher meant what he said, and I stick to that. So between the two, I am more Chicago dog than I am Chicago pie.
And see, for me, I would go with the third option. Portillo's or nothing. It's not beef or nothing. So Chicago dogs, I can make two.
But here's the problem with that. Stick to the question. Stick to the question. You don't have to add two. Bartecchi's over
Portillo's
here
added to my life, so I would add it to the conversation.
Yeah, no, it's no. I'm not going to tell Chicago folks what to eat and how to eat it. I'm smart enough to know that. But as an outsider looking in, when I get to stick my hand in the Chicago pool, Chicago dog is the way to go for me.
Fair enough. Well, DP, as we're on the theme of travel, we made it out here. We'll have 6 teams each of the next 3 days. Let's just talk about that because I'm sure that's going to be a bit of a talking point for coaches, potentially for Commissioner Tony Petitti, who's going to start things off about 10:45 here today. When you think of the travel, how has it gone for Big Ten teams over the last couple of years of the expanded Big Ten? Do you think teams are starting to find a rhythm, settle into their routines, or you think that it's still going to be a talking point, be an issue for coaches and et cetera?
Well, I mean, you're in the pool now. You're in the pool. This is what it is. You're 18 teams deep. It's national now, which is, privately that's what Big Ten has said it wanted to be. It wanted to be the big dog. Mm-hmm. Well, you can't be the big dog and just be the middle of the country. It just doesn't work that way. So now you're national, coast to coast, different media markets, remove some of the media bias. And I think that's the real overflow to this thing. Spreading nationally has removed some of the media bias that used to affect Big Ten sports. The SEC is now figuring out, well, geez, they're reaching markets that they weren't reaching before. They're having conversations they weren't having before, and they're getting athletes they didn't get before. And that's why you did it. Listen, it comes media money and exposure for it. Now the Big Ten is one of the big two. And in some facets, it's the one. Mm-hmm. That's why you did it. That's why. So travel, you'll adjust to travel, especially in football. Football, it's not that. Basketball, baseball, there's a little bit more issue to it. Mm-hmm. Wrestling, of course.
Sure.
But football, 1 day a week, figuring out how you're going to do what you do. I think it, as Jay Foreman would say, the juice is worth the squeeze.
It has to be at this point, especially if you're the Big Ten. Like you said, you're one of the big two, and you are, in some form in control of college football. After winning 3 straight national championships, you want to be the developmental pipeline. You want to get your players, your athletes, maybe even your coaches ready for the NFL. What better way to do that than, hey, guess what? This is part of the deal.
Is that, but I'll ask you, is if that's a part of the working thought, that to get your coaches ready for the NFL?
We don't see that jump made a whole lot necessarily. I think about what Jeff Hafley went from Boston College to the Packers, from obviously Boston College in the ACC, not here in the Big Ten. But I think there is a somewhat natural progression, or at least there could be. If players are flowing up, coaches could as well, but we don't see it as much.
Well, but I'd ask this, with Nebraska and Matt Rule being at the top of the conversation, is that really a step up or a step down? Not all NFL jobs are as wonderful as coaching at Ohio State or Michigan or Oregon. So I don't buy into that you're developing for the NFL. No, quite frankly, it's a viable option that there are 6 programs in the Big Ten that I would put ahead of jobs at the bottom of the NFL. Like, if you tell me you could either think about it, what's the best coaching job in the state of Ohio?
It's Ohio State.
It's Ohio State. It's not the Cleveland Browns. No, it's
not the Cincinnati Bengals.
No,
it's the Cleveland Guardians.
You can go through. The Big Ten is rebranding itself in live time, and I think that's the point. Give them credit, whether it be purposefully or accidentally, in creating what actually is. Because right now, again, the top third of the Big Ten, those jobs are better jobs. They're better paying jobs. They're more secure jobs.
Yeah.
And the branding opportunities are greater in the top third of the Big Ten than there are in the bottom of the NFL. So give the Big Ten credit. That's what this is. Listen, this is a celebration and a party. To be able to say what this is, watching what the Big Ten has done, bravo.
How much of what the Big Ten has done, we can keep this to football, we can go bigger picture, how much of the Big Ten success do you think was planned, and how much of it was, this is beyond even our wildest dreams?
Sometimes you get growth beyond, in spite of yourself. I think the market's chosen. A lot of the conversation in the expansion was that you don't want to spread out too much because of travel, et cetera, et cetera. getting Oregon and Nike, getting Penn State to be kind of a satellite for the East Coast, then getting California and getting 2 Los Angeles programs. Listen, I would like to say that it was luck. No. I think some of it was getting the big markets, getting the right markets, and then, quite frankly, catching lightning in a bottle. You could not plan Indiana football. You could not plan the Nebraska basketball run. You couldn't plan that. That wasn't. You couldn't plan Nebraska's growth in volleyball. You couldn't plan Nebraska and UCLA figuring it out in softball. You couldn't. But you did. You got there, and you were in place for when it happens. They said luck happens when work meets in advance. That's what the Big Ten's done better than even the SEC.
3 consecutive national championships now for the Big Ten. Here on day 1, we will not be hearing from one of the teams that has won the national championship. It'll be Illinois, Rutgers, Penn State, Wisconsin, Iowa, and USC with us here today. But, DP, that takes you coast to coast.
Yes.
You get Rutgers and you get USC. You mentioned, the markets that the Big Ten has expanded into. It'll claim New York, or at least some sort of Eastern outpost. The Big Ten has, made some inroads into Washington, D.C., even without a foothold program down there. Obviously, we're here
Maryland
in Chicago.
Maryland will fight.
Sure.
College Park is the DMV.
Fair enough. Maryland is out there. And then, obviously, on the West Coast with the LA schools. I think the Big Ten has done a great job of fighting against some of that old media bias, because guess what? Now we've seen proof of concept that what the Big Ten wants to do works. The Big Ten football works. It's not, it's just Big Ten football. It'll, get you your 9 wins in the regular season. That's it come postseason. No, it's resulted in almost 40 wins over the last 3 years, maybe even more than 40 wins the last 3 years, and 3 consecutive national championships for the conference.
Style of play, style of development, schemes, different schemes brought into it, style of athlete, type of athlete. What's been injected into the Big Ten is different. It looks different. It plays different. All of those things. I'm not mad. Here's what I would ask of the Big Ten, and this is how good things are. Who's the face of the Big Ten when it comes to football? And it's evolved the last 5 years.
We can go back through time. I mean, there for a moment, you'd say it might have been Jim Harbaugh in Michigan.
For a moment.
Ryan Day has some tenure at the biggest program.
Had a moment.
But the most headlines right now belong to Kurt Cignetti in Indiana.
And we could not have forecasted or planned it.
No. And Kirk Ferentz is the elder statesman. Brett Bielema has been around for a while.
And the beauty of this year's Big Ten football season is that we have a sneaky suspicion that it'll be a 4th phase this year. We don't know. It's an opportunity. But are you willing to bet that one of the 3 that we just mentioned, or 3 programs that we mentioned, repeat?
If it's those 3 or the field, I'm taking the field. Just on principle.
I really didn't. I don't know. And if you ask me that question tomorrow, the answer may be different, right? That's part of why we're here. We get to show, we get to see them. We give some texture to what we think. When you watch Bielema walk in the room, you understand.
Yeah.
There are things that you understand. Presence, culture, vibe, all those things. You go, okay, I understand what Illinois football is right now. Like, whenever he walks in the room, and let me tell you, every single year he's the first one in the room. I don't know if
you think there's a reason for that.
Listen, if that, and quite frankly, again, who sets the tone for the Big Ten media days as a coach? Brett Bielema. He sets it, and any other coach that comes in, I don't care what the records are. The man has stature.
What makes Bielema that great party starter?
As my nephew says, 10 toes down. He is who he is. He's not going to dance for you. He's not going to. He recruits his tail off, but he also works his tail off. Some would say he's a man's man when it comes to presence and how he speaks, and then how, I would imagine as a coach, I could see that his word is bond. That, listen, he says who he is, he shows who he is, he's consistent in that. There's some things that you'd hope would go better, but no, Bielema is Bielema. he comes in here, his kids always tight. They come in, they look the part. They're well prepared for these media days. There are no surprises. They don't go outside the lines. There's no there's nothing for the locker room wall. None of that. Come in, say who you are, tell folks about Illinois football, and let's go home, get back to work.
I think the other thing that works in Bielema's favor is that he's a veteran of the conference without being an old fuddy-duddy.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a big part of it. But he would have fit in. Here's what I'll say about him. He would fit in any era of Big Ten football.
Oh, absolutely.
Right?
Absolutely.
Like there's some coaches, not so much. If 20 years ago we were doing 4 yards in the cloud of dust, Bielema would have figured out, okay, how to win games. As a matter of fact, it might have been better for him. But he's in Illinois, and there is some talent in this space, in the 500-mile radius.
Nebraska recognized that.
There's some talent. So he's smart enough to understand that there needs to be some flexibility in the style of play, what he asks his players to do. But the standard of how they work never changes.
No, absolutely not. Last thing I think for this segment, last year we were out in Las Vegas. This year we're in Chicago. I know you've been to Indy and plenty of other places. When you think about the Big Ten, the statement of who it is and who it wants to be, do you think it's important for the Big Ten to have that anchor city for media days that, hey, this is where we are, this is what we do, it's going to be a well-oiled machine, kind of like it's done for the Big Ten baseball tournament, for example, the Big Ten football championship for the most part at Lucas Oil Stadium in Indianapolis. Is it important for the Big Ten to do more of that with big events like this, or do you think there's value to the Big Ten in spreading the love, sending, postseason tournaments out to College Park or to Las Vegas or Los Angeles, et cetera, et cetera?
Yeah, I mean, there are two schools of thought on it. Think NFL draft party, NBA draft party, where it moves around and it gives other fans a chance to be a part of it, but that's not this kind of event. You're bringing media and talent from all over the country. So you need to find a place that's easy to get to. No matter where you are in the Big Ten, can you get to the city? We've tried Indianapolis. We've tried Chicago. We've tried Vegas. I don't know what the plan for next year. I would imagine that, okay, we wanted to see what Chicago would be. The layout here makes sense to me. One room, self-contained, everything, Radio Row, we're in the room where it happened, so we don't have to look around the corner and send a spy. We can see some of the podiums, the player podiums that are going to happen. I like this. You're able to get to Chicago if Chicago's weather agrees with you. Vegas last year was you never have to worry too much about weather other than being hot.
Easy to get to. Spectacle of it all.
Plenty of space, lots of people. So no matter where you choose, there's something good, and then there's a thing you will concede.
Yes, indeed. All right, 402-464-5685 if you want to be a part of the conversation. 1562, we see your text. We'll get to more on the Starter Heyman Jewelers text line. More conversations as we get rolling here. Day one of Big Ten football media days in Chicago. Before we get out of here, though, let's go ahead and thank our great sponsors. First and foremost, Sandhills Global. They're growing in Lincoln. With their expanding campus and continued growth, they're hiring across a wide range of careers from interns to experienced professionals. Join the team at Sandhills Global to build your career with competitive pay, great benefits, and real opportunities to grow. Visit sandhills.jobs to view openings and apply today. Tell you more about our great sponsors as we continue. He's TP. I'm Austin. We'll be back with more from Chicago soon.
You're listening to 93.7 The Ticket's coverage from Big Ten football media days at the Hilton Chicago. Coverage is sponsored by Warhorse Casino, Sandhills Global, Gary Michaels Clothiers, and Ben Bleicher of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate.
You're counting on your team to win, so why not prove it? By placing your bets at Warhorse Sportsbook. Their win is your win. Put your money where your mouth is on nearly every sporting event. Use the Warhorse app to check odds and build your bets before placing your wagers in person at Warhorse Casino, including live in-game betting. No bets, no glory. Wagers may only be placed on Nebraska-based teams when played outside the state of Nebraska. Must be 21 or older to gamble. Gambling problem? Call 1-833-BET-OVER.
Looking for a fun way to give back? Join us for the 2026 Kicks for Kids Nebraska Fun Run Walk, presented by Pinnacle Bank, on Saturday, August 22nd at James Arthur Vineyard. Enjoy a scenic 5K through beautiful grounds. Every step helps provide shoes to kids in Lincoln and Lancaster County schools, with options for adults, wine included, and kids. Registration fees include a t-shirt, medal, and bag. Sign up today and make a difference at kicksforkidsnebraska.org.
Are you looking for an exciting new way to put your skills to work? Explore new career options in the fintech industry at Currency, a Sandhills Global company. We offer full-time positions in financial sales, compliance, operations, and other fields. We also offer a 4.5-day work week, an attractive benefits package, and opportunities for advancement. Put your motivation to work and grow with us at Currency. Visit gocurrency.com/careers to learn more.
When your business is ready for its next move, I'm here to help make it happen. I'm Corey Vandeweghe, Commercial Loan Officer at Midwest Bank on 70th and Pioneers Boulevard. Lincoln is full of bold ideas and hardworking business owners, and I'm proud to support the people driving that progress. Whether you're launching something new or investing in growth, I'll work with you to find lending solutions that move your business forward. Swing in anytime. I'd love to hear what you're building. Your community, your bank, Midwest Bank, member FDIC.
This summer, Salt Dogs fans are making history at Haymarket Park. We're celebrating 25 seasons of grit, grins, heart, and hometown pride. Lincoln, you built this stadium. You named this team. And season after season, it's you, the fans, that keep us coming back for more. So let our thank you be our promise. The best is yet to come. Your local tradition plays on. Get your tickets at saltdogs.com.
Looking for the right utility tractor for your acreage? Find it at Landmark Implement. Shop our selection of used John Deere compact tractors from 1 through 5 series with the power and versatility to track mowing, yard work, snow removal, and more. For a limited time, get 2.9% financing for 36 months, followed by 6.2% for 24 months with approved credit. We've got the right fit for your property and your budget. Stop by your local Landmark Implement or visit us online at landmarkimp.com today and experience the Landmark difference.
Hi, Charlie Stone again, and Andy Goodyear with Honda of Lincoln will be joining me shortly to talk about a milestone accomplishment at Honda of Lincoln. But before I talk to Andy, I'd like to add a comment of my own. I know you have a lot of choices when buying a new or pre-owned vehicle. It was just announced that Honda of Lincoln is once again the winner for the Lincoln's Choice Award for new car dealers. It's not easy to win that award because it's all based on the highest level of customer satisfaction. I think Honda of Lincoln really is your best choice. Now let's talk to Andy.
Thanks, Charlie, and thanks for your kind words.
Andy, tell us what it takes to win an award like this.
Will do, Charlie. It's about being customer-focused. Our sales and service team have been with us for a long time, and every day, all they focus on is 100% customer satisfaction. It's really that simple.
Maybe it's time you experience the best. The Honda of Lincoln way of doing business. 27th and Yankee Hill Road or online at hondaoflincoln.com.
Lincoln is always on the move, and keeping our streets in great shape takes a lot of teamwork. While city crews are hard at work making improvements across town, you've got a couple of easy ways to stay one step ahead. Get updates on the projects that matter most to you by visiting lincoln.ne.gov/textlnk, finding your project and texting the keyword to 91896. You can also download the free Waze app for live route updates and easier navigation. A little planning can make a big difference. Keep moving, Lincoln. We're routing for you.
Rick Heyman here from Sartor Heyman Jewelers. I want to personally thank our great customers for voting us once again the best of Lincoln. At the same time, we're celebrating our 120th year in business in the great state of Nebraska. You can count on Sartor Heyman for the very best quality, value, and customer service. When it comes to your jewelry needs, visit us at South Point, Grand Island, and the Outlet in downtown Lincoln. Visit us today at sartorheyman.com, and thank you for your continued trust after all these years.
Constructors is now hiring for all positions with pay starting at 23 and up based on experience. Constructors has immediate job openings for mechanics, bridge builders, operators, and drivers. Start your new career today. Constructors offer great pay, health, dental, and vision, paid time off, paid holidays, and so much more. Join the crew today and be a part of Nebraska's oldest paving company dating back to 1908. For a complete list of openings and to apply online, visit constructorslincoln.com.
Hi, it's Sean Callahan here with Koppel Chevrolet GMC in Louisville. Koppel is proud to be the highest rated GMC dealer in the Omaha and Lincoln areas based on Google reviews. Right now, get 0% financing for 60 months on new Silverado and Sierra 1500 models. But hurry, the 0% financing offer won't last long. Visit us in Louisville or check us out online at koppelcars.com.
You're listening to 93.7 The Ticket's coverage from Big Ten Football Media Days at the Hilton Chicago. Coverage is sponsored by Warhorse Casino, Sandhills Global, Gary Michaels Clothiers, and Ben Bleicher of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate. Welcome back to 93.7 The Ticket's coverage of Big Ten Media Days live from Chicago. Presented by Warhorse Casino, Gary Michaels Clothiers, Sandhills Global, and Ben Bleicher of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate on 93.7 The Ticket and theticketfm.com.
Yes, indeed. Welcome back into the Hilton Chicago. Coverage of Big Ten Media Days on 93.7 The Ticket, made possible in part by Gary Michaels Clothiers. In celebration of America turning 250 years old, Gary Michaels is offering a $250 reduction off any suit or sport coat and pant combo through the month of July. The entire inventory of Oxford, Caruso, Heritage Gold, Jack Victor, and more is included. Plus, you'll get a free woven USA-themed tie with every suit or sport coat purchase. You can call Gary, Nate, or Fabian at 402-423-7848, or you can go to GaryMichaels.com to learn more. He's TP. I'm Austin. Jake Sorensen, Jay Foreman will be along at some point over the course of it.
Let's say next year we go back to the Blazers from Gary Michaels.
Man.
Yeah, let's make a note to that. So,
y'all got fitted one year.
Yeah,
I missed out on that.
Yeah, so we'll take it back.
They don't want my radio face besmirching.
We will take it back. We need to go back to Blazers.
I'm here for it.
Look, the fitting party was exceptional. So yeah.
I know nothing
Next
except
year.
good work done by
year.
Gary Michaels. So,
Next year.
Gary Michaels, don't worry. We are coming. You can get suited and booted at Gary Michaels if you're looking for your jewelry, engagement ring, fellas, whatever it is. You can go to Sartor Heyman Jewelers. They sponsor our text line. You'll look great on both accounts. On that Sartor Heyman Jewelers text line, DP 1562 says, to your question about would it be surprising to you if anyone in that group of three most recent national champions, Michigan, Ohio State, or Indiana, did it again? 1562 says, I'm angry about the Michigan situation. That dumpster fire did not deserve a quality coach like Whittingham, and because of that, I really think they have a chance to win the conference.
Yeah, I'm with you on one, it was a dumpster fire. Two, Kyle Whittingham was the offseason hire of all hires. I thought he was too good for that program. I said so publicly, said so to him, as a matter of fact. But I understand. I've also said if I could have crinkled my nose and had anybody else join the staff, it would be Kyle Whittingham. Just the right kind of man, right kind of leader, right kind of dude. So yeah, Michigan becomes dangerous again. I think Michigan is next year because it will take. But here's, as soon as I say that, I remember.
Don't sell your guy short.
I just remember him walking into Utah when Urban left and doing damage with less talent than he'll have at Michigan. He's done more with less. So the fact that he has Michigan access, Michigan resources, yeah, they're a problem. If we saw Michigan in the Big Ten championship game, I would not be surprised.
Not at all. On that front, is Utah a do more with less program, a do more with more, or just kind of a middle-of-the-road, average, good, well-resourced institution and program?
I just wish more programs worked like Utah does. Utah does not have everything. I mean, it's not the most prominent program or important program or prioritized program in the state of Utah. That's BYU, always going to be, always will be. But what they do on that little hill in Salt Lake City and the way that they recruiting around religion, recruiting around markets, and now planting seeds to develop talent at home. They've done a better job of building young football talent around Salt Lake City. Compliments Kyle Whittingham and company. Yeah, I'd say they do the most with the least until Indiana came along, because Indiana did the most with the least.
You mentioned the character of a guy like Kyle Whittingham, and we see the whole roster of coaches today. Talked about Brett Bielema a little bit, Greg Schiano, Matt Campbell, Luke Fickell, Kirk Ferentz, and Lincoln Riley. There's a couple guys there, DP and Bielema and Ferentz, maybe even Schiano, that are, institutions at their institutions, if you will, right? Lincoln Riley, certainly a big flashy name. Luke Fickell, a lot of conversation, a lot of chatter around his time in Madison so far. What can the right coach mean for an institution? What can the right guy for the job mean and do, not just for the program, but the university and the fan base as a whole?
Well, I mean, Cignetti is the answer. That's the answer. That's what you can do. Change in philosophy, change in how you work, change in who you're bringing into the program and why. Being ahead of the curve, not being afraid of going outside, coloring outside the line to get a different result in a different picture. And then believe that everything that needed to exist there did in order to win a Big Ten championship. No, he had work to do. Then to dream for Indiana football, to dream of being in the national playoffs and then win the dang thing.
Mm-hmm.
In 2 years, what's done. And he did this from a program that was a 3-win program, a 5-win program.
Mm-hmm.
He brought in different athletes. Did he go and rob Power 4 programs? No.
Not across the board.
No. He went and found football players that fit what he does. He was purposeful in how he dealt with the administrators of the university.
Mm-hmm.
He worked well within the athletic department. He absolutely dealt with, controlled, and linear focused the media in Indiana, who didn't want to pay attention to Indiana football because paying attention at the time, you had Indiana women's basketball, men's basketball. You had some opportunities, and he refocused, reshaped everything to his image, to his standard. That's what every program should have and what they need. But here's the thing. There are 18 elite coaches in the Big Ten football conference. You can be one of the top 10 coaches in the country and not be in the top 5 of the Big Ten.
Yeah.
So that's a real thing, establishing culture. The next great one maybe walks in today. Maybe it's Matt Campbell at Penn State. Maybe Lincoln Riley takes the next step, and there's going to come a time when he needs to take the next step.
Mm-hmm.
If 3 years from now he's still in the haven't won a title conversation, that's a problem. That's a problem. I think that's one of the stories of the day. So these coaches, the players that are coming in the transfer portal era, the folks who are here today have made their choices and have locked in, and they have some responsibility. But the coaches being faces of the program and then North Stars for the program. North Stars. You can only go as high as your leadership will allow you. How many coaches in the Big Ten Conference can actually lead their team to a Big Ten championship? That number changes from year to year.
If you're a college football playoff caliber coach, are you automatically a national championship caliber coach?
No. Not well in the Big Ten. How many? Not every coach in the Big Ten is going to win a Big Ten title, let alone a national title.
Mm-hmm.
And here's a question for you, Austin. If you get into the playoff as a Big Ten 1, 2, 3, or 4, is it easier to win the national title than it would be the Big Ten title?
I think it's a different sort of deal, because I think if you're Big Ten 1, you're probably undefeated, maybe one loss, but I think maybe some tiebreakers come into play at 3 or 4. And so then you're looking at, okay, if we're Big Ten 3, are we number 8 or are we number 9? Do we get the home game? Do we go on the road? If we're Big Ten 4, do we go to SEC 2? Do we go to Big 12 champ? Where do we go with the
winnable
format?
games?
Winnable games, you would think, and then you get into it, and then, okay, we're down to Big Ten play again at the end of the year, more likely than not. So I think it's a different kind of difference.
Are you surprised at end of season that there are 2 Big Ten teams in the national championship game?
Yes and no. I think that when the teams get there to the national championship game, it's, they've been forged in the fire. They were the best all year. Look at, they came through all their battles. They're ready for it. When they fall short, the story we hear, especially recently from the SEC at their media days, was, well, we're still the toughest conference top to bottom. And, we tire ourselves out by playing each other week in, week out. And that's why 9 games is going to be such a challenge for us. Well, guess what? Big Ten's played 9 conference games for a long time now. They have 3 national titles to show for it. There aren't the days off like the SEC would claim. So I think that, if there are 2 at the end, yeah, I'm a little surprised because of how tough Big Ten football is and the road through it. But I'm not surprised because they faced those challenges through the years. And so what's a playoff?
Yeah, and is this the year that, the argument would be over what's the conference? Is it the Big Ten? Is it the SEC? And then the question then becomes, does depth matter? Are we talking at the top of the Big Ten, or are we talking the top of the SEC?
Mm-hmm.
At the top of the Big Ten is the best football in the country. The top half of the Big Ten and the top half of the SEC on the same playing field.
You think so?
Right?
Yep.
Fair?
Yep.
Top players. I would have thought Heisman trophies were just flowing through the SEC. Just fully connected to the waistbands of these SEC dominant teams, but not so much.
Not necessarily.
Not so much now. So in this season, the Big Ten Conference has players. That trophy that's sitting behind us is if you had to put a favorite status on it, comes from the Big Ten.
Yeah, at least the top 2
comes from the Big Ten, and that trophy has more recent connection to the Big Ten than it does anything else, and I think that's important to state.
We'll keep talking about that through the course of the hour in the show. Coming up in the 10 o'clock hour, it'll be a Big Ten Commissioner, Tony Petitti. He will take the stage at 10:45. So we can have that big conversation, I think, to set the stage for what Commissioner Petitti is going to talk about here in just about an hour. He's TP. I'm Austin. A big thanks to Warhorse Casino for making coverage from Hilton Chicago possible. Download the Warhorse Casino app today where you can view live odds and build your bets. Plus, when you play at Warhorse, you keep the tax revenue in Nebraska. Warhorse Casino, where Nebraska wins. We'll wrap up hour 1 from day 1 of Big Ten Media Days next on The Ticket.
You're listening to 93.7 The Ticket's coverage from Big Ten Football Media Days at the Hilton Chicago. Coverage is sponsored by Warhorse Casino, Sandhills Global, Gary Michaels Clothiers, and Ben Bleicher of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate.
Hi, Charlie Stone again, and Andy Goodyear with Honda of Lincoln will be joining me shortly to talk about a milestone accomplishment at Honda of Lincoln. But before I talk to Andy, I'd like to add a comment of my own. I know you have a lot of choices when buying a new or pre-owned vehicle. It was just announced that Honda of Lincoln is once again the winner for the Lincoln's Choice Award for new car dealers. It's not easy to win that award because it's all based on the highest level of customer satisfaction. I think Honda of Lincoln really is your best choice. Now let's talk to Andy.
Thanks, Charlie, and thanks for your kind words.
Andy, tell us what it takes to win an award like this.
Will do, Charlie. It's about being customer focused. Our sales and service team have been with us for a long time, and every day, all they focus on is 100% customer satisfaction. It's really that simple.
Maybe it's time you experience the best. The Honda of Lincoln way of doing business. 27th and Yankee Hill Road or online at hondaoflincoln.com.
At Planet Fitness, your pace is as personal as your playlist. That's why right now, you can get up to 3 free months of Apple Music when you join for just $1 down. With best-in-class equipment, free fitness training, and a judgment-free environment, we have everything you need to go your speed. Join Planet Fitness for $1 down and get up to 3 free months of Apple Music. No commitment. Deal ends July 31st. Additional fees and restrictions apply. See Home Club for details.
Bauer Underground has been serving local contractors and utility contractors all across the state since 1997. When you see the black and white truck, you know the best workers in the business have arrived. Bauer is currently looking for equipment operators, laborers, diesel mechanics, and aerial linemen. Join the brotherhood built upon hard work, authentic people, and a pedigree of success. They're offering top-notch benefits, matching 401k, and a $600 per year clothing allowance. Bauer Underground, a family-friendly company with room for advancement.
Looking for a fun way to give back? Join us for the 2026 Kicks for Kids Nebraska Fun Run Walk, presented by Pinnacle Bank, on Saturday, August 22nd at James Arthur Vineyard. Enjoy a scenic 5K through beautiful grounds. Every step helps provide shoes to kids in Lincoln and Lancaster County schools, with options for adults, wine included, and kids. Registration fees include a t-shirt, medal, and bag. Sign up today and make a difference at kicksforkidsnebraska.org.
Rick Heyman here from Sartor Heyman Jewelers. I want to personally thank our great customers for voting us once again the best of Lincoln. At the same time, we're celebrating our 120th year in business in the great state of Nebraska. You can count on Sartor Heyman for the very best quality, value, and customer service. When it comes to your jewelry needs, visit us at South Point, Grand Island, and the Outlet in downtown Lincoln. Visit us today at sartorheyman.com, and thank you for your continued trust after all these years.
Is there anything worse than paying for something that's done half-assed? You buy something, you want it to work, especially when it comes to your internet. When you're trying to stream a movie, work from home, or shop online, half-assed internet doesn't get it done. At Allo Fiber, we don't do anything half-assed. We offer 100% real fiber and real human support that serves the community from the community. So while others may say they have fiber, in the end, there's half-fast fiber, and then there's Allo Fiber. Allo Fiber, internet built for you.
Ever look at your house and think, ouch, it's stuck in the past? Or realize that your kitchen needs a new everything? Like thousands of homeowners, you can simply call SprayNet Lincoln. Their patented spray system and paint delivers a flawless factory finish. No mess, done in a day, and cost-effective. It looks just like new, including your vinyl. And it's all backed by their 15-year no-peel warranty. SprayNet Lincoln, custom chemistry and smarter painting. Google SprayNet Lincoln or call them now at 402-383-3336 or email ching@spray-net.com. Guys, if you're dealing with low back pain or trouble urinating, don't just live with it. These could be signs of treatable conditions. At Advanced Medical Imaging, their interventional radiologists specialize in minimally invasive procedures designed to relieve symptoms and improve your quality of life without major surgery. June is Men's Health Month. Take the step. Call Advanced Medical Imaging today to schedule a consult and find out what AMI can do for you.
Constructors is now hiring for all positions with pay starting at 23 and up based on experience. Constructors has immediate job openings for mechanics, bridge builders, operators, and drivers. Start your new career today. Constructors offer great pay, health, dental, and vision, paid time off, paid holidays, and so much more. Join the crew today and be a part of Nebraska's oldest paving company dating back to 1908. For a complete list of openings and to apply online, visit constructorslincoln.com.
This summer, Salt Dogs fans are making history at Haymarket Park. We're celebrating 25 seasons of grit, grins, heart, and hometown pride. Lincoln, you built this stadium. You named this team. And season after season, it's you, the fans, that keep us coming back for more. So let our thank you be our promise. The best is yet to come. Your local tradition plays on. Get your tickets at saltdogs.com.
Lincoln is always on the move, and keeping our streets in great shape takes a lot of teamwork. While city crews are hard at work making improvements across town, you've got a couple of easy ways to stay one step ahead. Get updates on the projects that matter most to you by visiting lincoln.ne.gov/textlnk, finding your project and texting the keyword to 91896. You can also download the free Waze app for live route updates and easier navigation. A little planning can make a big difference. Keep moving, Lincoln. We're routing for you.
You're listening to 93.7 The Tickets, coverage from Big Ten Football Media Days at the Hilton Chicago. Coverage is sponsored by Warhorse Casino, Sandhills Global, Gary Michaels Clothiers, and Ben Blaker of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate. Welcome back to 93.7 The Ticket's coverage of Big Ten Media Days live from Chicago. Presented by Warhorse Casino, Gary Michaels Clothiers, Sandhills Global, and Ben Blaker of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate on 93.7 The Ticket and theticketfm.com.
Yes, indeed. Put a bow on hour one of coverage from the Hilton Chicago. He's DP. I'm Austin. Big thanks to Ben Blaker, Professional Realty Group of Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate. Whether you're buying or selling residential, luxury, leasing, investment properties, or commercial properties, small or large, Ben's team offers decades of experience, unbeatable customer service, and promises to fully protect your interests throughout the transaction. Give them a call, 402-419-6309 for all your real estate needs, or you can go to prg-ne.com. DP, we are here in front of all the uniforms, all the many trophies that the Big Ten has on display. Just from looking down the row, your favorite and least favorite, maybe just favorite.
You're a mean man,
uniform
Mr.
combination
Orman.
that you
You're a
can see.
mean man, Mr. Orman. I'm gonna file a complaint with the ownership. You should be ashamed of yourself for putting me in such a tough, difficult position that you just did, asking me a question that there is no answer to, sir. There's no answer. There's no answer to this. There's zero chance I get the answer right.
And that's why I hope ownership will dismiss the complaint, because there's no right answer, which means there's no wrong answer.
Okay,
correct?
so let me say this about it's one of my favorite things about coming to Big Ten Media Days, because the uniform display, it helps me breathe in Big Ten football.
Mm-hmm.
It lets me breathe, and I'm a jersey guy. Like, I love jerseys.
Mm-hmm.
And I, as a coach, you would be amazed how much time was spent on having what are we going to wear, what do we want, what do we want it to look like. Now, to say this, if I could pick any uniform to wear, listen, man, I hate to do this. I hate to say this. Oh, no, I'm going to say this. Okay, let's go helmets first.
Okay, helmets first. Yep, you can do it.
Oh, can I say you're going to be mad at me. You
No
know,
right or wrong answer.
You know the helmet I love the most this year? Terps.
Okay.
Because it has Terps on the
Script
helmet.
Terps?
It has the
Okay,
script Terps.
okay.
Oh, that's a great red.
It is.
The jersey, oh, man, that's tough. But that Oregon is fire.
Oh, and see, I'm from the other era where that's not my flavor of Oregon. That's not my favorite of theirs.
Well, the old Oregon was trash.
It was.
It was
truly
trash. This is exceptional. What I love, what gives credibility to the icons, USC, Penn State, and Michigan, is that the whole uniform comes together. They do that better than anybody else.
Yeah. Top to bottom. Helmet
But
to shoes.
if you want to throw a wild card in it, there are two things you have to consider. One, Illinois' display is fire.
It's pretty good.
Illinois, this one with the blue and the orange pants.
Yeah.
They're the only orange pants.
Mm-hmm.
Like that.
Yeah.
Tell me. Say
All the
more.
orange in the conference.
Say more.
Yeah.
Plus the orange Nike. Those are the Air Jordans with that looks like the Air Jordan 11, but it's in a football cleat. Okay, Illinois, go fight on. Do your thing. But I want to say this, folks. Indiana has announced their presence with authority. And let me tell you, first of all, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 teams that in the display have the towels, the waist towels. Logoed waist towel. Indiana does that. Here's the thing. Indiana said, we are the gold standard of the Big Ten Football Conference by putting gold in their shoes.
They're like prismatic, too.
It has
Yeah.
nothing to do with their color.
Not a thing.
But it is a statement out loud. We are the gold standard boys. Welcome to Indiana and the national champions. That is bravo to whoever Chef's kiss touch. Beautiful, wonderful thing. I do like, look, listen, Michigan, all of the powerhouse programs got shoe game right. There's one blue blood that did not, and I'm sad about it.
And we can leave it at that. Yeah, I mean, there's not really a bad one in the lineup. I am a little surprised, though, that there's not a blue and gold team. Michigan has the blue and yellow, but across 18 teams in the Big Ten, there's no, like, blue and gold.
Well, UCLA is
true.
UCLA,
like Navy. Yeah, like they have their but what's the color for UCLA? Is it the blue or is it the gold?
It is that gold.
Okay.
It's not a yellow, that's a gold.
Fair.
Right? I mean, I think that's what that is. And the fact that, the California schools do a better job of uniforming up their guys.
They have to.
You really, well, I mean, you got to design
Hollywood
it, right? It's Hollywood, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's a full-on thing. Shout out to Wisconsin for getting the red shoes.
They did.
Yeah, they got the red shoes. Not everybody did that.
No.
Look at Rutgers with the red tips.
Okay.
Yeah,
Rutgers.
And in Oregon with the faded green.
Yeah, those are pretty sick cleats. I will give them
that. Yeah, there's some that cared, some that mailed it in.
Well, it's the uniforms. I'm sure you'll do a walkthrough of that at some point. But, DP, at the end of next hour, at the end of one of the hours, I do want your thoughts on all the trophies behind us. Which one is your favorite design? Which one looks the coolest? So we'll ask another tough question.
I am a child, man. I'm a grown man, baby, when it comes to these college football trophies.
So we will talk about that at some point throughout the course of the day. Coming up in about 45 minutes, though, we're going to hear from Big Ten Commissioner Tony Petitti. He'll be at the podium to kick things off here at Big Ten Media Days. Let's do some big picture conversations about the Big Ten. Is it the league? What are the challenges facing the league? What's exciting for it? We'll do that all ahead in the 10 o'clock hour.
You're listening to 93.7 The Ticket's coverage from Big Ten Football Media Days at the Hilton Chicago. Coverage is sponsored by Warhorse Casino, Sandhills Global, Gary Michaels Clothiers, and Ben Blaker of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate.
Lincoln is always on the move, and keeping our streets in great shape takes a lot of teamwork. While city crews are hard at work making improvements across town, you've got a couple of easy ways to stay one step ahead. Get updates on the projects that matter most to you by visiting lincoln.ne.gov/textlnk, finding your project and texting the keyword to 91896. You can also download the free Waze app for live route updates and easier navigation. A little planning can make a big difference. Keep moving, Lincoln. We're routing for you.
Iconic summer moments deserve an iconic drink. Reach for Mountain Dew, an American original. From its beginnings in the foothills of Tennessee to your biggest summer yet. The refreshing citrus kick of Mountain Dew is the perfect companion to your American summer adventures. Enjoy the refreshing citrus kick of Mountain Dew. Tasting great since '48. Look for Mountain Dew in stores near you at mountaindew.com. That's mountaindew.com.
At Planet Fitness, your pace is as personal as your playlist. That's why right now, you can get up to 3 free months of Apple Music when you join for just $1 down. With best-in-class equipment, free fitness training, and a judgment-free environment, we have everything you need to go your speed. Join Planet Fitness for $1 down and get up to 3 free months of Apple Music. No commitment. Deal ends July 31st. Additional fees and restrictions apply. See Home Club for details.
Rick Heyman here from Sartor Heyman Jewelers. I want to personally thank our great customers for voting us once again the best of Lincoln. At the same time, we're celebrating our 120th year in business in the great state of Nebraska. You can count on Sartor Heyman for the very best quality, value, and customer service. When it comes to your jewelry needs, visit us at South Point, Grand Island, and the Outlet in downtown Lincoln. Visit us today at sartorheyman.com, and thank you for your continued trust after all these years.
Ever look at your house and think, ouch, it's stuck in the past? Or realize that your kitchen needs a new everything? Like thousands of homeowners, you can simply call SprayNet Lincoln. Their patented spray system and paint delivers a flawless factory finish, no mess, done in a day, and cost-effective. It looks just like new, including your vinyl. And it's all backed by their 15-year no-peel warranty. SprayNet Lincoln, custom chemistry and smarter painting. Google SprayNet Lincoln or call them now at 402-383-3336 or email ching@spray-net.com. There once was a man from Nebraska who went searching for food in Alaska. When his stomach was rumbling while laying in bed, he could think of only one option, Fuhrer's cheese spread. So he left it once and drove day and night to return back home for cheese spread delight. Now his stomach is full and the voice in his head tells him no more vacations without Fuhrer's cheese spread. Find yours today at most local grocers.
This is Lincoln's home for sports talk on the FM dial. Also online at theticketfm.com. On the internet, KNTK FM Firth, 93.7 The Ticket.
New from Arbor Axe House comes Benny's Battle Barge, the mobile axe throwing adventure. Perfect for festivals, parties, fundraisers, and celebrations. Charter the barge at arbораxe.com or call Arbor Axe House at 402-802-9696. Arbor Axe House at the corner of N Street and Antelope Valley.
Time for a new AC? Call Bryant. Get rebates now and lower operating costs every day. For comfort and efficiency, call 467-1111. Bryant Air Conditioning, Heating, Electrical, and Plumbing.
Are you ready for a new opportunity? Check out Sandhills Global. Join a dynamic team where your skills are valued and your career can soar. We offer full-time positions with a 4.5-day work week, competitive pay, excellent benefits, and a positive work environment. From IT and marketing to sales and finance, we're looking for talented individuals like you. Apply today at sandhills.jobs and take the first step towards an exciting future. That's sandhills.jobs. Don't wait. Apply now.
Is there anything worse than paying for something that's done half-assed? You buy something, you want it to work, especially when it comes to your internet. When you're trying to stream a movie, work from home, or shop online, half-assed internet doesn't get it done. At Allo Fiber, we don't do anything half-assed. We offer 100% real fiber and real human support that serves the community from the community. So while others may say they have fiber, in the end, there's half-fast fiber, and then there's Allo Fiber. Allo Fiber, internet built for you.
You're listening to 93.7 The Ticket's coverage from Big Ten Football Media Days at the Hilton Chicago. Coverage is sponsored by Warhorse Casino, Sandhills Global, Gary Michaels Clothiers, and Ben Bleicher of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate. Live from the Hilton Chicago, 93.7 The Ticket brings you coverage of the 2026 Big Ten Football Media Days. Derek Pearson, Jay Foreman, Jake Sorensen, and Austin Orman bring you exclusive interviews and in-depth conversations while you get ready for the upcoming Big Ten football season. Coverage from Big Ten Media Days is powered by Warhorse Casino, Gary Michaels Clothiers, Sandhills Global, and Ben Bleicher of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate. This is Big Ten Media Days, live from Chicago on 93.7 The Ticket and theticketfm.com.
Yes, it is Big Ten Media Days live from the Hilton Chicago. Austin Orman, DP, with you here. Jake Sorensen and Jay Foreman on their way out here to join us for hopefully the rest of today, but if not, then certainly for day 2 and day 3. You can join us for 9 hours each of the next 3 days. Well, I suppose 8 hours left today, 9 a.m. till 6 p.m. with a big tip of the cap to Sandhills Global, Gary Michaels, Clothiers, Warhorse Casino, and Ben Bleicher for their sponsorship of the trip and our coverage. Big thank you to them as always. Big thank you to our listeners as well for making this possible, for tuning in. You can be a part of the conversation as always, 402-464-5685 DP. We're about 40 minutes away from hearing from Big Ten Commissioner Tony Petitti. And I know you talk a lot about maybe not finding the answer, but the right questions. What are the big questions that you would have for Tony Petitti? What are the questions facing his Big Ten conference?
Oh, I would be absolutely that guy that would ask the first question and go, so, Commissioner, what's it feel like to own college football? What's it like to be the lead of the conference where champions live? The Big Ten Conference, where national champions live.
Can the Big Ten claim the Conference of Champions moniker from the Pac-12, given that UCLA is now a member of the Big Ten?
Who's gonna buck that?
Fair.
Like we understand that the folks down south would have something to say, but if I'm Petitti, I hit the stand and I say, "Welcome to the Big Ten Conference, where national champions live." That's what I would start this. It is interesting as a commissioner to speak from the top of the mountain, to sit on the throne. As a matter of fact, if I'm Petitti, I have a throne that they pull up the screen and he sits on the throne. and does his presser from the throne.
What does this throne look like? Take us through the build of the chair. Wood, metal, gold, silver,
Oh, this
plush, comfy.
this is gold. It's gold. You have to do that. Although you could do football leather, and it would be okay. It would be okay. I think it's a thing, and he needs a chalice, right? He needs the big,
of course, yep.
right, to sip the nectar of the football gods from. I think that would be fair. Listen, it's all earned, and I find it interesting that in the logo this year on the screen it has the 3 national champions. It has the 3 national championship trophies, and that has to be said.
Yeah.
That's what's happening in the Big Ten football conference, and who they are. Like, he gets to identify to the rest of the country who is the Big Ten, who is Big Ten conference football, who we are, and quite frankly, the answer is national champions. We're the last 3 national champions. We're the best there is. Everybody else is in pursuit of where the Big Ten is. And hey, the 2026 national championship goes through the Big Ten football conference. Say it. Don't be ashamed of it. Don't be shy. Don't be humble. No. Because you think any other conference would be quietly talking about it if the ACC won 3? Oh my goodness gracious! Like, they'd never shut up about it.
We got tired of hearing about the SEC about it, and that's your competition. And so Midwest Nice is a thing. You can win with class and still let them know.
Well, again, quietly put, the 3 trophies are standing on stage.
Right.
It's also a part of the logo, and all of the last 3 national championship trophies have Big Ten member programs on it. Say it. It's okay to speak the truth and fact. That's a statement of fact.
If you're one of the 15 coaches that didn't win the national championship over the last 3 years, or 15 schools, I should say, what does standing up there on the podium next to those do for your mindset?
It's the only acceptable standard. It's the only acceptable direction. This Football Media Days is the GPS, and it allows you to say, here's where we are. And every program, all 18 programs, can tell you where they are when they walk in the room. Matter of fact, they've planned to tell you who they are before they walk in the room. So the GPS becomes set. Here's who we are. Here's how we got here. Then it says national Big Ten championship, national championship. Those are the only things, acceptable things, that can be programmed into your GPS if you're a Big Ten football program. That's it. That's it. And then you get to stand up and look next to the trophy. Because if you're aspiring to win the Big Ten and you're authentic in your work, you're authentic in your development, you're authentic in the work you're going to put in, then you can look at the 3 trophies. Because those national championship trophies are the byproduct of working your tail off to win the Big Ten Conference. That's the standard. So ask every coach that walks in the door, what's in your GPS? What does standard look like? What does acceptable look like? Because once you tell me what's acceptable and what isn't, it tells me what to pass. And if you don't have it set to play in the Big Ten championship game, oh boy, what a long, circular, distracted, detour-ridden 2026 football season you're going to have in the Big Ten Conference.
We talk a lot, or we mention a lot about the last 3 national championships. Clearly, though, the foundation was laid before that, right? Outside of maybe Indiana, where maybe it did just pop up overnight, and credit to Curt Cignetti and many other unnamed people for making that possible. TP, is Tony, how much of the Big Ten success do you think Tony Petitti is responsible for? Obviously, he stands on Kevin Warren's shoulders, Jim Delaney's shoulders before him. How much of a part of the Big Ten success right now is Tony Petitti? How much of it is him, with new innovative ideas? How much of it is him just keeping the momentum rolling from the previous decade?
So all successes are the accumulation of the things that preceded it. Everything, again, in the GPS, the thing about GPS is it tells you where you are. So the Big Ten sits at the top of college football. It tells you how you got there, right? And the Big Ten had to go through some stuff. Go back to COVID, go back pre-COVID, go back to the exchange of coaches, the transition, the transfer portal. NIL, revenue share, media rights, etc. And all of those things had to be managed and micromanaged. It's the accumulation, and none of the success at the top happens without all 18 member institutions doing their part, right? If there's no standard at the bottom of the Big Ten, what happens at the top doesn't matter.
Sure.
So give him credit for managing 18 member programs who all have different personalities, different histories, different levels of priority and focus when it comes to football. We would love to say that these are all football schools. That's not true. But what you've done at the top third is to set the standard for college football. You can pick any one of 6 programs and say those 6 programs will tell you how this season is going to go, how the entire college football season is going to go. You sit at the top 6 of the Big Ten Football Conference. And then the second 6, the middle 6 will tell you, what do you have to aspire to? How much work do you have? Like revenue streams, right? What's happening in the middle third? Because that's going to drive what happens at the top of it. Give him full credit for managing this, leading this. This is not an accident. When we talked about Indiana and Cignetti is the accumulation of what happened before he got to Indiana.
Kevin Wilson, Tom Allen, etc.
All those, but what he did at James Madison and the places he was, that's what happened in Indiana. He just brought the accumulation, the momentum, the successes, the standards that he had set already before he got to Indiana. He brought them to Indiana, and then that's the result.
We will hear from Curt Cignetti coming up on day 3. That's when Nebraska will speak as well. Lots to get to still in the course of this conversation. The question I think I'll throw out to you, DP, is this. After these 3 consecutive national championships, do you think the Big Ten should be pressing its advantages and trying to continue to mold college football and the state of the sport into how and what the Big Ten wants it to be? Or with success, should the Big Ten push to maintain the status quo that it's been so successful in?
No, the Big Ten is iconic in its ability to be fluid. It used to be the consistency that was the identity. Mm-hmm. But no, you can't say, listen, college football is following the Big Ten Conference. In media deals, revenue share, all those things, NIL, all of game presentation, social media engagement, partner sponsorships, all of those things are being led by the Big Ten Conference. And now Indiana and the Big Ten Conference are dictating the conversations that are had, because the conversations we had 2 years ago about how success was going to happen in the Big Ten, all of those were sniped. All of those were shot down because, I don't know, there's a dude in Indiana that said, you know what, there's another way to do this. And quite frankly, everybody now has to pay attention to what happens in Indiana to figure out what's going to happen in their program.
Commissioner Petiti walked into the big conference room hall. He's not scheduled to go to the podium till 10:45, but he is here. He is present. So, again, we'll tell you what he has to say. You went through some of the list, but DP, what does pressing the advantages, what does being fluid look like for the Big Ten moving forward? Is it more money? Is it college football playoff related? Is it NFL draft related? How do you view the Big Ten and its fluidity continuing to set the standard for college football?
It's being present. It's being present. Win now. Win now. Development becomes a matter of, yes, at the core of who teams are, being able to coach whoever you have. But you better win now. And the transfer portal means I can address the things, the holes that I have, I can address those. Lack of talent, I can address those. I've got revenue share where I've got numbers and a budget. Each program now has a GM that it kind of helps them navigate and direct how they're going to do business. The media contracts are fully in play. They're active, they're loud, and they're affecting things because that shared money gives everybody a chance to get better. Without the media rights and all of it, there's zero chance Indiana becomes Indiana.
No.
If they're not getting their share of the media rights and the money. Mm-hmm. And again, think about this. You have to pay attention to 4 and 3 years ago, because Indiana in the television schedule didn't really get love.
No.
Guess where they're going to be now?
Getting love.
They're the national story, and they're going to get the best time slots. I can't imagine many of those, let's throw them in the 11 o'clock just to throw them in the 11 o'clock sort of situations. It doesn't work that way now.
Well, that's so interesting to me, too, because the Big Ten's primary partner that has a stake in the Big Ten Conference itself made that 11 a.m. window its primetime window.
Here's the first thing. It's the system of thirds.
Mm-hmm.
A third of the football fans want their entree first. They want it first thing Saturday morning. You waited all week. Give me college football at its best, 11 a.m., 12 a.m. Eastern, 12 noon Eastern time. Give me. I'm tired of waiting. I don't want to wait anymore. Give it to me. Then there are those, that third, that expect it to be highlighted and the game of the day to be the last game of the day. That last time slot, prime time, ABC or on the big network, that's what they want.
Everything else is the build-up. We're the show.
But then there are those that have a story to tell that want to be the meat and potatoes in the middle of the day. So the Big Ten covers it all. Listen, you can't name the lineups of the ACC and what goes first, what goes at prime time, and what goes in the middle of the afternoon. You can't name it.
No.
You can't do it for the other conference. For the Pac-12, listen, what time zone are we talking about and what are we doing? Right? The Big Ten now allows, with 3 time zones in play, that it can schedule accordingly. And it fits the market. West Coast time, late game of night, where you've got Los Angeles, Seattle, and Oregon and Portland in the fold.
Yeah.
Middle of the day, quite frankly, hey, bro, if we have to live with the real Midwest teams being the 2:30 games in the afternoon and still being on the Big Ten Media Partners station, we're not losing.
No.
And if you can throw Penn State in that early time slot, get teams that have name and have value. One, it's helping that team recruit that market. It's helping you recruit, and it's helping and it's keeping somebody in the East Coast, because Maryland and Rutgers haven't delivered when it comes to being that force, but it allows Penn State to remain a factor, and it's good for everybody involved.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think if you're the Big Ten, you can draw it up, like you said, kind of by time zone, by region, break it into thirds. A Penn State, Michigan, into an Ohio State, Nebraska, into a USC, Oregon.
Cross them over.
What more could you ask for?
Cross it over. Yes, the folks in USC will complain that they have to fly across the country to play Penn State. But if you do it at night, everybody wins. If you do it in mid-afternoon, everybody wins. So there's opportunity. And the Big Ten has done a really good job of fitting, making Big Ten football fit wherever they are in the country.
College Football Playoff Executive Director Rich Clark walking in. He will join us at the top of the noon hour, so definitely make sure you stick around for that. We'll also have the College Football Hall of Fame President Kimberly Bowden join us today. That'll be coming up right at the top of the 1 o'clock hour. She was meant to be in Chicago. We're going to try to get her to stream in at 1 o'clock, and then tomorrow we'll talk with David Epps. He's the CEO of the Peach Bowl. He'll be with us bright and early, 11 o'clock tomorrow. So full lineup of special guests here at Big Ten Media Days, including coaches, players, etc. We will keep you abreast of when we learn more. Tony Petitti holding court before his official session begins. Your first question, be like, what's it like to own college football? Mine is, hey, Commish, you're an MLB guy. What's up, Big Ten baseball?
Yeah, I mean, that's a real thing. Again, football media days where you ask the question, and the joke is that, yeah, let's have some fun with it. But in full disclosure, that as the commissioner, where are we going? That should, I mean, I would ask him to set the GPS for the Big Ten Conference. That's like the real thing. And that's whether we're talking football, baseball, basketball, or otherwise. Where is the Big Ten Conference? Where is it going? How does it get there? And I think in asking those 3 questions, one, it'll lead to more questions, but you'll get some answers along the way.
Well, I think if you talk about Big Ten football setting the direction for college football, there's a responsibility in some ways for Big Ten football to set the direction for Big Ten sports.
Yeah, but here's what we would ask. Is there a separation between the big sports, the revenue sports, and the Olympic sports?
Football seems to think there's a divide between itself and plenty of other sports, which is why its playoff structure broke away. And so the nitty-gritty details, I think, are certainly going to be different. But when you talk about, hey, this is standard. This is what running a program looks like. This is how you schedule. This is how you train. This is how you treat your athletes. This is what's expected. I think there should be a pretty high, quality of life, if you will, in Big Ten football that should be reflected in other sports as well.
Well, I mean, the rich pays for it all, and rising tides is true. I think that's a big part of what the Big Ten Conference does, and then working within what the national picture is, and then helping determine what the national picture is. You cannot discuss national championships without talking about the Big Ten and how they're doing business. The business partners that are in line certainly come into the conversation. And then considering the other sports, how you manage Big Ten volleyball is different than how you manage Big Ten wrestling, which is different than how you manage Big Ten baseball. So I would imagine they're all their own entity, and he's got a team of people that sit around him for each thing to give him eyes, ears, and to develop or at least understanding of blind spots, so you can fix the things that you can't see.
It might be coincidental, but I'm not so sure it is. As soon as Big Ten football started winning national championships, look at basketball, broke its title drought. UCLA women got the first one in program history. Michigan broke the drought that went back to Mateen Cleaves. You had the number one baseball team in the country, basically wire to wire, before they were, of course, upset in regionals. That'd be UCLA. And so, I think the sports are absolutely managed differently. But I think the Big Ten, its athletic directors, presidents, chancellors, conference leadership, whoever you want to give credit for, have done a good job of making sure there are a lot of good coaches in the fold. That when you show up to Big Ten media days, regardless of the sport, but especially here at football, that every day when you hear from 6 coaches, you're going to hear from 6 people that are, worthwhile from hearing from. They know something, that they've been tasked with their job for a reason. They're not just, this is the best we could get. No, they're among the best.
Here's what happens in the Big Ten Conference and why it's so fluid in the bottom third and why it's so shaky in the middle third. If you're amongst the best in the country, there are 3 national champions sitting at the top of the Big Ten Conference. If you are not handling your business at the bottom 2/3 of the Big Ten Conference, you get exposed. Even if you're really good, you get exposed. So what do? Do you accept your place as a second-tier Big Ten member franchise? No,
you can't.
No, you fight. You improve. You work to improve. You put more resources into it. You develop better. You consider who's running your ship and go through it. That's what's happened. That's the beauty of the Big Ten Conference, in my mind, that other conferences are now trying to capture what the Big Ten Conference is doing. And then in the Big Ten Conference, Nebraska, Iowa, Minnesota, who would be forces in any conference in the country, have to figure out, what are we not doing? What can we do better? How quickly do we have to do this? Because listen, year 4 of the Matt Rule experiment,
situationship,
right? It really is. That why is that the thing? If his neighbors are having success, his business partners are having success, the member organizations are raising the standard of college football right next to you, even in your own house. You have to figure out, how do we get better? How do we get better now? And then, quite frankly, then what do we do? Because then you got to figure out how to stay there, because that's Indiana's new problem. That's not a thing they had to deal with 2 years ago. Well, now you got to figure out, how do you fight off the dogs? And I mean dogs. You're fighting off Ohio State, Michigan, Oregon.
Yeah.
If you're USC, Oregon, you are trying to figure out, where do I belong? Where do I fit in? My goodness gracious. What happened to Wisconsin? You have to have a different discussion
today.
But that's the thing, right? That now, and by the way, a coach whose face and name carries full lead in the Big Ten. Pat Fitzgerald is going to walk into this thing and have to rebrand himself and re-identify himself with a new group of players and a new situation in space. Has to do it in the Big Ten Conference, where he knows the standard exists.
talking about that standard, you talk about the thirds. Let's go ahead and go through the bottom third from last year, right? Not saying it's the bottom third forever, but in order to get out of that bottom third, to climb
you're going to make people mad today.
That's what we do.
You're going to make
We're
people
gonna have
mad.
conversations.
Okay, Austin Orvin, let's
I'm gonna
get
give
it.
them credit for the work they've done and the work they haven't done.
Let's go.
We'll do that next when we return to the Hill of Chicago for Big Ten Media Days.
You're listening to 93.7 The Ticket's coverage from Big Ten Football Media Days at the Hilton Chicago. Coverage is sponsored by Warhorse Casino, Sandhills Global, Gary Michaels Clothiers, and Ben Bleicher of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate.
Nebco is hiring CDL drivers for Ready Mixed Concrete in Lincoln and Palmyra. Ready Mixed offers great pay, medical and retirement benefits, paid time off, and they cover the cost of CDL training. Apply with Ready Mixed Concrete today to be eligible for a $2,500 hiring bonus. From Nebco's beginning in 1908, it's the employees that have formed the company's solid foundation. Start your career today with Ready Mixed Concrete. Visit nebcoinc.com. That's NEBCOINC.com.
Husker fans, the 2026 Nebraska football season is quickly approaching, and we need you in the Sea of Red at Memorial Stadium this fall. Single game tickets for all 7 home games start at just $45 and are now available in both end zone and sideline seat locations. These tickets are only available while supplies last, so get yours today before they're gone. To purchase your Husker football single game tickets or for more information, visit huskers.com/tickets. Go Big Red.
Guys, if you're dealing with low back pain or trouble urinating, don't just live with it. These could be signs of treatable conditions. At Advanced Medical Imaging, their interventional radiologists specialize in minimally invasive procedures designed to relieve symptoms and improve your quality of life without major surgery. June is Men's Health Month. Take the step. Call Advanced Medical Imaging today to schedule a consult and find out what AMI can do for you. There once was a man from Nebraska who went searching for food in Alaska. When his stomach was rumbling while laying in bed, he could think of only one option, Führer's cheese spread. So he left it once and drove day and night to return back home for cheese spread delight. Now his stomach is full and the voice in his head tells him no more vacations without Führer's cheese spread. Find yours today at most local grocers.
New from Arbor Axe House comes Benny's Battle Barge, the mobile axe throwing adventure. Perfect for festivals, parties, fundraisers, and celebrations. Charter the barge at arbораxe.com or call Arbor Axe House at 402-802-9696. Arbor Axe House at the corner of N Street and Antelope Valley.
Is there anything worse than paying for something that's done half-assed? You buy something, you want it to work, especially when it comes to your internet. When you're trying to stream a movie, work from home, or shop online, half-assed internet doesn't get it done. At Allo Fiber, we don't do anything half-assed. We offer 100% real fiber and real human support that serves the community from the community. So while others may say they have fiber, in the end, there's half-fast fiber, and then there's Allo Fiber. Allo Fiber, internet built for you.
If you're seeking a career with a growing company, Gaina Trucking and Excavating is hiring and looking for additions to their team. Gaina Trucking has a strong team culture, competitive pay, 401ks, and benefits like health, dental, and vision. Drivers are guaranteed 40 hours per week, even in the winter months, and are home every night. Start your career today at Gaina Trucking and Excavating. Apply today at GainaTrucking.com. Ever look at your house and think, ouch, it's stuck in the past? Or realize that your kitchen needs a new everything? Like thousands of homeowners, you can simply call SprayNet Lincoln. Their patented spray system and paint delivers a flawless factory finish, no mess, done in a day, and cost-effective. It looks just like new, including your vinyl. And it's all backed by their 15-year no-peel warranty. SprayNet Lincoln, custom chemistry and smarter painting. Google SprayNet Lincoln or call them now at 402-383-3336 or email ching@spray-net.com.
At Parkview Animal Hospital in Lincoln, it's not just their professional care that sets them apart, but their warm staff and state-of-the-art facilities. Whether it's for a routine checkup or a comprehensive medical procedure, at Parkview, your pet isn't just another number, but a valued member of their caring family. Visit them at PAHLincoln.com today and in person just south of 14th and Pine Lake Road. Parkview Animal Hospital, your pet, our passion. For happier, healthier, furry friends.
Hi, it's Sean Callahan here with Koppel Chevrolet GMC in Louisville. Koppel is proud to be the highest rated GMC dealer in the Omaha and Lincoln areas based on Google reviews. Right now, get 0% financing for 60 months on new Silverado and Sierra 1500 models. But hurry, the 0% financing offer won't last long. Visit us in Louisville or check us out online at koppelcars.com.
In every office, there's two types of people. There are those who bring in bagels and those who eat the bagels that someone else brought in. Everybody likes the first person. Be that first person. Weekday mornings at 7:30, you have a chance to win a business box of bagels from Bagels & Joe. All you have to do is shut up, Sipple. 2 questions for you, 2 for Sip. Win, and the bagels are yours. Lose, well, you don't want to lose.
You lost Monday, you lost Wednesday, you're a loser.
Shut up, Sipple. Weekday mornings at 7:30, brought to you by Bagels & Joe. You're listening to 93.7 The Tickets, coverage from Big Ten Football Media Days at the Hilton Chicago. Coverage is sponsored by Warhorse Casino, Sandhills Global, Gary Michaels Clothiers, and Ben Bleicher of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate. Welcome back to 93.7 The Tickets, coverage of Big Ten Media Days live from Chicago. Presented by Warhorse Casino, Gary Michaels Clothiers, Sandhills Global, and Ben Bleicher of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate on 93.7 The Ticket and theticketfm.com.
Coverage from Big Ten Football Media Days, Day 1 at the Hilton Chicago. Off Norman GP with you. Big thanks to Sandhills Global for making coverage possible. Sandhills Global is growing right there in Lincoln with their expanding campus and continued growth. They're hiring across a wide range of careers, from interns to experienced professionals. Join the team at Sandhills Global to build your career with competitive pay, great benefits, and real opportunities to grow. Visit sandhills.jobs to view openings and apply today. DP, as we talk about standard direction, Big Ten, and improving, I'm not waking up choosing violence. I want to give credit, like I said, for work that's been done and not done. Just from last year's standings at the bottom of the Big Ten, Purdue, winless in Big Ten play in year 1 under a new coach. They said, okay, pulled the plug on the 2-year Ryan Walters experience and ended up moving on to a new coach. Michigan State, what did they do? Didn't settle for what they thought was mediocrity, moved on to a new coach and a relatively modern Big Ten institution in that. Maryland, sticking with Mike Locksley, his recruiting, his relationships. Wisconsin, trying to give Luke Fickell a little bit of a reset or a second chance around it, however that works. Rutgers has their guy in place in Greg Schiano. It worked the first time, so it's got to work the next time, right? Seems to be the hope. And then UCLA, another one of those programs then in the bottom 6 that made a change. You see a bunch of different philosophies, right? We need something new. We need something old. We need to just give it another chance.
Yeah, I find that remarkably interesting in reaction how we perceive them.
Mm-hmm.
Because the business side of it comes into play. Maryland, you have to go, Locksley in that geography fits, and they recognize some things in play. So I think this is his year to make a move.
As long as it doesn't happen week 6, right?
Right. Well, but this is his year.
Stay tuned.
This is what has to happen. The schools that mentioned, UCLA cannot have a year like they had last year. So what will you do? And that's what Big Ten media is for. We will hear from UCLA. We will hear from Maryland. We'll hear from Rutgers. And Schiano will come up early in the conversation about, okay, what will you do to not be where you currently are? And that's a fair statement to say. Bottom third of the Big Ten Conference. I mean, pretty good job to have, but when you're not winning, it's a tough deal. That's a tough space to be in. I would imagine that's a tough way to go to work every day. Knowing that you got to face the dogs. I mean, you're having a bad year. You're Purdue. You're having a bad year, and you got to look across. Oh.
Just look down the highway.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Like, we thought we were in misery together. Mm-hmm. Y'all just going to leave us down here? Y'all just going to leave? You just going to leave Purdue?
Where's my pretty girl? How do you find one?
You're just going to leave. So bad and average isn't good enough in the Big Ten. It speaks loudly to what happens at the bottom of it. What happens is you change the culture when you end up in the bottom third. You cannot get your mail in the bottom third of the Big Ten Conference. That is a terrible existence. Listen, if people know you live in the bottom third of the Big Ten in football, you got to move, bro. You got to move. Matter of fact, you might have changed your identity. You may have to go in the witness protection program and go somewhere else and figure it out. But the bottom third of the Big Ten Conference is literally the measuring stick for the top of it, because how you compete against Indiana, how you recruit against Indiana. You can't say at Purdue that it's tough to get people to Purdue. Your neighbor does pretty well. If you're Northwestern, you understand it's a little different, but Illinois has some talent. So there is talent available. If you're UCLA and you look over at USC, different talent pools, you have to recruit better, you have to develop better, and then you have to get them to execute better.
Well, you said a couple magic words, might have to change your identity, right? Don't people knowing where to send your mail to need a new address. Here's the problem, DP. Wisconsin tried that. Wisconsin tried the identity change, and that's where it landed them, So when they were successful, they changed. When they weren't successful, they have yet to change, and that's why it's a big year for Luke Fickell.
Well, but you changed the foundation of a mansion to be modern. No, keep the foundation. What you put in it is what was important. What was in the house. There was nothing wrong with the house. There's nothing wrong with Camp Randall.
Right.
There's nothing wrong with Wisconsin. It's what's in the house and who's making decisions, budgeting decisions, management decisions, daily operations. That's what happens. Look, your plumbing isn't the problem in Wisconsin. It's the people. It's the people. Yeah. And they had to learn, you know what? We're in the right neighborhood. The foundation's good. We just have to manage it better than we have.
Of those teams in the bottom six that I mentioned, just from last year's standings, UCLA, Rutgers, Wisconsin, Maryland, Michigan State, and Purdue, who would you think on the surface has the easiest time and the hardest time re-elevating into the middle or beyond?
I mean, to the middle, if we said Maryland, Wisconsin to the middle, Purdue has a problem. It has a problem. It's on shaky foundation. Rutgers has just a conditional. If you're going to be in the East, do you want to be in D.C. or do you want to be in Happy Valley or do you want to be in New Jersey? And that's a real problem.
Yeah.
That's a real problem. Nice stadium, pretty decent enough fan experience, but you're playing Friday night games where, quite frankly, in New Jersey, there's a lot of stuff going on. There's a lot of stuff to do. And if you're not very good, it's tough to be in that space. So they're competing over there. UCLA is competing with USC, but there are enough people who want to stay in Los Angeles that I think you could do something there. Like, it's there. And listen, not for nothing, insider sources will tell us Wisconsin is recruiting its tail off.
Yeah.
Wisconsin is loading up. Now, Nebraska fans will relate. There's a lot of discussion of the 2027-28 classes at Wisconsin, same as Nebraska. You could get excited about it, but the reality is this. Are you good enough right now to move from the bottom third to the middle third? I'm just not sure the answer is yes.
Well, and of course, it's a zero-sum game. There are 18 spots, and not everyone can finish at number 3 or number 2 or number 1. And so if you take your examples of Wisconsin and Maryland saying, yeah, I mean, we can't be in the bottom. We got to move up. It's where we belong, is at least in the middle is the next step. Well, then guess what? You got to bump someone down. Are you bumping Penn State? They don't think they belong there. Are you bumping Northwestern? Everyone else thinks they belong there, but they've seen their standard raised over the last 15 years. Then you get to order-wise, in terms of record, the other 4 and 5 team in the conference was Nebraska. We know how that conversation would go over. Nebraska's seen that bottom third. They don't want to be there. They've tried to crawl out of it. They're stuck in the middle of the bottom right now. But if Wisconsin and Maryland, maybe Michigan State with the college football playoff appearance in its history think, hey, we got to climb, you got to knock someone down.
Well, they're going to get the beauty of that is all of those teams are on each other's schedule, and they're going to face each other. face-to-face, nose-to-nose, and you get to determine whether you're moving out. It's like European football, European soccer. You can play your way up and play the way down. And and the easiest way to change your location is to beat people on your level. Then you get to move up. Nobody's going to be mad at you if you lose to Indiana, Ohio State, Michigan. That's just the way it exists. Okay, fine.
You should be mad, but people won't be mad at you.
Right. Anything below that, take your shot, man.
Yeah.
Take your shot. And quite frankly, it shouldn't be that much of a reach. It shouldn't be that much of a reach. That if you said to Nebraska at 4-5, traveling to Oregon, do we expect you to win? Probably not. But should you feel like you can't? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. You're facing who you're facing. Penn State's not on the schedule. Okay. Fine. You're going to get Indiana, Ohio State in your building. You're going to go to Oregon. Win your games, bro. Win your games. And listen, what's the record if they beat all the teams not in the top third? That's an 8-win season.
Yeah.
That's an 8-win season. So there's a path. There's a path to what we're talking about. But you can't go and lose to those middle of the pack teams.
We'll have a shorter segment coming up to wrap up the hour, but I think we can keep that conversation rolling as we look at just last year's Big Ten in thirds. Obviously, this year is not last year, but it's a launching off point for the conversation that we want to have. Don't forget, you can be a part of the conversation, 402-464-5685. We'll get to some of your thoughts on our Sartor Heyman Jewelers text line as we continue throughout the day. Big thanks to Warhorse Casino for helping sponsor coverage. Download the Warhorse Casino app today where you can view live odds and build your bets. Plus, when you play at Warhorse, you keep the tax revenue in Nebraska. Warhorse Casino, where Nebraska wins. More Big Ten Media Days coverage from day one at Hilton Chicago next on The Ticket.
You're listening to 93.7 The Ticket's coverage from Big Ten Football Media Days at the Hilton Chicago. Coverage is sponsored by Warhorse Casino, Sandhills Global, Gary Michaels Clothiers, and Ben Bleicher of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate.
Are you ready for a new opportunity? Check out Sandhills Global. Join a dynamic team where your skills are valued and your career can soar. We offer full-time positions with a 4.5-day work week, competitive pay, excellent benefits, and a positive work environment. From IT and marketing to sales and finance, we're looking for talented individuals just like you. Apply today at sandhills.jobs and take the first step towards an exciting future. That's sandhills.jobs. Don't wait, apply now.
Into a full fan experience. Benny's Battle Barge from Arbor Axe House is the mobile axe throwing trailer designed for fans who want more than just to watch from the sidelines. Step into a lane and go head-to-head while the game plays on screen. It's safe, fun, and perfect for groups who take their sports and their competition seriously. Upgrade your fan headquarters today. Charter the barge at arboraxe.com or call 402-802-9696. Arbor Axe House at the corner of N Street and Antelope Valley.
At Parkview Animal Hospital in Lincoln, it's not just their professional care that sets them apart, but their warm staff and state-of-the-art facilities. Whether it's for a routine checkup or a comprehensive medical procedure, at Parkview, your pet isn't just another number, but a valued member of their caring family. Visit them at pahlincoln.com today and in person just south of 14th and Pine Lake Road. Parkview Animal Hospital, your pet, our passion. For happier, healthier, furry friends.
College football season is nearly here, and 93.7 The Ticket is on the scene to get things underway. Tune in Tuesday, July 28th to Thursday, July 30th for coverage from Big Ten Football Media Days at the Hilton Chicago as Derek Pearson, Jake Sorensen, Jay Foreman, and Austin Orman interview coaches, players, and broadcasters from around the Big Ten Conference. 93.7 The Ticket's coverage from Big Ten Media Days is sponsored by Warhorse Casino, Sandhills Global, Gary Michael Clothiers, and Ben Bleicher of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate.
When Nebraska businesses win, we all win. And the Nebraska Chamber is helping make that happen. Tackling the tough stuff like job creation, affordable and accessible childcare, and building a stronger workforce. We're stepping up so local businesses can step forward. If you want to see Nebraska keep growing, keep competing, and keep winning, get connected with the Nebraska Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Learn more at nechamber.com.
Hi, it's Sean Callahan here with Koppel Chevrolet GMC in Louisville. Koppel is proud to be the highest rated GMC dealer in the Omaha and Lincoln areas based on Google reviews. Right now, get 0% financing for 60 months on new Silverado and Sierra 1500 models. But hurry, the 0% financing offer won't last long. Visit us in Louisville or check us out online at koppelcars.com.
Where there's smoke, there's flavor, and there's plenty of that at the Smokehouse at Super Saver in Russ's Market. Award-winning, old world recipes made in Lincoln since 1984 with many flavors and smoked sausage and brats to choose from. The Smokehouse has something special for every season: brats and sausage for the grill, beef sticks and beef jerky for snacking, and smoked salmon, smoked turkey, and smoked hams for your holiday feast. Stop by the Smokehouse at Super Saver in Russ's Market today to fulfill your search for real flavor.
If you're seeking a career with a growing company, Gaina Trucking and Excavating is hiring and looking for additions to their team. Gaina Trucking has a strong team culture, competitive pay, 401ks, and benefits like health, dental, and vision. Drivers are guaranteed 40 hours per week, even in the winter months, and are home every night. Start your career today at Gaina Trucking and Excavating. Apply today at GainaTrucking.com.
Perch Merch is your one-stop shop for all your printing and promotional needs in Lincoln, Nebraska. They specialize in screen printing, embroidery, vehicle wraps, window wraps, print collateral, promotional products, and signage. At Perch Merch, they're committed to delivering high-quality products and exceptional customer service. Their experienced team of designers and printing professionals will work with you every step of the way to ensure that your vision is realized. Call for a quote today at 402-217-5212 or go to perchmerch.com.
Are you looking for an exciting new way to put your skills to work? Explore new career options in the fintech industry at Currency, a Sandhills Global company. We offer full-time positions in financial sales, compliance, operations, and other fields. We also offer a 4.5-day work week, an attractive benefits package, and opportunities for advancement. Put your motivation to work and grow with us at Currency. Visit gocurrency.com/careers to learn more.
Rosie's Sports Bar and Grill. Open for lunch and dinner at 1501 Center Park Road, just south of 14th and Highway 2.
You're listening to 93.7 The Tickets, coverage from Big Ten Football Media Days at the Hilton Chicago. Coverage is sponsored by Warhorse Casino, Sandhills Global, Gary Michaels Clothiers, and Ben Bleicher of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate. Welcome back to 93.7 The Tickets, coverage of Big Ten Media Days live from Chicago. Presented by Warhorse Casino, Gary Michaels Clothiers, Sandhills Global, and Ben Bleicher of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate on 93.7 The Ticket and theticketfm.com.
All right, welcome back to the 2026 Big Ten Football Media Days. But before we get back into the action with our guys DP and Austin Norman down there, let's go ahead and give a shout out to the boss man's birthday himself, DP.
Yeah, DP.
That's a vibe, man. That is a vibe. 64 trips around the sun, sir. This is year 64. I keep track of those days, and it matters. And if I said that this is where we would be at any point in my previous life, if I said I'd be sitting at Big Ten Football Media Days, owning a station, Lincoln, Nebraska, covering the Huskers, Austin Norman, Jay Foreman, Harrison Orange, the full line of wonderful people, fans on the text line who have reached out, the folks who have texted, the folks who have posted and said happy birthday. Y'all are appreciated so much, and I wanted to say thank you. Listen, tomorrow wasn't always promised for me. I tell the story of sitting in ICU with 27 blood clots and a saddle embolism, and them with a chaplain sitting on my bed. And all of that was leading before I got to Lincoln, Nebraska. And if I said that if I don't get through those days, I never meet y'all. Like, I never meet y'all. And I want to tell you how good God is that we're here. Like, I'm here and I get to live this way. I get to live this day. I get to be here. Folks are saying, man, you're working on your birthday. Where else would I rather be on my birthday than here? So to all the folks who have reached out and said happy birthday, thank you. I see them. I feel you. Greatly appreciate it. And Bill and Bennett, yeah, a birthday boom is required. And I appreciate you all. Thank you.
Birthday boom, Big Ten Media Days boom.
Oh man,
who knows what else?
What a wonderful thing. The commissioner's on stage, and he jumped right into the fire. 6 top overall number 1 draft picks in last year's Big Ten resume. The first conference to ever have 3 separate champions for football, women's basketball, men's basketball in the same year. 800 plus All-Americans and all-conference academics. Success all over the place. It is what the conference is. And I said, when he set the GPS of what the Big Ten Conference is, it is important to say it and then to deliver on it. The Big Ten Conference is everything it says it is.
What is the Big Ten? What's the ultimate measuring stick for it?
Championships. I mean, the student-athlete experience, and we're talking football versus the Big Ten overall, but the Big Ten student-athlete experience is student first. It is student first, and it's on purpose. Academics matters. There's some exceptional academic programs in the Big Ten Conference. Going to class matters. And the degree matters. Having degrees from these Big Ten member institutions has value everywhere in the country. So that's what you're trying to do. And then while we're doing that, we're going to kick your tail in football. We're going to beat your tail in football. We're going to win national championships. As we jokingly said, but the truth of the matter is, the National Football Championship will go directly through the Big Ten Football Conference.
DC, Charlotte, Salt Lake, Houston. Did you ever think you'd be talking this much Big Ten football in your life?
I've always talked Big Ten football, no matter where I was in the country. ACC as a start, it was kind of the hub. Mm-hmm. Going to Charlotte took you deeper into it. There was some introduction to the SEC and what they would often quote Ric Flair. What's causing all this? The SEC and what they thought they were and who they said they were. Then going to the Mountain West Conference and dealing with the Pac-12 when I was in Utah, going back down south to Houston, and you're dealing with all sorts of conferences, a combination of all of those things. But through it all, again, I've told the story of 9-year-old DP in Arlington, Virginia, sitting with my family on Thanksgiving Day in front of the one TV that we had, and we all watched the game of the century, sitting as a young football player, trying to figure out. I had never heard the term Cornhusker. What is this thing called a Cornhusker? To be curious about what it was and what it meant, and then watching Rich Glover, Jerry Taggy, Johnny Rogers play the game in a way that I could see myself in it, and why I wanted to be a part of it. I became a fan of college football, watching Huskers, watching Big Ten football. That is why we do what we do and how I became a fan.
You asked the question, what is this thing called a Cornhusker? I think there's a full discussion into that. What is it? But also, I think just as important, has Nebraska answered it? What goes into Nebraska answering what is this thing called a Cornhusker? What better stage for Nebraska to start that conversation, if it hasn't already, than here on stage at Big Ten Media Days? Of course, 6 programs setting the tone for what is a Hawkeye, what is a Fighting Illini, what is a Scarlet Knight, a Trojan, a Nittany Lion, et cetera, on through the list here today.
Listen, anybody walking in the door will tell you that whatever you say you are, love and action have to match. Talk about being a Cornhusker, talk about Nebraska football. What you're asking, what fans are asking and begging, is that not only do you love being a Husker, but you act like you love being a Husker. And that's not only in the games and surrounding it, but in the work you put in beforehand. Practice like you love being a Husker. Practice like being a Husker means something to you, means everything to you. As the big fear is that it's about money now. No. You have to love being a Husker. You have to love being a Buckeye. You have to love being a Hoosier. And it's a part of the identity. But love has to be attached to it. You can't say it with malice. You can't say it with indifference. It has to be. And then the people who are responsible, the most responsible, have to love it the most, bro. You can't just take from it. You have to love into it. And that's the difference between great programs. Listen, Kurt Cignetti and what he did in Indiana, that's a love thing, bro. And people don't fight that hard for you if they don't think you love them and you don't love them back. That's all of this coaching stuff. Forget about the fandom stuff. The coaching stuff and the leadership, that's the definition of leadership. Can I love you forward and up? That's it. And listen, if you want to know what Nebraska football is, if you're not talking about it with passion, that, you know what, it means enough for us to do right by you, for us to represent you, for us to be worthy of the love that they're getting shown on a daily basis, and the history behind it. You have to love the history. You can't forget the history of it. You can't forget why it matters. All the scars, the broken bones, the blood shed on that field, in the locker rooms, in the training rooms, in the training rooms, and in those classrooms, in Lincoln, Nebraska, in Memorial Stadium. You better love it, and you better act like it, because that tells me whether you mean what you say.
From the top down, if you want to think the fans are the base, that's the groundswell of support, not where the game winning happens. Happens from the top down.
You can't fake greatness. You can't. You could say you want it. Everybody wants greatness. Everybody wants to sit at the top on the throne. Are you willing to be active for it?
Well, true greatness, right? Not just a pop-up, not just a flash in a pan, but sustained standard of excellence.
And greatness is not money, bro. Greatness is not money. You better know it.
We know that we wouldn't be here without some help from some great sponsors, including Gary Michaels Clothers and Ben Bleicher Professional Realty Group. We'll tell you more about them coming up in the 11 o'clock hour. We're going to take a couple minutes to listen to Tony Petitti. While we take a break, we'll be back with more Big Ten Football Media Days conversations as day one coverage rolls along from Chicago. He's DP. I'm Austin. Come back with us.
You're listening to 93.7 The Tickets, coverage from Big Ten Football Media Days at the Hilton Chicago. Coverage is sponsored by Warhorse Casino, Sandhills Global, Gary Michaels Clothiers, and Ben Bleicher of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate.
Perch Merch is your one-stop shop for all your printing and promotional needs in Lincoln, Nebraska. They specialize in screen printing, embroidery, vehicle wraps, window wraps, print collateral, promotional products, and signage. At Perch Merch, they're committed to delivering high-quality products and exceptional customer service. Their experienced team of designers and printing professionals will work with you every step of the way to ensure that your vision is realized. Call for a quote today at 402-217-5212 or go to perchmerch.com.
Rick Heyman here from Sartor Heyman Jewelers. I want to personally thank our great customers for voting us once again the best of Lincoln. At the same time, we're celebrating our 120th year in business in the great state of Nebraska. You can count on Sartor Heyman for the very best quality, value, and customer service. When it comes to your jewelry needs, visit us at South Point, Grand Island, and the Outlet in downtown Lincoln. Visit us today at sartorheyman.com, and thank you for your continued trust after all these years.
Hi, it's Sean Callahan here with Koppel Chevrolet GMC in Louisville. Koppel is proud to be the highest rated GMC dealer in the Omaha and Lincoln areas based on Google reviews. Right now, get 0% financing for 60 months on new Silverado and Sierra 1500 models. But hurry, the 0% financing offer won't last long. Visit us in Louisville or check us out online at koppelcars.com.
This is Lincoln's home for sports talk on the FM dial. Also online at theticketfm.com. On the internet. KNTK FM Firth, 93.7 The Ticket. College football season is nearly here, and 93.7 The Ticket is on the scene to get things underway. Tune in Tuesday, July 28th to Thursday, July 30th for coverage from Big Ten Football Media Days at the Hilton Chicago as Derek Pearson, Jake Sorensen, Jay Foreman, and Austin Orman interview coaches, players, and broadcasters from around the Big Ten Conference. 93.7 The Ticket's coverage from Big Ten Media Days is sponsored by Warhorse Casino, Sandhills Global, Gary Michael Clothiers, and Ben Blaker of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate.
You're counting on your team to win, so why not prove it? By placing your bets at Warhorse Sportsbook. Their win is your win. Put your money where your mouth is on nearly every sporting event. Use the Warhorse app to check odds and build your bets before placing your wagers in person at Warhorse Casino, including live in-game betting. No bets, no glory. Wagers may only be placed on Nebraska-based teams when played outside the state of Nebraska. Must be 21 or older to gamble. Gambling problem? Call 1-833-BET-OVER.
When Nebraska businesses win, we all win. And the Nebraska Chamber is helping make that happen. Tackling the tough stuff like job creation, affordable and accessible childcare, and building a stronger workforce. We're stepping up so local businesses can step forward. If you want to see Nebraska keep growing, keep competing, and keep winning, get connected with the Nebraska Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Learn more at nechamber.com.
Where there's smoke, there's flavor, and there's plenty of that at the Smokehouse at Super Saver and Russ's Market. Award-winning Old World recipes made in Lincoln since 1984 with many flavors and smoked sausage and brats to choose from. The Smokehouse has something special for every season: brats and sausage for the grill, beef sticks and beef jerky for snacking, and smoked salmon, smoked turkey, and smoked hams for your holiday feast. Stop by the Smokehouse at Super Saver and Russ's Market today to fulfill your search for real flavor.
If you're seeking a career with a growing company, Dana Trucking and Excavating is hiring and looking for additions to their team. Dana Trucking has a strong team culture, competitive pay, 401ks, and benefits like health, dental, and vision. Drivers are guaranteed 40 hours per week, even in the winter months, and are home every night. Start your career today at Dana Trucking and Excavating. Apply today at GainaTrucking.com.
Are you looking for an exciting new way to put your skills to work? Explore new career options in the fintech industry at Currency, a Sandhills Global company. We offer full-time positions in financial sales, compliance, operations, and other fields. We also offer a 4.5-day work week, an attractive benefits package, and opportunities for advancement. Put your motivation to work and grow with us at Currency. Visit gocurrency.com/careers to learn more.
At Parkview Animal Hospital in Lincoln, it's not just their professional care that sets them apart, but their warm staff and state-of-the-art facilities. Whether it's for a routine checkup or a comprehensive medical procedure, at Parkview, your pet isn't just another number, but a valued member of their caring family. Visit them at pahlincoln.com today and in person just south of 14th and Pine Lake Road. Parkview Animal Hospital, your pet, our passion. For happier, healthier, furry friends.
You're listening to 93.7 The Ticket's coverage from Big Ten Football Media Days at the Hilton Chicago. Coverage is sponsored by Warhorse Casino, Sandhills Global, Gary Michaels Clothiers, and Ben Blaker of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate. Live from the Hilton Chicago, 93.7 The Ticket brings you coverage of the 2026 Big Ten Football Media Days. Derek Pearson, Jay Foreman, Jake Sorensen, and Austin Orman bring you exclusive interviews and in-depth conversations while you get ready for the upcoming Big Ten football season. Coverage from Big Ten Media Days is powered by Warhorse Casino, Gary Michaels Clothiers, Sandhills Global, and Ben Blaker of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate. This is Big Ten Media Days, live from Chicago on 93.7 The Ticket and theticketfm.com.
That's right. Welcome again to coverage of Big Ten Football Media Days, 93.7 The Ticket and theticketfm.com. Brought to you by Gary Michaels Clothiers. In celebration of America turning 250, Gary Michaels is offering a $250 reduction off any pant combo through the month of July. Included is their entire inventory of Oxford, Caruso, Heritage Gold, Jack Victor, and more. Plus, you'll get a free woven USA themed tie with every suit or sport coat purchase. Call Gary, Nate, or Fabian at 402-423-7848 or go to GaryMichaels.com. Austin DP with you. Pleased to be joined now by a Hawkeye from across the river, Iowa's Addison Ostrenga. Addison, welcome to Big Ten Media Days. How's it going?
Good. I appreciate you having me on.
What's it like being here Big Ten Media Days?
Oh, it's awesome. This is just such a cool experience. Had previous teammates talk about it all the time, and it's just cool to be here.
It was fascinating to watch because I saw you walk in, and there is a pride that Hawkeyes bring in when they walk in together. How important is the word together to Iowa Hawkeye football?
Extremely important. I definitely agree with you. Just, even just walking around the building together, off the field, we're doing things together, especially during the off season. It's good to hang out with teammates outside of football, doing things off the field, going out to eat, play a little too much golf probably. But no, together is definitely important, and it's something we pride ourselves, just being together.
You paid tribute before we went on air. You were standing next to one of the trophies, the iconic trophies for college football, because a teammate was the most recent winner. Husker fans get a huge smile on their face when you talk about Dave Rimington and the Rimington Trophy. What did it mean? What were your thoughts standing next to the trophy, shouting out your teammates?
It's awesome to see that. Logan Jones is just such a great guy. He was a great leader for us, great captain, and to be able to just learn from him, both on the field and off the field, was an honor. He's doing great things now with the Chicago Bears, and I'm excited to watch him this season as well.
Can I ask? We've talked about this morning GPS. The beauty of Big Ten Football Media Day is it allows you to say, this is who we are, this is where we are. Mm-hmm. And then when you do that, you have to say how we're going to get there.
Yeah.
For Iowa football, what's the GPS say?
For us right now, we're just focused on camp. That's coming up here in less than a week. From there, it's just, learning the offense again, hanging out with teammates in the hotel, the long days, the meetings. And I think for us, just taking it one step at a time is important. You don't want to look too far ahead and think too far ahead because, that can distract you a little bit. But honestly, for us, we just try to think about, what's the next step? What's the next meal? What's the next practice? And kind of go from there.
What's a Coach Ferentz camp like?
Yeah, it's good. It's definitely a grind. Long days. We stay in a hotel for about 3 weeks, and we walk to the stadium and stuff. It's right across the street, so it's not too bad. But practices are definitely long, and then we do everything's in the morning for the most part. We have workouts, meetings, practice, a little break in the afternoon, and then we come back for walkthroughs, more meetings, and then usually heading to bed right after that because of the early morning the next day. So
you guys don't bring in a transfer quarterback this year. That's really, out of the ordinary for college football. Talk about that room, those guys, and what it's going to be like having them back in the continuity, not having to introduce a new voice.
Yeah, no, it's definitely huge to have those guys being here for over 2 years now. But no, they're doing a great job. It's great to be with them in the off season, throw with them, work with them in the weight room, hanging out off the field as well. But they're doing a great job. We have a great quarterback room. I'm excited for whoever gets the starting job, and I think they're going to do a great job.
For you coming to Iowa out of the state of Wisconsin, what was Iowa's pitch to you as a tight end? Obviously, you played all over the field in high school, but Iowa's known for tight ends. What was their pitch to you? What did it mean to you to become a Hawkeye?
Yeah, it was an honor to be able to get that call from Brian Ferentz. He recruited me. But, really what it came down to is they use their tight ends a ton. It's great to learn from, guys like Sam Laporta and Luke Lachey. Played with both those guys. Luke for multiple years. Sam was there his senior year, my freshman year. But just to be able to learn from those guys, things on the field and off the field it's an honor and things that'll stick with me forever.
Can I ask what the culture is? If I ask you to identify the words spoken most around your program, what are those words?
Honestly, I would say very together, like we mentioned before. Our three of our main words are tough, physical, smart, and together. Those four, and I think those kind of speak to our entire program with the way we operate both on the field and off the field. Attacking everything in the classroom, in practice, in meetings, just all of it. It doesn't matter what we're doing. We try to do those things together and tough and physical. So yeah.
Through all of this, what identifies at the end of season a successful Iowa football season?
Yeah, I would say the biggest thing is that guys just left everything out there. Sometimes, social media and now the transfer portal and everything going on with NIL. I think it's important that guys are just being where their feet are, enjoying the moment, the 2026 Iowa Hawkeyes being together, not worrying about, off-field things or what might happen after the season. I think if guys can just say that they left everything out there for this 2026 team, I would say that's a successful season.
Listen, I'll give you a chance to make fans at the highest level you could possibly make them at. Aside from that wonderful building you play in, what's your favorite place to play in the Big Ten?
I will admit, playing in Nebraska it's a crazy atmosphere. Those games, it doesn't matter if it's home or away. I tell people, like, when we're playing Nebraska, people are going to show up, both sides, and that's just such a fun game at the end of the season to be able to compete against those guys.
Before we let you get out of here, because I know it's the full range of things, what does it mean to be an Iowa Hawkeye?
Oh, it means everything. Just such an honor to be able to put on the black and gold and go out there every Saturday, represent the great community, great state, play for Coach Ferentz. He's a role model of mine and always will be, and to be able to play under him and learn from him, and it's just such an honor to be a Iowa Hawkeye.
Great ambassador, young man. You're a great ambassador for the program and what they're doing.
Yeah, thank you.
Addison Estrenga, Iowa tight end, stopping by. Addison, thanks a ton for your time, man. Have a good rest of media day.
Thanks for having me.
Tell Zach I'm going to stalk him.
We'll keep the conversation going. We'll cut Addison free. Thanks a ton
Thank you.
for his time over there. We will see him on Black Friday, of course, Nebraska and Iowa. You're good, Addison. No, we won't keep you. You're good. I got other places to be. So, yeah, DP, a lot of interesting stuff there. Toughness, physical, smart, together, all sorts of things that programs say they want to be about, but to say they're about them and to actually be about them is a completely different thing.
Well, it's important to consider the space and to understand hearing different voices talk about things we talk about so casually because we're around it all the time. But here you have the opportunity to hear young people talk about their programs. And sometimes, guess what? they tell you things. That toughness aspect really kind of lands out for. They told us we were too loud.
Whoops.
Again, that's Austin Orman. Do better. No, it's a real thing along the space. I didn't know that we were echoing or we don't have speakers.
We don't.
So I guess we're talking, but again,
thought we were conversational.
Well,
but
the big boss, and you have to do what you can do. What did you just find out?
Well, I learned that that's you hear it in his voice, the pride that it means to play for Iowa, right? Viewing, both Ferentz coaches, right? He mentioned Addison did get the call from Brian Ferentz at one point, and knowing what that call means that, hey, they want you to be a Hawkeye. We're making you an offer, right? Please come be a part of our program. And you could tell from the guys that he played with, right? He name dropped Sam Laporta, who's become a really good NFL tight end, Luke Lachey, who's given all sorts of teams in college some problems as well. You could tell from what Addison was saying how much it means to him to be a part of not just that program, but I think specifically that room. One of the ones that Iowa is known for, playing alongside that offensive line, right? He name dropped Logan Jones, Remington Award winner, right? Plenty of other names that he's played with as well. And so you can tell that's a program that instills its message in its young people, and they take it to heart.
Yeah, and I think the Ferentz portion of it, as much as Husker fans as we have that conversation, and it's a natural and organic disdain. Proximity and success will certainly play into it. Rival rather than enemy. But it's also a part of the standard that if you want to talk Big Ten football, kind of that middle pack standard is Iowa. Like 9 wins, 10 wins, if they're good, 9 wins, 8 wins if they're having a down year.
Well, last year, guess what? Iowa was the bottom of the top third, in fact, with a 6-3 record in Big Ten play. They're there. They're in that conversation.
The constant aspect of it makes all the sense of the world, that if you do less better than everybody else, and you don't beat yourself. Some people will say that's unsexy, and it's boring. But be bored at a
successful level
in a winning program, in a brutal conference of football, and you're doing it in a difficult place. Tougher to recruit to, tougher to coach in. We get it. Sometimes the humbling for middle folks. And I think that's the space. If you rattled off Northwestern, Nebraska, Wisconsin, Illinois, and Iowa, Minnesota.
Washington, Minnesota.
Those are the ones, right? That, listen.
Michigan State wants to be there.
That's, on a consistent basis.
Yeah.
And Nebraska would trade some things right now, quite frankly, to be the 9-win consistent team. Not exactly where you want to live, but certainly where you can get your mail for a little while.
Looking at last year's standings as well, DP, with Iowa in that bottom of the top tier in the Big Ten, they were the only team with a 6-3 record in the Big Ten, so they held their own little perch. The longest win streak in the Big Ten last year, of course, belonged to Indiana, who won 16 games in a row to a national championship. The second longest win streak, Penn State, who went from 3-6 to 7-6, including the bowl win. Other than that, the longest win streak in the Big Ten Conference was Iowa, a mid-November setback, followed by 2 wins to end the regular season, including over Nebraska, and then a bowl game win over Vanderbilt, right? That's the other thing I think you can tell from what Addison Ostrenga was talking to us about was training camp, right? They're in a hotel across the street. They do it for 3 weeks. It's all day, and they're tuckered out. They don't have time to do anything else. When they get back, there's a, early day. It's a long day. And like you said, it's a worth it day at the end.
Well, training camp identifies and exposes who you are, and then who you're trying to be.
Yeah.
Whether it's fuel in the tank, whether it's sharpening of steel, whether it's changing culture, that's the time to do that. That's the time that you have to do that. So all of those things in play. This is kind of what we're doing, and we get to see work that everybody else has done between now and
George Sutter Heyman Jr. I think was much as I might dislike Iowa, I can't deny that Iowa players love being hasn't felt like that around here. And whatever you think about him, the common refrain was us against the world, but it was Nebraska, right? It was everyone in this locker room. You got to love each other more than anyone else. You got to be for each other more than anyone else, because out there, they don't believe in you like we believe in you.
Well, and they know who they are.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I mean, we're not questioning the identity and culture of Iowa football.
No,
we know exactly what it is. There's a placeholder. There's a gatekeeper. There's a bouncer at the door. We know who they are. They know who they are. They're quite frankly good enough to just say, I'm going to slug it out with you. You may get the best of me, but we're going to fight.
Mm-hmm.
And there's some great value in that. I think the big thing with Husker fans is we're just upset that there's a higher standard currently and identity than currently at Nebraska.
Well, it's not Nebraska setting the standard.
That's the thing that's mad. That's the thing that's maddening. It's the thing that bothers people, and it should.
Well,
and it should.
And I think part of the reason it bothers people, the reason being that it bothers people, but it bothers people because it's not Nebraska setting the standard, and also because as much as you give credit to everyone else for raising their level to get to Nebraska's level, decline has also been a choice in a lot of ways for Nebraska. There have been a lot of bad decisions or wrong decisions, or maybe decisions that seemed right that just didn't work out that Nebraska made. So yeah, you give Indiana credit for its build. You give Ohio State credit for really, being one of the few recession-proof programs in the country. But, it's not like Nebraska's downfall is all Ohio State, Michigan, Indiana joining the Big Ten. Nebraska's issues are Nebraska issues too, which should give hope that, hey, you can solve them yourself. You don't need to rely on anyone else.
Well, it's the belief that programs can dip. You don't want to take a dive, and you don't want to stay in the dive. Like that's, Iowa has a bad year. They win 7 games, right? You have a bad year. You're not going to have a bad run because, quite frankly, you stick to who you are, and the things that you have to fix are minimal. You do less, so you have
less to fix.
You have less. There's less. There's fewer places where leaks can exist, and that's important. But that's a big part of leadership and guidance and And culture, when people talk about culture, it's not the stuff that most people talk about. It's the stuff in dark corners, in spaces that the fans don't get to hear about or know about.
Unless they're at 93.7 The Ticket and they listen all day, but that's another conversation.
That's a whole other thing. That's intelligence. That's intelligence, is being around, listening to folks who, there are things that we could tell you. There are things that we absolutely tell you. We may tell them to you in a way that you want simplified, but quite frankly, you know when somebody's working as hard as they can. You can say you're working hard.
Mm-hmm.
The results don't lie.
Right.
They don't lie.
They do not. Ben Blaker, Professional Realty Group and Berkshire Hathaway Home Services and Ambassador at Real Estate will also keep it true for you, whether you're buying or selling residential, luxury, leasing, investment properties, or commercial properties, small or large. Ben's team offers decades of experience, unbeatable customer service, and promises to fully protect your interests throughout the transaction. You can call 402-419-6309 for all your real estate needs. You can also visit prg-ne.com to learn more. He's DP. I'm Austin. We'll go ahead and go to break. Big thanks again to Iowa tight end Addison Ostrenga for joining us here live day one of Big Ten Media Days. We'll definitely make sure we get that posted on social media. More special player guests, coach guests, and executives coming up throughout the day. Rich Clark, College Football Playoff Executive Director, joining us at noon. You'll have the College Football Hall of Fame President and CEO Kimberly Bowden at 1 o'clock. And then coming up at 2 o'clock, Eric Moses, the Executive Director and CEO of the Fiesta Sports Foundation. He wasn't there for the 96 Fiesta Bowl after the 95 season, but of course, that's a fantastic game in Husker history that I'm sure will be brought up and reminisced on coming up at 2. We'll keep the train rolling here throughout the day. We'll be with you till 6 here from the Hilton Chicago. Back with more next.
You're listening to 93.7 The Ticket's coverage from Big Ten Football Media Days at the Hilton Chicago. Coverage is sponsored by Warhorse Casino, Sandhills Global, Gary Michaels Clothiers, and Ben Blaker of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate.
You're counting on your team to win, so why not prove it? By placing your bets at Warhorse Sportsbook. Their win is your win. Put your money where your mouth is on nearly every sporting event. Use the Warhorse app to check odds and build your bets before placing your wagers in person at Warhorse Casino, including live in-game betting. No bets, no glory. Wagers may only be placed on Nebraska-based teams when played outside the state of Nebraska. Must be 21 or older to gamble. Gambling problem? Call 1-833-BET-OVER.
When Nebraska businesses win, we all win. And the Nebraska Chamber is helping make that happen. Tackling the tough stuff like job creation, affordable and accessible childcare, and building a stronger workforce. We're stepping up so local businesses can step forward. If you want to see Nebraska keep growing, keep competing, and keep winning, get connected with the Nebraska Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Learn more at nechamber.com.
Perch Merch is your one-stop shop for all your printing and promotional needs in Lincoln, Nebraska. They specialize in screen printing, embroidery, vehicle wraps, window wraps, print collateral, promotional products, and signage. At Perch Merch, they're committed to delivering high-quality products and exceptional customer service. Their experienced team of designers and printing professionals will work with you every step of the way to ensure that your vision is realized. Call for a quote today at 402-217-5212 or go to perchmerch.com.
Are you looking for an exciting new way to put your skills to work? Explore new career options in the fintech industry at Currency, a Sandhills Global company. We offer full-time positions in financial sales, compliance, operations, and other fields. We also offer a 4.5-day work week, an attractive benefits package, and opportunities for advancement. Put your motivation to work and grow with us at Currency. Visit gocurrency.com/careers to learn more.
If you're seeking a career with a growing company, Gaina Trucking and Excavating is hiring and looking for additions to their team. Gaina Trucking has a strong team culture, competitive pay, 401ks, and benefits like health, dental, and vision. Drivers are guaranteed 40 hours per week, even in the winter months, and are home every night. Start your career today at Gaina Trucking and Excavating. Apply today at gainatrucking.com.
Looking for a fun way to give back? Join us for the 2026 Kicks for Kids Nebraska Fun Run Walk, presented by Pinnacle Bank, on Saturday, August 22nd at James Arthur Vineyard. Enjoy a scenic 5K through beautiful grounds. Every step helps provide shoes to kids in Lincoln and Lancaster County schools, with options for adults, wine included, and kids. Registration fees include a t-shirt, medal, and bag. Sign up today and make a difference at kicksforkidsnebraska.org.
At Parkview Animal Hospital in Lincoln, it's not just their professional care that sets them apart, but their warm staff and state-of-the-art facilities. Whether it's for a routine checkup or a comprehensive medical procedure, at Parkview, your pet isn't just another number, but a valued member of their caring family. Visit them at pahlincoln.com today and in person just south of 14th and Pine Lake Road. Parkview Animal Hospital, your pet, our passion. For happier, healthier, furry friends.
Empower a child today with the Teammates Mentoring Program by building a relationship based on strengths and chart a brighter future 1 week at a time. Find out how you can be a mentor by visiting LincolnTeammates.org. Become what you needed as a kid by joining the Teammates Mentoring Program today.
Select Plumbing and Utility has been serving Lincoln and the surrounding area for 14 years, and they're not slowing down. Select Plumbing and Utility handles all your plumbing needs, from faucets and water heaters to full renovations, and they can even help with your heating and cooling needs. They're also Lincoln's underground experts, repairing and replacing broken underground water and sewer lines since day one. Contact Select Plumbing and Utility today at 402-560-6197, assuring excellence in every situation, opportunity, and challenge. That's 402-560-6197.
Big value and big flavor meet at Wings and Rings thanks to the all-new Delicious Duo Combo. This is the one you've been waiting for. Get one half-sized appetizer and 2 entrees with a side for only $19.99. Bring a friend for the best deal in town on any day of the week, during game time, or whenever the heck you want. Their made-to-order wings and chicken sandwiches are waiting for you at their 68th and O and 40th and Old Cheney locations. Stop by Wings and Rings and celebrate every day with the best meal deal in town.
Where there's smoke, there's flavor, and there's plenty of that at the Smokehouse at Super Saver in Russ's Market. Award-winning Old World recipes made in Lincoln since 1984 with many flavors and smoked sausage and brats to choose from. The Smokehouse has something special for every season: brats and sausage for the grill, beef sticks and beef jerky for snacking, and smoked salmon, smoked turkey, and smoked hams for your holiday feast. Stop by the Smokehouse at Super Saver in Russ's Market today to fulfill your search for real flavor.
You're listening to 93.7 The Tickets, coverage from Big Ten Football Media Days at the Hilton Chicago. Coverage is sponsored by Warhorse Casino, Sandhills Global, Gary Michaels Clothiers, and Ben Bleicher of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate. Welcome back to 93.7 The Tickets, coverage of Big Ten Media Days live from Chicago. Presented by Warhorse Casino, Gary Michaels Clothiers, Sandhills Global, and Ben Bleicher of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate on 93.7 The Ticket and theticketfm.com.
That's right. We are back at the Hilton Chicago. Day one of Big Ten Football Media Days rolls along. Commissioner Tony Petitti done with his turn at the podium, so I think we can get our volume back to wherever we want it to be.
Man, troublemaker.
What can I say? I'm just stirring it up. You can't take me anywhere, DP. You can't take me anywhere.
Troublemaker all the way through. Voices. What's the Amy Mann song? Voices carry.
Voices carry indeed.
Voices carry.
Including Tony Petitti's throughout the college sports landscape, who DP, as part of his podium, I don't know if it was a question or part of his statement, but he mentioned that 5 times already this morning he's been on the phone with Greg Sankey talking about the College Act, Protect College Sports Act, and we'll see if there's any progress or anything on that. That's another part of the conversation, right? Nebraska and Iowa, are they enemies? Are they just rivals? Whatever it is, the Big Ten and SEC is continue that theme. Are they enemies? Are they rivals? Are they in what kind of conflict? What level of conflict are the Big Ten and SEC in?
Well, and again, don't want to speak for folks, but my kind of leadership is the kind of leadership that says we're accountable to us, for us, about us, and what everybody else does because we're doing our best is on them.
Up to them.
I don't particularly care what the SEC is doing. I don't particularly care what those member institutions are doing. If I'm doing my best, if I'm being creative, innovative, if I'm being a revolutionary and all those things, then cool. Then I'm doing the best for me. If I'm developing the best talent, if I have the best academic institutions, if I have the best media deal, if I have the best social media engagement, if I have all of that, if I'm being all the things that I think we should be for us, then it doesn't matter what the SEC is doing. It doesn't, certainly, we're not checking in on the ACC. We're not checking in on the All-American Conference to see what they're doing. No, this is lion stuff. This is king of the jungle stuff. That you eat where you eat. You let everybody else mind their business and handle their own business. It's not going to stop you from eating. It's not going to stop you from living where you live. So appreciate the SEC. If you want to partner, cool. But to me, it should be about the Big Ten and its 18 member institutions and all of those contracts.
And here comes the party starter among the coaches. Brett Bielema is at the podium for Illinois football, a guy that was sitting next to us. Got a chance to say hi to Coach Bielema. Trying to pull up some stuff on Illinois for last year just to make sure I give Bielema his credit, right? Taking over the league. Come to Illinois by way of Arkansas as a guy DP that's been in both conferences, right? He saw the SEC in its full form, winning all the titles. He was in the Big Ten in its full form, winning 3 in a row.
Yeah, I don't. Here's my thing. I can't, again, not speaking for folks, just listening to them talk. He has his hands full. He has his hands full in trying to get Illinois football where he thinks it should be and where it deserves to be. He knows that it requires work. He knows that it requires talent. Coaches all say, and he is loudly saying players are required. If you want a gourmet meal, you must have gourmet menu items to create thing. And listen, he can coach. We know he can coach. We know he can coach. But the business that's required to compete with the top 6 teams in the Big Ten Conference, again, that constant measuring stick. And listen, in normal, we would say comparison is fatal. In big football, it's a part of daily business.
Yeah.
You got to know what your neighbor's doing. And Illinois has neighbors. It has big, angry, loud, rich neighbors. So you get compared. Listen, if I have to let him put my hand in the dirt for Coach Bielema, I'm good about it. I think they do. I think they like who they are, and I think they like who they're doing.
This is an Illinois program that last year just is number 9 in the country. They start the year off Illinois, go on the road to Durham and beat the brakes off of Duke, shutout of Western Michigan. It's the measuring stick. DP, we weren't sure what level it was going to be, but it sure turned into the measuring stick. Illinois went on the road to Indiana. Illinois last year was the higher ranked team in that matchup. They were number 9 in the country on the road at number 19 Indiana, except probably it was all Hoosiers after that, 63-10. One of the more shocking early season results in college football. But I think the mark of a strong program is right after that. What did Illinois do? They come home, they turn around as now the lower ranked team. They drop 14 spots, play a team in the same tier as them or close to USC, turn around and win. That's program resilience.
Well, it's also learning. You can identify the program by learning. Your ability to learn in the Big Ten Conference, your ability to adjust on the fly is necessary. It's loud and needed. So they figured out, quite frankly, hey, we're pretty good. We're pretty good. We're going great. In the neighborhood of elite. Because if the football bounces twice differently in their season, we're having different conversations about them. We're absolutely having different conversations about them. So, how many programs of the AC programs would love to do where Illinois is?
Probably, 9 of them at least.
That's the statement of truth. That's who they are. That's where they are. They're the middle of the middle, best of the best. No. In the conversation, absolutely.
That's the rest.
Well,
certainly.
Listen, Nebraska fans can certainly circle Illinois this year, the game against them, to tell you what the program is doing. win over Illinois is loud. A loss against Illinois makes you have more questions.
Yeah, I mean, the Illinois, for those who might not be as familiar with the Nebraska schedule, it'll be that first week in November, and it'll be a Friday. Nebraska will go to Illinois on a little bit shorter of a week, and then they will head to Rutgers after that. Two teams that are familiar with that Friday game, familiar with that sort of setup. And that's something that, if we get a chance to talk to any more Iowa players or Illinois players, I'd love to ask them, DP, the conversation around short weeks, around travel, or around, old school Big Ten West games, because we have the conversations as talking heads. We're being told that it's a conversation, but is it a conversation, right? I'd love to know how other programs that Nebraska, believes it belongs in the neighborhood with, at least for the time being, how they handle that conversation, how they handle their week of preparation. We think we know, we hear from Nebraska about it. I wonder how different that is for Illinois and Iowa compared to what Nebraska's been doing.
Well, I mean, again, they're focused on themselves, fixing things. They have less to fix than the bottom 6 teams in the Big Ten.
Yeah.
They have less to excel at. They do a lot of things really well. They know, hey, wait a minute, we've got talent. We've got talent to compete with Ohio State and Michigan. Mm-hmm. They certainly feel like their talent matches up with Indiana, but Indiana's doing some things that nobody else is doing. So get in your bag, figure out the things you need to fix. You're a player or two away. That's what I think's happening. I think that's what they're working on.
Yeah, new quarterback for Illinois will be Caton Hauser, former Michigan State guy, bounced around then to Eastern Carolina and then back to Illinois. But like you said, DP, certainly plenty of talent in Illinois in that greater Chicagoland area.
Large human. That is a large Big Ten quarterback. He can sling it, but that's a dude who can take hits, who can mobile. You watch him walk around again. What presence matters. You can see some things. I'm still guilty of being a coach that looks at natural movement and that athletic arrogance that often shows up in Big Ten room. It's certainly for the folks here. Rutgers in the building, Penn State now in the building. To see them move as they do, it speaks loudly, man. Listen, you gotta. Fair to say that the Big Ten is Whole Foods.
I don't know if you can have it any other way,
right? And if you gotta shop for the same cut of meats as the champs, you gotta shop where they shop, man.
Well, and then once you shop for it, once you know what they're buying, once you get it, you got to treat it right.
You got to know how to cook. Yeah. Bro. You got to know the timing. You got to know. Listen, man. And you also have to know who you're serving. Mm-hmm. And I think that is as much part of the Big Ten story that in each of these markets, all of them are different. Mm-hmm. Penn State is not Nebraska. Nebraska is not Los Angeles. Los Angeles is not College Park, Maryland. And the crossover between East Lafayette and East Lansing, different vibes, man. People want to eat different things. They have different expectations. So that's sitting in this room. I mean, remember I said earlier, it didn't smell like Big Ten. Mm-hmm. It now has its full Big Ten smell.
Starting to get there.
Oh, it's got the Big Ten smell.
But does it smell like a Chicago dog or Chicago deep dish? That's the real question.
Dog.
What is Big Ten smell? Or is it meat and potatoes? Is it corn? What's Big Ten smell?
This is like we're currently sitting in the meatloaf and mashed potatoes with gravy.
Sure.
I think we'll get to the grill tomorrow.
Okay.
Thursday's the full course. Mm-hmm. Like the grill's going, the oven's going. There's some bacon going on. It's a full thing, right? Mm-hmm. It's a full morning. I appreciate Bielema bringing bacon. First thing in the morning, man, for your coffee, we're going to give you some bacon. That's kind of how I feel about Bielema kicking off the day.
We'll go to break and hear some from Brett Bielema as we continue here through the 11 o'clock hour. Sandhills Global growing right here in Lincoln with their expanding campus and continued growth. They're hiring across a wide range of careers, from interns to experienced professionals. You can join the team at Sandhills Global and build your career with competitive pay, great benefits, and real opportunities to grow. Visit sandhills.jobs to view openings and apply today. Don't forget, 20 minutes from now, we'll be joined by College Football Playoff Executive Director Rich Clark. Excited to have another conversation with him. Had a great time catching up last year at Media Days in Las Vegas. He's here at the Hilton Chicago, and he will join us live on the air coming up at noon. DP is there. I'm Austin. We'll carry you through till noon. Be joined by Rich Clark then. Come back with us.
You're listening to 93.7 The Tickets, coverage from Big Ten Football Media Days at the Hilton Chicago. Coverage is sponsored by Warhorse Casino, Sandhills Global, Gary Michaels Clothiers, and Ben Blaker of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate.
You're counting on your team to win, so why not prove it? By placing your bets at Warhorse Sportsbook. Their win is your win. Put your money where your mouth is on nearly every sporting event. Use the Warhorse app to check odds and build your bets before placing your wagers in person at Warhorse Casino, including live in-game betting. No bets, no glory. Wagers may only be placed on Nebraska-based teams when played outside the state of Nebraska. Must be 21 or older to gamble. Gambling problem? Call 1-833-BET-OVER.
At Planet Fitness, your pace is as personal as your playlist. That's why right now, you can get up to 3 free months of Apple Music when you join for just $1 down. With best-in-class equipment, free fitness training, and a judgment-free environment, we have everything you need to go your speed. Join Planet Fitness for $1 down and get up to 3 free months of Apple Music. No commitment. Deal ends July 31st. Additional fees and restrictions apply. See Home Club for details.
Your sprinklers are watering the street or flooding your backyard. If you're on a list that doesn't exist, it's time for Judson Irrigation. At Judson Irrigation, Lee or Lacey or Judson will make an appointment. You pick the time and they'll be there to fix your sprinkler system. Now that's service, a dying art these days.
Keep summer green. Call Judson Irrigation 402-420-6277 or judsonirrigation.com.
Hey there, this is Paul Scheel, owner of High Electric. I want to thank our friends and loyal customers and introduce High Electric to those looking for a new electrician. We've been serving the Lincoln and Omaha area for over 30 years, from design to install, upgrades, and repair. If you are a homeowner or a small business needing some electrical work, call us at 402-466-6606 or check us out at hyelectric.com. We look forward to hearing from you.
Looking for a fun way to give back? Join us for the 2026 Kicks for Kids Nebraska Fun Run Walk, presented by Pinnacle Bank, on Saturday, August 22nd at James Arthur Vineyard. Enjoy a scenic 5K through beautiful grounds. Every step helps provide shoes to kids in Lincoln and Lancaster County schools, with options for adults, wine included, and kids. Registration fees include a t-shirt, medal, and bag. Sign up today and make a difference at kicksforkidsnebraska.org.
Shopping for new flooring is different today. Getting your questions answered, making the right selection, getting the best value, and installed quickly and professionally. Visit ostreetcarpet.com or shop our store. We'll answer all your questions and help you make the right choice. You'll be enjoying your new floor in just days for less than you'd pay elsewhere. Carpet, vinyl, wood, laminate, tile, and area rugs. We've got it all.
O Street Carpet.
1732 O Street. Family owned and operated. Always the best value.
When Nebraska businesses win, we all win. And the Nebraska Chamber is helping make that happen. Tackling the tough stuff like job creation, affordable and accessible childcare, and building a stronger workforce. We're stepping up so local businesses can step forward. If you want to see Nebraska keep growing, keep competing, and keep winning, get connected with the Nebraska Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Learn more at nechamber.com.
Big value and big flavor meet at Wings and Rings, thanks to the all-new Delicious Duo Combo. This is the one you've been waiting for. Get one half-sized appetizer and 2 entrees with a side for only $19.99. Bring a friend for the best deal in town on any day of the week, during game time, or whenever the heck you want. Their made-to-order wings and chicken sandwiches are waiting for you at their 68th and O and 40th and Old Cheney locations. Stop by Wings and Rings and celebrate every day with the best meal deal in town.
When your business is ready for its next move, I'm here to help make it happen. I'm Corey Vandeweghe, Commercial Loan Officer at Midwest Bank on 70th and Pioneers Boulevard. Lincoln is full of bold ideas and hardworking business owners, and I'm proud to support the people driving that progress. Whether you're launching something new or investing in growth, I'll work with you to find lending solutions that move your business forward. Swing in anytime. I'd love to hear what you're building. Your community, your bank, Midwest Bank, member FDIC.
You started your business to build something special. Now it's time to grow and protect it. At Pinnacle Bank, our treasury management services help you do just that. Through smarter payment technology, account administration, and fraud protection. So no matter the size of your business, you can get the most out of your financial operations. Request your free consultation at pinbank.com/consult. Pinnacle Bank, the way banking should be. Member FDIC.
Empower a child today with the Teammates Mentoring Program by building a relationship based on strengths and chart a brighter future 1 week at a time. Find out how you can be a mentor by visiting LincolnTeammates.org. Become what you needed as a kid by joining the Teammates Mentoring Program today.
You're listening to 93.7 The Ticket's coverage from Big Ten Football Media Days at the Hilton Chicago. Coverage is sponsored by Warhorse Casino, Sandhills Global, Gary Michaels Clothiers, and Ben Bleicher of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate. Welcome back to 93.7 The Ticket's coverage of Big Ten Media Days live from Chicago. Presented by Warhorse Casino, Gary Michaels Clothiers, Sandhills Global, and Ben Bleicher of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate on 93.7 The Ticket and theticketfm.com.
Putting a bow on the 11 o'clock hour. Austin Orman, Derek Pearson with you from Big Ten Football Media Days Day 1 with a big thank you to Sandhills Global, Gary Michaels Clothiers, Warhorse Casino, and Ben Bleicher from Professional Realty Group, Berkshire Hathaway Home Services, Ambassador Real Estate. Party starters off the stage, DP. Brett Bielema did his thing. We're still awaiting Rutgers head coach Greg Schiano, but here's why the Big Ten likes Brett Bielema as the party starter. The SEC, they want to live in 2005 forever.
Sir.
Let them know, Brett.
10 toes down. He is who he is. He has no fear. He has respect.
Mm-hmm.
He offers respect. He demands respect. I'm not mad at nothing he does or how he goes about it. The same can be said by the gentleman that just took the stage. What he's doing and where he's doing it, trying to do the honorable, good Big Ten football thing in Rutgers is not easy. Greg Schiano has his hands full.
He certainly does. This is a guy that obviously had plenty of success when he was at Rutgers the first time. That program was in the Big East for the most part at the time. And even when Rutgers first joined the Big Ten, they had a couple years where they won 8 and 9 games, and then it quickly fizzled out after that. DP, in terms of the how much respect do you have for Greg Schiano for sticking it out and for Rutgers for sticking by him in an era where we see more coaching turnover than ever?
Well, I mean, some of it's loyalty that I admire, that he's a Rutgers guy. And he knows the market knows him. They know their limitations. They have been public about their financial issues within the athletic department in the university itself. That region of the country and how business is being done, and then who you're competing with in that space. Like it's seriously, if you're Rutgers, are you New York City? Are you Pennsylvania? Are you New Jersey? Where are you getting? What can you get? Can you get? You figured out a way to get 2 or 3 top tier basketball players. If you get 2 or 3 top tier football players, you better come up with another 10. You have to come up with another 10 and compete and be good in the Big Ten Conference.
To reach the middle.
Right, like just to get to the middle of the pack. So mad respect for staying and understanding what Rutgers football is, understanding what the Rutgers brand is, and being clear. It's not good enough yet, but we're still working towards it. And he says it proudly and loudly, which is a thing that that I admire is when a coach speaks to his word rather than allowing people to speak around him. Schiano's the voice.
Yeah, he absolutely is for that program in so many ways. It's a guy that's had his teams give Nebraska fits before. Nebraska has managed to find ways to beat Rutgers, but I would say DP Rutgers probably knows who it is and who it wants to be more than Nebraska in some ways. Doesn't mean that they're having the level of success, but like you mentioned with Iowa, like we've said a little bit with Illinois, if you do less, hypothetically, you have less to fix.
Well, I mean, you have to know foundationally and fundamentally who you are, what you're able to replicate the most often, especially in critical situations. In normal situation, the number of critical plays in a football game, especially in a Big Ten football game, you have to identify. Okay, what can you do the most often? Well, listen, in the space that you're in, what can you do? What talent do you have? What talent can you consistently get in your program and develop in your program? Those answers always change, man. It's tough to do. Again, I'm glad. This is why I'm glad we're here, because you realize the depth of the pool, how much talent is in the pool. Like, there's some sharks in the water. Like, hey, man, Coach Rule, you got to throw hands with Greg Schiano and Brett Bielema just to get in the conversation.
In the little guppies of the Big Ten are running a fish tank somewhere else, which works both ways.
Bruh, you got like, we forget. Like, we think this is easy. This is never easy.
Hasn't been yet.
This is never easy. Listen, salute, because you got a dog every day.
I do. Chase V says, I just spit out my drink when I heard that quote from Brett Bielema with the SEC being stuck in 2005. Yeah, pretty good one there. I'm taking a look at what Rutgers has in terms of the schedule moving forward. Of course, Nebraska will go out to New Brunswick there to play Rutgers in November. They'll get the party started with UMass. They'll go to Boston College. That'll be a September 11th game, and then they'll take on USC on September the 19th. They'll host Howard before hosting Indiana bye week, traveling to Maryland and Northwestern in back-to-back weeks. And then the end of the season looks like Michigan, Wisconsin, Nebraska, Penn State, and Michigan State for the Scarlet Knights.
Oh, man. The Big Ten's a dog, man. It is a full-on dog. Again, this is why we pull back the curtain on the Big Ten Conference, because we go through the schedule and we have these preconceived ideas of what we're going to expect and what we believe is going to happen. The reality is we don't know, and the more information we get as it goes step by step, play by play. Wow, that Schiano has a plan. Bielema has a plan. His young people walked in the room and said, listen, we're not here to be second fiddle to anybody. We know how good we can be, but it's going to be up to us. You know, we can work this thing out, but we have to throw hands at a high level and consistently.
12 weeks,
right?
At least 9 weeks, if not 12.
I don't know how deep Rutgers is. I don't know that Rutgers knows if they know how deep they are. But when you get in the room and you stand next to those 3 national championship trophies, as you asked earlier, what do you think when you stand next to it? Man, we got work to do. We got work to do, and we got work to do now.
When you think about Rutgers specifically, and if you were in Greg Schiano's shoes, is it we've got work to do? Is it why not us? And in what measure?
It's work to go. Ownership matters. And listen, they like to play a physical brand of football defensively. They like to be physical on offense. That, quite frankly, they're bigs up front. They think that if we're just throwing hands on defensive front 7, offensive front 5, they think they have an advantage. And they think that over time they have an advantage. It's where you get into the skill positions that questions become, can you match up? They've had great runners, great quarterback, great athletes at quarterback. Don't know that they've had a great quarterback. They've had great athletes at quarterback who played football. They were great football players. But then sometimes that catches you. They have receivers. Every now and then you get a guy who'll get to the league. Is it constant? No. Is it consistent? No. So that's the problem with Rutgers and what they're facing. But I also know their alignment, one offensive lineman away from being a force. They're one They always have a great middle linebacker. They have a great stand-up guy on the boundary. They're usually tough up the middle, but when they have a legitimate nose tackle to man A gaps, they're better defensively. So, but we only know when we know. Once we see them, we'll have a better advantage. But I trust Greg Schiano. I think that's an important thing to say. I trust him to develop what he has.
Yeah, it's not necessarily a case that, Rutgers would be better off without him if the results don't come. But certainly Rutgers University and the football program would have a hard time doing better than Greg Schiano in terms of trustworthiness and what he's meant to that institution.
Yeah, I mean, he fits, and he is the culture. Then it becomes he needs help around him. He does not have the roster Nebraska has. He does not have the roster Wisconsin has. He just doesn't. And it's hard to get because, again, if you're a Big Ten quarterback in the Northeast, there's three places that call before you answer Rutgers.
Yeah,
that's kind of the dilemma that he has. He has grinders at running back. He has guys that, who develop. But again, if you're a top tier runner, we know that Penn State has 3 of the best 20 in the country,
and they're just a few hours away.
So
3 hours further.
So that's and then by the way, I can go south and end up in College Park, and I know there are NFL dudes who are going to help me get to where I need to get to.
Yeah, all in play. Speaking of where you need to get to, the college football playoff. Executive Director Rich Clark will be by here in just a few minutes. Let's go ahead and go to break and get ready to have that conversation. Again, Rich Clark, Executive Director of the college football playoffs, will be with us. That leads off the 12 o'clock hour here, 93.7 The Tickets coverage of Big Ten Media Days live from Chicago.
You're listening to 93.7 The Tickets, coverage from Big Ten Football Media Days at the Hilton Chicago. Coverage is sponsored by Warhorse Casino, Sandhills Global, Gary Michaels Clothiers, and Ben Blaker of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate.
When your business is ready for its next move, I'm here to help make it happen. I'm Corey Vandeweghe, Commercial Loan Officer at Midwest Bank on 70th and Pioneers Boulevard. Lincoln is full of bold ideas and hardworking business owners, and I'm proud to support the people driving that progress. Whether you're launching something new or investing in growth, I'll work with you to find lending solutions that move your business forward. Swing in anytime. I'd love to hear what you're building. Your community, your bank, Midwest Bank, member FDIC.
Shopping for new flooring is different today. Getting your questions answered, making the right selection, getting the best value, and installed quickly and professionally. Visit OakStreetCarpet.com or shop our store. We'll answer all your questions and help you make the right choice. You'll be enjoying your new floor in just days for less than you'd pay elsewhere. Carpet, vinyl, wood, laminate, tile, and area rugs. We've got it all.
Oak Street Carpet.
1732 O Street. Family owned and operated. Always the best value.
Big box stores are tempting for buying equipment for your high schooler in sports or for yourself in your sports leisures. But buying new is awfully expensive. Why not go somewhere with new and used options? Play It Again Sports has quality, slightly to gently used equipment, and 50% of their inventory is actually new equipment. It's more than baseball, softball, and golf. They also have equipment for disc golf, fitness, hockey, and more. Plus, they're always buying products. Bring your gear that you're done with and get trade money on the spot. Play It Again Sports at 48th and Vine.
Your sprinklers are watering the street or flooding your backyard. If you're on a list that doesn't exist, it's time for Judson Irrigation. At Judson Irrigation, Lee or Lacey or Judson will make an appointment. You pick the time and they'll be there to fix your sprinkler system. Now that's service, a dying art these days.
Keep summer green. Call Judson Irrigation 402-420-6277 or judsonirrigation.com.
Hey there, this is Paul Scheel, owner of High Electric. I want to thank our friends and loyal customers and introduce High Electric to those looking for a new electrician. We've been serving the Lincoln and Omaha area for over 30 years, from design to install, upgrades, and repair. If you are a homeowner or a small business needing some electrical work, call us at 402-466-6606 or check us out at hyelectric.com. We look forward to hearing from you.
Power Underground has been serving local contractors and utility contractors all across the state since 1997. When you see the black and white truck, you know the best workers in the business have arrived. Bauer is currently looking for equipment operators, laborers, diesel mechanics, and aerial linemen. Join the brotherhood built upon hard work, authentic people, and a pedigree of success. They're offering top-notch benefits, matching 401k, and a $600 per year clothing allowance. Bauer Underground, a family-friendly company with room for advancement.
This is Lincoln's home for sports talk on the FM dial. Also online at theticketfm.com. On the internet, KNTK FM Firth, 93.7 The Ticket.
Husker fans, the 2026 Nebraska football season is quickly approaching, and we need you in the Sea of Red at Memorial Stadium this fall. Single game tickets for all 7 home games start at just $45 and are now available in both end zone and sideline seat locations. These tickets are only available while supplies last, so get yours today before they're gone. To purchase your Husker football single game tickets or for more information, visit huskers.com/tickets. Go Big Red.
Remember your first Salt Dogs game? Maybe it was a class trip out on the berm, or date night with actual fireworks, or team building that didn't feel like work at all. For 25 seasons, Haymarket Park remains Lincoln's place for firsts like these, the kind that last. Because it's more than a baseball game. It's the joy of being here together. These are the traditions that bring us home. So here's to you, Lincoln. Your local tradition plays on. Get your tickets at saltdogs.com.
Rico here with HIS Auto Care at 70th and Van Dorn, letting you know HIS is a great place to bring your vehicle for service. With superior service bumper to bumper, we'll treat your vehicle like it's your mother's. It doesn't get any better than that. So call 402-488-8934 and HIS Auto will make you glad you did. 5% off, mention this ad, and for sure your mother will be proud you called. 402-488-8934, HIS Auto Care, 70th and Van Dorn. God bless you.
When something breaks, you want someone you can trust to fix it right. Empire Repair is now open in Waverly and ready to serve our community with reliable auto repair and maintenance. From routine service to bigger repairs, our team is here to keep you on the road. Stop by Empire Repair in Waverly or call 402-786-2224 to schedule your service today. Empire Repair, proud to serve Waverly.
You're listening to 93.7 The Tickets, coverage from Big Ten Football Media Days at the Hilton Chicago. Coverage is sponsored by Warhorse Casino, Sandhills Global, Gary Michaels Clothiers, and Ben Blaker of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate. Live from the Hilton Chicago, 93.7 The Ticket brings you coverage of the 2026 Big Ten Football Media Days. Derek Pearson, Jay Foreman, Jake Sorensen, and Austin Orman bring you exclusive interviews and in-depth conversations while you get ready for the upcoming Big Ten football season. Coverage from Big Ten Media Days is powered by Warhorse Casino, Gary Michaels Clothiers, Sandhills Global, and Ben Bliker of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate. This is Big Ten Media Days, live from Chicago on 93.7 The Ticket and theticketfm.com.
Every year, get the privilege of talking to you.
There we go. Away we go into the noon hour Big Ten Football Media Days, Day 1. Austin Norman, Derek Pearson, joined now live right across from us by the Executive Director of the College Football Playoff for the second year in a row, Mr. Rich Clark. Rich, welcome back to the Ticket. Thanks for joining us.
It is great being here with you, Austin and Derek. Always an honor and a privilege to be at the table with you.
You have a whole resume that we can go through at some point. If people can look it up themselves.
Let's talk football.
Let's talk football. Perfect. That's your current role as Executive Director of the College Football Playoff. Been 2 years.
Yes.
How's these 2 years gone for you since you joined the board in 24?
It has been amazing. I will say, though, in true honesty and transparency, it's a lot harder than I thought it would be, but I love it more than I thought I would love it. It's surreal to me sometimes that I get to be in this enterprise and do the things that we get to do with my team. So I love it.
What is the great friction to what you're trying to accomplish on a daily and annual basis?
Well, Derek, here's the if I was going to sum it up, it's that we are here to represent all of the conferences, every team, and really give them something that caps off the regular season in a great way. But when you're trying to represent 10 very accomplished commissioners and 10 very powerful and prominent conferences and the Notre Dame athletic director, you have people that have different ideas about things and how things should go. And so you get some, give and take. There's some tugging. There's some differences of opinions. But it's all about moving the general direction forward in the same way where we get most of what we want. But that's a hard thing to do in a group like that. And that's, I think, generally the hardest part of it. But I also think that might be why they picked me, because I've had to do this kind of thing in my previous lives. And I can take a beating like nobody else can take it. And, when somebody doesn't like it, somebody else does, but you always have to hear about it, and you got to have a thick skin and keep doing what's right for the greater good.
Well, I think you give it as well. You give it, kind sir. We've asked folks about the GPS that exists in this space, and this tournament, this championship, has a GPS. It's a live, living GPS. You're there. You get to say where we are, how we got here. Then you get to say, ultimately, in the best version of it, this is what it looks like, and then it tells you how you're going to get there. For our listeners, what's the GPS of this football system and what it looks like at its best version?
Well, I'll say this: the commissioners right now are working on some congressional legislation that I think, at the biggest picture, at the broadest level of college football and college athletics, really. There's some things that they're really working hard to get their arms around, right? And to provide some guardrails and some direction for college sports in general. And I think that's the most important thing that's going on right now. And then if you come down to more the micro level, to my level, where the college football playoff is, our job is really to enhance the regular season and to make the regular season better. And so when you ask what's the direction of this, what we have to do for our small part of this overall big picture, we talk about all of college athletics, then you talk about college football, and then you talk about the college football playoff. We have a relatively small part, though a highly visible part. What we have to do is make sure that the decisions we make are good for the student athletes, the fans, the coaches, the institutions, and that we're doing right by all of the conferences. So I think that we have some decisions ahead of us that are going to have to be made here pretty soon about what the format of this playoff looks like. Is it going to be 12? Is it going to be 16? Is it going to be 24? The commissioners are deep into this as well. Even with all the big things that they have going on, they're still very concerned about this because those small and though at the micro level, they also know it's very important. And so in my mind, we're going to pick a good direction. We're going to be going further than we have even in these first 2 years of the CFP. I think it's going to only be better. I really do. And I don't think that they're going to pick a format that's worse than what we have. They want to get better. They want to get better. And it in my mind, we're probably going to have a format that gives more access. I don't know if it'll be 16 or 24, but I do think that there's enough demand for more access in the playoff that eventually we're going to have a system that gives us more.
Before we give it back to Austin, because I do want to, but we talked about the biggest friction. I can see how much joy you get from doing what you do.
I do.
What's the biggest joy? What's the thing you love most about this and what you're able to create?
Well, the best thing about this job is the team that I have, that I get to work with every day at the CFP. I love that group of people because they are passionate about their jobs. And when I left the military, I thought, man, I'll never, be a part of something where people are so committed to doing something bigger than themselves. And lo and behold, I found that. And that is what gives me the most joy. But I think when you ask me that question is about the results that we see and what we get, the biggest joy is when that championship game happens and we've seen the road that teams have traveled to get there, and you get to see some one team. There will be only one. Pick that trophy up and hold it up. It's just like, man, this is what sports is all about. This is what competition is. And you get a team like last year, Indiana, who thought, right? Who'd have thought that, especially like 4 years ago? If I could go back in time and say, you know what, Indiana's going to win a national championship in college football, I probably wouldn't have gotten this job. They'd have been like, you're an idiot. And look what they did. That's what gives me the greatest joy, is seeing a team that, you know, puts it out there, leaves it on the field, and travels the road less traveled to get to the top. And that's amazing. I love it.
You can go back 4 years. You can even go back to just the date of the national championship game, Indiana versus Miami.
Right.
You know, they could win it. They could do it. But, it's Miami. You know,
right.
Miami. Here's Indiana. Now, the third straight Big Ten team to win the college football playoff. And you talk about the expansion of the format and whatnot. I think fans would have their own thought of what the biggest sticking points are in terms of moving that format forward. When you hear the conversation from fans or media about the college football playoff expansion, do they generally get it right? Are the sticking points what they think they are? Is there something beyond that that's a bigger sticking point to hold up?
Well, so I'll say this. The one thing that I hear all the time is people say it's all about revenue. It's just revenue. They're just trying to make more money. It is not. It really isn't. That's a part of it, right? Because there's a value proposition here. We're not doing the institutions a service if we put, you know, a playoff into action that's going to not provide the revenue that they need to operate, that they need to make sure that they can still put good football teams on the field. But that's not the only thing. There's a fan sentiment that's really important, because without the fans, the game's not what it is. That's one of the things that really makes college football different, is the passion of the fans, and we can't lose that. It's also about access into the game, because there's a lot of teams out there. Last year there were some teams that weren't in the playoff that very well could have been competitors, that could have done a good job. And so you want to make sure that you are as inclusive as possible without being too much, without hitting that diminishing returns. And so that's also very important. Access is very important. TV windows, where are we going to play them? The commitments that we have to our broadcast partner, we still owe that. We have a commitment there. So there's so many things that go into this decision, and that's why, you know, the commissioners are very deliberate in what they do and how they ask questions and the decisions that they made. And people say, well, how are they taking so long to do this? Well, it's not just, you know, like you said, Austin, some people think they know what the sort of sticking points are, but there's a lot of sticking points, and they owe that to college football to look at every one of those as much as possible.
You mentioned those 10 commissioners that are working together to help kind of set the direction of this. When they get together, when they meet, their conversations, what's the temperature? Is it competitive? Is it collegial? Because everyone's, you know, looking out for their own interests. How much of a sense of it do you get that, you know, Big Ten wants what's best for the Big Ten, SEC for SEC, ACC, Big 12 through the list, versus, hey, there is this big picture, greater good for the sport of college football and growing the game and beyond?
Well, I'd be lying if I told you that they weren't looking out for their conferences as well, because that's what they get paid to do. That's their job, right? But they also are looking out for the greater good of college football. And they have to be professional enough that they can do both at the same time. Sometimes I equate it to what Congress does, right? You elect someone to look out for your district or your state when they go on Capitol Hill, but they also have to look out for the greater good of the country and what they're doing. And that's where these commissioners are. They have to look out for their conference and do what's best for their conference, but not at the expense of the greater good. And so there's a balance there that they have to strike. And I'll say, sometimes I sit in that room and I listen to the conversations and I say, man, I can't believe I'm sitting here hearing this right now. But they're always professional. It's a collegial group. They know each other and they understand the challenges that each other face. And so there's an element of grace in the room, but there's also an element of understanding of each other and what they're up against. And I've never been in there where, you know, it was tense, where they looked like they were going to be, coming to fist or something. Yeah, never got there. It might make it a little more interesting, but we haven't gotten there.
Well, they got a bouncer at the door.
No,
They got a gatekeeper.
Yeah, no, they're very professional, a very good group, and the discussions are really thoughtful and impressive. And they're not rushing; they're being deliberate about their decision making.
Your time is appreciated, but I do want to ask this: those rooms, as you say, at that micro level, where you really have to look at the interest of the greater that small greater thing. Student athletes in the room, how much voice do they get in this? Because as you consider all the things that you're considering, schedule, student athlete experience, endurance, all those things, how does that play into it?
Well, student health and safety is key and critical, and the commissioners and the university presidents, who also have a voice, are very, very concerned about that. So that's something that comes up quite often. And the actual student athlete voice comes up through the conference to the commissioners as well. So, it's really, I would say, I'll go back to the congressional example. The commissioners have to listen to their full constituency, which includes student athletes, which includes coaches, which includes university presidents. And they have to bring all of that with them into the room and sort of pull that together to formulate their positions and have those discussions. So to your point, Derek, student athletes, though, it is key. It's always at the forefront of the discussion, because we don't want to do something that's going to hurt our student athletes. It's about them.
That is the brand. That is the ultimate thing that we try to take care of. And then the fans themselves. And when the fans get loud, sometimes it's to celebrate you. Sometimes it's to let you know they're in pain.
Right.
But here's the thing. I think where you currently are, most of that noise is the positive, good noise.
Yeah.
That you did a thing that, quite frankly, Indiana and Miami means access worked.
Yeah.
And the evolution of the game worked, because Indiana became Indiana in spite of the history of Indiana. It played in a national championship game in a playoff system that allowed them to space in, and they were protecting it, and they got to celebrate. And now we look forward to the next year where, quite frankly, we're not sure who's going to show up at the end of that thing.
There's no telling. There's no telling, but that's the beauty of it, right? And I'll be honest with you, Derek, a little chaos is interesting, right? I mean, and I'm speaking as a fan now, because in my current role, chaos is not good.
Mr. Military saying he likes chaos.
Yeah,
That's a good one.
I do not like chaos in the role I'm in. But as a fan, a little chaos is what makes me, I don't know, latch in. It gives me something to talk about to my friends and to the other people that are around me. It gives me something to go, well, what are they going to do next? It makes it exciting. And I don't know. There's something about that chaos that I go, all right, this isn't cool right now. We're working through this, but it's kind of fun. It's kind of fun.
Listen, we appreciate your time.
Thank you. I appreciate being here with you guys always.
The insight, allowing fans to hear from the voice rather than speculating and otherwise. But let me say this, and again, I could not sit across the table from you without saying how proud I am.
That means a lot from you.
You understand that likelihood that these two Virginia kids are sitting at Big Ten Media talking about college football playoff system.
Right.
Those two kids from Virginia.
Yes.
Hey, man, let's celebrate what's happening here. I'm proud to say that you're one of us. I'm proud to watch what you do. I know that the college football playoffs are in great hands and under great leadership. And you know how you know? The results show.
Right. Well, we'll keep trying to put those results out there, but I appreciate you, Derek. You know where I came from more than most. And, we have similar backgrounds in history, and it's always great to be here with you. And Austin, you always know how to ask that question. It's like, oh, here we go. So,
Get ready, Red, you're not.
No, but I appreciate both of you guys and what you do for college football. So thanks for having me. Always can count on a great discussion with you.
Thank you, kind sir. Get us a break.
There he goes. That's Rich Clark, Executive Director of the College Football Playoff. We'll make sure that gets posted in case you want to listen back. We'll be back with more from Big Ten Media Days Day 1 next on The Ticket.
You're listening to 93.7 The Ticket's coverage from Big Ten Football Media Days at the Hilton Chicago. Coverage is sponsored by Warhorse Casino, Sandhills Global, Gary Michaels Clothiers, and Ben Bleicher of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate.
Your sprinklers are watering the street or flooding your backyard. If you're on a list that doesn't exist, it's time for Judson Irrigation. At Judson Irrigation, Lee or Lacey or Judson will make an appointment. You pick the time and they'll be there to fix your sprinkler system. Now that's service, a dying art these days.
Keep summer green. Call Judson Irrigation 402-420-6277 or judsonirrigation.com.
Are you ready for a new opportunity? Check out Sandhills Global. Join a dynamic team where your skills are valued and your career can soar. We offer full-time positions with a 4.5-day work week, competitive pay, excellent benefits, and a positive work environment. From IT and marketing to sales and finance, we're looking for talented individuals like you. Apply today at sandhills.jobs and take the first step towards an exciting future. That's sandhills.jobs. Don't wait, apply now.
Things that impair you come in many different shapes and sizes. Some are the shape of beer and liquor bottles. Others look like cigarettes but aren't cigarettes at all. These are the things we know impair us, the things our parents warned us about. What we're not always aware of is our new prescription or the over-the-counter medicine we picked up just for allergies or a bad cold. See, it doesn't just matter how much of a substance you take. If you are impaired, driving is deceptively dangerous. Don't drive impaired. Paid for by the NDOT Highway Safety Office.
Rico here with HIS Auto Care at 70th and Van Dorn, letting you know HIS is a great place to bring your vehicle for service. With superior service bumper to bumper, we'll treat your vehicle like it's your mother's. Doesn't get any better than that. So call 402-488-8934 and HIS Auto will make you glad you did. 5% off, mention this ad, and for sure your mother will be proud you called. 402-488-8934, HIS Auto Care, 70th and Van Dorn. God bless you.
When something breaks, you want someone you can trust to fix it right. Empire Repair is now open in Waverly and ready to serve our community with reliable auto repair and maintenance. From routine service to bigger repairs, our team is here to keep you on the road. Stop by Empire Repair in Waverly or call 402-786-2224 to schedule your service today. Empire Repair, proud to serve Waverly.
Are you ready to upgrade your equipment? Now's the time at Landmark Implement. Through July, take advantage of limited time interest waiver offers on select late model used sprayers, tractors, and combines. Get 12 months of interest waiver on eligible sprayers, 24 months on eligible 7R, 8R, and 9R tractors, and 36 months on eligible combines. But don't wait, these offers end July 31st. Stop by your local Landmark Implement. Give us a call or browse our inventory online at landmarkimp.com and experience the Landmark difference.
The crack of the bat, sizzling concessions. Yeah, that's the sound of summer at Haymarket Park. It's been that way for 25 seasons. And in this city, it's not a matter of if you'll catch a game, it's how many. Safe. That's because there's always something in play for Salt Dogs fans. From saluting our troops to Friday night fireworks, your local tradition plays on. Let's show summer how Lincoln celebrates 25 seasons. Get your tickets at saltdogs.com.
If you're seeking a career with a growing company, Gaina Trucking and Excavating is hiring and looking for additions to their team. Gaina Trucking has a strong team culture, competitive pay, 401ks, and benefits like health, dental, and vision. Drivers are guaranteed 40 hours per week, even in the winter months, and are home every night. Start your career today at Gaina Trucking and Excavating. Apply today at GainaTrucking.com.
Hi, everyone. Kendall Warnock, owner of A1 Automotive. At A1 Automotive, we believe every vehicle has a purpose, and every customer does too. That's why we focus on dependable repairs, honest recommendations, and exceptional speed in service. Our goal is simple, to help you travel confidently and safely wherever life takes you. A1 Automotive, driven by purpose, built on trust. You can visit us online, a1autolincoln.com, or visit us at either of our three locations, 5110 State Hill Drive, 1117 L Street here in Lincoln, and our newest location, 408 Main Street, Seward, Nebraska.
We're not living in some perfect TV land, the kind where the sun's always shining and life's what-ifs just don't exist. Here in Nebraska, We live in reality. We have unpredictable weather and risky moments that mean you need insurance protection you can trust. At Battle Creek Insurance Company, we protect you with flexible policies for home, auto, farm, and multi-peril crop insurance. Hometown service for all of life's what-ifs. Contact your local independent agent and ask about Battle Creek Insurance. Better together.
You're listening to 93.7 The Ticket's coverage from Big Ten Football Media Days at the Hilton Chicago. Coverage is sponsored by Warhorse Casino, Sandhills Global, Gary Michaels Clothiers, and Ben Bleicher of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate. Welcome back to 93.7 The Ticket's coverage of Big Ten Media Days live from Chicago. Presented by Warhorse Casino, Gary Michaels Clothiers, Sandhills Global, and Ben Bleicher of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate on 93.7 The Ticket and theticketfm.com.
Wanted to ask, a lot of the reporting on the college football playoff has structured it that it seems like the Big Ten has one position, the SEC has another, and it's been very difficult to mold those two together. Just curious, as you look at it, what the Big Ten stance is to move this thing forward, come to some type of resolution on it, and what's going to be best for all the stakeholders, the colleges, the kids, the networks, and everybody else involved.
Yeah, I mean, the first thing I'll say about, working with the SEC on the playoff and working with Greg specifically, I've never heard him say that he won't do the work and consider 24. I mean, he's been public about certain preferences he has, but he's committed himself to doing the work around all formats. And we've done the same thing. We have strong opinions about where the right path is. I think there's been an evolution since we were here last year about how people feel about 24 at this point. And we've made adjustments in our league. We were focused on automatic qualifiers. We're not focused on that anymore. We're looking at, the committee picking the field to 24. We feel that ultimately will still unlock the power of scheduling that we want. So we work every day with it. I think the path is, you've got to be able to do this in a way that allows you to not play championship games. There's obviously significant economic value in our championship games across the P4. And so we've got to understand where that is. And if we can find the value, then I think it just changes the tone of the conversations. But it's been completely collaborative. And even though the memo gives the SEC and the Big Ten more, the operating decision-making in this process, we've really included, on a daily basis, our colleagues in the ACC, the Big 12, and everybody else in the CFP room. We're trying to do this together. I think there's been a lot of movement among coaches and ADs around the country that 24 is the right number, but we've got to see if it has the right value, and we got to understand that process and how we schedule it and when.
That's Big Ten Commissioner Tony Petitti from his Q&A session at the podium. Before us, Norman Derek Pearson back with you here. Good quote to jump off of, DP. Having just heard from Rich Clark, as always, a tremendous conversation with Mr. Clark. Appreciate him and his time joining us here on The Ticket. But I think a few things stood out there. Number one is that Tony Petitti senses momentum behind 24. He's moved off of his stance that the Big Ten and the SEC should have X number of qualifiers every year. He's going to let the play on the field do the talking, he said. Trust the selection committee to, in his mind, pick the right teams to get in there. What stood out to me then at the end was he said it's been completely collaborative. And I'm sure he's going to say that. It kind of sounds like a company line, given what Rich was telling us. I tend to believe it, but I also wonder if some of the group of six commissioners would feel the same way, if it's been completely collaborative or collaborative enough.
No, the inclusion thing, I think, matters.
Mm-hmm.
And nobody wants to go to the dance and dance by themselves. There's no fun in that. And quite frankly, there's not much value in it.
Mm-hmm.
You dance alone to get somebody to dance with. That's literally the whole point. So you can't play in a championship, a playoff by yourself. You cannot play in a system that excludes people just because it's not the best.
No.
I mean, literally, historically, we go back and say, I can't say that that's the best era because it didn't include everybody. Not everybody had a chance to participate. Not everybody was involved and invited to the dance. As much as you say you want it to be exclusive, you mean you want it to be elite. But we're talking about competition. And competition requires a competitor. It requires a rival and an opponent. It requires those things. So the Big Ten needs the SEC. The SEC needs the Big Ten.
Mm-hmm.
The ACC needs the Big Ten. The Big Ten needs the Big 12. You need it for leverage. You need it as business partners. and you need it for exposure's sake. So through all of that, and I do want to do a thing there because we had a texter said unregulated NIL and unregulated transfer portal has ruined college. Numbers say otherwise. The numbers say otherwise. Greatest viewership, greatest revenue stream, greatest exposure. I'm not sure that if you tell me Indiana winning the national champion ruined college football, no, it is exactly why it exists. That's literally the American story. That's the American sports story. That's the American athletic story. That anywhere, anytime you can jump up through hard work and accomplishment, succeed. That's literally what it is, that you're not boundary by it. It can make it more restrictive, and it certainly can make it more difficult. But quite frankly, 3 different teams in the last 3 years have worked their way. It wasn't given to them. Nothing given, everything earned. Earned national championships from the Big Ten Conference. And quite frankly, if we said, who do we think does that this year, that there may be a 4th name added to it, and we wouldn't be surprised at all.
No, we wouldn't be surprised in the slightest. I mean, if you just go back through the last decade, you get 3 names from the Big Ten: Indiana, Ohio State, Michigan. You get Georgia, Alabama, LSU, and Clemson. Essentially, if you go back a decade, that's a handful of names. But you go back the decade before, it was Alabama, Florida State, Ohio State, Alabama, Clemson. There are more people with access to winning a national championship now, at least giving themselves the chance to play for it. Not that it's going to be easy. They have to earn their way there, as we've talked about, as Rich was talking about as well. But that give and take is something that's always interesting to monitor, because Rich is right. We heard it from Troy Dannon when he was with us at Give to Lincoln Day even. The circles of, I don't want to say influence, but of responsibility expand, right? Coach worries about program. Athletic director worries about athletic department. Commissioner worries about conference. Rich Clark worries about the playoff, right? Writ large, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And so everyone's going to be looking out for their own good, which is why I would also go to that texter and say, maybe in your view, something's gotten ripped away from college football. It's not what it was when you were growing up, but we've all been there, right? It's not as good as we were, as it was when we were younger, right? It's different. It's different. That's what I go back to. It's not necessarily worse. It's different. And there are aspects that you can like. There are aspects you cannot like. There are things that can be done better, certainly, but you can't say that everything is worse in college football. Whether you look at, just the TV numbers or the peer dollars throwing in, that's not the only metric. Because again, as Rich was telling us, it's not just the revenue. Even outside of that, a lot of other people would tell you that, hey, I wasn't into college football, but now I have a playoff to watch, and that grabbed my attention. Or, hey, my team never used to be involved. I lost hope after, the second week of October, but now we have a reason to hold on even longer. So different isn't necessarily worse. It can always be improved, but I would settle on it's different.
Listen, as a card-carrying member of the different fan club, I live from creating a difference by making a difference and by sometimes doing it differently. It's necessary, because otherwise we could just settle in and do 6 hours of sports radio local, because that's what's always been done. Yeah, you only have to know 6 hosts, but you don't know everything. You can't learn everything. You can't experience everything. The more you expand, the greater you can become. And the standard goes with it. Yeah. And we didn't lower the standard of sports radio. We didn't lower the standard of storytelling. We improved it. We got wider with it. We get different perspectives. We're being asked to consider more and different things. We hear more from the athletes. We hear more from the coaches. We hear more from the people in the community, right? I don't know how different is bad unless it's just worse, and it's not. All of this, really interesting time in college football. I'm intrigued by what could happen this football season, and I don't know what's going to happen. I'd say that's great storytelling.
Even a team like Iowa could make the college football playoff, as Kirk Ferentz is up there on the podium. I will remove the knife after that.
Are we allowed to move?
I probably should. We do appreciate
okay.
Addison Estrenga for stopping by and giving us some time before.
Okay.
Seems like a good enough young man for having chosen to go to Iowa.
I don't have to dislike the people. I can dislike the brand.
Yes.
The logo makes my stomach hurt. The people, I understand.
I love I love listening to Kirk Ferentz as well, not around Nebraska week, but just because of his elder statesman sort of role, right? This is a guy that is Iowa through and through, the Hayden Fry connection. He's been there. He's seen it. He's probably done it in college football for the most part. And so getting Kirk Ferentz's thoughts on the college football playoff would be one thing. But DP, I do think as well, Kirk Ferentz and Iowa are a program that could really stand to benefit from the additional eligibility, the 5-in-5, right? We know Iowa has become a bit of an NFL draft factory, especially in the trenches and at the linebacker position. But for a program that's been able to find the perfect recipe for its developmental sauce, whatever that is in Iowa City, man, a fifth year for some of these guys, I bet those draft numbers go even further for the Hawkeyes.
Yeah, I mean, again, if we're teaching and developing, time matters. Time and location matters. So they're doing that thing better than a lot of people around the country. Again, if Iowa and its consistency was in the Big 12, it would be the standard. It would be the standard. Some had said we should probably give them a pass to the Big 12 because that would make everybody's life easier. They would tell me that they wouldn't fit in the Big 12.
Who would Iowa be most similar to in the Big 12?
BYU.
Think it's BYU?
BYU. It's in full. I mean, listen, you're talking about now Utah, Texas Tech, where there's some difference in different flavor, style of play, and those sort of things. But, man, that middle of the country, I'm going to throw hands with you in a physical sense. That's Iowa football, and they would have some advantage. Although, again, BYU and Utah wouldn't flinch at coming and playing in cold weather in October and November. Colorado wouldn't have an issue with matching up style, talent, style of player otherwise. So I don't really understand some of what they do, but I understand what they always do. I absolutely understand what they always do. They do things simply, well, often.
Well, this is an Iowa program that when Nebraska first joined the Big Ten wasn't necessarily there. Iowa had, a couple of down years. Do you want to call it a down run, a downturn? Maybe not. But, Iowa had years. They missed some bowl games in there as well. And before I speak out of turn, I'm going to come correct with my facts, especially because it is Iowa specifically. And so I know if I say something wrong and don't give them credit, folks across the river will pick up on it. But, yeah, I mean, you go back to 2011, Nebraska's first year in the Big Ten. Iowa goes 7-6. Okay, the year after that, they go 4-8. Then it's 8-5 with a bowl loss, 7-6 with a bowl loss before probably their best year in program history, at least in recent memory, when they go 12-0 in the regular season, lose the Big Ten championship game, and lose in the Rose Bowl. But DP sent that 12-2 year. Iowa's won 8 games, 9 games, 10 games, 6 of 8 in the COVID-shortened year, 10 games, 8 games, 10 games, 8 games, and 9 games. So they had a moment where they had a down year. They had a moment where they were stuck in the mud. That you can bang.
It's every metric that we have issue with is accepting better than average, good, but not great, and however you define that. Some would certainly say that in the past 10 years, Iowa has been very good. Not great, very good. Which makes all the sense in the world, right? It makes all the sense in the world. But you also then want to ask, well, why aren't you winning it all? Why aren't you better? Because that's human nature. That's literally human nature, how it develops. Now, from where you are you okay with where you go? Iowa listen, they're not trying to go down. They're not trying to get worse. They're trying to find their way up. How do you do that? Quarterbacks that return, tight end play, because the easiest way to make a quarterback good, run the football and throw to tight ends. The further you throw it, the more likely that something bad happens in intercepting it or otherwise. So what do? You hand it to a running back. You have your quarterback tuck it. You throw short routes to your tight ends with less restriction in the space. And then you defend like crazy. you defend everything in front of you. We're going to make you take 12 plays to beat me rather than 4.
Mm-hmm.
That's Iowa football, and you can say it's boring. You can say I don't like it, but that's what they do and how they do it.
Well, and if you're Nebraska, you can also say, okay, yeah, you've been better than us recently, but what do you have to show for it, right? Iowa isn't a school that is qualified for college football playoff. Even again, and they make the Rose Bowl, they fall short of the college football playoff. And so part of me wants to see an Iowa run to the college football playoff as long as Nebraska's in it with them, right? Can't be giving the Hawkeyes their own
just
run.
Just to see that it can be done.
To see that it can be done, but also to compare the conversation, right? I wonder how novel it would be the first time for Iowa fans soaking up the excitement, even if they go one and done or they go on the road, win a game before falling to someone maybe more traditionally talented in the high school recruiting ranks, transfer portal ratings, whatever it is. But I would love to be able to hear the conversation from Iowa fans when they achieve that next step that they haven't taken yet, right? How good are they with winning 8 games, their 9 games, maybe they're 10, and still falling short of the college football playoff. I know that this isn't a system, the format that's been around for very long. So, okay, you miss your one shot, right? You lose the Big Ten championship game, and so Michigan State goes in the playoff instead of you. Okay, so be it. But they haven't gotten back there, and they also weren't really legitimately in the conversation to make it last year or the last couple of years when they were winning 8 or 9 games. And so if or when Iowa does finally break through into that college football playoff, do they, reach the same level of satisfaction with making the college football playoff, maybe winning a game and calling it good? Or once they've tasted that, there actually is access to the playoff, will their taste buds change? I'd be curious to hear that conversation.
I don't ever want to hear that conversation.
I don't want to.
I want them in the bottom third, and I want them to get their mail there, and I want people to hang their Christmas lights there.
Sure.
I need that in full. Looking at them only makes you look at yourself. And all of this, while we're here, it's about Nebraska and trying to figure out what Nebraska needs to do for itself, so that it can compete. And who you're competing against matters. That's why we're here, so we can see, we can talk to, and find out what the vibe is and what the intelligence is and what the work ethic is, to see all those things. But quite frankly, Nebraska's never going to root for Iowa to be legitimately good. I don't care. I really want Nebraska to figure out Nebraska. Truthfully, I'm only here to look and see what, Nebraska, when you walk in Thursday, I would have seen all 18 teams. And if the work that's being done looks and shows up Thursday, we can walk out of here and tell exactly what we see, how we see it. If we do not see that, we will say it. We will say it.
We have to.
And it's about Nebraska. I don't care about what I was doing other than we're hearing them say it. But I never want to hear Iowa talk about playoffs. I never want to. Matter of fact, I want to get to the point where Nebraska never had to bring up Iowa. Oh, who?
Oh, wait, it is Iowa week.
Here's what I want. It's in championship phone, new number, who this? When Iowa text, I want, who, why are you texting me? Why are you texting me? Only champions text me. Why are you? As a matter of fact, if I'm Nebraska, I say, my phone only takes texts from national champions. What year were you, by the way? But that's a certain level of confidence and arrogance that's required. That's what we're shooting for.
Yeah.
That's the
GPS
aspiration.
Yeah.
We're not coming here to be the bottom third of the Big Ten Conference football media days.
Right.
We're coming here to see, the best of the Big Ten, what it has to offer. We will hear from the best ambassadors and the best administrators. We'll see some of the best players in the entire country, specifically in the Big Ten Conference. And then off they go. And we'll see the work. And we get a full season. When we sat at Big Ten Media last year in Las Vegas, we had no idea of what the result was going to be. No idea. That season, turn, bump, pit stop, turn, bump, pit stop. And then you end up with Indiana going undefeated. Oh, boy, what a ride. I'm looking forward to the day that the rest of the Big Ten has to go, man, Nebraska sure did a thing, didn't they? That's what I look forward to.
Someday. Corey and Lincoln will get to this before we go to break. He says, Iowa wasn't even good before 2015. People forget that, and I truly believe Nebraska played a role in their rise. Let's go back pre-2015. Okay, so 7-6, 8-5, 7-6, 8-5, 11-2 with an Orange Bowl win, 9-4, 6-6, 6-7, 7-5, 10-2, 10-3, 11-2, 7-5, 3-9, 1-10. Dating all the way back to 1999 and Kirk Ferentz first year.
99 and 2000 weren't good. After that, the last 25 years.
They've been good. You can't say much more than they've
25
been
years.
Good, but that's what they've been.
Hey, not every team, not every program in the Big Ten can say they've been consistently good for 25 years.
Yeah.
10 years.
Not even.
5.
So harder to think than, or harder to do than you might think it is. So give Iowa enough credit, but not more. Not more
I'm not giving them more.
So we certainly will not do that. Keep your thoughts rolling in. Sartor Human Jewelers text line 402-464-5685. We'll go to break here. Coming up at 1 o'clock, we'll be joined by the College Football Hall of Fame President and CEO Kimberly Bowden to talk all things College Football Hall of Fame, including a Nebraska angle. Ndamukong Suh entering the College Football Hall of Fame this year. So we'll talk to Kimberly Bowden coming up at 1. He's CP. I'm Austin. We'll be back to wrap up the 12 o'clock hour.
You're listening to 93.7 The Ticket's coverage from Big Ten Football Media Days at the Hilton Chicago. Coverage is sponsored by Warhorse Casino, Sandhills Global, Gary Michaels Clothiers, and Ben Bleicher of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate.
Are you looking for an exciting new way to put your skills to work? Explore new career options in the fintech industry at Currency, a Sandhills Global company. We offer full-time positions in financial sales, compliance, operations, and other fields. We also offer a 4.5-day work week, an attractive benefits package, and opportunities for advancement. Put your motivation to work and grow with us at Currency. Visit gocurrency.com/careers to learn more.
College football season is nearly here, and 93.7 The Ticket is on the scene to get things underway. Tune in Tuesday, July 28th to Thursday, July 30th for coverage from Big Ten Football Media Days at the Hilton Chicago as Derek Pearson, Jake Sorensen, Jay Foreman, and Austin Orman interview coaches, players, and broadcasters from around the Big Ten Conference. 93.7 The Ticket's coverage from Big Ten Media Days is sponsored by Warhorse Casino, Sandhills Global, Gary Michael Clothiers, and Ben Bleicher of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate.
Are you ready to upgrade your equipment? Now's the time at Landmark Implement. Through July, take advantage of limited time interest waiver offers on select late model used sprayers, tractors, and combines. Get 12 months of interest waiver on eligible sprayers, 24 months on eligible 7R, 8R, and 9R tractors, and 36 months on eligible combines. But don't wait, these offers end July 31st. Stop by your local Landmark Implement. Give us a call or browse our inventory online at landmarkimp.com and experience the Landmark difference.
When something breaks, you want someone you can trust to fix it right. Empire Repair is now open in Waverly and ready to serve our community with reliable auto repair and maintenance. From routine service to bigger repairs, our team is here to keep you on the road. Stop by Empire Repair in Waverly or call 402-786-2224 to schedule your service today. Empire Repair, proud to serve Waverly.
If you're seeking a career with a growing company, Gaina Trucking and Excavating is hiring and looking for additions to their team. Gaina Trucking has a strong team culture, competitive pay, 401ks, and benefits like health, dental, and vision. Drivers are guaranteed 40 hours per week, even in the winter months, and are home every night. Start your career today at Gaina Trucking and Excavating. Apply today at GainaTrucking.com.
The crack of the bat. Sizzling concessions. Yeah, that's the sound of summer at Haymarket Park. It's been that way for 25 seasons. And in this city, it's not a matter of if you'll catch a game, it's how many.
Safe.
That's because there's always something in play for Salt Dogs fans. From saluting our troops to Friday night fireworks, your local tradition plays on. Let's show summer how Lincoln celebrates 25 seasons. Get your tickets at saltdogs.com.
Hey there, this is Paul Scheel, owner of High Electric. I want to thank our friends and loyal customers and introduce High Electric to those looking for a new electrician. We've been serving the Lincoln and Omaha area for over 30 years, from design to install, upgrades, and repair. If you are a homeowner or a small business needing some electrical work, call us at 402-466-6606 or check us out at hyelectric.com. We look forward to hearing from you.
Are you ready for a new opportunity? Check out Sandhills Global. Join a dynamic team where your skills are valued and your career can soar. We offer full-time positions with a 4.5-day work week, competitive pay, excellent benefits, and a positive work environment. From IT and marketing to sales and finance, we're looking for talented individuals just like you. Apply today at sandhills.jobs and take the first step towards an exciting future. That's sandhills.jobs. Don't wait, apply now.
Rosie's Sports Bar and Grill, open for lunch and dinner at 1501 Center Park Road, just south of 14th and Highway 2.
Get rid of pesky critters once and for all with Bats to Rats. Their expert team is here to help you reclaim your home. No more sleepless nights caused by crawling critters or flapping wings. Bats to Rats ensures a safe environment for every family member. Check the website at batstoRats.com for amazing offers, and if you mention this ad, you'll receive $10 off your initial inspection cost. Call Bats to Rats today at 402-781-8691. That's 402-781-8691. Bats to Rats.
You're listening to 93.7 The Ticket's coverage from Big Ten Football Media Days at the Hilton Chicago. Coverage is sponsored by Warhorse Casino, Sandhills Global, Gary Michaels Clothiers, and Ben Bleicher of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate. Welcome back to 93.7 The Ticket's coverage of Big Ten Media Days live from Chicago. Presented by Warhorse Casino, Gary Michaels Clothiers, Sandhills Global, and Ben Bleicher of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate on 93.7 The Ticket and theticketfm.com.
That's right. Big thank you to all of those great sponsors for getting us out here to the Hilton Chicago for Big Ten Media Days. Austin Norman, Derek Pearson with you.
Bill and Bennett, go to your room.
Oh no, Bill.
Go to your corner. Go to your corner. Go to your corner. We'll have none of those shenanigans, sir, and all of it.
We'll have none of it until the time is right.
We will read that. We will read that text. Please read that text.
Do you think that Matt Rule will wear a backwards hat at Media Days? I sure hope he doesn't. That was just a bad look before the bowl game with Utah.
Shame on you, and well done.
In equal measure?
Yes.
In equal measure.
Yeah, absolutely.
Shame on you and well done.
Oh, sir.
No need to relitigate the specifics of that situation.
Sir.
But I think that the baseline point, though, DP, is as we spend a day looking at Illinois, at Iowa, at Rutgers, certainly, and we can talk about the other three programs in just a minute, but those three programs, identity, know who they are, flipping the backwards hat around, leaning into Coach Matt this and Coach Matt that, not necessarily wrong, got to make sure it works, but when it doesn't work, it feels like you're throwing stuff against the wall because you don't know who you are or what you want to do.
Oh, man, that's the joke that in the stand-up that you ad-libbed, and it just didn't land. It just didn't land and go, okay, let's mark that one off. That's a joke that doesn't make the special.
Bill and Bennett does want to know, how long is he in the corner for? As long as Matt Rule wore the hat backwards.
You're out. You're out. We just had to send you there to say we did, and now you're out. Run free.
I do want to spend some time at some point today talking about USC and Penn State. Haven't really gotten much into those two programs. I'll listen back to what Matt Campbell had to say, Lincoln Riley at the podium right now. Not a make or break year, I wouldn't say, for USC, but clock is starting to tick. In Penn State, year one, DP, I think those are two of those teams in that middle upper third of the Big Ten. Penn State had been upper, dropped down toward the bottom of the middle last year. USC, has been in the middle tier pretty consistently, trying to break through to the top. I think those are two of the more fascinating kind of swing programs that can help determine how the 2026 Big Ten season looks.
I'm going to put you on the spot, kind sir.
I did it to you, so turnabout's
rank the three. Rank the four. USC, Penn State, Nebraska, Minnesota.
Entering this season?
Yes.
Projected order of finish?
Yes.
I'll take my chances with USC. I think they can get to 10. Minnesota and Penn State probably are telling themselves that, hey, we got 8. What more can we get? And I think Nebraska is hoping for 8.
You think Matt Campbell would leave this building feeling okay with 8 wins?
I think Matt Campbell would obviously be shooting higher. I think Matt Campbell would tell you, honestly, that he feels his ceiling is a little higher at Penn State than it was at Iowa State, just by virtue of access and reputation. I think Matt Campbell is also a realist, understanding that he's played Big Ten competition before at Iowa State, and he brought 50-odd dudes from that roster to the Big Ten. I think he would tell you that, hey, if we can get 8 with a Big 12 Iowa State caliber roster, I can add to it. It's a starting point.
I am fascinated by the belief that we aren't sure about Penn State and USC. 2 blue bloods.
Mm-hmm.
Absolute blue bloods.
Yep.
Not in the space that Minnesota has never been in the space that USC and Penn State have been, and that we can honestly say that Big Ten football and college football is better when Penn State and USC are better.
Mm-hmm.
Fair?
Sure.
But without freedom calling back on us, we're not willing to put them in the Big Ten top 6.
No, we can't. Not right now.
What are we doing?
They weren't last year.
Big Ten, go off.
Yeah.
Listen to me. That if we said the going into the season, the considered or assumed top 6, who would you have?
I would go with Ohio State, Oregon, Indiana. Then it gets down to, I think you're in that conversation of, is it some combination of Iowa, Illinois, USC, Michigan, and then who's going to pop up?
So in that the folks who walked in today, now again, remember, Illinois at some point last year was top 10.
Yeah.
And they're not less talented this year. What are we doing?
Yeah.
What are we doing? Where do we think they currently belong?
I'd put them between 5 and 8, anywhere in that range.
Oh my goodness! What a world we're living in! What a world we're living in. Jay Foreman said a thing yesterday. We'll hear from him later today. But my goodness gracious, Penn State, USC, we can't assume them top 8 in a conference.
Yeah.
In a conference.
Can't depend on them right now.
What are we doing? What is happening in the world?
Yeah.
This is when you talk about how fantastic college football is, and how fantastic the Big Ten Conference is, that we have. I mean, chefs, if you put them on the TV schedule for the rest of the country, everybody would go, yeah, that's probably a thing. That's a pretty good room to be in.
Oh, for sure.
My goodness gracious, Big Ten, go off.
That's where we're at.
Go off, man.
We will go to break. Speaking of go off, Ndamukong Suh went off in his time at Nebraska, College Football Hall of Fame inductee. We will talk to the president of that organization. Her name is Kimberly Bowden. We will talk to Kimberly to lead off the 1 o'clock hour. Come back with us to Big Ten Media Days.
You're listening to 93.7 The Tickets, coverage from Big Ten Football Media Days at the Hilton Chicago. Coverage is sponsored by Warhorse Casino, Sandhills Global, Gary Michaels Clothiers, and Ben Bleicher of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate.
Hi, it's Sean Callahan here with Koppel Chevrolet GMC in Louisville. Koppel is proud to be the highest rated GMC dealer in the Omaha and Lincoln areas based on Google reviews. Right now, get 0% financing for 60 months on new Silverado and Sierra 1500 models. But hurry, the 0% financing offer won't last long. Visit us in Louisville or check us out online at koppelcars.com.
Are you ready for a new opportunity? Check out Sandhills Global. Join a dynamic team where your skills are valued and your career can soar. We offer full-time positions with a 4.5-day work week, competitive pay, excellent benefits, and a positive work environment. From IT and marketing to sales and finance, we're looking for talented individuals just like you. Apply today at sandhills.jobs and take the first step towards an exciting future. That's sandhills.jobs. Don't wait, apply now.
This is Lincoln's home for sports talk on the FM dial. Also online at theticketfm.com. On the internet. KNTK FM Firth, 93.7 The Ticket.
Iconic summer moments deserve an iconic drink. Reach for Mountain Dew, an American original. From its beginnings in the foothills of Tennessee to your biggest summer yet. The refreshing citrus kick of Mountain Dew is the perfect companion to your American summer adventures. Enjoy the refreshing citrus kick of Mountain Dew. Tasting great since 48. Look for Mountain Dew in stores near you at mountaindew.com. That's mountaindew.com.
Are you ready to upgrade your equipment? Now's the time at Landmark Implement. Through July, take advantage of limited time interest waiver offers on select late model used sprayers, tractors, and combines. Get 12 months of interest waiver on eligible sprayers, 24 months on eligible 7R, 8R, and 9R tractors, and 36 months on eligible combines. But don't wait, these offers end July 31st. Stop by your local Landmark Implement. Give us a call or browse our inventory online at landmarkimp.com and experience the Landmark difference.
Hey, Jake, you know what I love almost as much as the Big Red?
Big scores on the field?
Good guess, but nope.
Big spikes on the court?
Love those too, but I'm thinking food. Like those big, budget-friendly portions you find at Buzzard Billy's.
Now you're talking. I love Buzzard Billy's. I love the shrimp po' boys and the blackened chicken.
You almost always find me enjoying gumbo.
Big plays, big scores, big wins, Big Red. Yep, love them all, especially
those big portions that are budget-friendly. Only at Buzzard Billy's, A-Market.
Right here in Lincoln, young people are waiting for someone like you. At Big Brothers Big Sisters, mentoring happens out in the community. Grabbing ice cream, shooting hoops, playing music, or just hanging out and talking. It's not about being perfect. It's about showing up, spending time, and building a positive, consistent connection with a young person. Just a few hours each month can make a lasting impact. Be big. Start something life-changing today. Learn more at bbpsmidlands.org.
Rosie's Sports Bar and Grill. Open for lunch and dinner at 1501 Center Park Road, just south of 14th and Highway 2.
Lincoln is full of great golf courses in a state that is getting national recognition for exceptional golf. Friend Country Club is worth the drive, just 40 minutes from Lincoln and home to one of the state's most respected 9-hole courses. Enjoy their restaurant with popular items like a 14-ounce ribeye, 10-ounce sirloin, or chicken fried steak. Open Thursday through Saturday from 5:30 to 10 p.m. Expand your horizons with a trip to Friend Country Club, just 40 minutes southeast of Lincoln. It's worth a visit.
Are you looking for an exciting new way to put your skills to work? Explore new career options in the fintech industry at Currency, a Sandhills Global company. We offer full-time positions in financial sales, compliance, operations, and other fields. We also offer a 4.5-day work week, an attractive benefits package, and opportunities for advancement. Put your motivation to work and grow with us at Currency. Visit gocurrency.com/careers to learn more.
We're not living in some perfect TV land, the kind where the sun's always shining and life's what-ifs just don't exist. Here in Nebraska, we live in reality. We have unpredictable weather and risky moments that mean you need insurance protection you can trust. At Battle Creek Insurance Company, we protect you with flexible policies for home, auto, farm, and multi-peril crop insurance. Hometown service for all of life's what-ifs. Contact your local independent agent and ask about Battle Creek Insurance. Better together.
You're listening to 93.7 The Tickets, coverage from Big Ten Football Media Days at the Hilton Chicago. Coverage is sponsored by Warhorse Casino, Sandhills Global, Gary Michaels Clothiers, and Ben Bleicher of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate. Live from the Hilton Chicago, 93.7 The Ticket brings you coverage of the 2026 Big Ten Football Media Days. Derek Pearson, Jay Foreman, Jake Sorensen, and Austin Orman bring you exclusive interviews and in-depth conversations while you get ready for the upcoming Big Ten football season. Coverage from Big Ten Media Days is powered by Warhorse Casino, Gary Michaels Clothiers, Sandhills Global, and Ben Bleicher of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate. This is Big Ten Media Days, live from Chicago. on 93.7 The Ticket and theticketfm.com.
That's right. We are out here at the Hilton Chicago, day one of Big Ten Football Media Days. Austin Orman, Derek Pearson with you, brought to you by the good people at Gary Michaels Clothier, Sandhills Global, Warhorse Casino, and Ben Bleicher, Professional Realty Group, Ambassador Real Estate. Really appreciate them for making our trip possible. Tell you more about them throughout the course of the show. I believe right now we are joined by Kimberly Bowden. Kimberly, the president of the College Football Hall of Fame, to which Ndamukong Suh is being inducted later this year. Let's see, Kimberly, are you with us? You have us. She's in transit, has not joined yet, is the now. So sorry, we will not bring Kimberly in quite yet, so we will officially await that. But while we wait for Kimberly, DP, Ndamukong Suh heading to the College Football Hall of Fame, and you talk about a lineup of inductees. The guys going in with Ndamukong Suh from the Big Ten. You look at Kajana Carter from Penn State, James Laurinaitis from Ohio State, Olin Kreutz, and Chris Peterson from the University of Washington. Dude, and dude.
Yeah, I think it's interesting to have the separation between. Hold on, let me give some love here. We got a dude behind us. What's happening, Killer? DT, Golden Gophers finest. He's checking in. He's usually going to be in this space. I'm going to bug him once we have our guest. Yeah, we got to get him up next here. Let's find out what's going on up there. But yeah, I think the Hall of Fame, what it does is captures who we are as football fans and how the game was played. Mm-hmm. Like to remember the best of your era and why. And that's the part that you always have to ask. Why? Ndamukong Suh, for that era, there are young folks who don't know the story.
Yeah.
Opportunity to tell the story, reason to tell the story, go back and then tell why. I think that's important. Those names that you just mentioned, the one that settles for me is Kajana Carter. You can get caught up in the NFL version of him, but no, what he did at Penn State, he fit the mold. He carried on the legacy. He met the standard. Best running back that year, but the best year. The best year.
Yeah.
Fair.
I think that's fair. Yeah, I think that's all certainly in play. DP, I know you've been to a bunch of halls of fame. What does sports get right about doing a Hall of Fame?
Capturing. You're able to go back in time. You can remember where you were when these moments happened. You wonder where you were when these moments happened. Historically, it's a flag. It allows you to emotionally plant the flag and go, listen, if you weren't there to watch Johnny Rodgers, you can go back. And people will tell you. All you can do is ask. If you want to know about quarterback play over the evolution of time, go back. Let them tell you. You want to know what it was like to play in the Big Ten back in the day. You want to know what it was like to be Rich Glover and be an undersized nose tackle that registered 20 tackles a game. Hey, let's go back. Otherwise, those folks disappear. They fade. And you need to keep the new polish on. You need the new car smell. You need to know about Mike Rozier. You need to go back and learn who Ahman Green was. You need to go back and learn those things and tell the stories, because that's how the game has value and importance.
When you talk about, loving to be a Husker football player, loving to be a Hawkeye, loving to be a Fighting Illini, whatever, team it is you play for, I think in a lot of cases that can start with loving the game of college football. And how are you supposed to love the game of college football if you don't know the history, if you don't know what it is you're striving for, who the heroes of the game are? I mean, you're going to have your favorite team, your favorite players growing up, but to be able to visit a place like the College Football Hall of Fame down in Atlanta, other Hall of Fames across the country, you're right. I think it's important because it ought to grow that love of the game.
I'm a member. Any team that played for me, I took them to the local Hall of Fame, whatever that was. If it was a high school Hall of Fame, I took them to it. If it was a Pro Football Hall of Fame with basketball, I took them to it. Today's student athlete isn't always a student of the game. They're not always a fan of the game. They play the game, but they may not understand what the game had to go through and grow through to become what it is. We were going through the recent draft, and they showed Oscar Robertson. And I said, I wonder how many of the young people drafted that night knew who Oscar Robertson was and why.
Yeah.
And I think that's a constant thing, that as you sit down today, and I've said this about Nebraska, if Nebraska wanted to get right, it would set up that hall with sound and vision and video so that anybody that was recruited could actually see and know the history. You know why you get all the perks you get? You know why you have the facilities you have? You know why you get the money you get? This is why. These are the people. This is where the chant comes from. This is where the chant comes from. If you're going to talk about being the leading rusher at Nebraska, there's a long list of people you better know. You want to talk about being a lineman and being an offensive line captain? Hey, I got some dudes for you to meet. And I got some Hall of Fame linebackers down the road that can tell you what they had to sacrifice to do it. That's what's necessary in the game. I think it's good for it.
Walking behind us on camera, Kennedy Orr, former Husker volleyballer, now in her role with the Big Ten front office in a lot of ways. So shout out to her doing some big things. But DP, that's where I think it's interesting to bring in the role of coaches in this as well, because I think the hope is that the young men and women that play college athletics know enough about their game. They're so interested in it. They need to consume all the content about it that they can. So I don't want to put it all on the coaches to be the chief educators for the program. But I do think that it's an important responsibility of the coach to educate about the program, because it's not just about this team. I know a lot of folks is going to go there, but I think what can make any given team, any given year better is understanding the context, is understanding the history, is, hey, these are the giants whose shoulders you're standing on. These are the guys that laid the foundation. And whether that's a summer off-season program where you bring former players in, whether that's something you do, you mix in a lesson as part of fall camp every day with a new player or a new story, whatever it is, maybe, it used to not be the coach's job to do all that education. Maybe it would just happen more naturally. Clearly in this day and age, it's harder or less likely for the upcoming student athletes to know or want to know consistently what the history of it is. And so I think there is a responsibility on coaches to be the ones to say, hey, we're not forgetting where we came from, because as a coach, yeah, it's about the team, but you're also the caretaker of a program that's more than any one season.
It's the first word in that, care. You can't be a caretaker if you don't care. Listen, man, if you think it's not important enough for the linebackers who line up at University of Nebraska to know who the best linebackers of all time who wore those jerseys were, you're missing. You're the wrong person. If you're going to talk about quarterback play, listen, if your starting quarterback does not know about Tommy Frazier and hasn't talked to him and breathed that in, hadn't talked to Turner Gill, doesn't know, hadn't talked to Armstrong, there's a whole, Jerry Tagg is right up the road. Like, you could, if you tell me that you care, you have to show you care. I told you, the caring is one thing. Action has to matter. There's a whole lot to be said about being a Husker. And that's the important thing, that you care about being it. You can't just say it. You can't reap the benefit. You can't just be a taker. You have to care first. That's literally what it means. And I think it's missed far. And quite frankly, you can't be the lead in a program. You can't be the lead dog if you're not going to tell people why they should care or show them why they should care. Because if you don't, guess what happens? They don't care.
Yeah.
They don't. That's literally how it happens.
Sounds like Kimberly has been delayed, so we'll catch up with her at 1:30.
Sir,
so
well
no
done.
worries. We'll keep our conversation rolling here.
I think we got it.
And that's where, DP, the layout of the new building, I've never been in there. I haven't gotten the full tour. Wasn't around when that was available. But the structure of the facility is something, too, whether it's into the locker room or just into the building on any given day. Make it so they can't miss the history, right? When you walk, you see through the front doors, you see the names flash across, you see, whatever video it is they want to play with the current player and ex-player flashing up there. But pictures, stories, icons, trophies need to line the halls that these players walk through.
Shake hands
every day.
Shake hand and look them in the eye. We're not talking about being able to walk into, if it's my facility, to walk in and not pay homage. That's why at the ticket we have jerseys of the pioneers, the people who built all this stuff. You can talk about all the stuff, it matters, but no, they're people who put in work literally every day to go through and say, listen, this matters. Your eyes aren't down when you walk into a championship facility. Your eyes are up. Your chin's up, chest out. In order to finish right, you have to start right. Like how you walk into it and how you walk out of it is everything. And I don't care that, you know what, it makes people uncomfortable to be measured. You're in the measurement business. You're in the measurement business. That's how you got there.
Yeah.
And if you can't fight, if you can't fight, you can't be there.
You say that word fight, and I think we can jump off on that as well, because I wonder how many coaches worry that their young men coming in would fight against the history. You know, fight to say, well, they did it back in those days. They don't know how hard we have it. Or fight to say, you know, well, I want to be that. You know, that's who I want to be when I grow up. There are two types of fight. You can fight against it, or you can fight to become it.
Yeah, nah. Let me, boy, man, that is a gut feeling that where I had to swallow some of what I wanted to say. But not everybody gets to do the tunnel walk.
Right.
Nor should they. Not everybody gets to wear the end. Not everybody gets to wear the scarlet and cream. Not everybody gets to say that they play football at the University of Nebraska. Not everybody gets to say that they're a USC Trojan. You can't do it.
No.
Not everybody in the Big Ten gets to say they're a national champion. They don't get to say that they're a Big Ten champion. Those are things earned, not given. Stop following and stop surrounding yourself with takers. If you're not willing to earn it, shut up and get in line. Earn it.
And by line, you mean the ticket line.
Well, I mean, bruh, listen. There are folks who want to be on air, and we get the notices on a daily basis of I'm interested in doing this thing. First of all, you got to show me that you're right for it. 2, you got to show me that you care. 3, you got to show me that you're consistent. 4, you got to show me that you don't just want to do it, you want to be great at it. Not good at it. I didn't say good. I said great at it. And if you don't want to do it, because Austin, you can vouch for me, I'm a handful, bro. If you're going to be around me, if you're going to carry my name, you're going to wear my logo. Who are you beholden to? Your standard or mine, right? But my standard has to become yours. So when I'm not there, you know what? I got to be a ticket guy. I got to be a ticket guy. I got to take care of the listener, right? That standard that you know that you can't just BS them. They know when you're prepared. They know when you're ready and they know when you care.
Yeah.
The folks that want it easy don't belong, bro. It's okay to be average, just not around me. I never done it. I don't understand it. So what I say to folks, what the Big Ten Conference does is it shines the light and elevates those who excel. The elite people get all the shine because it's been earned. It's not given. It's earned.
Well, Indiana didn't just get attention. They weren't just given attention.
Them gold shoes, bro. The Hoosiers got gold shoes. Say less. When you put your hand in dirt in the turf against the Hoosiers, that's what you're gonna see.
There's gold.
Amen. Amen. The gold standard. Okay, I need to go get it. And it's hey, guess what? In order to go get it, you got to get on their side of the line. You got to get on their side of the line. You can't do it from yours.
Yeah.
You can't do it and wait.
Yeah.
You got to go get it. That's what it is.
The other thing that I want to pick up on off of what you said was shake a hand, right, of a legend. I know the college experience today isn't exactly what it was back, 20 years ago, 30 years ago, but people are people. Humans are humans. There's still some, and I think enough, shared human experience that you throw whatever, Husker legend name out there. The more they're in the building, forming relationships with these players, not just there to watch and judge and say, well, it's different in my day or it was better back in my day, but the ones that care about the program, that care about the young men or the young women that are in whichever program it is that we're referring to be there to have actual conversations, actual mentorship conversations and say, hey, I'm not just some old fuddy-duddy. I've been in your shoes. I know what it takes. It's all in your hands. You can be whatever it is you want to be because you're here.
Bruh, listen, it's the old thing they talk about with professors, that professors are people who have not excelled at the profession that they teach, right? Nobody ever said that, hey, every coach on the college level, on the Power 4 level, knows what it's like to run out the tunnel at Memorial Stadium. No, they do not. No, they know how to walk out there, but they haven't done the work. They haven't put bones and bruises on the line. They haven't made those sacrifices. They can't tell. Listen, I can tell you all about college football. I can't tell you what Grant Worcester can tell you. I can't tell you what Jay Foreman can tell you. No coach on the staff can tell you about what it was like to play for Coach Osborne except for Ron Brown, right? So listen to him. That's why you need him around. But Ron Brown needs support. He needs somebody that can validate and co-sign what he says. And quite frankly, if you tell me that, listen, you want to win in Lincoln, you want to win in the land of Troy, the men of Troy, why do you think there's a line? Why do you think Miami football on the sideline, you saw all those dudes who had bruises and marks and scars from playing at the University of Miami? Like, wait a minute. You can sit and fake like you know. Listen, man, I concede as often as possible to the guys that know what it takes to win a national championship rather than what I think it takes to win a national championship. That's absolutely dog poop. It's just crazy to me that you want a player wearing your colors that thinks he knows more than the Hall of Fame dude and the national champion. You think that dude has put more into it about Nebraska football than the people who put their hand in the turf for a practice freshman year and then 4 years and won titles, division conference titles, and then won national titles? Are you telling me that dude,
while not getting paid for it,
can't listen to Hall of Famer Terrell Farley? Are you mad? Have you bumped your head? That sort of thinking is how you got in this situation in the first place. There were too many people that don't know what they were talking about, and they got to say, and this is why on the ticket, I'm like, you know what? I'm going to go get some dudes that know what they're talking about. They know what it looks like. They know what it feels like. They know what they had to go through to do it. And then they share that with you. And that's the standard. I'm tired of being run by folks who don't know. Stop it. It's bad. It's bad for the brand to be led by people who don't care.
Bill and Bennett throws out an example. I think it was from the USC game where a Penn State fan paid his way into the tunnel. Bill brings up a Miami fan. That one I don't remember. But that's where I can get on board with everything Jason and Grant are saying about what it means to set foot on Memorial Stadium, right? I think they understand the dog and pony show that comes with being Nebraska football. Again, they're in it. They've been in that fishbowl. They're, not above it. They're outside of it, but inside of it at the same time right now. But I think to your point, there are some things that they need to be sacred, which might be too strong a word, but set apart, reserved for the ones that earn it, for the ones that deserve it, for the ones that are given that chance. If it's not you, guess what? Either you didn't work hard enough, you weren't blessed enough athletically, or maybe you just didn't get the breaks. These guys did, and that's got to mean something. It's got to be special.
Here's what I would say, is that you have to be considerate of the people who have. You have to be considerate. Those should be the rules. I was asked to do the tunnel walk with Nebraska Wrestling, and everything in my core was, no, I don't belong. But then the people in the room, Mark Manning said, DP, you're one of us. You're a part of this. You show up at practice. You go to events. You sit in film study. You sit and study with it. You know this stuff.
Give them radio shows.
Like
last time that happened.
Right. Elevate. Yeah, never. So when he grabs my hand and says, walk with me, so you know what it's like. Okay. Because you came to practice. You were there at weigh-ins. You went through post-recovery from surgery. You did those things. Still not the same as sitting next to Ridge Lovett or getting out there and grappling with Mark Manning. I'm a smarter man than that. I'm not letting Terrell Delagnap mollywop me across the mats there at Devaney.
Snyder either, for that matter.
Right. Like, none of them. Like, I'm not wrestling Caleb Smith. Right? Like, it's the full thing. But I cannot tell them what it takes to win at that. They can tell me what it's like to win. It's my job to listen, amplify that, and keep it moving. But, boy, if I'm led by the people who don't know and they set the standard, oh, boy. We have fallen off the truck. We are off the
Straight
path.
off.
There's a thing that I was told many. There was a great basketball coach at VCU back in my day, J.D. Barnett, the late great J.D. Barnett. And J.D. would always say this, and I didn't quite understand it when I was a player, but he'd come to baseball practice. He was a basketball coach, but he'd come to baseball practice. And the thing he would say is, be careful who you attach your cart to. It could be a thoroughbred, and it will lead you, or it could be and put you in the ditch.
Mm-hmm.
Be careful who you attach to the front of your cart.
And the guys
then one day it hit.
Ah.
Be careful who you choose to lead you.
Mm-hmm.
It can look like a worker. It can look like a thoroughbred. Be careful.
Doesn't run like it.
It doesn't. Listen, if you don't know how to run, you can't tell me how to run. I can't tell Jay Foreman how to line up in the NFL on a 14th Sunday in December in Buffalo, and I would never try.
Fair enough. Speaking of who the card is getting hitched to, one way to see that, the representatives here at Big Ten Football Media Days. Looks like the coaches are about done for the day. We got some podiums going on in front of us. Hopefully we're a little quieter now that we are back behind the podiums and not picking up quite as much.
Do we have somebody next, or can I pull in DT?
We're going to have Kimberly at 1:30.
Kimberly's going to go at 1:30.
Yes,
Okay.
at 1:30. Barring that, obviously DT, and then we'll have Eric Moses, Executive Director and CEO of Fiesta Sports Foundation, coming up at 2. But get ready for a DT at some point on the air this afternoon. DP, AO, we'll be back with Kimberly Bowden. She's the president of the College Football Hall of Fame. She joins us next from the Hilton Chicago.
You're listening to 93.7 The Ticket's coverage from Big Ten Football Media Days at the Hilton Chicago. Coverage is sponsored by Warhorse Casino, Sandhills Global, Gary Michaels Clothiers, and Ben Bleicher of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate.
The crack of the bat, sizzling concessions. Yeah, that's the sound of summer at Haymarket Park. It's been that way for 25 seasons. And in this city, it's not a matter of if you'll catch a game, it's how many.
Safe.
That's because there's always something in play for Salt Dogs fans. From saluting our troops to Friday night fireworks, your local tradition plays on. Let's show summer how Lincoln celebrates 25 seasons. Get your tickets at saltdogs.com.
Hey there, this is Paul Scheel, owner of High Electric. I want to thank our friends and loyal customers and introduce High Electric to those looking for a new electrician. We've been serving the Lincoln and Omaha area for over 30 years, from design to install, upgrades, and repair. If you are a homeowner or a small business needing some electrical work, call us at 402-466-6606 or check us out at hyelectric.com. We look forward to hearing from you.
When you were a kid, clubs were cool. Robotics club and space club and stuff like that. But what do adults get? Book clubs, quilting clubs? Nah, forget that. How about margarita clubs and old-fashioned clubs? Get to Upside Bar and Lounge for the best clubs in town. Try all 10 varieties of Upside's margaritas and old fashions and take home a free souvenir glass. Grab the whole crew and pair it with taco night on Mondays or whiskey Wednesdays. Upside Bar and Lounge at 29th and Pine Lake.
Hey, Jake, you know what I love almost as much as the Big Red?
Big scores on the field?
Good guess, but nope.
Big spikes on the court?
Love those too, but I'm thinking food. Like those big, budget-friendly portions you find at Buzzard Billy's.
Now you're talking. I love Buzzard Billy's. I love the shrimp po' boys and the blackened chicken.
You'll almost always find me enjoying gumbo.
Big plays, big scores, big wins, Big Red. Yep, love them all, especially
those big portions that are budget-friendly. Only at Buzzard Billy's, A-Market.
Buying or selling a home should feel exciting, not overwhelming. That's why more buyers and sellers trust Ben Bleicher with the professional realty group of Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate. Ben combines luxury-level service with a friendly, down-to-earth approach that helps you feel confident every step of the way. Whether you're searching for your dream home or preparing to sell for top dollar, Ben is ready to help you move forward. Call Ben Bleicher today at 402-466-3748.
You're counting on your team to win, so why not prove it? By placing your bets at Warhorse Sportsbook. Their win is your win. Put your money where your mouth is on nearly every sporting event. Use the Warhorse app to check odds and build your bets before placing your wagers in person at Warhorse Casino, including live in-game betting. No bets, no glory. Wagers may only be placed on Nebraska-based teams when played outside the state of Nebraska. Must be 21 or older to gamble. Gambling problem? Call 1-833-BET-OVER.
Lincoln is full of great golf courses in a state that is getting national recognition for exceptional golf. Front Country Club is worth the drive, just 40 minutes from Lincoln and home to one of the state's most respected 9-hole courses. Enjoy their restaurant with popular items like a 14-ounce ribeye, 10-ounce sirloin, or chicken fried steak. Open Thursday through Saturday from 5:30 to 10 p.m. Expand your horizons with a trip to Front Country Club, just 40 minutes southeast of Lincoln. It's worth a visit.
Iconic summer moments deserve an iconic drink. Reach for Mountain Dew, an American original. From its beginnings in the foothills of Tennessee to your biggest summer yet. The refreshing citrus kick of Mountain Dew is the perfect companion to your American summer adventures. Enjoy the refreshing citrus kick of Mountain Dew. Tasting great since '48. Look for Mountain Dew in stores near you at mountaindew.com. That's mountaindew.com.
When something breaks, you want someone you can trust to fix it right. Empire Repair is now open in Waverly and ready to serve our community with reliable auto repair and maintenance. From routine service to bigger repairs, our team is here to keep you on the road. Stop by Empire Repair in Waverly or call 402-786-2224 to schedule your service today. Empire Repair, proud to serve Waverly.
Are you looking for an exciting new way to put your skills to work? Explore new career options in the fintech industry at Currency, a Sandhills Global company. We offer full-time positions in financial sales, compliance, operations, and other fields. We also offer a 4.5-day work week, an attractive benefits package, and opportunities for advancement. Put your motivation to work and grow with us at Currency. Visit gocurrency.com/careers to learn more.
Rosie's Sports Bar and Grill. Open for lunch and dinner at 1501 Center Park Road, just south of 14th and Highway 2.
You're listening to 93.7 The Ticket's coverage from Big Ten Football Media Days at the Hilton Chicago. Coverage is sponsored by Warhorse Casino, Sandhills Global, Gary Michaels Clothiers, and Ben Bleicher of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate. Welcome back to 93.7 The Ticket's coverage of Big Ten Media Days live from Chicago. Presented by Warhorse Casino, Gary Michaels Clothiers, Sandhills Global, and Ben Bleicher of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate on 93.7 The Ticket and theticketfm.com.
That's right. Welcome in. It is coverage of Big Ten Football Media Days live from the Hilton Chicago. Austin Orman, Derek Pearson with you. Thrilled now to be joined by the College Football Hall of Fame President and CEO, Kimberly Bowden. Kimberly, thanks for taking some time to join us. How are you doing today?
I'm doing great, and thank you for having me. And you got the pronunciation like spot on.
We try. If we're going to have guests, we're going to be polite. We're going to be respectful. Thanks a ton for joining us. First and foremost, maybe tell people a little bit about yourself, who you are, and how you got to your role as the president and the CEO of the College Football Hall of Fame.
So thank you for that opportunity. It wasn't a very linear path, but I've always been in hospitality, marketing, and sports in some combination. And throughout my career. And when the initial job at the College Football Hall of Fame came available, it was the vice president of marketing and communications. And it truly was the blending of, obviously marketing, but hospitality, where, we are a museum and attraction that's open to the public and welcoming our guests. And also, centered around the greatest sport there is, as far as I'm concerned, is college football. So I pretty much made them hire me. And they did.
Can I ask where the love of college football comes from? In order for you to lead, you must love. So where does it come from for you?
I think sports in general feeds the competitive, monster with inside me. You know, it definitely feeds that desire for competition. And I joke that I get paid to talk smack for a living, right? People are like, do you have to be neutral? And I'm like, no, right? This is personal. This is war when football season starts. But I have to probably attribute a lot of it too to the fact I'm an only child and grew up at, you know, my father's knee, watching every sport you could possibly imagine. So it's a little bit of both. It feeds that competition, that desire for competition, but it's just what I was immersed in when I grew up. So
I think it's fair to ask and allow you to shine your shine. I've seen pictures of you wearing certain jerseys. What's the favorite jersey that you wear?
I mean, the favorite jersey I wear is Tebow. It has to be my Florida Tebow jersey. And he's such an incredible, like getting to meet him and getting to know him and his just stunningly beautiful wife. They're gorgeous people on the inside and the outside. And it's just, you know, just from somebody who walks their talk, it's pretty amazing. And so I'm very proud to wear my Tebow Gator jersey. And I will also say that for Christmas, when he was a Bronco, my husband got me a Bronco Tebow jersey that I still have. So
we understand. We're going to send you a scarlet and cream to go with the collection because, quite frankly, College Hall of Fame, if you're telling the story of college football, which I think the Hall of Fame does at the highest level and the most loving way, that's the story that you get to tell every year. Is who are the players that you cannot tell the story of college football at its highest level without talking about, and this year's list is quite the list.
It is, and obviously first and foremost for your audience is Ndamukong Suh, which is crazy. I mean, all that he accomplished.
I think I think if that's the list, Kimberly, let me ask. What's the criteria that gets the list, the names on the list in front of you and your committee?
So I will give credit, all the credit where credit is due. The National Football Foundation, we partner with them to operate and you know, take care of the Hall of Fame and college football's legacy. They do oversee the induction of the Hall of Famers and the selection process. So, you know, the criteria, but I'm very versed in the criteria. So you do have to be first and foremost a first team All-America, which, you know, in a year, think about the competition for quarterbacks, one, maybe two in a given year. And so it truly is, you know, rarefied air for these players who actually achieve that pinnacle of the College Football Hall of Fame. And so, you know, that first team All-America, then your school nominates you. And then you you go through the process of honors court and they select a ballot. And then once the ballot is selected, it goes through the National Football Foundation chapters and more honors court. And they announce, so the ballot comes out in June of every year and the new class is announced in January of every year. And then you have a whole year to celebrate that class. And they get inducted in December in Las Vegas. And then we get them. After that, we host an enshrinement ceremony. We kind of welcome them to their forever home. We present them with a platinum blazer. I platinum very specifically because it is better than gold. And there you go. And we present them with their custom platinum blazer. We fit them for that in Vegas. And so it's just a really special that is probably my favorite evening of the year because they get an opportunity to speak. And each one of them talks about what it means for them to be in the College Football Hall of Fame. And kind of, it's also the first time they've had a chance to really bond with each other. And then we bring, you know, kind of everybody back for like a homecoming type thing. In May, we do a big golf tournament every year. So it's pretty special to just be a witness to that camaraderie and that brotherhood.
Kimberly, what's your favorite story about a player going into the College Hall of Fame? What's your favorite story when they get together and tell the story? They stand at the podium. What's the favorite story that jumps to mind?
The favorite story that jumps to mind is not, honestly, and I have to give LeVar Arrington all the props in the world. He was first to speak by virtue of his last name, and he got up and he gave a wonderful speech about what it meant. And then the next like 7 people thanked their wives, and he did not thank his wife. And he literally, after like the 7th person in a row thanked their wife, he stood up and he was like, okay, enough. Right? Like, it was just one of those moments you could not script if you tried. And he even talked about it again, the next day. So that is, they're just human, right? And they like each other and they have fun. It was pretty cool. Last year, having 3 of the 4 playoff schools represented as well. We had Oregon, Ole Miss, and Miami all represented and all there in the room. So it was pretty fun.
Kimberly, obviously at the College Football Hall of Fame down there in Atlanta, what's your favorite part of the building, and why should people from Big Ten country go all the way down to SEC country to see the College Football Hall of Fame? What do you love about just the space that you're in as you walk through it?
Well, first of all, we are the National College Football Hall of Fame, one of one. So yes, our zip code is 30313. I cannot do anything about that, but we represent, if you have not been to the hall, one of the first things you see when you walk in is this 3-story helmet wall. It has 776 4-year institutions that play college football represented. So we are everyone's Hall of Fame. So I do like to lead with that. And Atlanta's a 2-hour flight from 80% of the country. So, and there's usually a reason to come. That being said, it's a college football experience as much as it is, the hallowed ground and honoring the greatest players and coaches. We celebrate the passion, the traditions, the pomp and circumstance, all the things that make, again, Saturdays like the best day ever. So from a favorite standpoint, I think, again, my favorite moment is when people walk in the first time and they see that helmet wall and their eyes get really big and their, jaw kind of drops and they're like, and they're trying to find their helmet. And, if they're from a small school, they're, oh, you don't have my helmet. There's no way. And, oh, yeah, we do right there. So that's really fun. And then just to see people kind of let loose. I can't tell you how many families come in rivalry gear. Like, the mom and dad are in 2 separate, shirts, and the kids have chosen sides, and just to see them experience the same thing but through different lenses based on their fandom is really fun. And it's very interactive. And then, then you go up to the 3rd floor, which is the hallowed ground of the Hall of Fame. And we present all of that information in a very unique way. So you can really get to know our Hall of Famers. It is much more than just a plaque on the wall or a bust. It is, we call them augmented reality viewers, but we have all the stats, video highlights, all of their accolades. So it really is a complete picture of the person and the athlete as a Hall of Famer.
When you mentioned the 700 plus schools whose helmets you have, that's incredible. I mean, most people would say, 138 in FBS. I know that number and expanding, so on and so forth. But how important is it to you to frame it to your staff and people that are voting on your committees and whatnot, that it truly is everyone's Hall of Fame, not just Division I, not just FBS Hall of Fame, but that the National College Football Hall of Fame, being one of one, is for those 700 schools whose helmets are up on the wall? How do you frame that to your team and your staff?
I think just like you said, I mean, our training is ongoing. Now, and I will say sometimes if someone is from Grinnell, for example, incredible. My first couple of weeks on the job, a gentleman walked in that went to Grinnell, and I was almost moved to tears that his helmet was in the College Football Hall of Fame. We still suggested that he choose Iowa for a lot of the experiences in the building. because there's just more content and there's just more depth to the history of the programs. But at the same time, we proudly light their helmet, and it's just about giving every person who walks in, and this is what we really, I think, instill in our team, is everyone's journey and everyone's fandom is so personal. Their experience is going to be different, and you need to adapt your message and your story to them, right? It's not about you in that moment. It's about them.
Makes perfect sense. The voice you hear with us on stream is the National College Football Hall of Fame President and CEO, Kimberly Bowden. Kimberly, thanks a ton for your time. Thanks for making time between your travels. Thanks for sitting down with us. Really appreciate it. We'll definitely send people your way down there to the Hall of Fame. Seriously, thank you so much. It's been great to talk with you.
Thank you as well. Thank you so much.
We'll go to break. More coverage from the Hilton Chicago Big Ten Media Days Day 1 next. 93.7 The Ticket and ticketfm.com.
You're listening to 93.7 The Ticket's coverage from Big Ten Football Media Days at the Hilton Chicago. Coverage is sponsored by Warhorse Casino, Sandhills Global, Gary Michaels Clothiers, and Ben Bleicher of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate.
Iconic summer moments deserve an iconic drink. Reach for Mountain Dew, an American original. From its beginnings in the foothills of Tennessee to your biggest summer yet. The refreshing citrus kick of Mountain Dew is the perfect companion to your American summer adventures. Enjoy the refreshing citrus kick of Mountain Dew. Tasting great since 48. Look for Mountain Dew in stores near you at mountaindew.com. That's mountaindew.com.
Hey, Jake, you know what I love almost as much as the Big Red?
Big scores on the field?
Good guess, but nope.
Big spikes on the court?
Love those too, but I'm thinking food. Like those big, budget-friendly portions you find at Buzzard Billy's.
Now you're talking. I love Buzzard Billy's. I love the shrimp po' boys and the blackened chicken.
You almost always find me enjoying gumbo.
Big plays, big scores, big wins, Big Red. Yep, love them all, especially
those big portions that are budget-friendly. Only at Buzzard Billy's, A-Market.
Hey there, this is Paul Scheel, owner of High Electric. I want to thank our friends and loyal customers and introduce High Electric to those looking for a new electrician. We've been serving the Lincoln and Omaha area for over 30 years, from design to install, upgrades, and repair. If you are a homeowner or a small business needing some electrical work, call us at 402-466-6606 or check us out at hyelectric.com. We look forward to hearing from you.
You're counting on your team to win, so why not prove it? By placing your bets at Warhorse Sportsbook. Their win is your win. Put your money where your mouth is on nearly every sporting event. Use the Warhorse app to check odds and build your bets before placing your wagers in person at Warhorse Casino, including live in-game betting. No bets, no glory. Wagers may only be placed on Nebraska-based teams when played outside the state of Nebraska. Must be 21 or older to gamble. Gambling problem? Call 1-833-BET-OVER.
Sometimes good people make mistakes. When you find yourself in need of an attorney, call Liberty Law Group. The attorneys at Liberty Law Group will defend you in court and protect your freedom to get you the best possible outcome and the justice you deserve. Trust your freedom to Liberty Law Group, the best criminal attorneys in Nebraska and Iowa. Call them today at 877-404-5238. That's 877-404-5238. Or check them out online at libertylawgroup.com.
Rosie's Sports Bar and Grill. Open for lunch and dinner at 1501 Center Park Road, just south of 14th and Highway 2.
Yesterday, your water heater worked just fine. Today, surprise! When you're out of hot water, just call the plumbers at Bryant. In most cases, you can get same-day water heater replacement. What you won't get is a costly surprise with the bill. At Bryant, the price you're quoted is the price you'll pay. No last-minute extras for piping or ventilation alterations. Need a new water heater? Just call Bryant, 467-1111. Bryant Air Conditioning, Heating, Electrical, and Plumbing. We do whatever it takes.
Buying or selling a home should feel exciting, not overwhelming. That's why more buyers and sellers trust Ben Bleicher with the professional realty group of Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate. Ben combines luxury-level service with a friendly, down-to-earth approach that helps you feel confident every step of the way. Whether you're searching for your dream home or preparing to sell for top dollar, Ben is ready to help you move forward. Call Ben Bleicher today at 402-466-3748.
Looking for a fun way to give back? Join us for the 2026 Kicks for Kids Nebraska Fun Run Walk, presented by Pinnacle Bank, on Saturday, August 22nd at James Arthur Vineyard. Enjoy a scenic 5K through beautiful grounds. Every step helps provide shoes to kids in Lincoln and Lancaster County schools, with options for adults, wine included, and kids. Registration fees include a t-shirt, medal, and bag. Sign up today and make a difference at kicksforkidsnebraska.org.
Lincoln is full of great golf courses in a state that is getting national recognition for exceptional golf. Friend Country Club is worth the drive, just 40 minutes from Lincoln and home to one of the state's most respected 9-hole courses. Enjoy their restaurant with popular items like a 14-ounce ribeye, 10-ounce sirloin, or chicken fried steak. Open Thursday through Saturday from 5:30 to 10 p.m. Expand your horizons with a trip to Friend Country Club, just 40 minutes southeast of Lincoln. It's worth a visit.
You're listening to 93.7 The Ticket's coverage from Big Ten Football Media Days at the Hilton Chicago. Coverage is sponsored by Warhorse Casino, Sandhills Global, Gary Michaels Clothiers, and Ben Bleicher of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate. Welcome back to 93.7 The Ticket's coverage of Big Ten Media Days live from Chicago. Presented by Warhorse Casino, Gary Michaels Clothiers, Sandhills Global, and Ben Bleicher of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate on 93.7 The Ticket and theticketfm.com.
Wrapping up the 1 o'clock hour here from Big Ten Football Media Days. Want to give a big shout out, a special shout out to all the sponsors making our trip possible. Big thanks now to Sandhills. They're growing in Lincoln with their expanding campus and continued growth. They're hiring across a wide range of careers, from interns to experienced professionals. Team at Sandhills Global and build your career with competitive pay, great benefits, and real opportunities to grow. Visit sandhills.jobs to view openings and apply today. Austin Norman, DP with you. Big thanks again to Kimberly Bowden, president of the National College Football Hall of Fame, president and CEO down there in Atlanta. A couple things from the text line here, DP. We'll start with this from Corey in Lincoln. Couldn't get to this with her, Corey, but thanks for the text. Corey said, can you ask about Mike Leach in the Hall of Fame correctly, in my opinion, adjusting the all-time win percentage in order to get him inducted, and why it matters relative to telling the story of college football?
I'm the wrong guy to ask that question to. The standard is the standard.
That's where I was going to go as well, and I'm glad we're on the same page, because Mike Leach, with his win percentage, did not meet the threshold as a coach.
Just because you like somebody doesn't mean they belong in the Hall of Fame.
You can be in the Hall of pretty good, or get creative, right? Put him in as a contributor, right? If you want to put him in, as a contributor to the game, if you want to put him in, as an offensive coordinator, not as a head coach, that's one thing. It just changes the conversation, because, Mike Leach has a part in college football. Is Mike Leach an all-time icon? He's more iconic for what he did at the podium than what he did on the field. And that's not knocking the fact that he was a good coach, that he was part of the Hal Mummy air raid school and everything. But plain and simple, the man didn't meet the threshold. Sure, it's, by percentage points, but that's how we've chosen to measure this. And so changing the standard because this guy was quirky at the podium, I mean, fine, he's in. I'm not going to begrudge him or his family or his legacy that. But I wish there would have been a different way to go about it, other than, let's change the rules for this one guy that has a good reputation. Instead, I would have found a more creative, unique way to put him in as a contributor, to where you don't have to, quibble about what 4,000th of a point of record.
Well, but it's the same people that would say, well, there's too much participation trophy going on. Choose your battle. Like, what hill are you gonna be on? If the rules are the rules, and you can say that we've been wrong all along, but then go back in history and adjust and readjust the standard for history forever. Like, it's just a weird thing to me. It's okay to say we loved him.
Yeah.
It's okay to say he was a really good college coach. Mm-hmm. But what are we talking about exactly? Mm-hmm. And if you liked him, I understand that you like him. But it did not, at least in my mind, settle that. And I know voters, that was the conversation that was had, was the Hall of Really Good is not the Hall of Fame. and that's constant. You have to be consistent. Can't let everybody in. Sorry if friends and family didn't make it in.
Corey said, but why is that arbitrary win percentage the standard? His offense is why you put it in, because that's what they decided the standard was. They said for coaches, this is going to be the benchmark. You heard Kimberly talk about it. To warrant consideration into the College Football Hall of Fame, you have to be a first-team All-American.
Because there are
and then your school has to nominate you, et cetera, et cetera, et
There
cetera.
are a ton of coaches who added to the offenses in games and they didn't win.
Mhm.
Like they just didn't win. You could go through and talk about the Don Coryell Cardinals, right? But quite frankly, it's a little bit different than the Coryell Chargers. If you don't win everything, then that's part of it. You have to earn your way in.
Yeah.
You can't nice your way in. You have to earn your way in. And the number is the number.
Well, and Big Bang Hank says it's the Hall of Fame, not the Hall of Stats. Okay, I can agree with that in principle, but the organization chose this threshold. That's what they said it was. Then they chose to go about it. I would also say it wasn't Mike Leach's offense.
It is
okay,
a Hall of it. Look, stats matter. I get it. I get it. That's why they put him on. That's why they put him on the bus. They put him on the trophies. That's why they do all those things.
Yeah.
But ultimately, we're talking about winning. They set the standard for winning, and the winning was a number, and it was a rock solid number. And it made all the sense in the world. And then they said, "Well, let's adjust that because one of our buddies doesn't get in." That's literally the conversation, and that's never the right conversation to have.
The other example that comes to mind for me to use one from Big Ten Media Days here, DP, is Matt Campbell. That's a guy that his overall record isn't that great. And I know, some Nebraska fans, when he was potentially up for the Nebraska job or is rumored to be in it, was, well, his win percentage isn't that good. Don't bring him along. So you can't hold where he's coached against him, but you can also tell the story of college football without him. You can tell the story of college football without Mike Leach, because guess what? It wasn't his brainchild. Yeah, he had Graham Harrell and Michael Crabtree. Did Graham Harrell win the Heisman? No. They've been a Biletnikoff winner every year since Michael Crabtree, And so, yeah, Mike Leach, I'm sure for Corey and for Big Bang Hank, is one of those guys that you might have grown up with, seeing on TV, right? Watching Nebraska in the Big 12. But there's so much more to college football than that. And again, Mike Leach, quirky, notable. I don't think the Hall of Fame's worse off that he's in there. I don't think it would have been worse off with him out of there.
No, it's just, again, you can have all the love in the world for Mike Leach. I can name a lot of coaches who were funny guys who didn't deserve to be in the Hall. And I get it. Like, it makes all the sense in the world. But quite frankly, the number was the number until it didn't fit what the narrative was that made people feel better. Okay. We had a year where you had a down year and maybe you needed somebody to go in. So the easiest way was to do that. But to tell me that there are coaches who won the whatever the number was, who aren't in the Hall of Fame. What does it say for them? Do you go back and correct?
You're not going to.
If you're not going to go back and pull in every coach who won more games than he did at a higher percentage than he did, do you let them in or not? And if you're not going to do that,
then he shouldn't be in.
He shouldn't be in.
402-464-5685 if you want to be a part of the conversation. We are expecting the executive director and CEO of the Fiesta Sports Foundation, Eric Moses, to join us coming up here at 2 o'clock. We will go to break. We'll be back with 93.7 The Tickets coverage next here from Chicago.
You're listening to 93.7 The Tickets, coverage from Big Ten Football Media Days at the Hilton Chicago. Coverage is sponsored by Warhorse Casino, Sandhills Global, Gary Michaels Clothiers, and Ben Bleicher of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate.
You're counting on your team to win, so why not prove it? By placing your bets at Warhorse Sportsbook. Their win is your win. Put your money where your mouth is on nearly every sporting event. Use the Warhorse app to check odds and build your bets before placing your wagers in person at Warhorse Casino, including live in-game betting. No bets, no glory. Wagers may only be placed on Nebraska-based teams when played outside the state of Nebraska. Must be 21 or older to gamble. Gambling problem? Call 1-833-BET-OVER.
When you were a kid, clubs were cool. Robotics club and space club and stuff like that. But what do adults get? Book clubs, quilting clubs? Nah, forget that. How about margarita clubs and old-fashioned clubs? Get to Upside Bar and Lounge for the best clubs in town. Try all 10 varieties of Upside's margaritas and old fashions and take home a free souvenir glass. Grab the whole crew and pair it with taco night on Mondays or whiskey Wednesdays. Upside Bar and Lounge at 29th and Pine Lake.
Hey there, this is Paul Scheel, owner of High Electric. I want to thank our friends and loyal customers and introduce High Electric to those looking for a new electrician. We've been serving the Lincoln and Omaha area for over 30 years, from design to install, upgrades, and repair. If you are a homeowner or a small business needing some electrical work, call us at 402-466-6606 or check us out at hyelectric.com. We look forward to hearing from you.
Buying or selling a home should feel exciting, not overwhelming. That's why more buyers and sellers trust Ben Bleicher with the professional realty group of Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate. Ben combines luxury level service with a friendly, down-to-earth approach that helps you feel confident every step of the way. Whether you're searching for your dream home or preparing to sell for top dollar, Ben is ready to help you move forward. Call Ben Bleicher today at 402-466-3748.
Yesterday, your water heater worked just fine. Today, surprise! When you're out of hot water, just call the plumbers at Bryant. In most cases, you can get same-day water heater replacement. What you won't get is a costly surprise with the bill. At Bryant, the price you're quoted is the price you'll pay. No last-minute extras for piping or ventilation alterations. Need a new water heater? Just call Bryant, 467-1111. Bryant Air Conditioning, Heating, Electrical, and Plumbing. We do whatever it takes.
Select Plumbing and Utility has been serving Lincoln and the surrounding area for 14 years, and they're not slowing down. Select Plumbing and Utility handles all your plumbing needs, from faucets and water heaters to full renovations, and they can even help with your heating and cooling needs. They're also Lincoln's underground experts, repairing and replacing broken underground water and sewer lines since day one. Contact Select Plumbing and Utility today at 402-560-6197, assuring excellence in every situation, opportunity, and challenge. That's 402-560-6197.
This is Lincoln's home for sports talk on the FM dial. Also online at theticketfm.com.
On the internet.
KNTK FM Firth, 93.7 The Ticket.
Sometimes good people make mistakes. When you find yourself in need of an attorney, call Liberty Law Group. The attorneys at Liberty Law Group will defend you in court and protect your freedom to get you the best possible outcome and the justice you deserve. Trust your freedom to Liberty Law Group, the best criminal attorneys in Nebraska and Iowa. Call them today at 877-404-5238. That's 877-404-5238. Or check them out online at libertylawgroup.com.
Looking for a fun way to give back? Join us for the 2026 Kicks for Kids Nebraska Fun Run Walk, presented by Pinnacle Bank, on Saturday, August 22nd at James Arthur Vineyard. Enjoy a scenic 5K through beautiful grounds. Every step helps provide shoes to kids in Lincoln and Lancaster County schools, with options for adults, wine included, and kids. Registration fees include a t-shirt, medal, and bag. Sign up today and make a difference at kicksforkidsnebraska.org.
Your line just went down. Production stopped. A supervisor wants answers, and someone's digging through a binder for the maintenance history. Every one of those minutes costs money, and most of the time, that breakdown could have been prevented. That's where MaintainX comes in. MaintainX catches the failure before it happens. Preventive maintenance plans on every key asset to improve reliability. Work orders assigned and tracked right from your phone. Everyone from the floor to the front office is in the loop. Real-time dashboards give managers instant visibility into what's been completed, what's overdue, and where the bottlenecks are. No more guesswork. Just a smarter, faster maintenance operation. Companies on MaintainX have cut unplanned downtime by over 30% and saved thousands on parts and labor every year. See what it can do for your operation. Try MaintainX free at maintainx.com.
You're listening to 93.7 The Ticket's coverage from Big Ten Football Media Days at the Hilton Chicago. Coverage is sponsored by Warhorse Casino, Sandhills Global, Gary Michaels Clothiers, and Ben Bleicher of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate. Live from the Hilton Chicago, 93.7 The Ticket brings you coverage of the 2026 Big Ten Football Media Days. Derek Pearson, Jay Foreman, Jake Sorensen, and Austin Orman bring you exclusive interviews and in-depth conversations while you get ready for the upcoming Big Ten football season. Coverage from Big Ten Media Days is powered by Warhorse Casino, Gary Michaels Clothiers, Sandhills Global, and Ben Bleicher of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate. This is Big Ten Media Days, live from Chicago on 93.7 The Ticket and theticketfm.com.
That's right. Welcome back in. It is coverage of Big Ten Football Media Days, live from the Hilton Chicago. We keep our great train of guests rolling on here at the top of the hour. We are joined by Eric Moses. He is the Executive Director and CEO of the Fiesta Sports Foundation. Fiesta sounds familiar. Well, Fiesta Bowl, friends. That's what his organization puts on. Mr. Eric Moses, thanks a ton for joining us today. How are you?
I'm great. Thank you guys for having me.
Give people a little bit of a background for you. Long storied career, but for those who might not know, how did you end up at the Fiesta Sports Foundation?
Oh, well, good fortune, and hopefully, a resume that made that an easy choice for them. I got recruited. I was running a NASCAR track out at Nashville Super Speedway, which had been dormant for 10 years. We brought that out of mothballs and for a Cup Series weekend. During COVID, because, why do things easy, right? And then had the great opportunity to join the Fiesta Sports Foundation and help lead this great organization that's been around for about 55 years, doing really big things, and have my own Fiesta Bowl memories, and they involve Nebraska. In fact, I was telling the story that during my interview, I talked about that 96 game with Nebraska and Florida. And I remember distinctly, I was home from law school. It was snowing outside. I was in New Jersey, and Tommy Frazier took the ball 70 yards or so down the right sideline, breaking innumerable tackles onto the way to the end zone. So, yeah.
Where's New Jersey home?
Right near Rutgers, exit 9, Turnpike, not Parkway. So if you're a Jersey
Got
guy, you know
stuck
what
on
that
it on a
means.
Friday night going to the Huskers and the Rutgers. I know the space. My family's East Orange.
Is that right?
My
Okay.
family's East Orange. See, this is how I knew it was my dude. The whole path to where you end up it never adds up, and there's no way the universe doesn't get full credit for putting where you were.
Absolutely.
The whole NASCAR thing, I did my Charlotte tour.
Okay.
A lot of DC in there.
A lot of DC in
Yep,
there.
yep.
We forgive you for the wrong color blue. We forgive you. But listen, when they throw the word trailblazer around, but here's the thing. To end up where you are requires not only accumulation of a lot of good people who pour into you. And then so when you're in this situation now, you get to share this. When you're taking care of this thing that is the Fiesta, who do you think of the most? That is the standard that you have to meet and that you have to work from?
In the bowl business?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, the granddaddy of them all is obviously the Rose Bowl. I think, but I have a great deal of respect for our 9 founders who, in 1971 got tired of Arizona State not being invited to what was only a handful of bowl games back then and said, hold our beer, we'll start our own. And quickly, we're the baby of the group of the 6 playoff bowls with 55 years. Quickly elevated this bowl game to one of the premier postseason games in college football, and now part of the CFP, hosting the playoff game every year for the next 6 years. So I give them a whole lot of credit
Through the evolution.
Mm-hmm.
Now people want to talk about rankings and where do you put them. The Fiesta has its own place. Is that a fair statement?
I think it is, because we didn't have conference ties, right? And so you would see games in our game and matchups in our games of teams that had never played before. I mean, my first year in the job, we had TCU and Michigan. Those teams hadn't played before, but they were playing for an opportunity to play in a national championship. And so I think that part of it made it really unique. Also, the other unique part of it for us is if you're a guy like me who grew up on the East Coast, I knew very little about the state of Arizona and about the Southwest. And so the opportunity to impress upon the student athletes, teams, coaches, travel parties, what our state is about, what our region of the country is about, is something we take quite seriously.
What goes into building that brand, that image, that reputation for people that think they know, that are in Arizona, but can still have their eyes open versus the Midwest versus the East Coast? How do you build, sustain, grow that brand?
Well, we pride ourselves on what we call our world-class hospitality. Our 9 founders started off treating these teams, big football players, to steak dinners in their homes. Like
Wow.
that's how this started. And the through line from 1971 to 2026 is that world-class hospitality, is treating people the best we possibly can, putting our best foot forward. So when they think about the state of Arizona and they think about the Valley of the Sun, they have warm feelings about that. I spent 24 years in Washington, D.C. I like to say we tolerated tourists in D.C. because we knew we had to as the seat of the federal government. In Arizona, we actually appreciate them. We actually want them there, and we want them coming back.
I'm going to tell all your business now. I'm just going to tell. Listen, the DC side of it. Look, that's home. So I'm born and raised in Arlington, Virginia.
Okay.
And understand that I have to explain to this young man and the folks in Nebraska that that's a unique vacuum of humanity.
Indeed. Indeed.
I just
Special
introduced.
place.
I had to import Ben's Chili Bowl and half smokes.
Well, you have to.
They had never had half smokes.
You have to.
Yeah, I have.
It's a rite of
I'm
passage.
better for
Now
it.
you
I'm
have.
better
You
for
are
it.
better
I'm
for
better
it. Yes.
A big part of this for me that's fascinating is the parent perspective side of it. That you have eyes on what it was like to have athletes under your watch and care. That the Fiesta and everything that goes along with it still has to consider the young people and the experience.
Yep.
What's on the top of the list for things that prioritize and you want the focus to be, the identity of Fiesta to be?
Well, I start with we owe these young people an education in the classroom, in the meeting room, and in the community, right? And that's all of us, not just folks on campus. And so exposing them to all that we have in our marketplace or the other places where they may go to play, I think is an important part of their education as young people. And so, as I said, you grew up on the East Coast like I did, you know very much about Arizona. We view it as an opportunity to inform those young people about all that's happening there. I mean, we have right now one of the biggest investment in this country with TSMC, Taiwan Semiconductor, that's investing literally hundreds of billions of dollars in Maricopa County to build up this infrastructure so chips can be manufactured in the state of Arizona. Intel is there. Honeywell is there. We want these young people to understand, look, after your playing days are done, think about our state as a place you might want to settle and a place you might want to start your non-football career.
I love how you say our state. You're
Yeah.
not from there. If you're a native Arizonan, it'd make sense. But I mean, you've adopted it, and that stands out to me that you've ingratiated yourself into the culture and how big of an impact the state's made on you.
Absolutely. This is my home, and when you have jobs like the ones that I've had, you must be a part of the community. You're a reflection of the community. And I take that very seriously, and I view it as a privilege.
Yeah, I'm not from the Lincoln, Nebraska.
And people remind you of that
on a regular basis, even though and again, invest. And if it matters to them, it should matter to me. And that's part of what we do. But all the things that go with putting on the event that you put on, it is recruiting. It's an invitation. Hotels, people involved, businesses that, as you say, are engaging not only for the event, but want to pull people into the community in that space. How much of that is the messaging? How much of that is the things that are said when people find out about Fiesta Bowl?
It's huge. And, we have the good fortune of having one CFP Bowl with the Verbo Fiesta Bowl and one non-CFP Bowl with the Cactus Bowl, where we are partners with the Big Ten and the Big 12. And so that's a Big 10, Big 12 matchup every year. And so last year we had Minnesota in that game. It's important, and it's really important now because the CFP games are really referred to as business trips, right? It's not the end of your season anymore. You are on a path to pursue a national championship. And so these coaches and teams come in, they want to win and move on to the next level. And so we don't have as much opportunity to really get those kids out in the community and doing stuff. So at the Cactus Bowl, we really still embrace that opportunity, whether it's working with the Salvation Army to feed families over the holidays, because our game, the Cactus Bowl, is usually the day after Christmas, right? Or we're building wagons with Girl Scouts. I mean, all of these things to get these young people involved with the communities in ways that not only impress upon our community why it's good to have these teams come in, but also impresses upon the community why these kids are more than what they hear on the headlines. They're not just money grubbing, looking to make as much money and then move to the next school. They are young people who are going to class, probably more than I did when I was in school.
So that's the lawyer.
Working hard, on the practice field, but also giving back to communities. And that's really important. And I think we can't lose sight of that.
I know that games and players and moments are like your kids. You're not supposed to have a favorite, but we all do. of the moments behind the Fiesta Bowls, are there moments that stand out to you as, you know what, I was proud to be there, I was proud to be a part of it, I was proud to witness it?
Yeah, I mean, there are, but I'm going to pivot for a second. We put these football games on so that we're able to give charitable resources back to communities all throughout Arizona. The moment year over year that works the most for me and makes me feel great about doing this job is our Wishes for Teachers program, where last year we gave $1.5 million to teachers in the form of $2,500 grants. When you call up a teacher and surprise him or her and let them know that their wish has been granted, which is all about enhancing the learning environment in their classroom, and they literally start crying on the phone, that's what makes it worthwhile every single year.
I just start crying. I just start crying. You talking about it,
man?
It's
heartwarming.
If you've ever been in those buildings and you understand what teachers go through,
yes.
I'm a high school coach, so that was a big part of being in those rooms and scratching, clawing, trying to get people there and to find out. You said $2,500 grants.
Yep.
How many teachers do we?
Last year was 540. This year we're going to go from $1.5 million to $1.75 million, and we will also take on now school wishes. So last year we had two that were three $50,000 wishes for schools, so that we can redo a library, create a STEM lab, etc. Do those kinds of things, because these folks are doing God's work, man, and these schools preparing the next generation for all things that society needs.
I say it often that football is just a vehicle for good people doing good things, and it makes me feel better. One, that you show up for those teachers, you show up for those students, the people that you affect for the positive side that you're never going to meet.
Right.
You get to plant seeds for fruit you're never going to get to enjoy, and it exists. But then you show up at the Big Ten Media Days, and you share these stories across the country to remind folks that there's good in the Big Ten. And it's good to have these stories told. Thank you, kind sir.
Thank you guys for what you do, and maybe I'll see you this year. We're going to Rutgers against Nebraska at Rutgers, so maybe we'll see you guys.
See, my seats, my seat plan don't work the way yours do.
Well, I'm giving out an award, so I should have pretty decent seats.
I don't get, I don't get to sit where the CEO said, I'll be down the field waving at you, to do that. But here's the thing. The next time you go to DC, that's when.
Okay.
That's when we do the thing. Who do you root for on Sundays?
On NFL Sundays?
Yeah.
The Dallas Cowboys. I'm a lifelong Cowboys fan.
You're just
lifelong
taking
Cowboys.
All of the heel.
Lifelong Cowboys.
Sir.
I grew up on Landry Road,
sir,
named after Tom Landry.
Didn't they chased you all around Anacostia, didn't they?
Hey, look, every place I worked in D.C., I painted the walls navy blue and silver to remind them. Yeah, that's the kind of guy I am.
Here's the thing. To me, that's better than the other color of blue you could have painted it, because I'm a Duke guy, and I know you're a Tar Heel.
Well, I got a law degree from there, so like I said, I root for their mock trial team, but not their best basketball or football team.
How is their mock trial team?
Pretty darn good.
See, there you go.
Good.
There you go.
Thank you guys so much for having me.
There you go. It's Eric Moses. He's the executive director and CEO of the Fiesta Sports Foundation. We'll keep our coverage rolling from Chicago after this.
You're listening to 93.7 The Tickets, coverage from Big Ten Football Media Days at the Hilton Chicago. Coverage is sponsored by Warhorse Casino, Sandhills Global, Gary Michaels Clothiers, and Ben Bleicher of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate.
You're counting on your team to win, so why not prove it? By placing your bets at Warhorse Sportsbook. Their win is your win. Put your money where your mouth is on nearly every sporting event. Use the Warhorse app to check odds and build your bets before placing your wagers in person at Warhorse Casino, including live in-game betting. No bets, no glory. Wagers may only be placed on Nebraska-based teams when played outside the state of Nebraska. Must be 21 or older to gamble. Gambling problem? Call 1-833-BET-OVER.
Your line just went down. Production stopped. A supervisor wants answers, and someone's digging through a binder for the maintenance history. Every one of those minutes costs money, and most of the time, that breakdown could have been prevented. That's where Maintain X comes in. Maintain X catches the failure before it happens. Preventive maintenance plans on every key asset to improve reliability. Work orders assigned and tracked right from your phone. Everyone from the floor to the front office is in the loop. Real-time dashboards give managers instant visibility into what's been completed, what's overdue, and where the bottlenecks are. No more guesswork. Just a smarter, faster maintenance operation. Companies on Maintain X have cut unplanned downtime by over 30% and saved thousands on parts and labor every year. See what it can do for your operation. Try Maintain X free at maintainx.com.
Yesterday, your water heater worked just fine. Today, surprise! When you're out of hot water, just call the plumbers at Bryant. In most cases, you can get same-day water heater replacement. What you won't get is a costly surprise with the bill. At Bryant, the price you're quoted is the price you'll pay. No last-minute extras for piping or ventilation alterations. Need a new water heater? Just call Bryant, 467-1111. Bryant Air Conditioning, Heating, Electrical, and Plumbing. We do whatever it takes.
Select Plumbing and Utility has been serving Lincoln and the surrounding area for 14 years, and they're not slowing down. Select Plumbing and Utility handles all your plumbing needs from faucets and water heaters to full renovations, and they can even help with your heating and cooling needs. They're also Lincoln's underground experts, repairing and replacing broken underground water and sewer lines since day one. Contact Select Plumbing and Utility today at 402-560-6197, assuring excellence in every situation, opportunity, and challenge. That's 402-560-6197.
When you were a kid, clubs were cool. Robotics club and space club and stuff like that. But what do adults get? Book clubs, quilting clubs? Nah, forget that. How about margarita clubs and old-fashioned clubs? Get to Upside Bar and Lounge for the best clubs in town. Try all 10 varieties of Upside's margaritas and old fashions and take home a free souvenir glass. Grab the whole crew and pair it with taco night on Mondays or whiskey Wednesdays. Upside Bar and Lounge, 29th and Pine Lake.
Buying or selling a home should feel exciting, not overwhelming. That's why more buyers and sellers trust Ben Bleicher with the professional realty group of Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate. Ben combines luxury-level service with a friendly, down-to-earth approach that helps you feel confident every step of the way. Whether you're searching for your dream home or preparing to sell for top dollar, Ben is ready to help you move forward. Call Ben Bleicher today at 402-466-3748.
At Planet Fitness, your pace is as personal as your playlist. That's why right now, you can get up to 3 free months of Apple Music when you join for just $1 down. With best-in-class equipment, free fitness training, and a judgment-free environment, we have everything you need to go your speed. Join Planet Fitness for $1 down and get up to 3 free months of Apple Music. No commitment. Deal ends July 31st. Additional fees and restrictions apply. See Home Club for details.
Are you looking for an exciting new way to put your skills to work? Explore new career options in the fintech industry at Currency, a Sandhills Global company. We offer full-time positions in financial sales, compliance, operations, and other fields. We also offer a 4.5-day work week, an attractive benefits package, and opportunities for advancement. Put your motivation to work and grow with us at Currency. Visit gocurrency.com/careers to learn more.
Hey there, this is Paul Scheel, owner of High Electric. I want to thank our friends and loyal customers and introduce High Electric to those looking for a new electrician. We've been serving the Lincoln and Omaha area for over 30 years, from design to install, upgrades, and repair. If you are a homeowner or a small business needing some electrical work, call us at 402-466-6606 or check us out at hyelectric.com. We look forward to hearing from you.
You're listening to 93.7 The Ticket's coverage from Big Ten Football Media Days at the Hilton Chicago. Coverage is sponsored by Warhorse Casino, Sandhills Global, Gary Michaels Clothiers, and Ben Bleicher of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate. Welcome back to 93.7 The Ticket's coverage of Big Ten Media Days live from Chicago. Presented by Warhorse Casino, Gary Michaels Clothiers, Sandhills Global, and Ben Bleicher of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate on 93.7 The Ticket and theticketfm.com.
Let's give a big shout out to the folks at Gary Michaels Clothiers in celebration of America turning 250. Gary Michaels is offering a $250 reduction off any suit or sport coat and pant combo through the month of July. Included is their entire inventory of Oxford Caruso Heritage Gold, Jack Victor, and more. Plus, you'll get a free Woven USA themed tie with every suit or sport coat purchase. You can call Gary, Nate, or Fabian at 402-423-7848, or you can go to GaryMichaels.com. Austin Orman, Derek Pearson with you as we approach the bottom of the 2 o'clock hour. What a running guest we had there, DP, from Rich Clark, Executive Director of the College Football Playoff, Kimberly Bowden, College Football Hall of Fame President, then Eric Moses, Executive Director and CEO of the Fiesta Sports Foundation. Learning a lot, and I know we'll have a lot of good tidbits to share for people on social media as well. But yeah, I mean, Eric Moses' resume, all the DC connections and whatnot speaks for itself. But I love what he said, too, about the changing nature of bowl games, right? A young yet prestigious bowl game in the Fiesta Bowl that teams used to build their last month of the season around in a lot of ways. Hey, we're going to Arizona. We're going to play in this heat, in this environment. And then to be able to get down there for the full week, to be ingratiated in the community, to do, more than just show up for the game and go home. It's cool that the Fiesta Sports Foundation also has the Cactus Bowl, so that the student athletes that are in that bowl game still get some of that opportunity. But I was struck by just how big an impact the Arizona community has made on him in less than 5 years.
Well, I think I love the way he said it. I've heard coaches talk about that. It went from that early preseason, postseason bowl game, went from being a vacation to a business trip.
Yeah.
That it was important enough for it to matter and be treated as such.
Mm-hmm.
That's a meaningful week.
Yeah.
A meaningful week of practice, a meaningful week of exposure. People getting in front of press who don't normally get in front of press. Different levels of responsibility, different perspective, because end of season versus and then opportunities to grow your program with people who participate in those bowl games, opportunities to make plays and be seen and get the resume together. So the fact that first one exists, and then the second one, as he said, late to the dance, but becoming the belle of the ball.
Yeah,
that Fiesta trip is a thing where if you get elected and picked to go to Arizona, you're having a really good season.
I don't know for sure, but I believe him in his voice that he remembers that 96 Fiesta Bowl, as all Husker fans do.
Yeah.
In the lineage of them, I mean, come on. 62-24, Tommy doing his thing, Amon doing his thing, I think, at that time. The defense, and there's the whole Danny Werfel award right behind us. He knows a thing or two about that Fiesta Bowl.
A beatdown's a beatdown.
Man.
No matter what sides are on, you remember the beat. Even if you don't have skin in the game, you remember the beatdown. Mm-hmm. It's good to see how many good people are connected to the Big Ten Conference, how many good people are connected to college football. In this room, a lot of the conversations that are taking place, and realize that as much as people talk about the bad headlines, there's so much good in college football. There's so much good in the process. You talk about postseason, good. Preseason meetings, being able to put this stuff together, good. Considerations, student athlete, fan, sponsors, academic integrity, all those things. Those aren't the things that always get highlighted. And I'm glad that folks, one, they're here, but two, that they will come and share those stories and let people know, you know what? It's bigger than the game. As Pete Ferguson says, it's bigger than the score. And it's good to have the reminder that the Big Ten Conference, while football is the vehicle for why we're here, it's not the only reason why we're here.
Well, and that goes back to something Kimberly mentioned, too, why Saturdays are the best day in her view and a lot of people's view, because of all the good that happens. You can focus on the ugly if you want. And sure, are there ways to improve? Are there ways it can get better? Always, for all of us. But don't miss the forest for the trees. Don't miss the joy of Saturday, the camaraderie, the pageantry that she was talking about as well. That's on display from week 0 in this case in college football. Through the regular season, through the final week of the regular season, the rivalries, through conference championships as long as they're there, into MAC bowls or HBCU bowls, into New Year's Day bowls, into the Fiesta Bowl and the rest of the college football playoff. From day one to whatever the final numbered day is, There's plenty of good in there. Don't miss it, people.
We're going to go down the line after we're done broadcasting because all the bowl game trophies are behind us. And there's some iconic trophies behind us.
Yeah.
1 and 2, Orange Bowl, Rose Bowl. Those are fantastic. We just talked, in full about the Fiesta Bowl. I love the fact that it matters. The people who showed up here today and this week, it matters.
Yeah.
Enough for you to show up, want to be here, want to add to, contribute, and then learn. As football fans, we're blessed to get to see and breathe in these programs. As Nebraska fans, we're probably a little frightened at some of the human that we've seen walk through this door today. We don't necessarily shop where everybody shops because let me tell you, there have been some dudes walking through here today. Sir.
And there'll be more tomorrow, and there will be more the day after that.
Do you feel better?
Against day 1, right? I'm going to withhold judgment till at least day 2, and then we'll see what it is day 3 holds. I will say I was glad I caught myself because there's a part of me that wanted to ask Eric about the talk about iconic trophies.
Speaking of dudes, man.
Ask Coach Bielema walking by. Ask Eric about, hey, have you ever considered, turning the Fiesta Bowl trophy into a giant bowl of queso or salsa? Except it's not the Tostitos
They would dump
anymore.
it.
It's
Somebody
the
would dump
VRBO, the Verbo, and so totally. I mean, if Frank Solich got the seasoned French fries dumped on, and someone is totally doing a queso and salsa bath on the Fiesta Bowl winning head coach, if that ever becomes
Duke's Mayo Bowl. No, here's what I would do. I turn it into a cactus, quite frankly.
Shoot. Yeah.
But if you wanted to have fun with it, you turn it into a big margarita bowl. You drink from it.
That to me. So
you drink from the cup. You drink from the cup.
I think winners get marked, right? Cactus Bowl trophy can be a cactus because you have the pool out there. I think they still played at Chase Field, so jump in the pool, do the bath, that whole thing.
Winners get margaritas. I'm totally okay with that too.
I think what was it? The Progressive commercial, I think it was. Sprinkles are for winners.
Sprinkles are for winners, right?
Margaritas also for winners.
It's a full thing. We got the email with the preseason, the Big Ten preseason honors, and okay.
Let's go through it, DP.
So here's the announcement, and then you can go through and understand what it. Big Ten Conference announced its 2026 football preseason honors on Tuesday. For Big Ten Media Days, etc. The media panel selected from 12-member preseason list. Okay, I don't know who the list is, and I'm a little bothered by it, but okay, fine. 7 different schools placed students on this year's preseason honors list, led by 3 honorees from Indiana. 8 of this year's Big Ten preseason honorees: Indiana's Tyreek Tucker, Minnesota's Anthony Smith, Ohio State's Julian Sain and Jeremiah Smith, Oregon Dante Moore, Jaden Maiava, and Rutgers KG Duff and Antoine Raymond. All will be here, so we will see them all. Amongst them, Charlie Becker, wide receiver, Indiana. Elijah Hardy from Indiana. Tyreek Tucker. Cade Piper from Iowa. Corey Parrish, defensive back from Oregon. Antoine Raymond, the only running back on the list. Curiouser and curiouser. 2 quarterbacks.
Interesting.
2 quarterbacks, 1 running back, 3 wide receivers, 1 offensive lineman. 1.
That's it. 1.
No, 1. I am seeing this right. Cade Piper from Iowa. 2 defensive linemen, 1 defensive back, 1 linebacker. 1 linebacker in the Big Ten is just wrong.
Now, you lost a few good ones last year, but there's still got to be more than 1 good one in the tank.
That's not Big Ten football. 1 running back and 1 linebacker? Austin, what are we doing? Has the Big Ten become a glam conference?
People are asking.
Is that
asking.
really?
People are worried. People are wondering.
Oh, Austin Orman.
That just can't be.
Who's missing from the list? Anybody missing from the list?
So this is where you talk about some of the guys that want to have a say in some of this stuff, right? I think USC's guy, Jade Mayava, would say, hey, I belong in that conversation too. I've put up numbers.
Oh, he's on it.
He is there. Okay, I missed
He's
him.
on it.
So, so yeah, he belongs there. That's good. I think there's
nobody from Michigan.
Nobody from Michigan stands out.
We applaud that quietly.
We do, absolutely. Michigan State, no. Wisconsin, no. One guy from Minnesota.
Nobody from Washington.
Right. Washington's best player last year, for my money, was the running back Coleman, who graduated. And so now you're with Damon Williams at quarterback, and he's got the competition.
Nobody from Illinois.
A little surprising. You would think they'd have defensive representative potentially.
Nobody from Penn State.
Also surprising.
Stunning.
Also
that
surprising.
You have running backs on this list. You have one running back on this list, and he is not from Penn State.
Nor is he from Nebraska.
Nor
is he from Iowa.
Well,
or is he from Wisconsin?
Well, I would guarantee you that most of the 12 couldn't tell you who the starting running back is projected to be at Nebraska.
I don't know if Nebraska could tell you who the starting
How
running back
about
is
that?
projected to be
How
at
about that?
Nebraska. To be completely fair.
How about that? That's a fair thing. Yes, sir.
Yeah. So we roll on through Big Ten Media Days here. Let's talk a little bit about Penn State and USC, DP, because they went today. Obviously, we'll have 3.5 hours left here before we call it a day one. Who do you think is more important for the Big Ten to have up and running in full form, whatever that is this year? USC, year 5, year 6 of Lincoln Riley. Penn State, year 1 of Matt Campbell.
USC by a lot. The league will be better with USC being really good. Gives you a true Heisman Trophy candidate. The big TV and media market gives value to some West Coast games that otherwise may get lost in the wash. Strengthened by the fact that Oregon is in the conversation of best, right? So you get they get to strike upward, right? You get to punch up instead of punching down on UCLA. That we can circle whenever USC plays Oregon. We could also circle when they play Washington.
Yeah.
Then the crossover of those mid Big Ten schools playing each other. Man, who knows? Like, imagine that it's important to go above 500 against the middle 6.
That determines the season.
That really,
you win 4 of those 6, you win 3 of those 5, you win 3 of those 4, you win 2 of those 3, you're ahead. Anything less than that, you're below.
And those are 2 quarterbacks in the building today. Like, to understand that those 2, I mean, I think we like USC's talent better, but we're not going to slight Penn State's legacy. Like, there's something to be said about playing in that space wearing that uniform.
Oh, for sure. I mean, Penn State's not bereft of talent by any means. And to be completely fair, Matt Campbell and Iowa State beat Iowa. So they there's one time. It's a one-off. They did it once against a rival. But
what's your thought on Rocco Becht?
I think Rocco Becht is a good quarterback. I don't think he'll face as many defenses that are this good in the Big Ten as he did in the Big 12, and so he's certainly got something to prove. I guess the best way I could say it is I understand why Matt Campbell brought him along. I think there's enough ability that he can fit the Big Ten mold. I think that's what Campbell was trying to do in some ways at Iowa State, access to talent being what it is, access to development and pipelines being what it is in Ames as well. But I think that you think about Campbell's roots in the MAC, the way he came up, I do think that he understands at a big picture level, what it takes to succeed in the Big Ten. And I think a quarterback like Rocco Becht can absolutely be that. Now, can you execute on the little stuff, learning what it actually takes week in and week out? That to me is the story for Penn State.
Who's the biggest, brightest newcomer to the Big Ten? With all the transfer portal talk, with all the NIL, all those things.
Probably Hoover, Indiana's quarterback.
Probably the most important. Probably.
Yeah,
but I mean, there's some quarterbacks. But there are some quarterbacks in this thing that, if you said newcomers, people that are going to touch the ball that we can remember, people that are going to make plays that we can remember, that's about as deep as you can go.
What does that tell you about the Big Ten then?
It's going to be fine because that means it's old. It means it's old and it likes being old. It has. That means the talent that was in the pool was good enough, and the returning talent again, Indiana had 4 pieces to replace.
4 major ones for sure.
Right, to replace.
Fisher, Pons, Mendoza, and Cooper.
But they were replaced, 3 of the 4 were replaced by people who played big minutes in big ball games last year. So that's the case. Oregon, same thing in place. Wait a minute, y'all got some dudes, and then you got some more supportive dudes. Like again, when you have the addition of somebody that was here at Big Ten Medias a year ago and they're not a part of the discussion, the Dylan Raiola is not a part of the Oregon discussion.
No.
That's a big thing because he was here. He was here and was a story a year ago.
Mm-hmm.
So I find it interesting. Again, fluid things happen along the way. The Big Ten has a bunch of stories. I'm looking forward to all of them.
Indeed, we're just part of the way through day 1 here at Media Days, let alone the season itself. I want to give a big thanks to Ben Blaker, Professional Realty Group of Berkshire Hathaway Home Services, Ambassador Real Estate. Whether you're buying or selling residential, luxury, leasing, investment properties, or commercial properties, small or large, Ben Teams offers decades of experience, unbeatable customer service, and they promise to fully protect your interests throughout the course of the transaction. Give Ben and his team a call today, 402-419-6309. For all your real estate needs, you can also go to prg-ne.com. We will go to break. We are anticipating Jake Sorensen walking in here by the time we hit the 3 o'clock hour. Jay Foreman is also boots on the ground in Chicago. They will be here to help carry us through the rest of the afternoon. He's DP. I'm Austin. Coverage from Chicago rolls along.
You're listening to 93.7 The Tickets, coverage from Big Ten Football Media Days at the Hilton Chicago. Coverage is sponsored by Warhorse Casino, Sandhills Global, Gary Michaels Clothiers, and Ben Blaker of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate.
At Planet Fitness, your pace is as personal as your playlist. That's why right now, you can get up to 3 free months of Apple Music when you join for just $1 down. With best-in-class equipment, free fitness training, and a judgment-free environment, we have everything you need to go your speed. Join Planet Fitness for $1 down and get up to 3 free months of Apple Music. No commitment. Deal ends July 31st. Additional fees and restrictions apply. See Home Club for details.
Your line just went down. Production stopped. A supervisor wants answers, and someone's digging through a binder for the maintenance history. Every one of those minutes costs money, and most of the time, that breakdown could have been prevented. That's where MaintainX comes in. MaintainX catches the failure before it happens. Preventive maintenance plans on every key asset to improve reliability. Work orders assigned and tracked right from your phone. Everyone from the floor to the front office is in the loop. Real-time dashboards give managers instant visibility into what's been completed, what's overdue, and where the bottlenecks are. No more guesswork. Just a smarter, faster maintenance operation. Companies on MaintainX have cut unplanned downtime by over 30% and save thousands on parts and labor every year. See what it can do for your operation. Try MaintainX free at maintainx.com.
When you were a kid, clubs were cool. Robotics club and space club and stuff like that. But what do adults get? Book clubs, quilting clubs? Nah, forget that. How about margarita clubs and old-fashioned clubs? Get to Upside Bar and Lounge for the best clubs in town. Try all 10 varieties of Upside's margaritas and old-fashions and take home a free souvenir glass. Grab the whole crew and pair it with taco night on Mondays or whiskey Wednesdays. Upside Bar and Lounge at 29th and Pine Lake.
Are you looking for a fresh new hangout spot? Let me tell you about Liquid Assets Sports Bar, where Mondays mean new weekly drink and food features. With 23 taps, a full lineup of cans and bottles, and 40 TVs blasting every sports package out there, you'll never worry about missing a play. Savor high-end spirits at their stylish back shelf bar, enjoy a healthy, family-friendly menu, and catch all your favorite teams every day. Doors open daily at 11 a.m. Liquid Assets located on 2755 Jamie Lane in South Lincoln.
Buying or selling a home should feel exciting, not overwhelming. That's why more buyers and sellers trust Ben Blaker with the Professional Realty Group of Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate. Ben combines luxury-level service with a friendly, down-to-earth approach that helps you feel confident every step of the way. Whether you're searching for your dream home or preparing to sell for top dollar, Ben is ready to help you move forward. Call Ben Blaker today at 402-466-3748.
Bauer Underground has been serving local contractors and utility contractors all across the state since 1997. When you see the black and white truck, you know the best workers in the business have arrived. Bauer is currently looking for equipment operators, laborers, diesel mechanics, and aerial linemen. Join the brotherhood built upon hard work, authentic people, and a pedigree of success. They're offering top-notch benefits, matching 401k, and a $600 per year clothing allowance. Bauer Underground, a family-friendly company with room for advancement.
College football season is nearly here, and 93.7 The Ticket is on the scene to get things underway. Tune in Tuesday, July 28th to Thursday, July 30th for coverage from Big Ten Football Media Days at the Hilton Chicago as Derek Pearson, Jake Sorensen, Jay Foreman, and Austin Orman interview coaches, players, and broadcasters from around the Big Ten Conference. 93.7 The Ticket's coverage from Big Ten Media Days is sponsored by Warhorse Casino, Sandhills Global, Gary Michael Clothiers, and Ben Blaker of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate.
Are you ready for a new opportunity? Check out Sandhills Global. Join a dynamic team where your skills are valued and your career can soar. We offer full-time positions with a 4.5-day work week, competitive pay, excellent benefits, and a positive work environment. From IT and marketing to sales and finance, we're looking for talented individuals like you. Apply today at sandhills.jobs and take the first step towards an exciting future. That's sandhills.jobs. Don't wait, apply now.
Select Plumbing and Utility has been serving Lincoln and the surrounding area for 14 years, and they're not slowing down. Select Plumbing and Utility handles all your plumbing needs from faucets and water heaters to full renovations, and they can even help with your heating and cooling needs. They're also Lincoln's underground experts, repairing and replacing broken underground water and sewer lines since day one. Contact Select Plumbing and Utility today at 402-560-6197, assuring excellence in every situation, opportunity, and challenge. That's 402-560-6197.
You're listening to 93.7 The Ticket's coverage from Big Ten Football Media Days at the Hilton Chicago. Coverage is sponsored by Warhorse Casino, Sandhills Global, Gary Michaels Clothiers, and Ben Blaker of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate. Welcome back to 93.7 The Ticket's coverage of Big Ten Media Days live from Chicago. Presented by Warhorse Casino, Gary Michaels Clothiers, Sandhills Global, and Ben Blaker of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate on 93.7 The Ticket and theticketfm.com.
That's right. Welcome back in to our coverage from Chicago. Austin Norman, DP, with you. Big thanks to Warhorse Casino for their sponsorship of the trip. Download the Warhorse Casino app today where you can view live odds and build your bets. Plus, when you play at Warhorse, you keep the tax revenue in Nebraska. Warhorse Casino, where Nebraska wins. DP brought up the Big Ten preseason awards and honors lists. 7 of the 18 schools represented. So Nebraska not alone in not having a representative of the list. But that, again, seems like maybe a simple next step for Nebraska. Can you get the best player in the conference at a position, any position? And can you do it consistently? Can you find an identity piece to where, hey, year in, year out, we know what it takes to develop at this position. We can hang our hat on X, Y, or Z.
Oh, sir, the deeper you went into the question, the more the easier the answer became. No. Starting where you started, which is, could you see any player on Nebraska being the best in the conference at their position? And literally there was one. Well, no, that's not fair. You could say in the special teams that I could possibly see how that happens. But in the regular lineup, if you had asked me that question a year ago, I would not have said Emmett Johnson either. So,
sure.
To be fair, he outkicked the coverage, and we would have been wrong. But if you ask me about this year, I'm going to say the thing that, to me, I know that some folks have said, look at the offensive line, and that could be fine and dandy. But to me, if that's going to happen, it's a left tackle. It's a left tackle, and he gets on a heater. Elijah Pritchett gets on a heater, head down, eyes forward, chin up. He's got an opportunity to be one of the best in the Big Ten. And I'm not sure how far along the list you can go. I mean, I don't know that you can put Lindenmeyer in that conversation. I don't know that you can put anybody defensively in the double-digit sack conversation that's generally required for Big Ten best of. I don't know that anybody is going to lead the Big Ten in tackles. And I don't know that anybody's going to lead the Big Ten in interceptions. So those are all boxes. I mean, we saw what, 5 defensive backs here?
I think so. Sounds right.
So yeah, there's some depth to that. We saw 2 offensive linemen. So the idea that we could, and we'll see more over the course of the next 2 days, but the 2 we saw today, hey man, once again, they look like Big Ten dudes. They look like monsters. So wow, like we're not supposed to get caught up in the parade of it, but we're human.
Well, it's also not nothing, but it's also not everything.
When
There's a middle ground. Take it for what it's worth.
They brought them for show, and bruh, did they show? USC and Rutgers brought some dudes in here. I leaned back in the chair. It was like, well. Okay, they got a Big Ten. You got a Big Ten offensive lineman right there.
Starter Neiman Jewelers text line. Yeah, let's go ahead and throw that question to you. I mean, everything we talk about is fair game to you. Text line. I hope you know that, right? 402-464-5685. If Nebraska is going to have the best player at their position in the Big Ten Conference, who could you see it being? Who is it most likely to be? And Scott says in all caps with 3 exclamation points, hello, Justin Evans, exclamation point, exclamation point, exclamation point. There's also an apostrophe N in there, which makes me think there are supposed to be a couple more exclamation points. And Justin Evans will represent Nebraska at the podium, a young man who's worked for everything he's gotten, came in with maybe not prototypical Big Ten size and has developed into, an every down player, a consistent player for Nebraska. He's beating the odds just by being on the field, right? Again, you talk about what matters and what doesn't matter. Measurables aren't everything. Height doesn't measure heart and all that. But Justin Evans, plain and simple, does not tower above Big Ten defensive linemen, does not tower above Big Ten linebackers that he's supposed to be enveloping. He makes it work. He's a good football player. But is that a bigger state on him or the rest of the Big Ten centers?
I'm rooting for him.
How could you not be?
Best year ever.
Yeah.
Best year ever. I want that for him. I want that for him. But you asked me, so I answered what I saw. I'm not speaking for Scott or Corey or whatever media outlet online said that Justin Evans would be the highest ranking offensive lineman in the Big Ten Conference. If you tell me that Jenkins is ranking better than the 2 dudes we saw walk through here today, I have missed. I don't know anything about football.
The other ones that Corey sends in are from the Athletics breakdown of it all. Ja'Cory Barney as return specialist.
I said special teams.
You did.
I said special teams.
But also, I don't buy Ja'Cory Barney Jr. there. He hasn't proven to be a good returner yet. He's had opportunity.
Well, he's the best punt returner. He may not be the best kickoff returner because I don't know. There's a guy. There's a guy that return kicks for touchdowns.
Oh, but wait, he's out the door.
Oh, darn. Oh, my bad.
So that's keep in mind.
Yeah, oh, man. I've coached offensive linemen. And no, not at Nebraska and not in the Big Ten. I like what Evans does because, as you said, everything earned. Everything earned. You can't measure heart in the scope of stars and all that sort of stuff. So for what he does for Nebraska, absolutely be elite, man. Go. Do I think he's going to end up being voted and considered the best offensive lineman or center in the Big Ten Conference? No.
He's got to prove it.
I don't. If he does, that means a couple of things happened behind him. Somebody had a year better than Emmett running the football. Who is that?
TBD.
That means that Nebraska's quarterback had the best offensive season, not being sacked and getting rid of the ball, and not because he's not being sacked, throwing the ball for touchdowns and scores and yardage, unlike anything we've seen in the last
30 years.
30 years, right? In order for this to happen. Fair?
Fair.
Okay. That's all I was saying.
And then
That's all I'm saying.
The only other option I could throw out there for offense, if you believe in ceiling potential and whatnot, is Isaiah Hunter's healthy, and what you're talking about is true with offensive line. Could he supplant KJ Duff? Could he supplant Charlie Becker on this list? Now, I don't think he's passing Jeremiah Smith for the title of best player at the position in the Big Ten Conference, and I'm sure there are plenty of other dudes who will work their way into that conversation. Then on the defensive side of the ball, Williams Nwaneri, what does he look like in a 4-down front? Does he deliver on the potential? Andrew Marshall is another guy that's being brought to Big Ten media days, has the track record of being a good player, doesn't have the track record of being a ball hawk necessarily.
That's us. That's fans
hoping,
praying for what they think they know to happen, rather than us speaking to what we know. We if we haven't seen somebody in the forefront, we don't know what the production is going to be. We have no idea. Everybody else in the preseason category are literally basing that on what they've seen. Now, if you tell me that I'm going to base my opinion on the Athletics preseason Big Ten team, who's on the Big Ten? Who's on the Athletic Big Ten preseason poll? Who voted?
Couldn't tell you.
And do they know more than all the people we have around us? Hey man, the Athletics preseason poll is for the fans. It is simply there to get you to click on the link. That's really what it is. If they haven't been to Nebraska's football practice, and they haven't, what do they know?
Much as you. Not you specifically, but you
Good.
generally.
Go off. Go off. That's what. Oh, bro. Have we not taught people anything?
You got to keep teaching. Yeah, keep teaching. Always the fundamentals, right? That's what the bye week's for.
Listen,
that's what camp's for.
To stop giving people credit for things they haven't done. Have you not learned? Hype is hype. Hype is hype. But I have a simple rule. Again, I'm not giving you credit for things you haven't done in the space that we're talking about. I don't want credit. Nobody tell me I'm one of the best coaches ever. No, I don't need that. That's not the space I'm in. But I can say to you, I know what I see, and I know what I've seen. And if you tell me that you've seen enough evidence that Justin Evans is going to be the best center in the Big Ten, I need to see the evidence. I'll believe it when I see it. I haven't seen it yet. That's what I'm saying.
Corey is still on this train. He says Pro Football Focus has Evans graded as the top returning center. Again, subjective grading system. They put a number on it. It's still subjective. And I go back to this. I've said this with other players at other positions for Nebraska in the past. Just because it's the best Nebraska has, does that mean it's the best, right? Justin Evans can be a good football player. I'm on board. I can believe that. But is he going to be the best center in the country? Did you believe that's going to happen?
First of all, put the stats on the sheet.
What stats do centers put
who's
up, by
blocking? Who's blocking? What sacks? What quarterback play? Right? Pressure on the quarterback. Centers responsible for that. Rushing game. Okay, I understand that checks the box because the leading rusher ran behind him. So wonderful. I give him credit for that. But if you told me that you could pick any center in the Big Ten, any starting center in the Big Ten from any program, and if you tell me you're going to pick Justin Evans first, hey, man, I'm not listening to you anymore. You just gave me all the evidence I need. There's no metric. Who put the numbers? I watched all of last year's games. Matter of fact, Scott, I was at most of them. And if you ever spend time with me in post-game film study, the stuff I send the folks at the ticket gets on their nerves because I'm like, okay, here are things that you need to look for. And again, I don't know more than Jeep. I don't know more than Raiola last year and what he was coaching. I don't know more than Matt Rule. I don't know more than players. But if you're telling me that of the 18 starting centers in the Big Ten Conference. That if that's your choice, go off. Have your choice.
It just might say more about the rest of the conference than about you.
Bro, we just spent the entire morning talking about Big Ten football being the at the top, the apex of college football. And if you're telling me that that's true, that has he played in a playoff game?
He has not.
Has he won a national title?
He has not. He has played in a bowl game, though.
What happened in the bowl game?
Well, we can leave it at that.
Okay. Listen, stop it. That's madness. Love the young man. Let me just say that. If you tell me that an incredible young man that you can absolutely root for in full, right? In full.
Mm-hmm.
But and Scott, he said, name any that are better. Oh boy. That's not why we're here. I got all preseason to give you a full list. We got 30 days. You'll get your list.
Got you, Will. All right, stick with us. Stay tuned. It's the Jake Sorensen Show for the next 3 hours. DP and I are out of here. We're back to our hotel. We're kicking our feet up, and Jake is doing this solo. Just kidding. We'll probably be around. We'll bring in early breaks, Jake Sorensen, when we get back. Coverage of Big Ten Media Days live from the Hilton Chicago. Day 1, 3 hours to go. Stick with us.
You're listening to 93.7 The Tickets, coverage from Big Ten Football Media Days at the Hilton Chicago. Coverage is sponsored by Warhorse Casino, Sandhills Global, Gary Michaels Clothiers, and Ben Bleicher of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate.
At Planet Fitness, your pace is as personal as your playlist. That's why right now, you can get up to 3 free months of Apple Music when you join for just $1 down. With best-in-class equipment, free fitness training, and a judgment-free environment, we have everything you need to go your speed. Join Planet Fitness for $1 down and get up to 3 free months of Apple Music. No commitment. Deal ends July 31st. Additional fees and restrictions apply. See Home Club for details.
At Schwezo Construction, safety isn't just a policy, it's a promise. Build with us. Work safe, go home proud. We're hiring skilled craftsmen, laborers, concrete workers, and steel erectors who value quality work and a team that has your back, on and off the job site. If you're ready to be part of a company where your safety and success come first, visit Schwezo.com. That's SCHWISOW.com and apply today. Schwezo Construction, 40 years strong and still building the future.
Big box stores are tempting for buying equipment for your high schooler in sports or for yourself in your sports leisures. But buying new is awfully expensive. Why not go somewhere with new and used options? Play It Again Sports has quality, slightly to gently used equipment, and 50% of their inventory is actually new equipment. It's more than baseball, softball, and golf. They also have equipment for disc golf, fitness, hockey, and more. Plus, they're always buying products. Bring your gear that you're done with and get trade money on the spot. Play It Again Sports at 48th and Vine.
You're counting on your team to win, so why not prove it? By placing your bets at Warhorse Sportsbook. Their win is your win. Put your money where your mouth is on nearly every sporting event. Use the Warhorse app to check odds and build your bets before placing your wagers in person at Warhorse Casino, including live in-game betting. No bets, no glory. Wagers may only be placed on Nebraska-based teams when played outside the state of Nebraska. Must be 21 or older to gamble. Gambling problem? Call 1-833-BET-OVER.
This is Lincoln's home for sports talk on the FM dial. Also online at theticketfm.com.
On the internet.
KNTK FM Firth, 93.7 The Ticket.
If you're seeking a career with a growing company, Gaina Trucking and Excavating is hiring and looking for additions to their team. Gaina Trucking has a strong team culture, competitive pay, 401ks, and benefits like health, dental, and vision. Drivers are guaranteed 40 hours per week, even in the winter months, and are home every night. Start your career today at Gaina Trucking and Excavating. Apply today at GainaTrucking.com.
Are you looking for a fresh new hangout spot? Let me tell you about Liquid Assets Sports Bar, where Mondays mean new weekly drink and food features. With 23 taps, a full lineup of cans and bottles, and 40 TVs blasting every sports package out there, you'll never worry about missing a play. Savor high-end spirits at their stylish back shelf bar, enjoy a healthy, family-friendly menu, and catch all your favorite teams every day. Doors open daily at 11 a.m. Liquid Assets located on 2755 Jamie Lane in South Lincoln.
Power Underground has been serving local contractors and utility contractors all across the state since 1997. When you see the black and white truck, you know the best workers in the business have arrived. Bauer is currently looking for equipment operators, laborers, diesel mechanics, and aerial linemen. Join the brotherhood built upon hard work, authentic people, and a pedigree of success. They're offering top-notch benefits, matching 401k, and a $600 per year clothing allowance. Bauer Underground, a family-friendly company with room for advancement.
Are you ready for a new opportunity? Check out Sandhills Global. Join a dynamic team where your skills are valued and your career can soar. We offer full-time positions with a 4.5-day work week, competitive pay, excellent benefits, and a positive work environment. From IT and marketing to sales and finance, we're looking for talented individuals like you. Apply today at sandhills.jobs and take the first step towards an exciting future. That's sandhills.jobs. Don't wait, apply now.
93.7 The Ticket is proud to provide listeners with daily opportunities to win contests and prizes on our airwaves. We would like to take this opportunity to remind you of a couple rules. All participants must be 21 or older and must wait 30 days after winning a prize to participate again. Once you win, you have 30 days to pick up your prize at the KNTK Studios at 1040 O Street in Lincoln, or your prize will be forfeited. Thank you for participating in our contest, and thank you for listening to 93.7 The Ticket.
You're listening to 93.7 The Ticket's coverage from Big Ten Football Media Days at the Hilton Chicago. Coverage is sponsored by Warhorse Casino, Sandhills Global, Gary Michaels Clothiers, and Ben Bleicher of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate. Live from the Hilton Chicago, 93.7 The Ticket brings you coverage of the 2026 Big Ten Football Media Days. Derek Pearson, Jay Foreman, Jake Sorensen, and Austin Orman bring you exclusive interviews and in-depth conversations while you get ready for the upcoming Big Ten football season. Coverage from Big Ten Media Days is powered by Warhorse Casino, Gary Michaels Clothiers, Sandhills Global, and Ben Bleicher of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate. This is Big Ten Media Days, live from Chicago on 93.7 The Ticket and theticketfm.com.
That's right. Welcome in. Big Ten Media Days rolls into its 7th hour. If my math is correct. 6 hours down, 3 hours to go. Austin Norman, VP. Jake Sorensen in the house officially. Jake, welcome to Big Ten Media Days.
Gentlemen, reminder, it is a marathon, not a sprint at Media Days. And all the
You
days.
shut up. You shut up. You shut up. You're walking in here, kind sir.
Not even walking. He's strolling.
We do have tomorrow. We have Thursday. Those would be
You
marathons.
shut up. You shut up with that.
Well, can I say out loud though? Happy birthday, DP.
Thank you, kind sir. Can I do a birthday thing? I need to settle. So I was asked to name a center that I would choose before. I just want to ask two questions. Right? How many Remington finalists play center in the Big Ten Conference?
I'm going to guess a couple of them, including last year's winner.
I don't know. Is Oregon in the Big Ten?
Last I checked. Yep.
Is their center a returning Remington Trophy finalist?
Given that you're asking the question, I'm going to guess yes.
Wasn't he the reigning, defending All Big Ten selection?
I think the one before him was Jackson Powers Johnson. Who
But,
was, yeah.
Who was the guy that walked through here earlier from Iowa, 6'4", 290?
Cade Piper?
All-American first team?
Sounds right to me.
Yeah. Okay. Anyway, listen, don't come at me. Don't come at me. Listen, you're asking me if I asked you, you could name who you want, and if you want to name Justin Evans, knock it. Go off. Go off. I said what I said, and I meant what I said. I'm pretty consistent. Pretty consistent. If you want to tell me that's your favorite guy, cool. You want to tell me that's the best player in your mind, cool. What you do not get to do is tell me what I know to be true. There are two dudes that have all the accolades, and we have all the evidence. A full season's evidence of what it was. Recent season's evidence. That's what I meant. So there, I said it for you. Happy now? Here we go. On my birthday. Why do you want to get me smoking on my birthday?
I don't want
Why
you to
would
feel
you want
bad
that for
on
me?
your birthday.
Why would you want me giving people to smoke on my birthday? I'm trying to be.
Well, you give them smoke.
It's my birthday. Let me be happy. Let me be happy. Instead, you got me out here wanting to go after people. Listen, man, let me be happy.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Well, okay, get off
Fair
that
enough.
button.
Dang,
Somewhere
bro.
else.
Come on, man. Come on.
Looking around the room, see Brett Bielema in the building. See, you guys have had a variety of people walk by. I know already. It's a beautiful sight here.
Look what
in
we
Chicago. Whoa, we got some sweet hats. Where'd you guys?
We did. Did you?
No, I did not get that. I was riding the train or the plane, one of the two.
Or
to
the
get
automobile?
Here. I don't know. I did walk here the last 0.6 miles after the train, but it was a fun travel. Jay Foreman will be probably within the hour, I would think, 2 media days, and of course all day. We'll be here tomorrow and Thursday. But any highlights so far from day one that I've missed in my travels to get here?
We are to get the insight behind the college football bowl series and the thoughts behind it, the leadership behind that. I think we're more informed now than we were this morning. Rich came in and gave us quite a bit. We also found out the process behind the Fiesta Bowl and the energy behind it and the leadership that sets that up. We found out about the Hall of Fame. By the way, there's somebody at this table who voted for the college football Hall of Fame. I don't know. Just because I didn't tell y'all, didn't mean did that. This is when you punch. This is me punching ghosts. You know what the process is. But here's the thing. To watch this collection of 12 elite athletes walk through, meet the people, to see the 6 coaches. Again, if we said just from today, presence, connectivity, Jake, where you can see how the trios walked in, how the coach and the 2 players walked in, said a lot. USC looks doggish.
Doggish.
They look doggish, man. They
look doggish.
They look like men of Troy.
Oh, good doggish.
Yeah.
That can go 2 ways.
Nah,
doggish can be bad and doggish can be good. So this is a good doggish.
Oh,
USC.
this was Penn State looked like Penn State. Iowa, of course, is Iowa. They're going to be who they are. I don't think I was disappointed by anybody that came in the building today. The coaches all manned the board and gave us real information about who they are, what the teams are, and what the expectations
What
are.
about Commissioner Tony Petitti? What was his mood today, his mantra?
Togetherness. But quite frankly, let you know, Big Ten sitting at the top of the poll. They're on the throne. 3 consecutive national champions, 3 different national champions, all from the Big Ten. Yes, they will work with the SEC and the other conferences in what they do academically, on the field, off the field, and otherwise, the Big Ten is forward and up the premier conference in college athletics. And 6 number 1 draft picks overall in different sports. Bravo.
Yeah,
Not bad.
It was a phenomenal year for the Big Ten, no doubt about it. Now, obviously, they have every goal, every wish to follow up and be better this year and get all the titles in every sport. But you look at around football. And of course, Ohio State has all the accolades preseason, even though Indiana is, of course, the defending champion still, and they have not lost a game in a long time. 16-0 last year, and they're still picked 3rd in the conference. Ohio State, Oregon, Indiana. I had
Who
issues
did that,
with
Jake?
I think the media did that. Somebody did. Wasn't
Who are
me.
they? Who are they? Do we know who they are?
I have no reason to doubt Kurt Signetti at this point. To put him any lower than 2, coming off of a national title, and the fact he's 27-2 at Indiana, with 2 losses being to the teams that played for that year's national title in Ohio State, Notre Dame. So,
but why would anybody lean against that?
I don't know, because they still don't believe Indiana's. Oh, it's a cute story. No. That's not cute. They're real, they're legit, and they have it figured out.
Doesn't that make sense? That listen, evidence matters. Evidence matters.
It should.
Is there any coach in the Big Ten who feels comfortable saying that I'm doing a better job than Kurt Cignetti?
I think the only one with a leg to stand on in that conversation would be Ryan Day.
But what happened the last time they met?
Cignetti beat him, which is fair.
Like we can go through and project, but as you said, the reigning, defending Big Ten and national champion is the Indiana Hoosiers. And if we go back 2 years, not just last year, 2 years, what he's done here is epic. It's an epic run.
Mm-hmm.
Now, how many people gave Mendoza the Heisman Trophy before the season started last year?
Not many.
No, he was a dark horse. That's it. Dark horse.
Who had these experts had Indiana going undefeated last year?
If anyone in their right mind would have.
Nobody.
Yeah, I'm just saying, man, that's some numbers, man. That's some evidence. If you're Jake Sorensen,
yes,
top in your mind, top three coaches in the Big Ten.
Well, Cignetti's number one. I have no reason to push back. He's the best coach in college football. The man is. There's no competition for one. He's one, and it's 1B and whatever. I mean, there's nobody at the top Cignetti. He's one, and then I suppose in the Big Ten, I think what Jim Harbaugh said back in the day about Ryan Day, he was born on third base. I think there's some truth to that. Now, I think he's a good football coach, but he didn't build Ohio State. It was built for him.
But he's also not running backwards on the bases, which some really good coaches have done in the Big Ten.
That's true.
They were born on third base that, quite frankly, ended up standing on first and getting picked off.
And I do like Lanning, but Lanning's got to win in the postseason. He's had an undefeated regular season. They were number one. They got blasted by Ohio State, of course, in the Rose Bowl 2 years ago. And once he finally gets some postseason success, I think he could be argued for number two. But
who would have more?
It's got to be Cignetti and then Day, and then you can argue at three.
Who would have more success at the other school, Lanning or Bielema?
That's a good question. I mean, Oregon's been good. Lanning,
saucy. You're saucy, Bernays.
I don't know. Bielema fits it at Oregon, but I think Bielema wins wherever he goes. Arkansas wasn't great, of course, for him, but
I think Lanning can fit at Illinois. He did
question.
come from the SEC, so now that means everything in an era where the Big Ten is winning. But I mean, do you give a nod to the other statesmen in Iowa? Right? I mean, hasn't made the college football playoff. Does he get bonus points for longevity? And like you said, not running backwards to second base. Having crawled his way to third base with a hit by pitch, a stolen base, then got called back for batter's interference, and then trying to go first to third, he got overturned on review and
forgot to
tag and all that stuff. But darn it, at the end of the inning, they're there at third base and still looking around home. I think those guys are all certainly in the conversation. You can't. I mean, Whittingham's accomplished, but he hasn't done it in the Big Ten yet. Fitzgerald hasn't done it at Michigan State, and I'm sorry, his overall record at Northwestern. He has Northwestern, but a bowl team is different than a college football playoff team. I think Fitzgerald can be a floor raiser. Can he be a ceiling raiser for some of these programs? Remain to be seen. And so I think, it's probably Cignetti. I would lean Lanning, Bielema, and then Day. But it's splitting hairs to me between those three, and it's kind of flavor of the month, whichever you prefer.
I like the fact that Jake Sorensen is on the hill for Kurt Cignetti. That's.
Well, I want to give the guy a hug when he's here Thursdays. I just want to shake his hand and say, "Do it." You are incredible. You have given hope to every school in college football that they can do it too. If Indiana can do what they're doing, then anybody can. I mean, Northwestern can. UCLA, who's been down, can. I mean, Rutgers eventually can. If it can happen there, Maryland can do it. Why?
Can we? Okay, so here's the other part, though. At what point do we stop backhand slapping Indiana? Like, what happened?
Never.
Backhanded compliment is
they've been the worst program all time before Cignetti got there.
It's like
all
saying,
time.
"Hey, Jake, if you could do it, anybody can do it."
When you have the most losses in the history of college football, I can say that.
I'm saying, when do they not
have
become
been
that anymore?
Well, it's going to be a while still. I guess winning a title does help that narrative go away, but
They're
you
the
can't
national
forget about
champions.
70 years plus of pain that they've had.
Yes, you can. Look at that. They are of all those iconic jerseys facing you. They beat them all. They beat them all. And you can
I
see
am not taking shots. It's just a fact that they have been bad in the history of time.
Austin.
It's like if Rutgers won it all this year. It
If
would
you
take
can
a while
do
to
it.
get used to that.
Who is Rutgers' Mark Cuban? Which crime family is funding the Rutgers Renaissance?
I don't know Rutgers well enough to say that. I don't know. I don't know their university well enough to know who could fund that.
Oh man,
I know that they were very aggressively out there a couple years ago. They kept showing Kelsey Grammer.
That's
right. That's right. They did.
It's Frazier.
That's right. They did.
Frazier. They
Frazier's
kept
your
showing
best.
him on the broadcast like he's
Frazier's
the
your
king of
best.
Piscataway. Like Kelsey Grammer's your guy.
That's
I mean, he's got money. He's wealthy, but he's probably not Mark Cuban.
Yeah, but he is Frazier. So
Frazier has left the building.
1171. How close is PJ Fleck to Brett Bielema?
oh, he's so close. He's so close. And that pains me to say that if PJ had Ohio State talent, it would be frightening.
Then he'd be Josh Heupel.
It would he?
I'm not that sold.
I don't know.
He's good. I like Bielema a little bit better. I do.
They listen, man. They're both making really good dinners with hamburger, but like Jake, I mean, all things equal, right?
Yep.
Man, I'm going to leave that to Sorensen. I will leave that in full to Jake Sorensen. What if you it's your program? They're the Fighting Sorensens, and you get to choose one of the, but you only get to choose one of those.
Kurt
two.
Signetti.
No, only you have to choose.
I can't choose
They're the
another
Fighting
person.
Signettis.
I can't choose anybody else, and I won't do it.
Soren
I have one
Signettis.
choice. Yeah, Soren
That's
Signetti.
so
That sounds
good.
good.
That's
What are my
good.
options if it can't be six?
Fleck or
Lane-
Bielema.
It's Fleck and
sorry.
Bielema.
Okay, Fleck or Bielema. Listen. I've always been a guy that likes PJ Fleck. I like him. I know he's not everyone's favorite. He's different, but I also like Brett Bielema. I like the way he does it. He's consistent. They're a physical team. They're tough. They run the ball well, and that's what Nebraska did for a long time, and why people want that back to a certain extent. So
Did you notice you and I were both looking over our shoulders to make sure that Bielema?
I'll take Bielema. I'll take
He
Bielema.
couldn't hear us.
Where's he at?
Like, we got to make sure that that's what it is. And quite frankly, you like people to coach your people who represent you. I fully expected the tight slacks guy, Jake Sorensen, to pick PJ Fleck.
I do like
Like,
PJ Fleck. I'm a fan of PJ Fleck.
I'm a big burly Bielema guy. So I understood.
I like both
But
of them.
Jake Sorensen and the golf cut slacks absolutely was going to pick PJ Fleck.
Yeah, well, Jake wears socks. I'm not sure PJ does all the time.
They would have the discussion.
They would. From the text line, couple things. Scott Lincoln says PJ Fleck can only be successful as the underdog. He's a good foundation building coach, and then you upgrade. Gorilla Bear asks the question, how close is Matt Rule to PJ Fleck?
Oh,
not close enough right now.
No.
How is that
PJ
series
has
gone?
beaten
How's
Nebraska
that series
6
gone?
straight times. 6 straight. Not always. It's not all Matt that goes into
Ha-
Scott
it's half.
Frost.
It's
It is
half.
half. It is half.
It's half.
Matt Rule.
He's 0-3.
Yeah, you can't put in any world Matt Rule above PJ Fleck. None. Does not exist.
PJ built a program that's gone to bowl games pretty much every year he's been at Minnesota.
They win 8 to 9 games, maybe 7 to 9 games, I suppose, and
Yeah.
they always make the postseason. It's
Put
just
more dudes
surprising
in
how
the
they don't.
NFL in the last three.
Yes.
Just last 3 years, more dudes in the NFL, more bowl games. Pretty sure. More wins.
Don't
certainly.
forget their great 11-win season back in 2019. I know that was 7 years ago, but he's still
Yeah,
been
he did it.
consistently good.
He did it.
He did it. Absolutely, he did it.
Oh, man, you guys are
And
tough.
if we had a 12-team playoff back
Tough
then, guess what?
crowd.
Minnesota's in a 12-team playoff back in 2019.
Oh,
But
without a doubt. Without a doubt.
Tough crowd.
first round
man.
pick Rashad Bateman. They had, a great running back there. That was a good team. Is that Tanner Morgan at that
Tanner
point? too?
Morgan was the quarterback at that point. Yeah, Bateman,
Eek.
Ottman, Bell,
Eek.
Tyler
Yes.
Johnson.
Eek.
Nebraska went up there with Wandale Robinson at running back and just got pounded. I think it was
Wandale
like 34
Robinson,
to
what
7 or
now?
something like that.
Was that the Hoodie Gate year?
I don't know for sure.
Because I was at
They
Hoodie
all
Gate.
meshed
I was
together,
at
Austin.
Hoodie
That's so
Gate.
bad.
They
I
all
was
meshed
there.
together.
I was
Pain.
at Hoodie Gate.
Oh, man.
Sleet blowing in my face.
Oh.
Coat doing absolutely no good.
Yeah, that was tough, bro. That was tough.
Let's see if I can find that. 2019 Nebraska Minnesota. I think it was like 34-7 or something like that.
I also went to like a 54-28 or 54-31 game.
There-
I think
there
up
was-
in
No,
the
that
Twin
was
Cities.
2017. That was the year that Riley got fired.
Riley got fired. I was at that
was
game.
the Demery Croft
Demery
game.
Croft.
It was
Yep.
34-7. Rodney Smith ran for 139 yards in that game. 34-7.
It wasn't that close.
It wasn't that close.
Oh, and then-
they
and then-
called
and
off
then-
the dogs.
So it was 34-0 at one point, and we got a touchdown.
yeah,
late
they
to make
called
it.
off the dogs.
Okay, and then what happened the next year? Minnesota's down 30 guys due to COVID.
Yeah.
Yep.
What do they do? They
Didn't
come to
matter.
Lincoln.
That game was in Lincoln,
In
wasn't
Lincoln.
That was
It
that was
still
the
didn't
COVID
matter.
the COVID nightmare.
Which again is not on Matt Rule, but I think it goes to our point that PJ Fleck has proven, regardless of circumstances, you pretty much know what you're going to get out of Minnesota, and there's something to be said for that.
There's a couple things. That team, I want to focus on Minnesota for 1 second. For 2019, we talk about Tanner Morgan. We talked about Rashad Bateman, first-round pick. Tyler Johnson
I brought him up.
was a great player, 100 yards.
Antoine Winfield
in,
Jr.
In that game, with the great receivers they have, they ran for 322 yards, 140 Rodney Smith, 100 yards Shannon Brooks, and remember Mo Ibrahim.
Young Mo Ibrahim.
Ibrahim, 84 yards and 3 touchdowns for Mighty Mo that game.
They could not defend what they could not defend.
It was pain.
It was tough to watch, and they were picking on defenders, and it was tough to watch. So I listen through all of it again, being in the room to watch. One, Shiano and his group under pressure. That's a group under pressure. We will see Purdue later, and that'll answer some questions. We'll see UCLA, Maryland. Those are the ones that quite have some work to do. But the team today that made me think, my goodness gracious, it's Illinois. It is Illinois as the group. And you go, okay, I understand the success. I understand there's a bit of a swagger, Jake, to watch Illinois walk in the room. They were the first ones in the room, kick the door open, roll through here, chest out, chin up.
Did you hear the Bielema quote?
No, I'd like to hear a Bielema quote. What did he say?
The SEC thinks it's still 2005.
See, and I love that. That man just came from the SEC, and right now, the stat for Illinois is if they win 9 this year, it's the first time in the history of the program they've had 3 straight 9-win seasons, 9+ win seasons. There's a lot on the line for Brett Bielema this year. There's some history on the line.
UAB, Duke, Southern Illinois, at Ohio State, host Purdue, travel to Michigan State, bye week, right at the midpoint, host Oregon, travel to Maryland, host Nebraska, travel to UCLA, host Iowa, travel to Northwestern. 9's doable.
Well, we kept hearing, and whoever's walked by today, a lot of the discussion has been about the schedule, that the schedule matters this year, maybe more than any other. That not everything will line up fairly because not everybody's playing each other. So that's what that is. And who you get and when you get them, where you get them matters. It just matters. If you're Nebraska, and again, thank goodness we're not going to Indiana. Like you're not going to Columbus, right? Doesn't go well. Like it doesn't go well here, let alone there. You got to go to Oregon. You'd feel a little bit better if you could get Oregon to travel. That hasn't happened.
Hasn't happened.
So again, the schedule matters.
Let's go ahead and go to break. Big thanks to Sandhills Global. They're growing right there in Lincoln with their expanding campus and continued growth. They're hiring across a wide range of careers from interns to experienced professionals. Join the team at Sandhills Global to build your career with competitive pay, great benefits, and real opportunities to grow. Visit sandhills.jobs to view openings and apply today. More from Big Ten Media Days after this.
You're listening to 93.7 The Tickets, coverage from Big Ten Football Media Days at the Hilton Chicago. Coverage is sponsored by Warhorse Casino, Sandhills Global, Gary Michaels Clothiers, and Ben Bleicher of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate.
Are you ready for a new opportunity? Check out Sandhills Global. Join a dynamic team where your skills are valued and your career can soar. We offer full-time positions with a 4.5-day work week, competitive pay, excellent benefits, and a positive work environment. From IT and marketing to sales and finance, we're looking for talented individuals like you. Apply today at sandhills.jobs and take the first step towards an exciting future. That's sandhills.jobs. Don't wait, apply now.
Buying or selling a home should feel exciting, not overwhelming. That's why more buyers and sellers trust Ben Bleicher with the professional realty group of Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate. Ben combines luxury-level service with a friendly, down-to-earth approach that helps you feel confident every step of the way. Whether you're searching for your dream home or preparing to sell for top dollar, Ben is ready to help you move forward. Call Ben Bleicher today at 402-466-3748.
Bauer Underground has been serving local contractors and utility contractors all across the state since 1997. When you see the black and white truck, you know the best workers in the business have arrived. Bauer is currently looking for equipment operators, laborers, diesel mechanics, and aerial linemen. Join the brotherhood built upon hard work, authentic people, and a pedigree of success. They're offering top-notch benefits, matching 401k, and a $600 per year clothing allowance. Bauer Underground, a family-friendly company with room for advancement.
93.7 The Ticket is proud to provide listeners with daily opportunities to win contests and prizes on our airwaves. We would like to take this opportunity to remind you of a couple rules. All participants must be 21 or older and must wait 30 days after winning a prize to participate again. Once you win, you have 30 days to pick up your prize at the KNTK Studios at 1040 O Street in Lincoln, or your prize will be forfeited. Thank you for participating in our contest, and thank you for listening to 93.7 The Ticket.
You're counting on your team to win, so why not prove it? By placing your bets at Warhorse Sportsbook. Their win is your win. Put your money where your mouth is on nearly every sporting event. Use the Warhorse app to check odds and build your bets before placing your wagers in person at Warhorse Casino, including live in-game betting. No bets, no glory. Wagers may only be placed on Nebraska-based teams when played outside the state of Nebraska. Must be 21 or older to gamble. Gambling problem? Call 1-833-BET-OVER.
New from Arbor Axe House comes Benny's Battle Barge, the mobile axe throwing adventure. Perfect for festivals, parties, fundraisers, and celebrations. Charter the barge at arboraxe.com or call Arbor Axe House at 402-802-9696. Arbor Axe House at the corner of N Street and Antelope Valley.
Hi, it's Sean Callahan here with Koppel Chevrolet GMC in Louisville. Koppel is proud to be the highest rated GMC dealer in the Omaha and Lincoln areas based on Google reviews. Right now, get 0% financing for 60 months on new Silverado and Sierra 1500 models. But hurry, the 0% financing offer won't last long. Visit us in Louisville or check us out online at koppelcars.com.
Graham Tire presents life's greatest adventures.
Okay, buddy, here we go. Just keep your eye on the ball. All right, just swing right through it. Yeah, good job. Way to go. Hey, run it out. Okay.
Great road trips start with great service. Graham Tire, your tire store next door, with 5 convenient Lincoln locations, getting you to the places that matter most.
Are you looking for a fresh new hangout spot? Let me tell you about Liquid Assets Sports Bar, where Mondays mean new weekly drink and food features. With 23 taps, a full lineup of cans and bottles, and 40 TVs blasting every sports package out there, you'll never worry about missing a play. Savor high-end spirits at their stylish back shelf bar, enjoy a healthy, family-friendly menu, and catch all your favorite teams every day. Doors open daily at 11 a.m. Liquid Assets, located on 2755 Gaming Lane in South Lincoln.
Constructors is now hiring for all positions with pay starting at 23 and up based on experience. Constructors has immediate job openings for mechanics, bridge builders, operators, and drivers. Start your new career today. Constructors offer great pay, health, dental, and vision, paid time off, paid holidays, and so much more. Join the crew today and be a part of Nebraska's oldest paving company dating back to 1908. For a complete list of openings and to apply online, visit constructorslincoln.com.
At Schwezo Construction, safety isn't just a policy, it's a promise. Build with us. Work safe, go home proud. We're hiring skilled craftsmen, laborers, concrete workers, and steel erectors who value quality work and a team that has your back, on and off the job site. If you're ready to be part of a company where your safety and success come first, visit Schwezo.com. That's SCHWISOW.com and apply today. Schwezo Construction, 40 years strong and still building the future.
You're listening to 93.7 The Ticket's coverage from Big Ten Football Media Days at the Hilton Chicago. Coverage is sponsored by Warhorse Casino, Sandhills Global, Gary Michaels Clothiers, and Ben Bleicher of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate. Welcome back to 93.7 The Ticket's coverage of Big Ten Media Days live from Chicago. Presented by Warhorse Casino, Gary Michaels Clothiers, Sandhills Global, and Ben Bleicher of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate on 93.7 The Ticket and theticketfm.com.
Rolling right along with Big Ten Football Media Days Day 1 coverage from Chicago. Austin Norman, DP, Jake Sorensen, all with you here on Radio Row. Big thanks to Gary Michaels Clothiers for their sponsorship of our coverage. In celebration of America turning 250, Gary Michaels is offering a $250 reduction off any suit or sport coat and pant combo through the month of July. Their entire inventory of Oxford, Caruso, Heritage Gold, Jack Victor, and more are included. Plus, you'll get a free woven USA-themed tie with every suit or sport coat purchase. Call Gary, Nate, or Fabian at 402-423-7848. You can also go to GaryMichaels.com. Jake, we had you do the rundown of the uniforms. You reported 3 teams with a jersey patch sponsor on them.
I'm seeing Illinois with, it looks like Busey Bank. Michigan State has a credit union. And, of course, Wisconsin, right above the Big Ten patch, has Culver's, which may be very hungry
Hilarious.
for a Butterburger and some custard right now.
Hilarious.
I would devour that at this exact moment if it was here.
Hilarious. Who would be Nebraska's company?
Well, I mean, there's options like Runza makes sense, Valentino's makes sense, but it's all about how much these guys paying.
We have some numbers.
You do.
That's why.
What a setup that was.
We have some numbers.
What a
So
setup we have.
We're going to take these from lowest to highest in terms of average annual value. Michigan State with the Michigan State University Federal Credit Union, Financial Credit Union, 10 years, $40 million. So $4 million a year
for the patch
from the bank on campus for the patch.
Undersold.
Agreed.
Okay.
That's a great deal for the bank.
Yep.
Undersold.
With Illinois, 5-year, $30 million deal, $6 million a year with Busey Bank.
Okay.
Still under, but okay.
Wisconsin and Culver's, no figure given. I don't know what to think. Culver's is certainly a larger fast food chain, but I would
less than all those ones.
think it would be closer to 4 than 6.
Yes.
Potentially. Okay, so then we get to the news that broke as essentially we were walking in and sitting down today. Ohio State dropped their jersey patch partnership today with J.P. Morgan Chase. Jersey patches for all 36 Buckeye teams per industry sources that told Pete Thamel, who's here at Media Days. This is expected to yield Ohio State nearly $17 million per year.
Now we're talking.
$17
Now
million
we're talking.
from J.P. Morgan Chase.
So I have questions.
Bank.
I have questions then. If you are Illinois or Wisconsin or Michigan State who have signed deals, are you feeling bad about those, knowing that we do have money coming in, but we could have had that kind of money?
You're peeved. You are so upset.
But they can't do any better. What else could they
course
do?
they can.
They didn't know what number to set.
Of
They didn't have a
course
number.
they
They
can.
set the number, and Ohio State's like, Buckey's like, we'll do more than that.
That's
It's
our
what are we
program's
doing?
Ohio
What are we
State's
doing?
caliber.
What are we doing? What are we doing? We millions? Okay, we're millions. Okay, how many? Oh, you didn't say how many millions. Oh, you meant millions of millions. Oh, okay. Jeez.
So again, per sources reporting through this deal, the $17 million that Ohio State is getting. This is from Joe Pompliano, who does some sports business writing. $17 million per year is more money than pretty much every NBA jersey patch deal outside of California and New York. This deal covers all 36 teams, but almost all the value will come from football, is what Joe is saying. And I think that's fair, right? I think there are only a handful of programs in any sport across the country that could pull numbers like Ohio State football. I think you saw Duke try to do that with the Amazon TV deal. It maybe, Carolina, maybe Kentucky, maybe Kansas, but it's Ohio State football. I think it's Duke basketball, and I think it's the Yankees.
Penn State wrestling wants to be in the conversation.
They want to.
Nebraska volleyball wants to be. I mean, because I don't know. No other program, not football, could say they can generate 92,000.
Oklahoma softball?
Period.
And that's it. Is that the list?
Period. Like it's a wrap. Like to have that conversation.
So the other competition then, this got dropped hours after Ohio State's deal. Again, $17 million per year for Ohio State. Notre Dame partners with SoFi as its official jersey patch sponsor. This is from Ross Dellinger. 6-year deal, average of $18 to $20 million.
That's I don't. Okay, so
Nebraska's not getting that. I'm sorry.
You know who's having the best day without having the best day? The NFL. The NFL is literally sitting there going, "Oh, this is what we're doing, eh? Hey,
so we're doing pennies now, huh? That's cute.
How quickly
dollars versus pennies over here.
Those NFL jerseys will be suited up so quick. They will be sewn up and dispatched with a quickness. Oh, bro, what are we doing, man?
Some eye-popping numbers.
What's the company?
I think you have to go for a bank or something. I mean, SoFi is obviously not that, but
is
JP Morgan is a massive institution there.
But is FNBO doing JP Morgan Chase numbers? Can Nebraska get $7 million from FNBO?
Probably.
They could get them. There's some other banks that they could get them from pretty easily because it's without pulling back the curtain to how bank numbers are being done. Most banks in the state of Nebraska could end up being on the jersey because it's not their money. It's not their money. No. They're getting people to commit to putting their money back in to their bank and to doing business with their partners. That's what that's
how the money works.
That's why arenas are generally named after banks because that's just the setup.
Yeah.
The stadium itself, if you're not going to put it on the stadium or on the field, you put it on the jersey.
Should Nebraska put it on the field, not in the stadium?
Austin, I'm pretty sure that's a conversation that's taking place.
What's taking so long? Like you said, Settler versus Pioneer. You know?
Well, yeah. Well, there it is.
If you see Ohio State getting $17 million, they're already that far ahead of you. Why are you letting them get further?
Oh, man.
That's just always going to – I mean, you're always chasing Ohio State, Austin. You always are. How do you catch the Mighty Buckeyes? We thought that NIL and all this stuff would bring things closer, but we didn't realize that.
Who thought that?
People weren't thinking. Oh, my goodness. Nebraska's path back is through NIL, and maybe it could be, but guess what? The strong programs also still have a lot of backing financially.
The innovative programs, the creative programs, the proactive programs. What Indiana did was to open the door to, quite frankly, what everybody else was doing wasn't going to beat the teams that are already ahead. So Indiana said, you know what we're going to do? We're going to change the way we do business. We're going to change the way we recruit, change the way we develop. And it worked. So now you're in pursuit. But here's the thing, Jake. As soon as somebody says, we're going to go out front, somebody in Nebraska could step up and say, above all things, here's what we're going to do next. First. That's the thing that creates the difference in the space. Nebraska has every opportunity in the world. Every opportunity in the world. They get in their own way.
I just have a hard time seeing Nebraska football in its current state pulling big numbers like that, unless they go to the stadium in the field as well. You know, and then who's to say Ohio State won't go to the stadium in the field as well and catch right back ahead.
The difference between the jersey, which is just game day, television, etc. The field is less so. It doesn't travel. And the camera could show up anywhere on the field. Unless you're going to logo the broadcast Big Ten thing that's happening, right? We know that the lower thirds and featured highlights and stats could be a part of it. Jake, would you rather be able to sell the stadium turf or the jerseys themselves?
I like to sell them both, DP. I like both the inventory options to sell that because I think they both have very high value. I'm not sure what are we seeing for the field value so far.
I don't think there are as many on the field, right? The only one that comes to mind for me is the Big 12 with Monster, and that was like $20 million a year for the whole conference.
Yes, that was a terrible deal by the Big 12 conference.
And that's a patch and a field logo and a court logo for $20 million.
Yeah, Monsters they're doing cartwheels like, oh, can you believe this deal we got? Yeah, Monster did a great job, and the Big 12 did not on that deal. But I think we just learned that people don't know how much money people want to actually spend or will spend because I mean, I don't think that Illinois is mad about getting that money from BOC Bank and
More
say
than
from
they had
Michigan State,
before.
but they just didn't know that maybe they could have got more. They didn't know there was no number out there, at least in the Big Ten, to look at for what that was going to achieve. Now everyone has a starting point of where at least, the minimal should go, and it all should go up from $4 million plus, as you saw Ohio State and now Michigan State have gone up.
I'm a fan of proactively affecting what you do. Be creative. I don't know. See, I'm not giving away more $1 million ideas because people don't listen anyway. They don't listen.
As long as you get royalties, right?
They don't. They look, and nobody's writing me a check for it. So there's that part.
Big thanks to Warhorse Casino. You can download the Warhorse Casino app today where you can view live odds and build your bets. Plus, when you play at Warhorse, you keep the tax revenue in Nebraska. Warhorse Casino is where Nebraska wins. About ready for them to win some more on the football field, but thanks to Warhorse Casino for helping make our trip possible. We'll go to break. More from Big Ten Media Days, wrapping up the 3 o'clock hour right after this.
You're listening to 93.7 The Ticket's coverage from Big Ten Football Media Days at the Hilton Chicago. Coverage is sponsored by Warhorse Casino, Sandhills Global, Gary Michaels Clothiers, and Ben Bleicher of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate.
Are you looking for a fresh new hangout spot? Let me tell you about Liquid Assets Sports Bar, where Mondays mean new weekly drink and food features. With 23 taps, a full lineup of cans and bottles, and 40 TVs blasting every sports package out there, you'll never worry about missing a play. Savor high-end spirits at their stylish back shelf bar, enjoy a healthy, family-friendly menu, and catch all your favorite teams every day. Doors open daily at 11 a.m. Liquid Assets located on 2755 Jamie Lane in South Lincoln.
You're counting on your team to win, so why not prove it? By placing your bets at Warhorse Sportsbook. Their win is your win. Put your money where your mouth is on nearly every sporting event. Use the Warhorse app to check odds and build your bets before placing your wagers in person at Warhorse Casino, including live in-game betting. No bets, no glory. Wagers may only be placed on Nebraska-based teams when played outside the state of Nebraska. Must be 21 or older to gamble. Gambling problem? Call 1-833-BET-OVER.
Constructors is now hiring for all positions with pay starting at 23 and up based on experience. Constructors has immediate job openings for mechanics, bridge builders, operators, and drivers. Start your new career today. Constructors offer great pay, health, dental, and vision, paid time off, paid holidays, and so much more. Join the crew today and be a part of Nebraska's oldest paving company dating back to 1908. For a complete list of openings and to apply online, visit constructorslincoln.com.
Select Plumbing and Utility has been serving Lincoln and the surrounding area for 14 years, and they're not slowing down. Select Plumbing and Utility handles all your plumbing needs from faucets and water heaters to full renovations, and they can even help with your heating and cooling needs. They're also Lincoln's underground experts, repairing and replacing broken underground water and sewer lines since day one. Contact Select Plumbing and Utility today at 402-560-6197, assuring excellence in every situation, opportunity, and challenge. That's 402-560-6197.
New from Arbor Axe House comes Benny's Battle Barge, the mobile axe throwing adventure. Perfect for festivals, parties, fundraisers, and celebrations. Charter the barge at arboraxe.com or call Arbor Axe House at 402-802-9696. Arbor Axe House at the corner of N Street and Antelope Valley.
If you're seeking a career with a growing company, Dana Trucking and Excavating is hiring and looking for additions to their team. Dana Trucking has a strong team culture, competitive pay, 401ks, and benefits like health, dental, and vision. Drivers are guaranteed 40 hours per week, even in the winter months, and are home every night. Start your career today at Dana Trucking and Excavating. Apply today at GainaTrucking.com. There once was a man from Nebraska who went searching for food in Alaska. When his stomach was rumbling while laying in bed, he could think of only one option, Führer's cheese spread. So he left at once and drove day and night to return back home for cheese spread delight. Now his stomach is full and the voice in his head tells him no more vacations without Führer's cheese spread. Find yours today at most local grocers.
Hi, it's Sean Callahan here with Koppel Chevrolet GMC in Louisville. Koppel is proud to be the highest rated GMC dealer in the Omaha and Lincoln areas based on Google reviews. Right now, get 0% financing for 60 months on new Silverado and Sierra 1500 models. But hurry, this 0% financing offer won't last long. Visit us in Louisville or check us out online at koppelcars.com.
Graham Tire presents life's greatest adventures.
Okay, buddy, here we go. Just keep your eye on the ball. All right, just swing right through it. Yeah, good job. Way to go. Hey, run it out, run it out, run it out. Okay.
Great road trips start with great service. Graham Tire, your tire store next door, with 5 convenient Lincoln locations, getting you to the places that matter most.
Sometimes good people make mistakes. When you find yourself in need of an attorney, call Liberty Law Group. The attorneys at Liberty Law Group will defend you in court and protect your freedom to get you the best possible outcome and the justice you deserve. Trust your freedom to Liberty Law Group, the best criminal attorneys in Nebraska and Iowa. Call them today at 877-404-5238. That's 877-404-5238. Or check them out online at libertylawgroup.com.
At Schwezo Construction, safety isn't just a policy, it's a promise. Build with us. Work safe, go home proud. We're hiring skilled craftsmen, laborers, concrete workers, and steel erectors who value quality work and a team that has your back, on and off the job site. If you're ready to be part of a company where your safety and success come first, visit Schwezo.com. That's SCHWISOW.com and apply today. Schwezo Construction, 40 years strong and still building the future.
You're listening to 93.7 The Ticket's coverage from Big Ten Football Media Days at the Hilton Chicago. Coverage is sponsored by Warhorse Casino, Sandhills Global, Gary Michaels Clothiers, and Ben Bleicher of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate. Welcome back to 93.7 The Ticket's coverage of Big Ten Media Days live from Chicago. Presented by Warhorse Casino, Gary Michaels Clothiers, Sandhills Global, and Ben Bleicher of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate on 93.7 The Ticket and theticketfm.com.
Well, we about had the full crew there for a moment, then they up and walked away on us, DP.
They showed up and then they prima donna'd us. They fully prima donna'd us. They absolutely diva'd. I must have beverages first.
At least Beverage Boy's on his way back. At least he's on his way back.
You know,
okay. We can work with that.
He's a Hall of Famer, so he can get away with it. You know, it's just that kind of deal. He's like, let me hydrate first. Man. You want top level performance? Let me hydrate.
Top level hydration. Let's bring him in. It is the Hall of Famer Jay Foreman with us. What's up, partner?
They got and Jake Sorensen moved the camera. Like, yeah.
Take his.
Yeah.
That's what he's going to do.
Yeah.
Well, go ahead.
He moved him. He was
shuffle
like,
over because
he was
Jake's
like,
too good for us. Too good for a short segment. How was the day,
Jake asked where I need to go. He pointed to the exact place that won't be on tape. Man, he did a little what's his name? Ferrari, whatever. What's his name?
Yeah,
AJ Ferrari. When he took the camera and said it's all on him. So.
Yep. It's listen. Jake Sorensen took the train in from the airport.
He missing it. He didn't. He withheld that information.
I would have.
He didn't tell you.
This is Jake we're talking about. and then gloated that it cost him $5 while I was in the back of a cab that was literally probably had the worst suspension in the whole state of Illinois. Car sick after 5 minutes. I had to try to sleep, and he didn't know where he was going. But nevertheless, a long last couple of days trying to travel to Chicago.
All you had to do was wait it out with us. You were there.
I was. But the 3 times that you got on and off the plane, I probably would have been on Instagram.
All right.
Go live?
But there were,
let alone the 2 times today.
I think there were 9 people on the flight when we finally left.
Yeah, and it went from and I was lucky enough that I was trying to pre-plan, got on the 6 a.m., which was a confirmed seat.
Mm-hmm.
Luckily, I just checked the app. They're like, "Oh, the flight is canceled." Well, then, therefore, I can't get on the 7:30. I pulled some strings, got on the 7:30, and the flight that left at 10:50 got in town faster than I got on the 7:30 flight.
See,
so,
listen, we We waited. That was a packed flight. As a matter of fact, they combined our flight plus the later flight, and we still only had 9 people on the plane once we got on there. So all of the first class was open, Jay. It was,
well, the thunderstorms last night probably scared some people off, but either way, look, when there's a will, there's a way, and obviously Big Ten Media Days is obviously a big deal.
What do you think of the layout?
I like it. I mean, it takes a little bit getting used to, right? But I like it, though. A little bit more condensed, which is exact opposite of what was last year. So I kind of prefer this. You know, you can get access to the players as they're walking by, and obviously hopefully some coaches. And so you get to see some things, you know, where it's not – they could play a little bit more hide-and-go-seek last year, I felt like. And
we got yelled at. We got yelled at.
We were laughing too loudly during Tony Petitti's
opening statement.
Podium.
Oh.
Yeah, they came over twice.
Thought we were being conversational.
That was not as bad as remember when when they were live on Big Ten, and I think it was Rashawn met somebody, and it was Harold Griffith looked back, and but either way it takes a little bit of getting used to of being able to be yourself freely in the studio versus here, and obviously a little bit uptight the first day of the Big Ten and stuff. But I mean, I like it just because, you know, these convention centers generally can hold sporting events. So I've been down here coaching. Now, granted, I flew into a different airport, so the plan of attack that came here was about 40 minutes less. But
yeah.
So you know they can withstand it. But I like it. You can, you know, see everybody, have access to, you know, see people and read their body language a little bit easier versus last year. They were in that big ballroom, and then where we were
still in the hallway.
We were in the hall, but we were kind of
behind everything.
Behind
the stage.
Right. Yeah, we were behind the stage, and often, you know, we're kind of around the corner.
Mm-hmm.
So I think, you know, this year being able to see things, observe things at a better rate, that way you can, you know, provide more content.
There was the far less ducking. You're right.
You can't duck now. I
mean, they weren't ducking, and it was good, but we had a pretty good lineup anyway, so it wasn't like we really.
Yeah, we were fine, but I mean, just compared, you know, you got the trophies here. You don't really have to, you know, really look for anything. It's all kind of in one space. I think it's laid out pretty well.
Jay, before we head to break, we did want to ask you, we had Eric Moses from the Fiesta Bowl on Fiesta Sports Foundation, and sitting right behind DP is the Danny Werfel Trophy. What do you think Danny Werfel remembers from that Fiesta Bowl?
Oh, well, you probably had the Heisman curse then. Remember, when you win the Heisman, you get your butt kicked in the bowl game and don't fare too well in the NFL. But we were fortunate. I mean, Florida was a great team in their own right at that time, and you know, they had a ton of guys. I mean, Fred Taylor, Fred Jackson, all the receivers, and Mo Collins, the offensive line. I mean, they had anybody and everybody. A ton of guys on both sides went first, second, third round. You know, we were just obviously, you know, a lot better team, and they ran into a buzzsaw, and Danny Werfel was just a part of that.
There you go. Big thanks to Ben Blaker, Professional Realty Group of Berkshire Hathaway Home Services, Ambassador Real Estate. Whether you're buying or selling residential, luxury, leasing, investment properties, or commercial properties, small or large, Ben Teams offers decades of experience, unbeatable customer service, and promises to fully protect your interests throughout the transaction. Call 402-419-6309 for all your real estate needs, or go to prg-ne.com. Full crew in effect. DP, Jay Foreman, Jake Sorensen, I'm Austin Norman. 2 more hours to go from Radio Row on day 1 of Big Ten Football Media Days. We'll be back after this.
You're listening to 93.7 The Ticket's coverage from Big Ten Football Media Days at the Hilton Chicago. Coverage is sponsored by Warhorse Casino, Sandhills Global, Gary Michaels Clothiers, and Ben Blaker of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate.
Are you ready for a new opportunity? Check out Sandhills Global. Join a dynamic team where your skills are valued and your career can soar. We offer full-time positions with a 4.5-day work week, competitive pay, excellent benefits, and a positive work environment. From IT and marketing to sales and finance, we're looking for talented individuals just like you. Apply today at sandhills.jobs and take the first step towards an exciting future. That's sandhills.jobs. Don't wait, apply now.
Buying or selling a home should feel exciting, not overwhelming. That's why more buyers and sellers trust Ben Blaker with the Professional Realty Group of Berkshire Hathaway Home Services, Ambassador Real Estate. Ben combines luxury-level service with a friendly, down-to-earth approach that helps you feel confident every step of the way. Whether you're searching for your dream home or preparing to sell for top dollar, Ben is ready to help you move forward. Call Ben Bleicher today at 402-466-3748.
Are you looking for a fresh new hangout spot? Let me tell you about Liquid Assets Sports Bar, where Mondays mean new weekly drink and food features. With 23 taps, a full lineup of cans and bottles, and 40 TVs blasting every sports package out there, you'll never worry about missing a play. Savor high-end spirits at their stylish back shelf bar, enjoy a healthy, family-friendly menu, and catch all your favorite teams every day. Doors open daily at 11 a.m. Liquid Assets located on 2755 Jamie Lane in South Lincoln.
You're counting on your team to win, so why not prove it? By placing your bets at Warhorse Sportsbook. Their win is your win. Put your money where your mouth is on nearly every sporting event. Use the Warhorse app to check odds and build your bets before placing your wagers in person at Warhorse Casino, including live in-game betting. No bets, no glory. Wagers may only be placed on Nebraska-based teams when played outside the state of Nebraska. Must be 21 or older to gamble. Gambling problem? Call 1-833-BET-OVER.
At Schwezo Construction, safety isn't just a policy, it's a promise. Build with us. Work safe, go home proud. We're hiring skilled craftsmen, laborers, concrete workers, and steel erectors who value quality work and a team that has your back, on and off the job site. If you're ready to be part of a company where your safety and success come first, visit Schwezo.com. That's SCHWISOW.com and apply today. Schwezo Construction, 40 years strong and still building the future.
Graham Tire presents life's greatest adventures.
Okay, buddy, here we go. Just keep your eye on the ball. All right, just swing right through it. Yeah, good job. Way to go. Hey, run it out. Okay.
Great road trips start with great service. Graham Tire, your tire store next door, with 5 convenient Lincoln locations, getting you to the places that matter most.
Hi, it's Sean Callahan here with Koppel Chevrolet GMC in Louisville. Koppel is proud to be the highest rated GMC dealer in the Omaha and Lincoln areas based on Google reviews. Right now, get 0% financing for 60 months on new Silverado and Sierra 1500 models. But hurry, this 0% financing offer won't last long. Visit us in Louisville or check us out online at koppelcars.com.
93.7 The Ticket is proud to provide listeners with daily opportunities to win contests and prizes on our airwaves. We would like to take this opportunity to remind you of a couple rules. All participants must be 21 or older and must wait 30 days after winning a prize to participate again. Once you win, you have 30 days to pick up your prize at the KNTK Studios at 1040 O Street in Lincoln, or your prize will be forfeited. Thank you for participating in our contest, and thank you for listening to 93.7 The Ticket.
You're listening to 93.7 The Ticket's coverage from Big Ten Football Media Days at the Hilton Chicago. Coverage is sponsored by Warhorse Casino, Sandhills Global, Gary Michaels Clothiers, and Ben Bleicher of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate. This is Lincoln's home for sports talk on the FM dial. Also online at theticketfm.com. On the internet. KNTK FM Firth, 93.7 The Ticket. Live from the Hilton Chicago, 93.7 The Ticket brings you coverage of the 2026 Big Ten Football Media Days. Derek Pearson, Jay Foreman, Jake Sorensen, and Austin Orman bring you exclusive interviews and in-depth conversations while you get ready for the upcoming Big Ten football season. Coverage from Big Ten Media Days is powered by Warhorse Casino, Gary Michaels Clothiers, Sandhills Global, and Ben Bleicher of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate. This is Big Ten Media Days, live from Chicago on 93.7 The Ticket and theticketfm.com.
That's right. Welcome into the 4 o'clock hour of coverage from Big Ten Football Media Days, Day 1. Austin Norman, Derek Pearson, Jay Foreman with you. Big thanks to Sandhills Global, Gary Michaels Clothiers, Warhorse Casino, and Ben Bleicher, without whom we would not be here today and over the course of the next 3 days. 402-464-5685 is the number if you want to be a part of the show. Would love to hear from you and get what's on your mind. Jay, the 6 teams that we heard talk today, we We heard from Illinois, Rutgers, Penn State, Wisconsin, Iowa, and USC. Of that batch of 6 teams, who do you think has the most interesting 2026 ahead for you to monitor?
Well, I think the easy choices are the ones with the new coaches. Obviously, Penn State, just because of everything that surrounded it, how long it took to, late in the process to get a, pretty well-established coach in Coach Campbell. But really, realistically, I think it points to USC. I think the ability for them to be, unlike a couple years ago, to be the very last team, be the West Coast team, and then Lincoln Riley's kind of popping off a little bit. I just saw him in the hallway. When you look at the big 3 out of the Big Ten, Ohio State, Oregon, Indiana, probably obviously Indiana first, obviously they're the defending chance, Ohio State, and then Oregon. USC has a realistic chance to move into that 4th slot and secure it, even though they have a pretty hard schedule, home schedule, that is. But then also there's a lot of pressure. They have invested, mightily in their roster, obviously in their coaching staff, willing to do some stuff, upgraded their facilities as well. And so I think the most interesting story out of the first day would be USC based on the opportunity that they have realistically this year versus the teams that we mentioned, right? Iowa's just rinse and repeat. Illinois is somewhat rinse and repeat. Look for them to be under the radar because their quarterback is gone and they lost a couple second-round picks defensively. But this is a Brett Bielema year where they come out and they win, 8, 9, 10 games. But when you're thinking about trying to make that impact and jump back in the mix, right, which they've been recruiting to for it seems like the last 20 years, I think it's USC based on Lincoln Riley's arrival, how long he's into his tenure, opportunity, now used to the Big Ten now, right? You've been able to recruit and transfer, been able to recruit and transfer portal to it. He's changed his offensive scheme up a little bit. He'll beat you up in the fifth. He'll run the ball down your face now. No, ain't no trying. They got 3 NFL running backs over there, and we saw them up close and personal. This is a big year for USC, and it's interesting just based on where they're at in the Big Ten.
You mentioned the reality that's in front of USC. What makes you believe that this is actually any more real and it's not just rinse and repeat for USC? Because I'm in wait and see mode with USC. We can talk about all the potential. We can talk about all the talent in the schedule. It hasn't come together. At some point, it's up to Lincoln Riley to elevate. He's proven he's a college football playoff caliber coach, but not in the Big Ten, right?
Not
you got
yet,
Oklahoma there, and that's fine, right? Those Oklahoma teams are really good. They were putting up some historic numbers in his time in the Big 12. Lincoln Riley, I'm curious to see what he's actually learned because I'm not sure Gary Patterson's the missing piece. I like Gary Patterson. He's done some great things for college football. But, man, if that's the piece, maybe Maiyava, there's another step in, and he's on that Sayan tier and that Moore tier, however else, Hoover, whatever else you want to throw in that mix. What gives you belief that this actually is, a year for USC to realistically break through and not just have it be talk?
I don't know if I 100% in belief. I'm probably believing a little bit more because I saw some things out of them last year that would, especially offensively. Now, granted, you got 2 dogs on the outside. Now, I will tell you this. They got an all-world tight end. That's a problem. He wears number 87 for a reason, okay? And he's a stone-cold killer. They actually use the tight end, and I look for them to use them more, right? And so I think this is the first time in a long time, take Caleb Williams out of it, with Moss and all these guys. This is the first time in a long time he's back-to-back years my quarterback, right? I haven't made a change during the bye week, where you changed to Maiyava, which we saw up and close and personal a couple of years ago after the bye week.
And just today, by the way.
Right.
Dude looks the part.
Right. But, when Nebraska went out there, that was his first start. 2 weeks, right? And then the rest of the season – went through the ups and downs last year, right? Because he was pretty pedestrian against Nebraska throwing the ball. Continued along, had some good showings and obviously production. And he's starting again this year with him. And so that's with him. It's quarterback driven, running game, offensive line, tight end. And I'm just gonna assume and give Gary Patterson the benefit of the doubt defensively. He'll be able to scheme up some things. They're not going to be a dominant defense now. They're not going to be Ohio State out there, but they're going to try to make enough plays to keep giving the ball back to Lincoln Riley. So
it feels to me similar to Orgeron hiring Bo at LSU.
I don't think it's not the same situation. Maybe a little bit of 30% of desperation. I need a name, back up off me. You want to hear locally, kind of Frost when his offense was struggling. We get Mark Whipple based on the year at Pittsburgh the year before. But they had, first round picks and all that. I mean, I think Gary Patterson is a well-established defense coach. There ain't no doubt about it.
So was Bo Pelini, though.
Yeah, Bo Pelini, but not in the SEC. I think Gary Patterson is done. If you know defense, Gary Patterson's defense is a lot different than Bo's. Bo's is more back half. Gary Patterson is first and second level, creating havoc and creating a new line of scrimmage, run blitzes and all that stuff. So you got to think USC's always going to have athletes. They got bigger. Am I 100% like this is going to be the year? I'm like, yeah, I told you so, in a couple months. Probably not. I just think this opportunity for them. Why is that? Opportunity is better. James Franklin's gone. There's right. Okay. So Penn State was rinse and repeat for his, tenure, pretty much to take out last year, 9, 10, 11 wins. Right. And they were on the uptick now. Khakis and Sharon Moore are gone. Michigan. Now, granted, I think he's going to be better than what people give him credit for this year. The quarterback makes me wary up in Michigan, based on the reports that I read, where Eric Weddle said, "Listen, my son's better than this dude, right?" And he's a junior in high school, and he ain't gonna lie to you. So that's another opportunity, right? Anytime you have a new coach, it just takes a little bit longer, unless you're Kirk Cignetti and you kind of get the genie in the bottle and you have the schedule to match up to it. That's why it's more the opportunity this year, and I feel like he's kind of like, I wouldn't say make or break, but you kind of, if you dookie down your leg 7, 8 wins and you have a couple bad losses and say you get upset by like UCLA or something like that, well then on that seat warmer, if you got 4 little levels, it can go from 1 to 3 real quick heading into next year, and I think that he'll be able to scale that off with a good 9 to 10 wins. And I think USC, with their brand awareness, if everything works out well, like Nebraska, you can sometimes get the benefit of doubt to sneak in there, right? And then once you get in there, some universities treat it like you won a national championship. Look at Tennessee, right? Heupel gets in there, really, really underperformed last year, has supreme job security now. So, we shall see. Excuse me.
We got to see a couple of those when you talk about the new USC defense, new style, massive.
Well,
massive human beings that USC brought in, and 2 defensive linemen.
Yeah, and listen, he's done it strategically. You remember a few years ago when they matched up with Bama, when they came out and was like, acting like they were being held back, and then after reality set in about second quarter. But then they had when they played USC or LSU, right? They looked different. Last year they looked different. The problem last year was the new coordinator that came in late, right? The adjustment to his system and the overall lack of continuity and discipline, right? Gary Patterson's coming in to remedy that. But it's been strategic. First of all, I always bang on Lincoln Riley because he had that dry brisket, right? It was like cardboard. And I think I always like messing with you. But listen, the one thing that you can give him credit for, right? Now, you could discredit not doing enough with the talent he's had in that building, right? Give him credit that he recognized the problem. He's recruited, developed, and put an emphasis on good size on athletes on the defensive side of the ball. Now they got to go perform, and they got to match it up to him. And you're right, DP. I did I'm pretty decent sized dude. I say, hey, because they have the little, they got the pin on there. I said, well, that's not who we saw on the internet.
Right? Like that was.
I was about to go in the bathroom and look at the Instagram posts because I keep them all just because sometimes when they show them walking out because USC crosses the road, right? And they have. I was like, oh, okay, where was this dude at?
Sure. When did USC just sign Obafemi?
Yeah, but like what? Right. But hold on now. Now listen. The homeboy, the quarterback, Maeva was back there. Part of me going to see Jake and them didn't pick up on it. Part of me going to get the water. So this is the thing about a defensive player.
See him close.
I'm going to measure you up. Yes, I'm going to measure you up. I'm just going up and down to see where. That's a big dude, man. He's not a tall, he's a big, broad-shouldered dude.
He's not like Callie McManus, where he's just tall and lanky. He's not like, I don't know, say Calandria, where, okay, he's mobile. He's
And-
an
but-
athlete.
and
That's
he-
an
and
athlete.
Moves like an athlete.
Oh,
not
but
like
he's
a quarterback. He moves like an athlete.
He's a heck of an athlete.
Like
and he's hard to bring down because
Man,
you know who the comparison could be is not granted. Big Ben was bigger, but I think I remember playing against Big Ben Roethlisberger, and everybody you hear about Big Ben, and then you know when you're like, all right, man, there's another Byron Leftwich and all this other stuff. I played against big quarterback. You didn't realize how big Ben was, and Byron Leftwich, but their athletic ability. They didn't get credit for it. I don't think he gets enough credit for it. So that's where he's able to extend play, throw off the run, and they've obviously matches up with the rest of the team or the rest of the guys that he's brought in here for Big Ten Media Days.
There was a Jordan Love vibe.
Yeah. Jordan Love, quiet as kept, is like that. Sometimes when you see guys on TV, he's just like, oh, he's just like a 6'2" guy. You know, it's a 6'2". Jordan Love's a big dude, big athletic dude. Good arm, and obviously he's the franchise quarterback for the Green Bay Packers. But look, when Nebraska doesn't have USC this year, so I mean, as everybody you'd like to meet them, in the conference championship or possibly the college football playoffs. But when you talk about the teams that are here today, on the sneak, even though they get the benefit of the doubt, Iowa has some questions as well, and people don't want to say it. Last year, I'm just going to talk about the linebackers. They were horrible. All right. To Iowa standards, they were horrible. Now, one guy did get drafted. So I should, obviously that Iowa fans would be like, oh, you don't know what you're talking about. I've watched and obviously broke down some of the tape. They were horrible as far as Iowa standard. Their defensive line was young, right? So defensively, they were more back half heavy. Now, when you think about it now, I was in a little bit of transition, DP. Okay, Tom Moore comes in, all 88 years old of them, and used to coaching Peyton Manning, Marvin Harrison, Reggie Wayne, and everybody else. He's coming to Iowa to help out with the offense. Phil Parker's going to have them boys ready. I've heard that they've really put an emphasis on being back to what Iowa defense is. That means they're going to try to dominate now, not just be serviceable. But they lost their special teams coordinator and their number one recruiter in Coach Woods to Michigan State. So they're in a little bit of not normal transition for Iowa, right?
You're going to make me watch Michigan State tomorrow, aren't you?
Well, I mean, former middle linebacker, hey, you know when the old mob boss goes away, and then he gets back down to the hall, the Italian hall, the bar, wherever they hang out, and they're playing cards in the back. That's going to be Fitzgerald tomorrow.
I'm mad you just said that. I'm mad because we said we were going to tighten focus. All right, we want to give everybody a chance to walk in here and be who they are and impress us. I did not want to have to give that sort of energy
to Michigan.
Fitzgerald.
Oh, he in Chicago. You crazy? He's going to be off the hook.
I thought, good.
He been up in Michigan. He's
been in the gym. He's been in the gym. He's got new suits, right? He's got new suits. He's coming in.
Oh, he's going to come in.
Doggone it.
He's going to come in like when your boy Mel Tucker came in there with that leather briefcase. Thought he was I don't know who Mel Tucker came in, boy. He was up there ready to scrap. But, Fitzgerald's going to come in and try to make his presence known. Listen, he feels – I can't speak for him, but he feels he has more talent, even though it's his first year, than he's maybe ever had at Northwestern. They have a legit quarterback, quiet as kept. If he played the whole game last year, we were in trouble. All right. And so you got to think he thinks no matter what, he's going to be able to coach defense. You have maybe the best special teams coach in the Big Ten that he hired. I think it might have been one of his first hires.
Yeah.
Right.
Within like a week.
Within a week. Snapped him from Iowa because I'm sure Woods thought or was expecting to be the defensive coordinator waiting. Phil Parker said, listen, as long as Kirk here, we're going out together.
We.
This is we. Right. So you got to think, he probably feels he can be on the, on typical Northwestern under the radar. Now, look, the schedule doesn't match up. They got to try to get everything tuned in. But, ultimately, Michigan State's a team that could, cause some noise. Illinois cause some noise. Quiet as kept. It
wasn't quiet today.
Oh, no, but the defense
it wasn't
is supposed
quiet
to be
today.
back. The defense is supposed to be back. They like their quarterback, Hauser, right? They moved on the sneak. They moved the big Eddie George wannabe running back to tight end. Why is that important? Fagan.
Austin, tell him about the young quarterback walking in here today.
Hauser's got size.
Oh, yeah.
He's got size. Yeah, a little thicker than Altmaier.
Oh, yeah.
Probably, even already.
And he's athletic and he's got good arms. So, look, and they run a pro style type of offense. And look, man, I look at it like this: the type of receivers that they need. Now, granted, you can't downplay Illinois in their skill position. They put tight ends and wide receivers in the league every year in and year out, or every other year till they age out, right? So the eye for talent, what they need at their skill position and ability to develop, you got to give them credit for that. And you always expect with Henry, and that's the way Bielema is at, that the defense is going to be back to their standard, and they've been saying it all offseason. This is the year that we'll get back to where the first, second, and third level defensively, we're going to be a problem. And, look, I'm going to tell you a little sneak right now. I ran into my man, Coach Barry Odom, just checking in. He said, listen, we've had a great offseason. And I think I mentioned it when we were talking about the portal, the Vortex season. He was a masterful recruiter when he was in the SEC.
Mm-hmm.
One of the best at position coaches, coordinators. He said, we're going to surprise some people. So when you talk about competition in the Big Ten, it's thick.
Well,
it's thick.
We were landing on this, that every year as the season ends, the further away we get from end of season, the more we forget how absolutely badass the Big Ten is.
Yeah.
We forget that the top 6 coaches are 6 of the top 10 coaches in the country. We forget that the middle coaches are all top 40 coaches. And you get your head handed to you.
It's the staffs too.
You get your head handed to you.
Yeah.
And then the bottom 6 in the Big Ten they're the most dangerous wounded animals you can imagine.
See Wisconsin last year.
Because we got to recover. We got to figure out what's wrong. We got to recover. We've got some resource. We got some money, and we've got some name.
Yeah.
The bottom 6 teams. I mean, what did we come up with the bottom 6? Maryland, Michigan State,
Maryland, Michigan State, Northwestern, Purdue,
UCLA,
Rutgers, UCLA.
Yeah. Well, we talked about this when we were on the original old school, me and you, DP. I think sometimes, and maybe it's Nebraska fans, general, because that's what we, obviously come in contact with. I think a lot of times fans in general kind of get caught up in this vacuum of where we're at and not recognizing what the reality is. Every coach and every staff here is probably top notch in the Big Ten, but what I wouldn't say was scary, but what you have to prepare for, and this is what, this goes back to like Frost, and this is what you have to prepare for. Instead of talking, with Frost and talk what they're going to do, you have to understand the person and how they're going about their business. Mm-hmm. When you're a Loxley or Barry Odom's in to say he's probably there, or Luke Fickell, those type of teams, or Shiano, right? Their off season, they're going to be so magnificent and so on point in spring because they have to hang their hat on 2 or 3 things that they identified quick in the offseason that they can massively improve on that can pay dividends. Why is that? They all have families. They all are obligated and feel, emotionally attached to their staffs. But they know that they don't have everything at their disposal, so they have to live in their wheelhouse. So they're going to make you comfortable. So when you look at Loxley, right, with the whole Under Armour not funding and stuff like that, and obviously, but somehow has been able to recruit well. Somehow you get a 5-star quarterback, 2 5-star DNs, and get another one to come there. The best player in the DMV, the defensive end, an improved offensive line, and potentially a top half of the Big Ten defense on the down low. That's why teams like that are dangerous. Why is Shiano dangerous? He has more funds. He's recruited the Jersey area well. He feels more comfortable with actually passing the ball forward, right? They're going to be physical. And what's he known for? Special teams, situational football. Michigan State is the ultimate unknown. People have been there with the ultimate unknown with Mel Tucker and them before. And actually, Coach Smith has probably left the cupboard more full than bare. He was more like somehow he was the perfect fit when he was hired. Once Fitzgerald became a little bit available, we don't like you as much anymore, right? I mean, that's
How
really,
dare you like football so much?
Well, look at it. Listen, when he was hired from Oregon State, he was easily a top 5, top 6 hire in the offseason.
That cycle? Oh, yeah.
Right? 15 months ago, or 15 months before he was let go. 15 months. You trying to tell me you just discovered that this dude loves football, right? You did, right? The search firm told you.
And
he loves football,
and so much so that the moment the decision was made, automatically you got an influx of cash.
Right.
You got new cash.
Right.
Amazing how that works.
Well, it's no different than Tom Allen, right? We had where he was was actually the Big Ten champion.
Yeah.
Got big dogged by Ohio State. Loses a plethora of first round picks. And was then started that last season he was there just to want to keep it within 3 touchdowns in the first game against Ohio State. He did it.
Hold on.
Won some games.
Hold on.
And then next thing you know, Signetti comes in. He gets $4 million that year in NIL. Now it's doubled and tripled, obviously, by winning national championship. So
and quintupled and
yeah,
decutupled, whatever it is.
Well, they still don't know. And all of the Mark Cuban talking. Mark Cuban's going, you guys are missing a layup. I'm not the big check.
No, well, they were able to provide some a flux of income by winning, but he gave some. But also, they have some big donors that aren't former NBA franchise owners that have donated more than him to not only football but basketball. Also, another team is Northwestern, right? Somehow, some way. Chip Kelly, obviously, whether you want to say he got fired or resigned in Las Vegas, he got fired, right? But for them to hire him took an influx of cash to go into their staff. So if they're putting it into their staff, they're putting it into their players. And I will tell you from my own experience, I was scared as all get out when they came and asked me to go to Northwestern. It was academic only. Okay. and I said, how am I going to get in there? You ain't got to worry about getting in there. My dad said, well, how you going to keep that boy eligible? Right now, me in Chicago, I don't know. I've been, probably out and about a little bit. But I think they've been able to work around some things because they have to be competitive in the Big Ten. They see how the Big Ten is moving. And so you just look for Northwestern to be a tough route. Don't think that we saw them last year, right?
Mm-hmm.
They were more athletic than what people gave them credit for.
And the hype of the new building.
Right. Is on the horizon. And they walked the dog on Penn State. They walked the dog from a physicality standpoint. They walked the dog on Penn State. You just don't lose that type of stuff. You just don't, and you just only can gain from it.
I am very curious what that looks like for Northwestern this
With
year.
Chip Kelly, or just how
it's
they?
Aiden Childs is at Northwestern, right? That's where you
Yeah.
Yeah.
Plus Chip Kelly. I mean, Chip Kelly is still. He knows how to call plays still. I think
At the college level, for sure.
I think it's going to be interesting. Now, will it end up having them be successful and win 8-9 games? I don't know, but I do like the picture of it's. It's crazy imagining Chip Kelly
At Northwestern.
in Evanston.
Yeah.
And it makes no sense. This man coached the Eagles, the Niners. He's been at UCLA, Ohio State. Now he's at
even Oregon. Think about Chip Kelly,
the
Oregon.
king of
still.
Chicago, bro.
It doesn't compute.
The
still.
king. Listen to me. If it's one of those situations where you say if you take the NFL coach and the college coach in the town and put them side by side in 2 different doors, which one collects? Which one collects? Yeah. And that's a thing. Let's ask. We'll give Jay time to think about it. We'll ask him the question we talked about at the break, and we'll ask you both. Bottom 6 teams in the NFL, top 6 teams in the Big Ten. What are the better jobs?
Oh,
Think
that's a
about
great
it.
question.
Think about it. You got
That's a
5
great
minutes.
question.
5 minutes. Clock's ticking. Big thanks to Sandhills Global, who's growing right here in Lincoln. With their expanding campus and continued growth, they're hiring across a wide range of careers, from interns to experienced professionals. You can join the team at Sandhills Global to build your career with competitive pay, great benefits, and real opportunities to grow. Visit sandhills.jobs to view openings and apply today. Full crew in effect. Another 90 minutes to go here on day 1 of Big Ten Media Day. Stick with us.
You're listening to 93.7 The Tickets, coverage from Big Ten Football Media Days at the Hilton Chicago. Coverage is sponsored by Warhorse Casino, Sandhills Global, Gary Michaels Clothiers, and Ben Bleicher of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate.
Graham Tire presents life's greatest adventures.
Okay, buddy, here we go. Just keep your eye on the ball. All All right, just swing right through it. Yeah, good job. Way to go. Hey, run it out. Okay.
Great road trips start with great service. Graham Tire, your tire store next door, with 5 convenient Lincoln locations, getting you to the places that matter most.
New from Arbor Axe House comes Benny's Battle Barge, the mobile axe throwing adventure. Perfect for festivals, parties, fundraisers, and celebrations. Charter the barge at arboraxe.com or call Arbor Axe House at 402-802-9696. Arbor Axe House at the corner of N Street and Antelope Valley.
At Schwezo Construction, safety isn't just a policy, it's a promise. Build with us. Work safe, go home proud. We're hiring skilled craftsmen, laborers, concrete workers, and steel erectors who value quality work and a team that has your back, on and off the job site. If you're ready to be part of a company where your safety and success come first, visit Schwezo.com. That's SCHWISOW.com and apply today. Schwezo Construction, 40 years strong and still building the future.
Buying or selling a home should feel exciting, not overwhelming. That's why more buyers and sellers trust Ben Bleicher with the professional realty group of Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate. Ben combines luxury level service with a friendly, down-to-earth approach that helps you feel confident every step of the way. Whether you're searching for your dream home or preparing to sell for top dollar, Ben is ready to help you move forward. Call Ben Bleicher today at 402-466-3748.
93.7 The Ticket is proud to provide listeners with daily opportunities to win contests and prizes on our airwaves. We would like to take this opportunity to remind you of a couple rules. All participants must be 21 or older and must wait 30 days after winning a prize to participate again. Once you win, you have 30 days to pick up your prize at the KNTK Studios at 1040 O Street in Lincoln, or your prize will be forfeited. Thank you for participating in our contest, and thank you for listening to 93.7 The Ticket.
Looking for a fun way to give back? Join us for the 2026 Kicks for Kids Nebraska Fun Run Walk, presented by Pinnacle Bank, on Saturday, August 22nd at James Arthur Vineyard. Enjoy a scenic 5K through beautiful grounds. Every step helps provide shoes to kids in Lincoln and Lancaster County schools, with options for adults, wine included, and kids. Registration fees include a t-shirt, medal, and bag. Sign up today and make a difference at kicksforkidsnebraska.org.
You're counting on your team to win, so why not prove it? By placing your bets at Warhorse Sportsbook. Their win is your win. Put your money where your mouth is on nearly every sporting event. Use the Warhorse app to check odds and build your bets before placing your wagers in person at Warhorse Casino, including live in-game betting. No bets, no glory. Wagers may only be placed on Nebraska-based teams when played outside the state of Nebraska. Must be 21 or older to gamble. Gambling problem? Call 1-833-BET-OVER.
Hi, it's Sean Callahan here with Koppel Chevrolet GMC in Louisville. Koppel is proud to be the highest rated GMC dealer in the Omaha and Lincoln areas based on Google reviews. Right now, get 0% financing for 60 months on new Silverado and Sierra 1500 models. But hurry, the 0% financing offer won't last long. Visit us in Louisville or check us out online at koppelcars.com.
You're listening to 93.7 The Ticket's coverage from Big Ten Football Media Days at the Hilton Chicago. Coverage is sponsored by Warhorse Casino, Sandhills Global, Gary Michaels Clothiers, and Ben Bleicher of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate. Welcome back to 93.7 The Ticket's coverage of Big Ten Media Days live from Chicago. Presented by Warhorse Casino, Gary Michaels Clothiers, Sandhills Global, and Ben Bleicher of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate on 93.7 The Ticket and theticketfm.com.
Welcome back in. Hour and a half to go of Big Ten Media Days. Day one coverage here in Chicago. Austin Norman, Jay Foreman, Jake Sorensen with you. And gentlemen, the question the DP and I broached, didn't get full into it, but the DP presented before we just went to break there. Top 6 jobs in the Big Ten, bottom 6 jobs in the NFL. Which is a better group, depending on your criteria. And I think let's just go through and set what those 6 jobs in either league would be. Jay, bottom 6 jobs in the NFL as you see it.
Oh man, that's tough. Well, I mean, it's hard to say it's a bottom 6 job because they kind of dipped into the playoffs. I'd say Jacksonville.
Okay.
Cardinals for sure.
Miami.
Sorry, Jake.
The Browns are worse than Miami, aren't they?
Browns.
For a job.
Yeah, the Browns are.
What- why-
the
hang
Browns
on.
is the worst job.
But why? But stop. I'm not trying to be a homer, but why is Miami a bad job?
We were just joking with you.
But
I just said
Right.
that's a joke.
Well,
haven't got great coaches there for-
It depends on what you call a bad job.
I just said
now,
it as a
think
joke. I didn't mean it.
I mean, I think it's not the job that what it used to be based on ownership dipping their
Yeah,
head into
true.
some of the decisions and stuff like that. But I don't think Miami is quote unquote a bad job. I would say the Browns is a really bad job.
Panthers.
Yeah, Panthers is pretty bad.
Yeah,
you can't
but
put
it-
that 6.
Winnable division though.
Yeah, and they made the playoffs last year, but the Panthers in there. I mean, I reluctantly put Jacksonville in there because they've been somewhat successful, and I think the owner is actually one of the better owners there.
I would say Detroit's a bad job. Dan Campbell's done a great job with them,
Yeah.
obviously, but it's
historically Detroit's been a horrible job.
Horrible job.
But I think it's a good job now. I do. I think the owner and the GM is great.
Jets.
The Jets is a really bad job, and I would say the Raiders.
That's about 7 or 8.
The 6 that I wrote down: Jacksonville, Arizona, Cleveland, Detroit, Jets, and Vegas.
What about the Panthers?
Yeah. See, I don't see Detroit as a bad job.
Okay, we'll swap them for
what's
Carolina.
what's your definition of a bad job?
Some combination of ownership, lack of free agent destination,
Okay, well, then
and lack of history.
This dude, free agency, getting guys to go live in Detroit is definitely hard. So you got to really draft and develop. In this day and age, you don't really get it. They've kind of they've been forced to do so because keep a coach. So yeah, I'd say with Detroit.
So then top 6 jobs then
In the
Big Ten in football: Ohio State, Michigan, Oregon. Are we in agreement on those?
Yeah.
Okay. Who are the next 3?
Penn State.
Penn State's got to be
USC.
Probably 4. Yeah.
USC. We got room for one more.
I'd say Nebraska.
Do you believe it?
Well, first of all, why wouldn't Nebraska is actually one of the top jobs in the nation? I think it's one of the easiest jobs.
It hasn't proven so for a while.
Yeah. And if you want to take Nebraska out of it, okay, that's fine.
I just want to hear the argument.
Well, number one, resources, fan base, like obviously the facilities and all that. I mean, so the only thing that hurts you is probably not the recruiting in the state of Nebraska, but with the transfer portal, that's nullified now.
Well, it would not be. It would not be Maryland. It would not be Rutgers. It would not be.
I mean, Nebraska's a top. I'm
is
looking
Washington
at it right
in that
now.
conversation or not? Probably not.
No, because
I put Nebraska over Washington.
Financially, they don't support it. So I'm looking at it right now.
So it
Just
could be
going right
16.
down there.
Yeah.
You can't really say Indiana because it's so new,
Yep.
right? So you would look at just going from left to right here. Michigan for sure. Then it would be Nebraska, Ohio State, Oregon, Penn State, USC. I would take all those jobs in the NFL or take all those college jobs, majority of them, over every single one in the NFL. Now, it's great. It's a great honor to be an NFL coach. The one that's also that's hard to me to understand why they're so bad as a franchise is the Raiders. Now, we know why, but when you talk about fan base, brand awareness, draft picks, the amount of draft picks they busted on, that should be an easy job, especially in Vegas. But I would take definitely all the college jobs. Now, the college is just like the pros. Now you've got 2 or 3, 4 years to prove yourself. Now in the pros, you might only get 1, but
man,
I like all those college jobs over it. Now it's a little bit different job now. You got to recruit kids and try to get them to choose you versus in the pros, you choosing them. So it depends on your personality, and it all comes down to your GM or your AD. Your GM in the pros, your AD. Support. And obviously you got to have other players and stuff, but I would take all the college jobs over those.
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting conversation, and I think right now the money that's flowing into college is just incredible. And we talked earlier in the show, like we thought that when NIL began, some people thought it would give teams like Nebraska a better chance to.
Originally it did.
And it did, but it was foolish to think, okay, just because Nebraska is going to take a step up, so are the other great schools as well. They're going to have the funding behind them to make them great, like Ohio State has done. So we mentioned the patch, what they're getting for that versus Michigan State and Illinois making much less than that. And, of course, the Big 12 is making nowhere near the money that we're seeing in the Big 10 and SEC. So, I mean, at what point does it just not even matter like we thought it was going to? And but going to the NFL jobs, though, you mentioned Jacksonville. That's not a great job, but Liam Cohen in year one did excel, and it depends if you get the right person there.
Yeah, well, you got it,
but all these places forever have just not got the right guy.
It starts with the GM there to hire the right coach, and then also to have the support from the ownership to have patience with the head coach. If you wanted a bad example, look at the Jets, right? Look at some other teams where they're running get guys in and out of town. You could even throw that Tennessee job in there, but obviously we lucked up with Mr. 8-8 and Fisher, and then obviously Vrabel had some really good years. But they, the owners get fickle. You embarrass an owner, or they feel embarrassed, they're going to fire you within a couple weeks. You know what Woody Johnson over there when he was embarrassed in front of his friends over there when they played in like England or whatever, and then obviously Adams was mad at Vrabel for the game that they didn't perform well. So, I mean, I think the NFL, there's the only job I would be really, really reluctant to take. And this is weird because if there's a blue blood in the NFL, is the Cleveland Browns. But I would be reluctant to take that job ever. Now, if it's the only one that you can take, you take it experience. But sometimes,
well, it's like the Wolves assistant that took the Portland job.
Yeah, sometimes you just basketball. Have to take it, and you have to be willing to risk that you're having that on your resume. I don't think anybody's going in there to Cleveland think they're going to rehab that because internally, as far as the fabric of the Browns is fractioned. Mm-hmm. Now the fan base is great. The brand awareness is great. I mean, the NFL is better when the dog pound is
they show up. They show up.
Right. If the dog pound was viable, or with the Cleveland was viable, that dog pound would travel from here to Timbuktu.
Well, Stefanski had that one year with Mayfield where they won a
playoff
game.
They won a playoff game.
Yeah.
Lost to the Chiefs round 2, I believe.
Sounds right. Yeah.
And then proceeded to get rid of their franchise quarterback.
Well, Denzel Ward and Myles Garrett on that defense, I think, the same time.
It was good.
And they had Greg Williams, I think, maybe at that time.
Yes, he was. Yep, you're right.
So, I think with these college jobs, I mean, it is a little bit of NFL, but it comes down to support and what the vision is. But then also, I think the days of building programs is over. And that's what NIL has forced. The transfer portal was kind of in flux where you had unlimited transfers. Now that's settling down. Now you have to be really good in the salary cap, but also you got to understand to have some sort of program or ability to evaluate your return on your investment. So your big name money players have to perform, because if you're recruiting in high school, you're dumping a lot of your salary cap in those guys. A lot of them aren't, no matter how good they are in high school, a lot of them aren't ready to play right away and be an impactful player. So you have to manage almost a rookie salary cap versus a veteran salary cap. And you have to weigh which one are you willing to risk a little bit more on if it doesn't hit. Now, you need the ones that you really get quickly to hit, like in free agency. You see in the NFL, those guys got to be really good players. And then you got to be able to put money into your developmental type of players, and that's including high school as well.
From the Sartor Heyman Jewelers text line, Big Bird says, why is Michigan an obvious top job with all the investigations and instability within the athletic department?
Well, it's because they've displayed the ability to win, even though they've kind of fudged the rules. Number one, their standard of how they go about it, as far as winning is at the top of their priority list is there. They have the support, they have the brand awareness, and they have the recent national championship, whether you like it or not. And Michigan gets a pass, and they have star power, Tom Brady, Charles Woodson, and all those guys.
Star power, history, winning,
and just kind of, their original Big Ten team.
And dare I say, their stuff is self-inflicted, right? Michigan was a brand before the cheating. Michigan became a brand because of the cheating.
Yeah, they've had success. And they just were gotten a desperation.
Yeah, and so, sure, maybe, it's a little different right now, but I don't think it is, because if Michigan's able to pull Kyle Whittingham, and again, I know everything that went on at Utah couldn't have been how Kyle Whittingham drew it up or dreamed it up. But still, if you're able to pull him and you're still under this investigation and your AD is leaving and your president situation is unsettled, that tells you all you need to know about the brand of Michigan.
Yeah, their contact list is the upper echelon of coaches, and they feel like they can call anybody at any time to get them to come and coach Michigan, and they're willing to do so. They're willing to kind of push the envelope. They brought Khakis in, and they were really, they put the screws to him to step up. He did so, paid him, and they were able to, obviously reap the benefits of it. And then they're able to get Whittingham essentially, as he kind of was like softly ran out of Utah, which is crazy. And then because they wanted to turn over a new leaf, they had their private equity stuff that actually hasn't worked out well for them.
Right.
They came in and take control of the program. And so Whittingham is getting able to start over in actually a match made in heaven and have a new lease on life of coaching, energized. And if there was a team outside of Utah that fits his makeup, it is Michigan.
He'll never know. He'll tell it publicly, but I am curious behind closed doors if Matt Campbell would say anything about Vouch. There's always rumors twice now, 2 separate times, that he might be a head coach at Michigan. And either before Harbaugh, for sure after him, and then maybe this last time before they hired Whittingham, there's thoughts, hey, maybe it's his time to jump before he went to Penn State. So I'd like to know where he stood in that conversation with Michigan. But that also would be a great hire if they had gone after him. But Whittingham's a great hire. But going back to the question, Michigan's been a powerful brand. They have 100,000 plus people in their stadium. Like Michigan football's been powerful for a long time. They've underachieved for a long time until Jim Harbaugh got them to actually
and it's a
achieve
perception
properly.
too with them,
Yeah.
right? Original Big Ten team, so they're able to go back to Bo Schembechler and all that, those wars, and so they're able to do that. And so when it being an original Big Ten team makes it like appealing job. Obviously, anytime you get to coach at one of those top 6 jobs, but quite as kept, there's some jobs that are from like 7 to 10, maybe 7 to 11 and 12 that are starting to creep up and be not jobs when that means that's your last stop, right? But it's jobs that you could see yourself staying at for a while. And so I think the top 6 that we just mentioned has allowed others to level up. And that's when Jake, you were talking about originally when NIL came out. Remember that July 1st, and I remember Thomas Fedoni sent out the tweet, I'm open for any and all options, right? Nebraska, and Scott Frost said it, that they felt like they were going to be able to have a plan. Well, there was a lot of things that worked in and around that, right? And obviously you had a little bit of, the COVID going on, but then also not having a strategic plan how to attack it early. So Nebraska always was catching up NIL-wise, and they were reluctant to push the envelope. Where on the flip side, you had teams like Tennessee and everybody else continues like, oh, we're going to have NIL. We'll just pay you. And they will never catch us. And so we were always playing catch-up from the very beginning.
If you go back, there's one. So Nebraska mostly was playing catch up. There was one deal with Runza and a bunch of athletes that were like, I'm not sure how much money was involved with that. It was like getting free meals from Runza basically. So I don't know what but people, that was an early story. Oh, Nebraska partners with Runza to give some athletes some sort of NIL, but we did not know what that looked like. And again, it has all come down to
money.
Dollars. It's not about hey, what kind of trade can you get? What kind of free food? Like that stuff's great, but it is dollars.
Nebraska
that's first and last.
They missed the boat early in the NIL because they weren't aggressive enough bending the rules where the SEC was, and that's where they had the obviously head start. And then they didn't, in my opinion, didn't really evaluate who they're recruiting and how to catch up if there was a gap money wise. We talk about it all the time on Old School. We talked about it with me and Austin and obviously DP at times. If I was Nebraska back then, or even right now, I would try to recruit not only the person that's coming with them. So you have to involve some things. Somebody needs a job, find them a job or a career. Somebody needs a place to stay. That's what you need. Why is that? Because when guys started to transfer or think about not developing, or you get a call and say, hey, so-and-so is not performing, what's going on? It's a weed discussion. So then therefore it helps you on the front end and it helps you on the back end of development.
Well, and why else would you do that? Because it might just be the cost of doing business anymore.
Right. And you had to do it differently.
Mm-hmm.
If you weren't willing to risk NCAA violations, which doesn't even exist anymore, but that's what part of it was. There's other ways around it that you could do it. And there's ways that, guys were leaving and they were able to, get some stuff. So where Nebraska's at right now, I think they finally caught up and they understand it a little bit more. But early in it, it was a free for all and you saw it.
Yes.
Throughout the whole nation. Now, there will probably maybe be some sanctions, but it'll be 5 or 10 years from now. But ultimately, where Nebraska's at is in a good position to surprise some people, but then also have a good year.
But that's also the issue about trying to be ahead. You didn't know what figures made sense and what were ridiculous. Like, again, going back to what we talked about 2 hours ago, when we talked about the price of these patches, $4 million for Illinois, $6 billion per year for Michigan State, and $17 million for Ohio State.
Mm-hmm.
You go back to the first part of NIL, we didn't know again, is this appropriate? Is this outlandish? And we still don't really know sometimes what is outlandish because it changes every day on what figures we see. But and that's why people were excited because, okay, put all your money in Nebraska, let's get this thing going. And I don't blame Nebraska businesses for not doing that because they didn't know what made sense and what was going to be just dumb when all was said and done.
And you would know, Jake, in your role as sales too. I mean, you want to come in with an aggressive offer, but not an
100%.
outlandish one, outrageous one, because, sure, you can come to middle ground in an agreement, but if you give a lowball offer to start just to seem reasonable, well, then you'll end up looking stupid. Oh, we how much do we leave on the table? You never know how much you leave on the
100%.
table if you start low. That worked out. So.
But also, Ohio State is a little bit easier to get, get that, right?
Oh, yeah.
Michigan State obviously has a very wealthy alumni base, right? You see that up there.
Oh, they do.
And so, and with a new coach that they view as prominent. Now, I think there's a little bit of smoke screen on that. Now you're going to maybe have some buyer remorse up there because when you look at the last 3 or 4 years in the Big Ten when he was at Northwestern, it's a little shaky at best, right? But then when you think of Illinois, that's just kind of what Josh has been able to do. He's pushed the envelope. You got to think about his hires now. Lovie Smith developed the program. Brett Bielema was able to, take advantage of that. All the basketball coaches that he's brought in there, right? The private jet pitchers. He has the ability to talk to the right people to open the purse strings. And so, where Nebraska's at, I get it, where you're a little bit reluctant. I think Nebraska, as a state, is a little bit conservative to invest in things that they don't know it's going to work. But then also, I wouldn't say you need to just get a whole bunch of cash and sit there. I think also the teams that you mentioned have done a really good job of making what they've invested in player-wise work out, right? So that means they've been able to develop guys and, really see their return on investment. So if you're investing in $100,000 in Jake Sorensen as a player wide receiver and you're catching touchdowns, that's a braggadocious thing that they can go amongst the other millionaires and I guess billionaires and say, you need to do what I'm doing as well. So I think the best NIL or the best ability to raise money, it happens, in between those white lines on Saturdays or Friday or Saturday nights. You do that, then the rest will come. I wouldn't say easy, but a little bit more readily.
With that, let's go ahead and go to break. We'll take our final break of the 4 o'clock hour, get you set up for our final hour here from day one of Big Ten Media Days. Jay Foreman, Jake Sorensen, Austin Norman, back in a jiff.
You're listening to 93.7 The Ticket's coverage from Big Ten Football Media Days at the Hilton Chicago. Coverage is sponsored by Warhorse Casino, Sandhills Global, Gary Michaels Clothiers, and Ben Bleicher of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate.
Buying or selling a home should feel exciting, not overwhelming. That's why more buyers and sellers trust Ben Bleicher with the professional realty group of Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate. Ben combines luxury level service with a friendly, down-to-earth approach that helps you feel confident every step of the way. Whether you're searching for your dream home or preparing to sell for top dollar, Ben is ready to help you move forward. Call Ben Bleicher today at 402-466-3748.
You're counting on your team to win, so why not prove it? By placing your bets at Warhorse Sportsbook. Their win is your win. Put your money where your mouth is on nearly every sporting event. Use the Warhorse app to check odds and build your bets before placing your wagers in person at Warhorse Casino, including live in-game betting. No bets, no glory. Wagers may only be placed on Nebraska-based teams when played outside the state of Nebraska. Must be 21 or older to gamble. Gambling problem? Call 1-833-BET-OVER.
Ever look at your house and think, ouch, it's stuck in the past? Or realize that your kitchen needs a new everything? Like thousands of homeowners, you can simply call SprayNet Lincoln. Their patented spray system and paint delivers a flawless factory finish, no mess, done in a day, and cost-effective. It looks just like new, including your vinyl. And it's all backed by their 15-year no-peel warranty. SprayNet Lincoln, custom chemistry and smarter painting. Google SprayNet Lincoln or call them now at 402-383-3336 or email ching@spray-net.com.
Remember your first Salt Dogs game? Maybe it was a class trip out on the berm, or date night with actual fireworks, or team building that didn't feel like work at all. For 25 seasons, Haymarket Park remains Lincoln's place for firsts like these, the kind that last. Because it's more than a baseball game. It's the joy of being here together. These are the traditions that bring us home. So here's to you, Lincoln. Your local tradition plays on. Get your tickets at saltdogs.com.
MHC isn't a new company, just a new name. Moe's Moving is now Moe's Home and Commercial. Whether moving across town or across the state, MHC Moving has you covered, specializing in home, apartment, assisted, and independent living moves. MHC can handle your commercial moves as well. MHC Moving has 0 hidden fees. You'll never pay for same-day booking or be charged for stairs, heavy items, or elevator fees. Rates are the same Monday through Saturday, and you will never pay a truck or fuel surcharge. And they offer payment plans through PayPal. Call MHC Moving today at 402-853-7167 or go to mhcmoving.com.
At Anderson Ford, we offer a 5-day return or exchange policy, so you can make sure the vehicle you choose is the best vehicle for you. No pressure. Right now, lease a 2026 Ford F-150 for $195 per month for 36 months. Experience better at Anderson Ford. Stock number 1009974, $195 per month, lease for 36 months with approved credit, 7,500 miles per year, 10,000 due at signing, no security deposit required. Tax, title, and license fees expert. Residency restrictions apply. Program subject to change. Must take new retail delivery from Anderson Auto Group by 8/31/26.
Buying or selling a home should feel exciting, not overwhelming. That's why more buyers and sellers trust Ben Bleicher with the professional realty group of Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate. Ben combines luxury level service with a friendly, down-to-earth approach that helps you feel confident every step of the way. Whether you're searching for your dream home or preparing to sell for top dollar, Ben is ready to help you move forward. Call Ben Bleicher today at 402-466-3748.
Rosie's Sports Bar and Grill. Open for lunch and dinner at 1501 Center Park Road, just south of 14th and Highway 2.
Looking for a fun way to give back? Join us for the 2026 Kicks for Kids Nebraska Fun Run Walk, presented by Pinnacle Bank, on Saturday, August 22nd at James Arthur Vineyard. Enjoy a scenic 5K through beautiful grounds. Every step helps provide shoes to kids in Lincoln and Lancaster County schools, with options for adults, wine included, and kids. Registration fees include a t-shirt, medal, and bag. Sign up today and make a difference at kicksforkidsnebraska.org.
You're listening to 93.7 The Tickets, coverage from Big Ten Football Media Days at the Hilton Chicago. Coverage is sponsored by Warhorse Casino, Sandhills Global, Gary Michaels Clothiers, and Ben Bleicher of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate. Welcome back to 93.7 The Tickets, coverage of Big Ten Media Days live from Chicago. Presented by Warhorse Casino, Gary Michaels Clothiers, Sandhills Global, and Ben Bleicher of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate on 93.7 The Ticket and theticketfm.com.
Welcome back one final time for the 4 o'clock hour. Full 5 o'clock hour yet ahead from Hilton Chicago. Big Ten Football Media Days. Austin Orman, Jay Foreman, and Jake Sorensen with you. Jake, you're just back from getting Bielematized?
Yeah, so if you recall, guys, when Brett Bielema was the head coach of Arkansas years back, he had a famous quote about a particular player, or maybe his offensive line just, they had,
bubble butt.
Bubble butt. Let's go with that for radio purposes. Well, I caught part of the Bielema side podium session here during the break, and he was asked about is it Keaton Fagan? Is that right?
Caden Fagan.
Fagan is moving positions, and he said he has bumps in all the right places in terms of that. So
bumps in all the right places.
Bielema is still talking about that stuff at Illinois, and why not? The man could win 9 games for a third straight year for the first time in the history of Illinois football. So he can say what he wants at this point. Yeah. And he's walking on water over there. So
I think, every year I think he has a deal that he probably overindulges. I mean, last year he talks about being in Vegas, how and where he met his wife, and left that out to everybody's imagination. And then obviously, look, with Fagan, I mean, look, he was a load at running back.
He was,
and he was I mean, he gave us problems even 2 years ago when we played him in that night game. And he's a natural fit for tight end. And in what we talked about with DP is that we talked about these teams, and obviously we talked about the bottom 6 with Maryland, but Illinois, probably underachieved last year to what the Big Ten hype was coming in last year.
I mean, they were ranked number 9 in the country
right
at one point.
Right.
Number 9.
And
They were their higher ranked team against Indiana.
and they underachieved last year. And but in order to make up some of that ground, you have to approach guys and make the position switch appealing, but then also have some track record of, okay, I'm not just hiding you somewhere to get through this year.
Mhm.
We're going to teach you to play a new position. This is how it could be beneficial to you, but more importantly, the team. And then, look, he can run. He didn't have to get any bigger. He probably just need to get stronger to be inline blocker. So you got to be able to, the technique, but he's an aggressive player. And obviously Bielema with his Biela-isms or whatever you want to call them.
Can you teach a running back to block like that?
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of times blocking as far as a tight end is want to, and obviously there's technique to it. But I think, if it's something that you really want to get good at, and then obviously catching the ball is obviously, first and foremost what you want to do, I think you can be more than a serviceable blocker. Listen, Rob Gronkowski is probably one of the best blocking tight ends ever. Dan Campbell was as well. Trust me, I went against him. I played against him in college and the pros.
Did he bite your kneecaps?
No.
Thank goodness.
No. But the thing is, every single year these guys get picked, they always say he has to get better at blocking. So coming out of high school, you got to get better at blocking college. You go to college to the pros, and they do a lot of position blocking now. It's not the old, I'll date myself, Mark Bavaro, Mark Bruner, where they're just an extension of left tackles, and they used to bury people, the Ben Coates and all those guys.
Ben Coates, that's a name drop. Thank you, Jay.
Exactly.
Jay Foreman knows about that.
And Troy Drayton.
Dropping it way back.
Your boy Troy Drayton from the
former
Dolphins.
Dolphin right there,
You're
Austin.
talking about back when I played, and Anthony Beck and all those guys.
Rocco was here today.
Yeah, and those tight ends, man, were 6'4", 6'5", 265, could run, but they were trying to. You're talking about reset the edge. You had to be ready to go. And so, now it's more position blocking, inside, outside run. You get a little bit of gap scheme, and so I'm sure he'll be, ready to go.
Tight ends have it easy these days, to quote Jay Foreman.
Yeah, you can't jam up in the line of scrimmage.
That's
you
a
can't
Foremanism.
You can't take
Elam'isms, Foremanisms.
I mean, they
It's
get
all
to
over
run
the
free.
place.
Jay Foreman's natural enemies.
Yeah,
tight
man.
ends.
Oh man, hey, listen, man. From Marcus Pollard to Dilger and all those dudes, I hate tight ends.
That's your boys.
With a burning
That's your
passion.
boys.
He didn't
Right.
even mention my boy, but we'll
Dallas
let
Clark
that
or
one.
what?
Okay, you
Yeah,
said
yeah,
it.
Dallas
That's
Clark.
Iowa, man. What are you doing?
I know,
What are
man.
you doing?
Yeah,
He rolled out on us like Optimus Prime.
Dallas Clark and Jonathan Taylor. Okay, sucks.
That is some
it's-
bad blood in the Big
brutal.
Ten, my friend.
It's pretty brutal, but it's 5 o'clock, and so we have just 1 hour to go here on our coverage from day one. We'll go to break, bring another full hour from Chicago to wrap up our day right after this.
You're listening to 93.7 The Ticket's coverage from Big Ten Football Media Days at the Hilton Chicago. Coverage is sponsored by Warhorse Casino, Sandhills Global, Gary Michaels Clothiers, and Ben Bleicher of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate.
You're counting on your team to win, so why not prove it? By placing your bets at Warhorse Sportsbook. Their win is your win. Put your money where your mouth is on nearly every sporting event. Use the Warhorse app to check odds and build your bets before placing your wagers in person at Warhorse Casino, including live in-game betting. No bets, no glory. Wagers may only be placed on Nebraska-based teams when played outside the state of Nebraska. Must be 21 or older to gamble. Gambling problem? Call 1-833-BET-OVER.
Buying or selling a home should feel exciting, not overwhelming. That's why more buyers and sellers trust Ben Bleicher with the professional realty group of Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate. Ben combines luxury-level service with a friendly, down-to-earth approach that helps you feel confident every step of the way. Whether you're searching for your dream home or preparing to sell for top dollar, Ben is ready to help you move forward. Call Ben Bleicher today at 402-466-3748.
If you're seeking a career with a growing company, Gaina Trucking and Excavating is hiring and looking for additions to their team. Gaina Trucking has a strong team culture, competitive pay, 401ks, and benefits like health, dental, and vision. Drivers are guaranteed 40 hours per week, even in the winter months, and are home every night. Start your career today at Gaina Trucking and Excavating. Apply today at GainaTrucking.com.
Hi, Kendall Warnock here, owner of A1 Automotive in Seward. We're more than just an automotive repair shop. We're part of this community. Our mission is simple: serve people well, build trust, and provide reliable vehicle repairs at a fair price. From oil changes to diagnostics, major repairs, we're here to help keep your family safe on the road. A1 Automotive, 408 Main Street, Seward, Nebraska.
Looking for a fun way to give back? Join us for the 2026 Kicks for Kids Nebraska Fun Run Walk, presented by Pinnacle Bank, on Saturday, August 22nd at James Arthur Vineyard. Enjoy a scenic 5K through beautiful grounds. Every step helps provide shoes to kids in Lincoln and Lancaster County schools, with options for adults, wine included, and kids. Registration fees include a t-shirt, medal, and bag. Sign up today and make a difference at kicksforkidsnebraska.org.
Ever look at your house and think, ouch, it's stuck in the past? Or realize that your kitchen needs a new everything? Like thousands of homeowners, you can simply call SprayNet Lincoln. Their patented spray system and paint delivers a flawless factory finish. No mess, done in a day, and cost effective. It looks just like new, including your vinyl. And it's all backed by their 15-year no-peel warranty. SprayNet Lincoln, custom chemistry and smarter painting. Google SprayNet Lincoln or call them now at 402-383-3336 or email ching@spray-net.com.
At Anderson Ford, we offer a 5-day return-to-work exchange policy, so you can make sure the vehicle you choose is the best vehicle for you. No pressure. Right now, lease a 2026 Ford F-150 for $195 per month for 36 months. Experience better at Anderson Ford. Stock number 1009974. $195 per month lease for 36 months with approved credit. 7,500 miles per year. 10,000 due at signing. No security deposit required. Tax, title, and license fees extra. Residency restrictions apply. Program subject to change. Must take new retail delivery from Anderson Auto Group by 8/31/26.
MHC isn't a new company, just a new name. Moe's Moving is now Moe's Home and Commercial. Whether moving across town or across the state, MHC Moving has you covered, specializing in home, apartment, assisted, and independent living moves. MHC can handle your commercial moves as well. MHC Moving has 0 hidden fees. You'll never pay for same-day booking or be charged for stairs, heavy items, or elevator fees. Rates are the same Monday through Saturday, and you will never pay a truck or fuel surcharge. And they offer payment plans through PayPal. Call MHC Moving today at 402-853-7167 or go to mhcmoving.com.
Remember your first Salt Dogs game? Maybe it was a class trip out on the berm, or date night with actual fireworks, or team building that didn't feel like work at all. For 25 seasons, Haymarket Park remains Lincoln's place for firsts like these, the kind that last. Because it's more than a baseball game. It's the joy of being here together. These are the traditions that bring us home. So here's to you, Lincoln. Your local tradition plays on. Get your tickets at saltdogs.com.
You're listening to 93.7 The Ticket's coverage from Big Ten Football Media Days at the Hilton Chicago. Coverage is sponsored by Warhorse Casino, Sandhills Global, Gary Michaels Clothiers, and Ben Bleicher of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate.
This is Lincoln's home for sports talk on the FM dial. Also online at theticketfm.com. On the internet. KNTK FM Firth, 93.7 The Ticket.
Live from the Hilton Chicago, 93.7 The Ticket brings you coverage of the 2026 Big Ten Football Media Days. Derek Pearson, Jay Foreman, Jake Sorensen, and Austin Orman bring you exclusive interviews and in-depth conversations while you get ready for the upcoming Big Ten football season. Coverage from Big Ten Media Days is powered by Warhorse Casino, Gary Michaels Clothiers, Sandhills Global, and Ben Bleicher of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate. This is Big Ten Media Days, live from Chicago on 93.7 The Ticket and theticketfm.com.
That's right. Hour number 9 of the day here, 5 o'clock. Our Austin Norman, Jay Foreman, and Jake Sorensen with you, DP, hanging out.
I'll tell you in a second.
Up. Okay, well, now you got to tell us.
All right, well, we got a bit going on.
Got a bet going on.
Bit. So Bill Bush, co-host of Early Break, knows Brett Bielema a little bit just from past coaching experiences. We have a bit that, when the Chop House across the street from us eventually opens, we would like Brett Bielema to join us for a meal. And I asked him if he would do that. He said, yes, when it opens up, I will gladly come to town with you guys and dine at the Chop House in Lincoln. It's been an ongoing random bit on the show
Okay.
for a year or so at this point. So he said he'd join us, and he had to leave at that point. So
That's like 2 years from now.
listen. When it opens, we're going to get him to advertise, and we're going to have a meal with Brett Bielema when he comes to town. That's all we wanted to get accomplished today was that.
Well, I'm glad you got here just in time to do that,
You
Jay.
feel accomplished?
I feel like we
Brett
got
Bielema
something
is
accomplished.
never going to turn down a meal, right?
Well, that's why I thought it was a pretty inviting conversation to have with Brett. I said, "Listen, we will gladly pay, and we want to dine with you at the Chop House or anywhere in Lincoln because he's a cool guy."
Do we think Bielema is a beer guy or like a
He's
whiskey
beer.
guy?
Oh, I know for a fact he's beer.
both.
Is
He's
he a
everything.
Stogies guy?
He's everything.
Oh, he's everything. All the vices.
Anything. Yeah, look, he's the can man. Anything I can get my hands on, I'm gonna eat or smoke it or drink it.
Respect.
But
I'm going to ask you guys this: who wins more games this coming year, Penn State or Michigan?
We've had that conversation on the show quite a bit. I think
Jay and I haven't gotten there yet.
I think it's
Penn State should.
They should. Their schedule's I think easier.
The schedule's easier, and they got a legit quarterback. They got a second, third round tight end. They got a better than what people think offensive line. They recruited well. They portaled well. I would just say them, but it's close. I think Michigan's going to be tough. I think Whittingham's one of my favorite coaches, so I think they'll be good. The quarterback.
You're not sold.
No, dude, he's hot garbage. Period. He can run.
I'll
He's
take your word
fast.
for it.
Underwood.
We shouldn't have run a double TE stunt and opened up like the partner of the Red Sea. Boy, hey, listen.
Red carpet.
He ran 30 yards. I don't know if I could walk him down though. In my prime, I was like, this boy fast. But besides throwing the ball, that's where the problem is.
Who wins more games, Michigan or Iowa?
Sorry, Iowa. You know what? I'm going push. I'm going to go to push at 8.
That's
Can
easy.
I go push?
It's fine.
It's a whole hum year.
Push
for
at
Iowa.
8. Push at 8.
Okay.
I heard Kirk Ferentz talk at the side podium. I'm trying to get everything in here.
Did you invite him to dinner too?
No.
Why not?
I would definitely dine with Kirk Ferentz. I don't like Iowa, but I do respect Kirk greatly. He's a wonderful coach, and I'm sure he's a nice person to dine with.
Now that you're willing to ask,
it appears to be down to the wire. Even though camp begins next week, he does not think they will have an easy choice at quarterback until game 1. Might go into the season in terms of week 1 is this guy, week 2 is this guy. I don't think it for what he said. It sounds like Iowa is going to have a for sure starting quarterback by week 1. It seems like it's going to be up in the air for a full month.
I don't believe that.
That's what he said.
Think Kirk's playing coy?
Yeah. Why wouldn't you?
Seriously,
you spent money on a quarterback last year, and you kind of had some regret that you didn't allow him to play to his best abilities. And now, granted, it's like when Ryan Day was with the slew-footed slinger. With McCord, it was coming, but everybody knows C.J. Stroud was that dude. I would like to think in his mind, and you know what? I'd be surprised if he said, "All right, this is our guy." In his mind, there's a guy with an edge. He expects him to win, but he's also keeping his options open.
All right.
And look, you're having a new offensive coordinator or senior advisor in Coach Moore. You've had a long off season. You know who you want and exactly what you need based on your talent level. They have a good idea, but I like that he said it's going to go down. He's keeping everybody on their toes. He's not. He knows he has no room for error to give any early tips to anybody.
Nick and McCook on our Starter Heyman Jewelers text line wants to know which team in the Big Ten, ranked number 10 through 18 in the preseason, has the best chance to surprise people and potentially make it into the playoffs. We'll go off of the preseason poll that was put out. Teams 10 through 18 in order: Minnesota, Nebraska, Wisconsin, UCLA, Northwestern, Maryland, Michigan State, Rutgers, and Purdue.
Oh, Nebraska.
So what was what of those?
Of those 9,
okay,
Nebraska
most likely to surprise and or make the playoffs.
Nebraska, without a doubt, Nebraska.
I have a team that you guys won't like me saying.
You're going to say PJ in Minnesota.
You're going to say
really?
Wisconsin.
No, neither of them. Listen.
Are you a Northwestern Chip Kelly
no,
guy again?
No, you haven't got it yet.
Bob Chesney?
I'm going Bob
Really?
Chesney, the James
bowl
Madison
eligible.
effect.
No.
Nico's
Really?
back. Nico is back. I mean, they had a rough
He's
year
Bryce Underwood too.
No, Nico's
No,
for
he's
real.
better. Come on.
He's for real.
He's better than
hey, listen.
Bryce.
Nico's all right.
No, he's
If
cold
we're going on a surprise,
He's cold-blooded, but their defense is
unexpected, I'm
horrible.
going to those. UCLA is my team.
UCLA can win.
I'd take Wisconsin over UCLA.
Their schedule is easy. They get past Notre Dame, then they're good.
Right, but
Wisconsin-
I would take
that's what
Wisconsin
I'm saying
based
that's
on
a
what they
fine
did
one.
last year, what they invested. Now, the only thing that gives me a little worry is Sean Eichhorst because he will sabotage what he's got going on with Fickle. But I'm gonna tell you right now, it's Nebraska. If you're in a poll, if you ever want to be in a poll position where you can kind of play coy and be like a lioness in the weeds or lion in the weeds or whatever it is, a cheetah ready to go get his prey, that's Nebraska. You have the brand awareness, you have the schedule, and the opportunity. So even if you stub your toe at some point in time, right, Indiana's first, bang, you get Oregon the next week to get the right back. Then you got the meat of the schedule that me and you talked about where you got to make your hay. And then, boom, you got Ohio State and Iowa. So you're always going to be on the scene. So, and if things go like how they normally go in the SEC where they kind of eliminate each other, if you're able to get to that magical number of 9-3 and the look test looks good, you in there. You in there.
The inverse of that question, then, of the top 9, I think you guys already answered it. Who would be the most likely to disappoint and fall short? I think we're all on board Michigan.
Of the top
Michigan
9,
was picked number 5 in the Big Ten.
Where's Penn State?
Penn State is picked number 6.
I believe in
Washington
Penn State.
7, Iowa 8, Illinois 9.
I just don't buy Bryce. I mean, that's why Michigan's a fine pick
I
for
say
that.
Illinois.
Underachieve?
Yeah.
2 years in a row?
Yeah.
They won 9 games.
Dinner
last year.
hangover?
The what?
Dinner hangover?
They
Yeah.
won 9 games last year. Is that disappointing for Illinois?
Yes, when you're a top 10 preseason ranking, that's horrible.
They were number 12 entering the year, reached number 9 in week 3.
Then Indiana happened. 370 yards to 2 rushing that game. 307 to 2 rushing in favor of the Hoosiers.
You ever been a part of a game like that, Jake? Have you ever played football and either rushed for 307 yards and
I
held
played
somebody
tennis.
to 2?
You know that,
Or
Jay.
exactly.
I played 7th grade
So
football.
that would be in tennis, losing 3 sets, 6-0, 6-0, 6-1.
Nah, I think it's really 6-0 probably.
6-0, just clean
I
sweep.
think it's sweep.
Yeah.
That you're not getting
And
one
you don't
game
get
out of
any
that.
points. You don't get any
You
break
get
points.
some points.
You get a couple
but-
break points,
yeah.
and then you get broken.
Right. You get some break points.
Yeah.
Big Bank Hank says he's out on Washington. What's the case? Washington ceiling floor.
Well, their defense is going to be better. The defense was sneaky good last year. Now they lost the 2 corners that we interviewed last year in the Big Ten. They lose their running back. They got the
Coleman's gone.
quarterback back. I always look at coach quarterback combination. They're back. They've mended fences. Their backup running back last year was pretty good. They have one of at least, and hopefully we'll get LaCharles Bentley over here, who Washington's offensive line has trained with him this offseason. They're supposed to have one of the better offensive lines in the whole nation. That's why you'd say that you could buy a little bit of Washington stock. The only problem with them, a lot of West Coast, they don't travel west to east very well and play well. So the schedule permitting, they kind of plays into it.
How much
The
plays in that
schedule-
though? I'm curious on Washington. Damon Williams had the situation about him, leaving the program. He ends up coming back there in January. I'm not sold that everything's on good footing with the team and him.
Oh, it is. It's
You think
over.
everything's- you think
It's water underneath the bridge. There's guys
He
that go
left and he came back.
Right. There's guys that go in the portal at Nebraska and come back. You can't. Here's what happens in the locker room. You're going to be upset with it for a little while. Then you understand it when he potentially was getting $2 more million, but then he comes back and he probably had to go through the process of regaining his team's trust.
Well,
And
wasn't there
it's
something
more-
about the soccer team or something? They had someone pass away, and it was like right around that.
I
That
don't
also
know.
kind of threw a wrench into that community.
I don't know.
I think I think he did some like big apology, like the soccer team or something
Yeah.
too. But
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I just know that time. Look, it's no different if a player has an off the field mishap. You by your actions is your best apology. Everybody knows this is a money game and this is a money grab because to be honest with you, majority of the guys in college are getting overpaid. There's not a lot of good football players, and they're overpaying 2 or 3 times for what they actually are. So a lot of these guys understand I got to make as much money as possible in college because the reality comes in like 4 or 5 years. And so Sure, there'll be a little bit, but also I think Jedd Fisch understands because of his experience in the NFL. He knows, how the thing goes. And so everybody knows loyalty is at the bottom of the barrel. I don't think they'll hold it against him. Look, he's the guy that controls it. Ultimately, everybody's in this together, and you expect him to play well. There'll probably be a little bit more pressure for him to perform. But you know what? That's part of being a $4 million quarterback at the University of Washington. You get paid to play.
Washington's west to east travel.
There you go.
They will go to Purdue before a bye week, then go to Nebraska. They will go to Michigan State. Other than that, their road games are at USC and at Oregon. They get Indiana, Penn State, Iowa, Minnesota at home.
So they got it. That's a great road schedule for them.
Yeah.
At Purdue, at Nebraska,
at Michigan State.
So
at Oregon.
They are licking their chops.
Yeah, because you got to think they were going out to Rutgers and all that stuff, and they were sleeping the first three quarters. And, we saw that. So
that's a good sign for Nebraska, if you ask me. I mean, that's
Washington off a bye?
Yes. At night?
No,
that game going to be at night.
It's night. Yeah. They don't play well, as you said, away from home, and their other road games are on the West Coast. That's going to be one of their most daunting places they play all year long.
When they go past Nebraska, they have not played well. Now, Nebraska getting them at home will bode well for Nebraska, but that is contingent on that defense gelling to take advantage of it. Look, the home field advantage is only good when you play good.
Right.
Right?
Right.
Look,
the home field advantage is the team.
Listen, the fans ain't gonna stay and sit up there and cheer if you ain't getting nothing to cheer about. So you better look. And once you get past introduction, you got to make the noise. And so I think it bodes well for Nebraska, but for Washington this year, it's a team that can sneak up on you. Now, the one thing about Washington, and I'd probably ask Jedd Fisch this, off air, is like there's always a game where they're just like, this isn't the team. What happened, right? It was Rutgers. And remember, they played Mississippi State, and they tried to run speed option with like Will Rogers, who's probably slower than me backpedaling right now.
He's not fast.
To the boundary. So there's always that one game where they kind of stub their toe, and we'll see if they learn from that and see where they progress. So I think a lot of it depends on who develops into that star running back and how they mix in this new offense without Coleman, right? And obviously plethora of receivers they'll always have receivers at Washington. They'll always be able to be offensively competent. So how much progress have they made defensively where they don't have to have much risk to create pressure and stop the run is really going to be the tell-all sign for their season.
DeMond Williams, top 5 quarterback in the conference? Top half quarterback in the conference?
He's top half for sure. Top 5.
You know what's crazy?
Stretch, but
last year, everybody thought the quarterback class was crappy, right? This year, it's loaded. You got Hauser. I'm just looking at Hauser. You got
Hoover.
Who's that? Who's at Illinois?
Yeah, Hauser. Yeah.
Hauser's
He's
at
just going
Indiana.
to
Hoover is
we don't know Iowa.
I'm going behind
Malik
you.
Washington's good
Okay.
at Maryland.
Okay, Malik Washington is excellent. Underwood, so-so. Was it Mussolini at Michigan State? I like him. Minnesota's quarterback.
Drake Lindsey.
He's good. He's good.
We're going to give Clandria the benefit of the doubt. We'll go 50-50. We'll wait and see on Aiden Childs. Right? Austin, you don't have it. Julian Sayin is legit. Dante Moore is legit. Rocco Beck is legit. We'll skip over Purdue.
That's Ryan Brown, right? He's good.
But he
can
Ryan
Brown.
Yeah, but he can run.
I like Ryan Brown. He's got some skill.
So he's viable.
He's not
though.
bad.
So if he's your bottom feeder, you're actually doing pretty good, right? Excellent quarterback wise. Rutgers,
Dylan Lonergan, Alabama and Boston College transfer.
We'll wait and see, right? But he's done something. Nico, legit.
I like him.
Maeva
at USC. DeMond Williams, and I like Edwards. Is it Edwards
That's
at
Colton Joseph, the Old Dominion transfer
at Wisconsin?
Yeah.
Okay, so look, I don't know if you looked at Jamin Foreman football breakdown of Old Dominion against Indiana's defense. Homeboy rolled out like Optimus Prime. Okay,
I want to see that. I watch that.
It was the first play of the game.
Yeah,
cocked the head back, strike the band up, and he hit the sideline. The head went up too, and he outran Pons and all them on defense. Gave Aiden Fisher the dead leg, which is undefeated, and will stand a meteorite coming hitting here. If you can do the dead leg, you will be able to break tackles. So for him in Wisconsin and the influx of money, so right there for the 18 teams, we're probably just only waiting and seeing on Rutgers quarterback, right? So Rutgers quarterback in Brown, okay, in Iowa.
So Northwestern Childs.
But he's more established.
He's been in the league. Let's see what he is, though.
Right, but he's established. If that is your worst, if he's your worst, that means you are balling in your conference. Versus if you compare it to some of the guys at the Big 12 and all that. So top to bottom, that's 15 legit quarterbacks, right? So it's a good crop this year. Consistency, top to bottom.
I mean, that's why people keep trying to think, where does Calandria fit in that? Is he top half? Is he probably more bottom half? Likely in that 10 through 18 range for him, but. And then also, that's why
I wouldn't say 10 to 18. I mean,
he's in the
12.
half. Yeah, but he's in the 10 to 18 range. He's in
All
the
right,
second half.
hold on.
He's closer to 10th than 18th. That's what I'm trying to say.
I didn't try to say it's a
who's
negative
who's
thing. He's a
top,
second half
Let's
quarterback.
go top 4 right now. Sayin,
Moore,
Mayava, Becht,
Becht, Washington, Williams.
Okay.
In what order?
Okay, that's it. Doesn't matter. Oh, well, I like Sayin better than Dante Moore. You could flip a coin, right? I like.
Is Mayava just as good as those guys?
Not as consistent.
Okay.
But he's in that top 6.
Okay.
I think like Nico's in there. So I think here's what I think. If you go 7, right? If you throw Nico in there, right, with the 6 that we have right there, you got to think between Lindsey, even throw Childs in there. I guess Hauser, right?
See about Hoover from Indiana.
Hoover's up there. He's actually if you go 8, right?
See, Danny will fix him. He'll get those picks out of the way.
Well, I mean,
6. Come on, he fixes everybody.
Listen, when you're down at TCU
so
and you're down by 18 points, you're going to throw picks, no matter what the head coach says. Now, where Calandria fits at is directly based on playing winning football and Nebraska winning. There's no difference between Hauser, Lindsey. I wouldn't put Childs up there because he's down, or obviously.
Well, he's Colton Joseph's in that range.
Yeah. I'm just looking, Joseph. I guess I'll put Underwood in there as well, right?
Okay.
So you just put those 5 or 6 guys in there, and was it Mensalidi from Michigan State? I'm gonna put him in there, even though he hasn't done it. He's done enough to where he could be like your boy that transferred to Michigan State. He's got the skills. So those guys are all gonna be predicated on wins and losses. How do you play in the big moments, and not as much stat driven? You get what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah.
What I'm saying is Calandria, when you win or in end, you play good in big games. So you got to get an upset on paper from either Indiana, Oregon, maybe even the Washington game to get up in that bottom half of that top 6 or 7 or 8. He ends up there throughout the whole season. Nebraska, if they would be barely outside the college football playoffs, or worst case scenario, definitely in that like great like bowl game, New Year's Day bowl game or whatever.
Yeah.
If he plays to that level, because if he plays to that level, right, legitimately, that means you've won enough games and he's performed enough against like opponents or better opponents on paper to put Nebraska in that position, right? Mm-hmm. Now, granted, offensive line, everything's got to be there, but yeah, he could. I mean, where he's at right now isn't a normal reflection of it, because I think it's a depth-wise a really good Big Ten year on paper, quarterback-wise. Hopefully it doesn't end up like SEC last year where all these guys are supposed to be first-round picks and go and then they end up all dookie down their leg and come back for their senior year.
Totally fair. A big thanks to Sandhills Global, Gary Michaels, Clothiers, Warhorse Casino, and Ben Bleicher for their sponsorship of our coverage here from Chicago Big Ten Media Days Day 1. We'll be back with the last half an hour of things for Day 1 after this.
You're listening to 93.7 The Ticket's coverage from Big Ten Football Media Days at the Hilton Chicago. Coverage is sponsored by Warhorse Casino, Sandhills Global, Gary Michaels Clothiers, and Ben Bleicher of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate.
At Anderson Ford, we offer a 5-day return or exchange policy, so you can make sure the vehicle you choose is the best vehicle for you. No pressure. Right now, lease a 2026 Ford F-150 for $195 per month for 36 months. Experience better at Anderson Ford. Stock number 1009974. 195 per month lease for 36 months with approved credit. 7,500 miles free or 10,000 due at signing. No security deposit required. Tax, title, and license fees extra. Residency restrictions apply. Program subject to change. Must take new retail delivery from Anderson Auto Group by 8/31/26.
Graham Tire presents life's greatest adventures.
Okay, take the worm, put it on the hook. Now bring your pole back and throw it forward. And just let the fish come to you.
I got a bite! It's a big one, Dad!
Great road trips start with great service. Graham Tire, your tire store next door, with 5 convenient Lincoln locations, getting you to the places that matter most.
You're counting on your team to win, so why not prove it? By placing your bets at Warhorse Sportsbook. Their win is your win. Put your money where your mouth is on nearly every sporting event. Use the Warhorse app to check odds and build your bets before placing your wagers in person at Warhorse Casino, including live in-game betting. No bets, no glory. Wagers may only be placed on Nebraska-based teams when played outside the state of Nebraska. Must be 21 or older to gamble. Gambling problem? Call 1-833-BET-OVER.
Buying or selling a home should feel exciting, not overwhelming. That's why more buyers and sellers trust Ben Bleicher with the professional realty group of Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate. Ben combines luxury level service with a friendly, down-to-earth approach that helps you feel confident every step of the way. Whether you're searching for your dream home or preparing to sell for top dollar, Ben is ready to help you move forward. Call Ben Bleicher today at 402-466-3748.
Right here in Lincoln, young people are waiting for someone like you. At Big Brothers Big Sisters, mentoring happens out in the community. Grabbing ice cream, shooting hoops, playing music, or just hanging out and talking. It's not about being perfect. It's about showing up, spending time, and building a positive, consistent connection with a young person. Just a few hours each month can make a lasting impact. Be big. Start something life-changing today. Learn more at bbbsmidlands.org.
Hi, Kendall Warnock here, owner of A1 Automotive in Seward. We're more than just an automotive repair shop. We're part of this community. Our mission is simple. Serve people well, build trust, and provide reliable vehicle repairs at a fair price. From oil changes to diagnostics, major repairs, we're here to help keep your family safe on the road. A1 Automotive, 408 Main Street, Seward, Nebraska.
Are you ready for a new opportunity? Check out Sandhills Global. Join a dynamic team where your skills are valued and your career can soar. We offer full-time positions with a 4.5-day work week, competitive pay, excellent benefits, and a positive work environment. From IT and marketing to sales and finance, we're looking for talented individuals just like you. Apply today at sandhills.jobs and take the first step towards an exciting future. That's sandhills.jobs. Don't wait, apply now.
Ever look at your house and think, ouch, it's stuck in the past? Or realize that your kitchen needs a new everything? Like thousands of homeowners, you can simply call SprayNet Lincoln. Their patented spray system and paint delivers a flawless factory finish. No mess, done in a day, and cost-effective. It looks just like new, including your vinyl. And it's all backed by their 15-year no-peel warranty. SprayNet Lincoln, custom chemistry and smarter painting. Google SprayNet Lincoln or call them now at 402-383-3336 or email ching@spray-net.com.
Remember your first Salt Dogs game? Maybe it was a class trip out on the berm, or date night with actual fireworks, or team building that didn't feel like work at all. For 25 seasons, Haymarket Park remains Lincoln's place for firsts like these, the kind that last. Because it's more than a baseball game. It's the joy of being here together. These are the traditions that bring us home. So here's to you, Lincoln. Your local tradition plays on. Get your tickets at saltdogs.com.
In every office, there's two types of people. There are those who bring in bagels and those who eat the bagels that someone else brought in. Everybody likes the first person. Be that first person. Weekday mornings at 7:30, you have a chance to win a business box of bagels from Bagels & Joe. All you have to do is shut up, Sipple. 2 questions for you, 2 for Sip. Win, and the bagels are yours. Lose, well, you don't want to lose.
You lost Monday, you lost Wednesday, you're a loser.
Shut up, Sipple. Weekday mornings at 7:30, brought to you by Bagels & Joe.
You're listening to 93.7 The Ticket's coverage from Big Ten Football Media Days at the Hilton Chicago. Coverage is sponsored by Warhorse Casino, Sandhills Global, Gary Michaels Clothiers, and Ben Bleicher of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate. Welcome back to 93.7 The Ticket's coverage of Big Ten Media Days live from Chicago. Presented by Warhorse Casino, Gary Michaels Clothiers, Sandhills Global, and Ben Bleicher of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate on 93.7 The Ticket and theticketfm.com.
All right, we got about a half hour to go here at day one of Big Ten Media Days at the Hilton Chicago, Michigan Avenue, Chicago. We look forward to walking the streets after this is over and seeing what's out there today.
Are we allowed to cut through Grant Park even with all the walls set up?
I
Can
don't
we walk
know.
to the lake?
I mean, what are they going to tell us? No.
I don't know. I'd probably
I have
at least
no
try
idea.
it at some point.
We can check and see.
As long as the sun's up, at least.
We want to thank our sponsors for the coverage, Sandhills Global, Gary Michaels Clothiers, Warhorse Casino, and Ben Bleicher of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate. I have a question for you guys as we are wrapping up day one here in Chicago. Tomorrow, look ahead to tomorrow, the teams we will hear from. We will hear from Pat Fitzgerald, Michigan State's new head coach. We'll hear from PJ Fleck, Ryan Day of Ohio State, Dan Lanning of Oregon, Barry Odom of Purdue, and Bob Chesney of UCLA. Who are you most excited to hear from tomorrow? I have my answer.
It's
won't
Bob
surprise-
Chesney.
It's Bob
We know.
Chesney.
Come
I
on.
want to see the James Madison effect. Because will he ooze the same confidence that Cignetti had, where he said at one point, I win, Google me, and in fact, all he does is win.
DJ College style.
Will Bob Chesney be the same type of charisma as Cignetti? I'm fascinated by the whole James Madison storyline and what if it go 2 for 2 on success in a Big Ten.
Hold my breath. It's on the table. What about you? Who's your guy for tomorrow?
I'm interested to see what Chesney says. I mean, I've seen enough and did a little pre-research and coming to kind of understand where he's at. I don't think the same juice is there. I think sometimes, being at the right place at the right time works out for guys like that, off the Kirk Cignetti effect. I mean, Minnesota goes tomorrow, right? I'm interested to see what PJ Fleck, what he's trying to get out there this year. Why? Because last year had his ups and downs, is a blah year for them. They've invested in him 2 or 3 times over because he's actually been connected to the UCLA job twice. Not much this time. Michigan State this time, not for long, obviously. And I wouldn't say from talking to people back home the pressure is mounting, but it's starting to. Let's see where we're at. Now, I think they're going to have a sneaky good team. But I just want to hear what he says versus what he said last year. Last year, I think he was solely focused on hanging his hat on that Nebraska game. The way he talked about Nebraska kind of soften you up, right? And then he's the guy that pats you on the back and give you a big hug, stab you in the back, and beat you and say, I told you so. They don't play Nebraska this year. So what's he going to do? What's he going to do? What game is he going to try to hang his hat on? Well, look, the easy ones are Iowa and Wisconsin. Right? 2 teams that, especially Iowa, they struggle with. You talk about a coach that knows how to work the media and put his hat on a victory.
And I interest you in the Michigan game, October 3rd in
There's no history.
cities.
No history there. And they're not. Michigan's not Minnesota. He is. If you go over his history, he's done it well against Nebraska. But that's how you're able to appeal to the donors, the fan base. It's Iowa, Nebraska, Wisconsin. Nebraska's not on the schedule. You want one to bring back the juice in the program, right? He's lost a lot of looks. Nebraska has the number one recruit in the state of Minnesota committed to come here. Right. And they have a couple others that are leaning in other places. So you've also lost some. So what's the best way to kind of stiff arm Iowa down, Wisconsin to the side? Beat Wisconsin, even though they're going to be more money infused this year, and find a way to beat a wounded duck Iowa team. Now, the Michigan game will be his Penn State game. The sneaky game, rush the field. here we are that leads to the special season. The one where you get the juices flowing, or the 3 rivalry games that they have in Nebraska not on the schedule this year.
No, I don't push back against that at all. I mean, I think those two make perfect sense. The reason, though, that I say Michigan is because that's the first marquee home opportunity. Now, they do get Mississippi State to come to Twin Cities for a non-conference game. That's a random one.
But that's a sneaky. That's a game, actually. If Minnesota's able to win, he'll talk about that for 2 weeks. SEC team, haven't played them. Here we go. We're here. We beat Auburn. We've done things. It's a game that's on the schedule at home. If they can jump on them quick, it'd be a big victory for them.
But I say Michigan as well because that's your first marquee opportunity. It's your first Big Ten home game. You'll be playing that game, yes, after coming off of Washington. But in terms of buttering them up, softening you up, I can see PJ saying, that's still a really talented program. Got a lot of respect from Coach Whittingham. If you haven't crossed paths a whole lot. Just to know, guys, they're gettable.
Yeah.
They're going to be Babe Ruth to come into our building, win this game. But we know what it takes to beat them. We're going to get it. That's my
and the Washington game, too, because I think Washington's on the road.
Yes.
Yeah, so that's where you can build. Thank God we went on the road, beat a NFL talent-laden Washington team. Got a ton of respect for Fish. And then we came home and upset David against the Lions. So, I mean, it's PJ's fight for me just because this is what he lives for. You got to think. Remember last year, the Vegas, he flew down with some donors and players.
Yeah,
he knows this is what he lives for right now. And look, Minnesota doesn't have their names on the back of their jerseys on practice. They have the same practice uniforms. Probably when Mandel Johnson was practicing back in the day. They're trying to be nuts and bolts, but they're trying to get back. They've lost some recruits now that he listen. He doesn't usually lose much in-state talent unless they're like national talent. He's lost some in-state talent with the success that they've had. You got to think they lost the defensive tackle from Shakopee, which was literally like a homecoming game back when I played Shakopee. That's stats, but a defensive tackle off of a defensive-led team quietly with how good they were last year on the defensive line. You lost the defensive tackle commit.
Yeah,
it's almost twofold, and so he's trying to get some of that juice back.
Bronze medal for me is Chesney. Silver medal for me is Fitzgerald. Back in the conference, what's he going to say? He goes second. Number 1 for me is Dan Lanning. I think that's a guy that wants to continue to break into that upper echelon. His record has been there. His big game success necessarily hasn't been. Right? He's won in the college football playoffs and the ones he's supposed to win. And so if there is going to be a team that is the fourth Big Ten champion in a row, here's the thing. Oregon had the 1 seed. And not done. They lost their first round. They won their first round game last year against James Madison. And then you didn't hear about it. They didn't go well after that. And so I think Dan Lanning's a good coach. I think he's kind of the type of guy that I think more Big Ten programs need to kind of flex their muscle and swing on and hire.
Yeah,
right?
I agree.
He's Tommy Lloyd. But
I like
program. And how many other Big Ten programs are hiring? Retread's too strong of a word, but veteran head coaches. Instead of hiring a young guy that's proven that has people skills in a coordinator role and giving him a chance to succeed. That's why I didn't mind.
And he's developed coaches.
Developed plenty of coaches. Yeah. Absolutely. He lost both his coordinators, which is where I'd love to hear him say, here's our plan for attacking this. We're not a deep team. Ohio State's deeper than them. Oregon starters probably match up.
Yeah.
But they had injuries last year. And so I'm not saying it's now or never for Dan Lanning. But at some point, when are you
going to take that huge step? You're taking step by step every year. When are you going to take that huge leap?
Right. He's more than Lincoln Riley at this point. He's made the playoff more often. Yeah. But he still doesn't have the one. And the more you're in the conversation, the more you get the question about when.
Right. Yeah, it's crazy because he has, more pedigree in the big games than James Franklin. You talk about ranked teams and all that.
Sure.
But now he's in that kind of same area where you're being questioned, when are you going to win the big one? Versus
he's a Tommy Lloyd hire with John Shire's resume.
Right. And so, look, I think he's a great coach. He's an up-and-coming coach. He's young. He's been loyal to Oregon. I mean, obviously they have a ton of money and support out there. He's built that program like a SEC team. It's worked out really well. He's recruited well. He's developed well. He's taken some chances on guys. You got to think when he brought Dante Moore in, he kind of flamed out his freshman year at UCLA. Yeah. But they had a plan and process for him. Dylan Raiola is now recruited to try to go through the same path in the process to becoming a national, player or one of the top quarterbacks in the nation. So I think it's interesting to see where Dan Lanning, I agree with you, is at based on their success last year. Every year they've kind of taken a step further. Okay, now sometimes this is the biggest step. And if you want an example of it, I guess we can even look at our Nebraska volleyball team, right? Losing the championship, Final Four last year really was a dud, right? Yeah. It was really a dud. Sometimes you take a step back to take 2 steps forward. Look where Nebraska's volleyball potentially is at this year. We'll see if that's with Dan Lanning. Look, head coach, quarterback combination, when they're locked and loaded, they are always in the mix. And there's no better quarterback in head coach combination besides like Ryan Day and Saying than Dan Lanning and Dante Moore.
I think that's fair. I do wonder too, the like you said, step back aspect. Oregon wasn't playing for the Big Ten title last year, right? They got passed by Indiana and passed in a big way. I can't imagine Dan Lanning's happy about that. I think he can cross the line between confidence and arrogance sometimes, but guess what? So does Cignetti. And so I wonder if this is a year where Dan Lanning needs that confidence to show through to his guys like, hey, Indiana's not that much better than us, right? We have that in us. We just got to go show it. Or if it crosses the line into the arrogance of, well, what the heck, Phil? I thought we had more money. Why aren't we paying for more players? You couldn't get me more depth. And, it's our birthright to win games. We're just going to cakewalk into the playoffs. And then they get tripped up a game or two and, they're a 10 seed.
Well, when you look at that D-line and that defense he has brought back, I think this is the year where you expect the defense to really be dominant, right? And then, the more interesting thing I want to hear from him is how you're going to replace your coordinators.
Yeah.
Because of the 2 coordinators that have been with him, early and often, all 3 of them have been successful. They've all supported each other. Quite frankly, him supporting them in lean times, the coordinators. Now they've obviously flourished. So the relationship with those guys goes beyond just the success last year.
Yeah.
Who have you had your eye on and kind of slowly but surely matured them along the way with the assumption that those 2 would move on? And how can they, which we've seen with Cignetti, when they get the chance, really take off in those roles? The difference between Indiana and Oregon, continuity again at the coaching staff in Indiana, which obviously helps, right? Through lean times or adversity. And Oregon, this is Dan Lanning's first really taste of truly leveling up, right? And that's what I mean by that is losing your coordinators.
We won't probably hear as much about it because he was, quote unquote, just a position coach. But on the Ohio State front, Brian Hartline's gone.
Yep.
He was not very
USF.
Yeah, he was not very good as an offensive coordinator. They took him out of that role and been on the merry-go-round since. But I think obviously that's a talent-loaded room. But how big a part of Jeremiah Smith's development and growth was Brian Hartline? Does Jeremiah Smith plateau, or is he just that good anyways? but then I think compounding effects, right? If you don't notice it this year,
it's next year.
Is it next year?
It is next year.
They get a lot of good receiver recruits, but maybe not all of them like they have, right? The Lincoln Riley quarterback thing, right? He always had 2 at Oklahoma, always had 2 at USC. He always got 2 like true number 1s at Ohio State at wide receiver. Is that the case, or do they start losing that second number 1, lose some of that mystique at that position because Brian Hartline's gone? Won't see this year, but we'll see moving forward.
Or does that make them change into more of a run-oriented? You got Bo Jackson, a plethora of those guys.
Sure.
You go more to pro style. I don't see – I mean, obviously I think losing Hartline hurts just because he's a wide receiver guru. But I think wide receiver tradition at Ohio State goes well beyond Brian Hartline. Brian Hartline came to Ohio State as a player because of it. So
yeah, you're right.
I think now, listen, Hankerson is right there now. You got to think he was at LSU.
True.
And he was cold-blooded himself. He was a more established player than Hartline, and he's developed guys at LSU as well in a short amount of time. So if they had to move on from Hartline, they went and got him. And so I think the ability to recruit to Ohio State is going to be huge. I think you're not going to maybe see if there's any negative effects maybe to 3 years down the road. You got Chris Henry Jr. in there. That's essentially a clone of Jeremiah Smith. You got Marvin Harrison's youngest son that's going to Ohio State as well, who they say is better than the older brother, than Marvin Harrison Jr. at this point.
Yeah.
So I think being able to be stockpiled with those apex warriors as far as recruits allows a coach that maybe having a little bit of like rough times in developing, develop a lot faster. Also, it allows Ryan Day to help him go along with it. So that will be interesting though, because losing Hartline eventually because he'd been up for it. Remember, you got to think he was the offensive coordinator, kind of struggled a little bit, Chip Kelly. Then they brought him, kind of tailed him back a little bit, gave him an associate head coach. Now he's a head coach. Now he's fully gone versus the change in role.
Yeah.
And he could be, somewhat of a big loss.
All right. Well, we have one more segment here from Media Day Star.
Sleepy Smart. This is empty, baby.
Looking over here, I'm just peering all this stuff behind me. There's so much to see. It's a very distracting room. Exactly. Also, Smash Mouth.
Smash Mouth.
Nice. We will wrap things up with one more segment live from day one of Big Ten Media Days here in Chicago. Jay Foreman, Austin Norman, Jake Sorensen back with one more segment next here on The Ticket.
You're listening to 93.7 The Ticket's coverage from Big Ten Football Media Days at the Hilton Chicago. Coverage is sponsored by Warhorse Casino, Sandhills Global, Gary Michaels Clothiers, and Ben Bleicher of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate.
Graham Tire presents life's greatest adventures.
Okay, take the worm, put it on the hook. Now bring your pole back and throw it forward. And just let the fish come to you.
I got a bite! It's a big one, Dad!
Great road trips start with great service. Graham Tire, your tire store next door, with 5 convenient Lincoln locations, getting you to the places that matter most.
Hi, Kendall Warnock here, owner of A1 Automotive in Seward. We're more than just an automotive repair shop. We're part of this community. Our mission is simple: serve people well, build trust, and provide reliable vehicle repairs at a fair price. From oil changes to diagnostics, major repairs, we're here to help keep your family safe on the road. A1 Automotive, 408 Main Street, Seward, Nebraska.
College football season is nearly here, and 93.7 The Ticket is on the scene to get things underway. Tune in Tuesday, July 28th to Thursday, July 30th for coverage from Big Ten Football Media Days at the Hilton Chicago as Derek Pearson, Jake Sorensen, Jay Foreman, and Austin Orman interview coaches, players, and broadcasters from around the Big Ten Conference. 93.7 The Ticket's coverage from Big Ten Media Days is sponsored by Warhorse Casino, Sandhills Global, Gary Michael Clothiers, and Ben Bleicher of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate.
Right here in Lincoln, young people are waiting for someone like you. At Big Brothers Big Sisters, mentoring happens out in the community. Grabbing ice cream, shooting hoops, playing music, or just hanging out and talking. It's not about being perfect. It's about showing up, spending time, and building a positive, consistent connection with a young person. Just a few hours each month can make a lasting impact. Be big. Start something life-changing today. Learn more at bbbsmidlands.org.
A membership with John Henry's will fast-track you to front-of-the-line service, seasonal tune-ups, and far fewer unexpected moments. That means no breakdowns, no waiting on a call, and no nonsense. It's consistent care that prevents small issues from turning into big bills. Join the Comfort Club and get VIP treatment 365 days a year with 24-hour priority response, member-only discounts, and peace of mind on your home's most expensive systems. Call John Henry's.
John Henry's Plumbing. Heating
and electrical.
Alexa, play 93.7 The Ticket.
Okay, playing 93.7 The Ticket.
Alexa, turn down the lights.
Dimming the lights.
Alexa, order a pizza. The big one. All the toppings.
Are you sure that's a good idea?
Alexa.
That's a lot of pizza for just one man.
Alexa, just do it. Stop judging me, just do it.
As you wish.
Thanks, Alexa. You're my best friend.
Ever look at your house and think, ouch, it's stuck in the past? Or realize that your kitchen needs a new everything? Like thousands of homeowners, you can simply call SprayNet Lincoln. Their patented spray system and paint delivers a flawless factory finish. No mess, done in a day, and cost-effective. It looks just like new, including your vinyl. And it's all backed by their 15-year no-peel warranty. SprayNet Lincoln, custom chemistry and smarter painting. Google SprayNet Lincoln or call them now at 402-383-3336 or email ching@spray-net.com.
Are you ready to upgrade your equipment? Now's the time at Landmark Implement. Through July, take advantage of limited time interest waiver offers on select late model used sprayers, tractors, and combines. Get 12 months of interest waiver on eligible sprayers, 24 months on eligible 7R, 8R, and 9R tractors, and 36 months on eligible combines. But don't wait, these offers end July 31st. Stop by your local Landmark Implement. Give us a call or browse our inventory online at landmarkimp.com and experience the Landmark difference.
Hi, Sean Callahan here of HuskerOnline.com, inviting you to join us here on 93.7 The Ticket every Saturday morning now. In our new time, we're on from 8 to 9 with the weekly Husker Online radio show. We'll give you the latest in recruiting. We'll talk about what's going on with both football, basketball, and we'll probably share a few stories from the inside. It's every Saturday morning right here on 93.7 The Ticket. It's the Husker Online radio show from 8 to 9 a.m.
You're listening to 93.7 The Ticket's coverage from Big Ten Football Media Days at the Hilton Chicago. Coverage is sponsored by Warhorse Casino, Sandhills Global, Gary Michaels Clothiers, and Ben Bleicher of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate. Welcome back to 93.7 The Ticket's coverage of Big Ten Media Days live from Chicago. Presented by Warhorse Casino, Gary Michaels Clothiers, Sandhills Global, and Ben Bleicher of PRG Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Ambassador Real Estate on 93.7 The Ticket and theticketfm.com.
Final segment here from day one of Big Ten Media Days here 2026. Jake Sorensen, Austin Orman. So everything's all blurry right now. Jay Foreman, Austin Orman, we got Griff here, we got DP, the whole gang's here because we wrapped up day one. We got a full day tomorrow and a full day on Thursday as well. Nebraska will, of course, be here on Thursday in attendance, but it's been a fun day. We thank everybody for tuning in. I'm looking right now, our broadcast is at 8 hours and 51 minutes. DP and Austin have done the most of that, so thank you for you guys for finding a way to get here after the tough travel day yesterday. It was tough.
Here's the thing. It just wasn't ideal, right? Like, I planned to be out here anyways. I didn't have, it could have been down to the remote.
But you
whatever.
had a chance to chill. You could have chilled here yesterday versus getting here at 9 o'clock.
Could have, but then I would have felt obligated to, walk around and do stuff and sightsee. And so it would have been, it got old in the Lincoln Airport a little bit, but they were very gracious, very hospitable to us. And so, you know what? It's fine. We're here. I won't complain.
And it gave Jay the chance to show up with the remote broadcast yesterday.
Yeah, how did that go?
It went well. I would say I made a mistake. I showed up because
first time for everything.
I had a little car issue. I'll bring up off the air after the show's over here in 5 minutes. But
so Jay,
I got there a little bit late.
Curb.
No, something else. Anyways, I get there and I realized that Rudy had set up something where it worked properly, but it wasn't going to work long term with like the something was plugged in wrong.
Oh, gotcha.
And so I just simply unplugged that to put how it should go, and it took us off the air for like 10, 12 minutes.
Nice.
So I was the problem of the
show up and start touching stuff.
I said, Harrison, look at this. I'm not this should
Jake's
work.
the person that come in your house.
I messed up.
Sit on the couch when he's not supposed to.
Feet
start
up.
pushing buttons. And this is Jake right here. You know how when you have your man cave, you got your remote set up, you got your your guide set up. He'll come in and erase your guide, or if you had your
that's what it felt like yesterday.
On the PlayStation, you have your progress save.
New game.
Jake comes in and erases your progress.
Reset your memory card too. That's what I do. So it went well. Thanks to Jay for showing up and for everybody who helped out with that remote. And it was good. It's good seeing Luke Lindenmeyer out there as well. But
he'll be here on Thursday.
He will. We'll see him in a couple days. But been a fun day. Look forward to see what tomorrow brings. And we already went through the teams coming by tomorrow. So I am curious how it looked for Pat Fitzgerald. You mentioned who we're excited for, but seeing Fitz back in the Big Ten, all is right in the world. All is right in the world. You mentioned, Jay, earlier in the show, it is going to be – he won't be here, but it's going to be weird seeing this year, LeVar Woods from Iowa at Michigan State. He was there for a long – he went to Iowa. He was there forever. He's the top
coach. He
coach.
was a GA at Iowa, and then he worked his way up to
I don't know how he
linebacker.
got them away from Iowa.
It was quick, and he had been wanting probably a bigger role. I'm sure there was a pay bump, and then obviously potential for the future for LeVar Woods. But I think with Pat Fitzgerald, you got to think 2 years ago, I think it was, we were in Indy. maybe 3, maybe our first year. Where remember Braun was just literally got the job 2 weeks before the Big Ten media day, and he handled himself great. They had that magical year. They won 8-9 games. And so, now that Pat Fitzgerald's coming back now, right? All is right in his mind in the world, right? Kind of exonerated and was able to get a fat paycheck from that and then double down on that from Michigan State, right? And then also, let's not forget, he got a Big Ten job. And the Michigan State was wanting him. And it'll be interesting to see how he handles this Big Ten media day. Is that Northwestern and way it ended? You got to think he has been there and one of the best players in Northwestern history, the winningest coach in Northwestern history. Mm-hmm. Does it address that? But more importantly, what has he learned? Right? It's changed since he was at Northwestern. The transfer portal has changed twice, or 3, maybe more than that. Mm-hmm. NIL has changed. Pay for play has changed. There's a salary cap, more recruiting, a bigger recruiting budget for him. How is he handling all of that in his new role with a big fat paycheck up there in East Lansing? I think he's going to be the one that probably sets the tone or really sets the stage for Michigan State this year, at the Big Ten.
And if he sits down with us, it will be the second best linebacker at the table. Not bad.
I take that.
I would tell you, I thought about going to Northwestern based on the uniforms and, he wasn't that big a dude, but he wore them big pads. And, what they had, I liked it. They had Bates, Fitzgerald, Autry, the running back. And but academics was not my deal. I did not want to work that hard at Northwestern. But, look, he's at Michigan State now. It'd be interesting to see, what his suit preference is. You got to remember, he was making that purple swag look pretty fresh to death when he'd be at the Big Ten media days. What's he do with that Michigan State green is going to be interesting as well.
That will do it for us from day one from the Hilton Chicago for Big Ten Media Days. More tomorrow from 8 until 6 p.m. Early break. I'll be on the air, probably not in this room until 8, but I will be on the air at 6. We look forward to day 2. Thanks to our sponsors, Sand Hills Global, Gary Michaels Clothiers, Warhorse Casino, and Ben Bleicher, PRG, Berkshire Hathaway Home Services, Ambassador Real Estate. For Austin Norman, Jay Foreman, DP, Griff, I am Jake Sorensen. We will see you guys tomorrow from Hilton Chicago for day 2 of Big Ten Media Days. So long.